It's a beautiful day in Cocoa Beach, Florida, and we got 4 days into this action. Last chance to qualify for Worlds in August. We've seen teams rise, we've seen teams fall, but this is where we will see teams create something of a legacy here in CONUS for 2025. But if you see more with me is Enigma and Infinity. And lads, I mean, heading into this day, how are we feeling? Andy, I'm going to start with you.
I mean, day 4 out of 5. We've got a lot of the kinks out of the system by now. Figured out a lot of different storylines for these teams. But as you said, it's all about building legacy. And for today, a couple of teams, unfortunately, that will be an early exit. And for others, it's all about qualifying for Worlds. Gonna be a blast. Of course, been a fantastic 3 days and can't wait to tackle another one alongside you all.
Yeah, it's going to be a really fun day of action. We've already had a few teams in Worlds already, so we're going to get a couple more today. We're going to decide the last couple of teams that are getting the spots to Worlds. And I'm also excited to shine a spotlight on some of those teams that maybe haven't had such an excellent journey so far. That's what we're going to be doing at the start of the day. I'm excited to look at those teams.
It's a great point because what we've been talking about over 4 days of action has been the growth of these teams. What do you do overnight? What do you do during the day? What kind of adjustments are you going to do to make it to August for Worlds and get to the top 6 of CONUS? But when we look towards the bracket, we can talk a little bit deeper on what we're going to be looking into today, and maybe highlight a few things of the past. And Andy, I do want to hear it from you. Maybe a little bit of a recap of what happened yesterday. Were there anything that surprised you really in these matches?
I think it's just the number 3-0s. We touched a little bit on it yesterday, and while this was, of course, the technical start of a new bracket based on seeding, so we had a lot of mismatches coming on through, I think we were just expecting a couple more contested series. Like, I'm looking at that Langley Cannon game going 3-0. Again, just expecting that to go deeper, and probably a similar script when it came to Peterson Buckley. But I mean, it also doesn't tell the full story, because obviously some of those matches actually are close maps just seen out by the same team over and over again. But I don't think that will be the story today.
No, I don't expect it to be the story either, Brody. We got a lot of games to go through, a lot of elimination matches as well that I'm sure teams are trying to stray away from. Run me through the bottom of the bracket. What kind of matches are we really anticipating here?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be a lot more question marks, right, when we look towards the bottom half of the bracket, and even I think when we look towards those upper bracket semi-final matches that are going to happen later on during the day, because, yeah, yesterday was filled with a lot of 3-0s, but today, I think there's going to be a lot more even matches, a lot closer matches. I'm looking towards the likes of Buckley, Shriver, and that's going to be a super close matchup. Offit and Robbins as well. Robbins, of course, we know they're a tenacious roster. They've forced teams in the past to game 5, so I think they're capable of great themes. I think just across the board here, there's going to be a lot of a fight for survival in that lower side. And I think it's going to bring out another level to a lot of teams that maybe haven't had such an excellent journey so far.
I totally agree. I think there are plenty of underdogs here that just get better and better every single day that we see them. I mean, hey, Buckley was the only team to take a map against a winner yesterday. In that top side of the bracket, it was Peterson, it was map 1, Hacienda, a banger, where Hardpoint has just been delivering all year long. But folks at home, today's the last day to determine the qualifying spots for CONUS. And if you look at the bottom of that bracket, those teams are trying to win 3 matches today to get into top 6 to qualify at the end of CONUS. And then beyond that, you win for a little bit of seeding. You're looking pretty good going into those champions. It's confidence at the end that you are building. But for CONUS itself, it has been a fun time. Obviously, we've seen PACAF and USAFE come and go. And now for this tournament in general, the regional bracket into the initial of the CONUS championship bracket that we got yesterday, it has been quite the grind. And, all for naught, I would say. I mean, we got some prizes to be playing for as well at the end of this bracket that we'll be handing out tomorrow. And when we're looking at it, top 3 get these prizes. 3rd place and 2nd place will get the CONUS championship bronze and silver medals. First place from CONUS Champions is going to get the gold medal as well as a nice trophy to take home for your base, for your team. And a lot of teams have put together some great squads, guys, to kind of get that thing going. And I think, Andy, that's one thing that's really surprised me this week is all the newer teams, all the new faces that have come and really showed out to get a piece of this trophy.
No, 100%. And you mentioned legacy at the top of the show. That's part of what it is, right? It's building your own. You're a new face. You're part of the new guard. It's about stepping up and showing how that new bar is set all the time, right? We've witnessed it over the different eras of esports, in particular watching Call of Duty, for example, and the way it's evolved. There's always that top dogs, this top level, the players that, and then eventually this new generation comes through that says, actually, in order to get to the points that we want to be, we have to set a new bar. And then you see those older players kind of sort of filter out. And I think we are starting to see like a lot of new folks come on through, talking about players like Kimura, Loyal, and JR. Been an absolute blast watching them pop off. Not to forget about Soda, of course. He's been doing his damn thing too. But like players like that right now I'm looking at and going, okay, let's see what you guys can do once we start talking the very top end of CONUS into Worlds. And of course, then potentially years to come.
I agree. And we got matches, Brody, to talk about today for day 4 of CONUS. So let's look through them. Let's see exactly what we're looking towards. Obviously, the highlighted ones are going to be the ones that are on stream. Is there anything that you yourself, maybe it's an underdog story, maybe it's a qualification spot, any team that you're kind of looking forward to casting today?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think I'm actually casting that matchup, but I'm looking forward to that Eglin-Nellis matchup. That's going to be a real fun one. Obviously, we've seen a lot of Eglin and that roster, of course, Eastern champions. Their story of getting better pretty much every single time that we've seen them. And Nellis, I think they want a Revengeance matchup against Peterson. I think they want to prove that they are the best of the best in that Western bracket, and they didn't do so last time around. They're going to be hungry for another shot at it. So that's probably my favorite matchup of the lot, but we do have a lot of those bracket matches to get through before we get there, of course. And I'm looking at Offit Robins. Honestly, I think that's going to be a super exciting matchup. I think Robins are a super underrated team. They've had moments where they probably could have looked maybe a little bit better. And I think Offit have also had a real tough slice of competition the entire road to this point so far. Every single time we've seen them have been up against an absolute titanic team. And so now I think we're actually going to get a chance to see what that team is made of.
Yeah, well, we got Buckley Space 4 Space going up against Shriver Space 4 Space. For our first match of the day, guys, you're going to be the ones taking us through that action. It is going to be a banger of a start to CONUS at day 4, so I leave it in your hands. Brody, take it away, my friend.
Alrighty, thanks, mate. Yeah, we got a hell of a match ahead of us here, so it's time to start eliminate some teams. We've got some teams in a Worlds. This was a 12-team competition after all, but to get down to our inevitable champion, it's time to start slicing some teams out of the competition, and that starts right now. Now, it's worth saying, as you guys just saw there in your schedule bracket graphic, that you guys can see there's multiple matches going on at any one time, so we'll be offering you guys updates as much as we possibly can for every single match that is going on. With that said, then, let's start talking about the match ahead of us. It's Buckley, it's Shriver. Let's start talking about these teams, Enigma.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's about time that we get to witness a team going home in this tournament, which, you know, it can be a sad feat sometimes, but also this is a 5-day line. It was a pleasure and a present all on itself to get here. That prize, that privilege to carry on through the deeper stages, you're going to have to earn that right. And for both of these teams, tournament life is on the line. For Buckley, of course, we're going to be looking at Swerving Drew, Dante, Sour Patch Kid, and Hale. Whereas for Shriver, we're going to be looking at the White Boy, Ben, Scrub, Perkco, and Zetic. For me, a couple of names, of course, on that Buckley Space Force Space team that I'm looking at and thinking, okay, we've seen that you're pretty good. We've seen that you've got some quality. I put you in this bracket of, like, can you step on forward? But for me, Shriver, I think there's one player in particular that stands out, and that is going to be Zetic. I think he's the one that has stood head and shoulders above the rest of that team. And if his squad are going to have a chance to get through this, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, we've seen Shriver once on broadcast, and that was back in day number 1. So actually during the regional stage of the competition as well, against Malmstrom. And yeah, I mean, they had, I think it was the Search and Destroy was the best shot they had across all 3 maps. They did get 3-0'd, and that was, I think it was an early First Blood situation where they were in First Blood after First Blood, and they really did catch Malmstrom by surprise. So that's what I'm looking for when we look deeper into the Shriver roster later down the line. But they do have stiff competition because this Buckley roster has made market improvements over the course of the week. Every single time we've seen them, they have looked better. Let's dive a little bit deeper into Shriver, though. Let's talk about this roster a little bit more, because you're saying Zetic is the guy to watch out for, and I definitely agree with that. I got to give a lot of to Perk as well. Perk is another player I think that's had his moments every single time we've seen this roster, but it's one of those conversations I always talk about. If everybody in this roster can step up, they will give Buckley a real problem here in this one.
Yeah, it's a tough one, and there's a good point that's mentioned at the top of the show about how some squads we just really haven't seen enough of, or at least not seen enough of them against teams in their actual like bucket of talent, because we've got a lot of these top against bottom end squads coming up against each other. And I do think there's a echelon of talent, if you will, here in this tournament that kind of stands above everybody else. But for all these other teams, about, all right, well, where do you sit in that mid-pack, in that second tier? Are you right up there as one of the squads that should be in that top 6 for Worlds, or are you just going to miss out? And of course, we start to find out with this one. But yeah, for me, this squad, if you're going to do it, I think it's on Zetic. But the last time we got to see them play was against Malmstrom, and he's the only one who I've kind of like noted down as like, all right, that's a player who really shone against that very tough team. That being said, of course, you've had plenty of time to VOD review, plenty of time to get together as a team, figure out your systems, and we could well see the other 3 gentlemen step up here, put on a show, and cause a surprise.
Yeah, I think the question is, are Buckley an easier opponent to take down than Malmstrom? Where do they lie in the power rankings, as it were? And let's talk about Buckley a little bit then, because I do think they have got better over the course of the week. I think going back to the very first time that we saw Buckley, they were a bit of a disappointment, right? This is the former 2024 CONUS champions, but is it really? Because they've only got 1 player returning from that lineup, and that is Hale. Excuse me, 2 players. We figured that out in the end. 2 players returning from that lineup is Hale and Dante, who previously played on another name. And both of those players are solid, but I think it's taken a while for Swerving Jew and Sour Patch Kid to not just recognize their roles within the team, but actually activate and have a more active kind of role in even the slaying department, because they have improved in there.
Yeah, it's a weird one, because this whole matchup now feels like a tale of 2 stories, because it's very much so a case for Buckley of, if you've got Hale and he's having one of those maps that we know he can have, your respawn should be fine, especially the hard points at least anyway. His impact can be sometimes limited in control because we've got static points rather than rotating ones. But, you've got that backup in Dante, who was, of course, going by the name of Atama last year, and you've got then this duo that really can rule the roost a little bit out there in the respawn side of things. Their S&D, though, was a big disappointment. They were well and truly pushed aside yesterday. We got the opportunity to watch them. So for Drew, for Sour Patch Kid, I mean, Drew, he's only recently apparently stepped into actually playing Call of Duty. So, I mean, phenomenal performance to get to this point regardless, young man. But yeah, both Drew and Sour Patch Kid, if we're looking to plug a couple of holes in the system that is Buckley right now, it's got to be in those S&Ds where I see them contribute.
All right, well, there's a look then at our teams. Let's take a look at the maps. What battlegrounds are these guys been facing off against one another on here in just a moment? Because, yeah, I mean, like, there's always this part of the conversation now. When we first kind of entered this competition, we were talking a little bit about maps, and we're saying, look, I think a lot of it is going to be teams playing for themselves, and I think there is an element of that here in the conversation, that teams are just kind of trying to get rid of maps they're not comfortable with. But now I think teams can play a little bit more strategically with what maps you're vetoing against each other. Have they done that in this best of 5? Well, we are kicking off this best of 5 with a Skyline hardpoint, and I think this is interesting for me, Enigma, because this is one of the maps that we saw versus Peterson yesterday. Now, they didn't win it, but they did give Peterson a tough time on that map.
Yeah, they did. This immediately opens up, and I'm kind of like, all right, well, if we're looking for someone to really pop off in a hard point, of course, we're looking across at Hale. I think Skyline suits him even more so. He just enjoys being amongst the thick of it at all times, amongst the action, ridiculous technical ability, knows how to put the Omni movement to use. Very much so the kind of player who's going to snap onto gunfights and break through defensive setups, lead the line for his team. So, yeah, nice and early here. I think that this favors Buckley. Whether or not they can take a hold of this, whether or not Shriver have some answers, and that's why they've let Skyline come in, whether they just feel more comfortable here because the fundamentals of Hardpoint aren't as strict here when it comes to Skyline, and they feel like, okay, well, let's just turn it into a bloodbath and see if we can cause an upset. Maybe that's the case, but yeah, I think nice and early, we're looking for Hale to put up some serious figures.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a real curveball, I think, for us, right? Because I think for both of these teams, you recognize the fact that Zetic is the guy to watch out for on Shriver. For Buckley, I think it's undoubtedly Hale, who I think went like something ridiculous, like double positive yesterday in that Hacienda hardpoint versus Peterson. Like, we know the guys we're looking out for to step up to the plate for these rosters. We know what we're looking for. Now it is just a case of how are they going to get it done. Well, you might not know how to get things done on Hardpoint, and if you don't, it's a video for you.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
All right, well, that's how you play Hardpoint, folks. So now you know. I still am not entirely sure myself. Let's hope these guys know how to play Hardpoint. But what do we think this match is going to go down like? How do we think this match is going to conclude? We have our predictions to go through. Again, just going to get it out there, throw it out there that I'm currently leading. I don't, again, think I will be by the end of the next couple of days, but I'm happy right now. Buckley, 3-1 is what I'm saying. You got a clean 3-0, though.
Yeah, I can understand why you're going with that 3-1, my friend, because the S&Ds for Buckley were terrifyingly bad yesterday, getting 6-0'd. But I think with this Buckley lineup, I'm fully expecting to take the respawns. I'm not going to try and hide that one. I think that they've got a ridiculous squad there, led by a real talent at the front line. But I think if you're Buckley, you've got plenty of experience in your back pocket. I think that one thing you should walk away from yesterday is, all right, we have got to fix up our searches. So I'm hoping they've done that overnight and they get a clean sweep here.
Yeah, that is the thing for me. I think it does just depend on whether or not we can see one of these maps being taken away in either the search and destroy or the control, because that's where Buckley looked weakest yesterday versus Peterson, right? It's just like, look, I know it's Peterson. Peterson are quite clearly one of the strongest teams, if not the strongest team in the competition, so how much can you really take away from that? But there was an element of, for me, it felt like Buckley maybe looked a little lost in search and destroy and control yesterday, and I'm hoping that that can be exploited for a map to go the other way. That being said, folks, we're about to jump into the map here. It's time to get the penultimate day of action here for the CONUS Championships in 2025 off the ground. Skyline Hardpoint, and again, it's important to note, this is something we saw yesterday for Buckley. They did not win it, but they are getting stronger as a roster, and they did give Peterson a run for their money here.
Yeah, very good Peterson team that they pushed all the way. And as such, we start to look towards them to take an early lead here, command of things. But do Shriver have anything to answer back? Well, we're going to break off for P1. We've got Shriver in yellow, Buckley in green. And straight away here, Scrub's going to set up, and he's going to have a lot of bodies as Hale puts that Omni movement to use, and it's 2, make it 3 for Buckley. All 4 dead to kick things off.
Shout out the colours, by the way. I'm glad we got some new colours in here. We're spicing things up a little bit for the penultimate day. So, shout out production for that one. Regardless, yeah, looking forward to seeing who's going to take control of this matchup. Hale early on is doing serious damage. He's getting a couple of kills inside this hill, and nobody from Shriver is able to get past. One player has slipped the net, and it's the guy you were talking about. Zedek comes through for a crucial double. Will be denied the third, but that double opens the door for Scrub to jump in the hill.
White by Ben might find a route actually around the back as he finds a player at piano. Unfortunately, not going to make much progress other than that. But you are backed up by Perkco, who's found one. So look at the heads turn. Dante, Sour Patch Kid, you got to turn. Sour Patch Kid shoots Dante, so that's not going to help the situation. Still got to clear out this back line. Make sure you protect yourself. Set up a bit of foundation going forward. And if anything, you're doing the right thing here if you're Perkco, and you even walk away with kills and get the spawn. Problem is, there's Hale in close proximity.
And he is a massive problem. You need to shut him down. Oh, Scrub gets burned. Hale somehow surviving that fight, able to get the regen here. More work to be done, and Hale's going to be the guy to do it. Another player, surely not Hale. That's despicable. 6 for the man, and Buckley are in.
Insanity already on show from Hale. As you said, 6 in a row here, 11-2 to start things off. Sometimes, you know, teams that are the favorite will come out slow. They take the foot off the gas. They're expecting to walk over things. Hale, no way. Hale, please die. And, well, I'm going to assume that at 9 HP, that went horribly wrong. 7 kills to start things off for Hale. I mean, at the end of the day, he's gone so damn nuclear. He's crashed the entire server. Guy absolutely pops off. Yeah, I was about to say, you know, sometimes you can come out the flood, you know, you open up on your day, first map of the day. You're against the team that you're expected to win. You can come out a little bit slow. Hale says, to hell with that, and showcases exactly what he likes to do.
To Hale with that. Is that what you were going for there?
No, but very good. I like that. That wasn't bad. One of your better ones.
Was bad. No, it was not. That is, terrible. Anyway, start of that game, somewhat good, I would say, for Buckley, right? It's more or less what we've expected to see from them over the last couple of days. Again, you go back to that matchup versus Peterson, and we saw Buckley at moments in the game really start to play well as a team, recognize all of their different roles, right? We talk about the fact that Hale is the guy you want to be that roaming sub. Sometimes you want him inside the hard point, getting the kills, and he sort of did that a couple of times with those 2 off the start inside P1, and of course that insane 3-piece off the back of a regen just outside of P2. You want Hale in a position to do some damage and just get everybody else to kind of pick up the pieces to fit themselves around Hale. That is what Buckley are doing right now. So I like what Buckley brought to the table off the start of that game.
Yeah, 100%. And it's tough as well, because if you're Shriver, you're kind of looking and thinking, okay, well, we were hoping to get a little bit of a lead here off the start. We're hoping to, maybe contest Buckley for a hot moment. It was not looking like it was going that way. You might get a bit of a reprieve here if it turns out that the game crashed. Like I said, you've just checked that question yourself. Or whether or not it was our observer that ends up lagging out there. We're just going to find out, obviously get that back to you guys and give you the update that you are no doubt waiting on. It sounds like it was an observer issue, so somewhere off in the ether, Hale is still absolutely putting belt to ass for Shriver.
I can imagine it's just happening somewhere else. Like, just cut away. It's happening. It is happening, guys. Don't worry. We'll provide updates on that match. I don't know if that match is actually still going on or not, if they've shut it down so that we can get an observer in there off the back of a restart. I'm really not entirely sure. When we have an update for you guys, we will let you know. Just a reminder about their other match that's going on right now. Obviously, we can't provide an update because we don't know how far into that match it is. Yes. But I believe that match will be Cannon and Charleston. That's going to be a good one as well. We were talking about Cannon yesterday. Last night, real surprise versus Langley Eustace Enigma, because they kind of got in trouble a little bit, right? I mean, Cannon did so well off the start, but got come back on, I think, in the hard point in the Search and Destroy. I'm not too sure if you got to see that.
I did get to see bits. I'm not going to lie. It was getting late, so I sat down with some dinner, propped my phone up on the table, and was kind of half paying attention to bits and pieces. But I watched back this morning, and you end up in it. I think one of the things, this Cannon squad are weird. Like, it feels like individually, you've so much talent, so much ability. Just something about the team where there just seems to be a bit not there at the minute, not fully glued up, and you end up in a situation where once another team really fights back, then they just don't have those systems to lay on that will help you kind of stand up and come out swinging yourself. It seems to be a bit of spine, that bit of steel right now, just not there, and they need to figure that out if they are going to push up towards the top end of CONUS, which is, with the 4 that they've got on that roster, where we're expecting them to be, quite frankly.
All right, well, that is the match that's going on off broadcast right now, Cannon and Charleston. We'll keep you guys updated with that one. Now, number 1, between Buckley and Shriver is currently ongoing. Unfortunately, you folks won't get to see that. We're going to go to a very quick break. On the other side, we've got a map number 2, and we'll have an update on what the hell's going on.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Hey folks, how you doing? Apologies for the small delay there, a little break that we didn't want to happen, but it did. And we're back now with map number 2 on the horizon because map number 1 is done. Enigma, you know a lot of things. Do you know what happened in map number 1?
I appreciate you saying I know a lot of things. Sometimes I feel like I don't, but that's going to gas me up the entire weekend. Appreciate that. Ahead of my first Father's Day as well. What a man. Anyway, 250 to 120 was the score. Buckley Space Force base. Unfortunately, we don't get a shot off the scoreboard, but I'm going to assume that Hale put up somewhere in the region of like a 50 because that guy was shooting nukes right at the start of that matchup, and I'm going to guess that he didn't slow down considering the gap in the score. It looks like Shriva did find a way back into the match a little bit to make it at least respectable. It's not that 100-point clubbing situation, but yeah, this is kind of what we expected coming into this series. The respawns, they're going to be tough to contend with. It's all about what happens from there as to whether or not we see Shriva in a way of getting into this series.
I don't know why you're so confident Hale was going to be the one to drop 50, mate. I think it might have been Swerve and Drew. I don't know, mate. Just me. Anyway, yeah, map number 2 is on the horizon. Let's remind you guys about what the veto looks like before we get into it then with that 250 to 120 scoreline now applied. So yeah, we kind of expected Buckley to walk away with map number 1 victory and map number 4 if it goes the distance. They proved very proficient at a hard point yesterday against Peterson. It's the rest of the series where we've got a lot of question marks. It does feel like they're going to have to win out in 2-3-5 for Shriva if they want to be competitive. We do have Hacienda Search and Destroy coming up next, and I believe this is the map going all the way back towards their matchup versus Malmstrom, where they were very competitive, forced it all the way to a round 10. I think it was a late game comeback from Malmstrom that ended up giving them the victory. I do feel I've got a lot of confidence here. I think that Shriva can come back and actually take away this Search and Destroy.
I mean, same. After what we saw in the evidence that we've had, we are seeing gaps in the play of Buckley when it comes to Search, especially when it comes to that first blood situation. It feels like Hale is the person that you're leaning on so much. In Search and Destroy, of course, your life is very valuable. It's a one-off. You know, you've got to not throw it away so easily. And we're seeing him try and play for those first bloods, but that's a very high-risk, high-reward situation where he gets cut down just as often as you would expect in first blood situation, and as such leaves the rest of his team in a tough spot. So whether or not he decides to change that up and actually just stick on an AR, play over as one of his teammates and put them on the front line, maybe that's a viable strategy, and that suddenly builds Buckley into these S&Ds. But for Shriva, I look at this foursome. They're 4 solid players. They're 4 players that are capable of pulling together decent strategies coming out here and taking advantage of that whole Buckley weakness. And so, yeah, when you started talking 3-1 in your prediction and I was at 3-0, I'm like, damn, Brody might pull another point away here because I can certainly see it happening.
Yeah, well, I might. I don't know, though. Before we get into Search and Destroy, though, you might be new here. You might not know how it plays. Here's how it does.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
All right, well, that is Search and Destroy. If you didn't know how it was played, now you do. An update on the scorelines then at the end of game number 1. We knew it was a 250 to 120. We're asking about Hale's KD at the end of the game. What did Hale do? Did he do anything crazy? 48 kills, 17 deaths. So yeah, just too shy of the 50 bomb, which, you know what, we'll give it to him. You know, I mean, in my mind, in my heart, Hale got a 50 bomb. That was a phenomenal performance out of him, phenomenal performance out of Buckley as they take map number 1. And as we said, they needed to do that. The real question, the real task is going to be over the next couple of maps. Are they able to convincingly take these ones away from Shriva? In my mind, if they come out here and sweep through the Search and Destroy, this is going to be a 3-0 and you're going to get another point on the board.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, feeling fantastic about my prediction ability right now. Someone get me a lottery ticket because, I mean, I said 50, just 48. So, yeah, all right, fair enough. There's a £200 million rollover as well this week in the UK. So, you never know. This could be my last time working with you, Brody. But it is a case of you look at this series that we're trying to set up. There's a lot of different storylines as well for deeper into this competition, especially with Buckley, because the S&D is such a weakness that we're highlighting that it's like, you really want to find a way to close that now against a team that you're expecting to run over in the respawns. You don't want to have to figure out how to close that when you're up against a squad that you might well lose to and not make worlds because of it. So it'll be interesting to see if they have done the VOD review overnight, made the changes coming into this map too, and we start going, all right, yeah, Buckley, they look okay in search. It's not that complete 6-0 walkover that we saw yesterday type of situation. But we love an underdog story too. Shriver getting back into this, I'd love to see it personally.
Yeah, same. I just want more competitive Call of Duty after, what was it, three zeros yesterday or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah.
Like, I want more of that. I want more game fives. I think we had like a couple of game fives over the course of days number 1 and 2 as well. So just give me more game 5 action. Give me more like crazy comebacks. I don't think we've seen a reverse sweep yet. We almost saw one the other day. I think it was between Dover and Robbins, right? That
yeah,
you and Seymour casted. That's the closest we've gone. I just want to see something absolutely insane like that, mate.
No, absolutely. I've mentioned it a couple of times through the tournament because, I mean, we're blessed, first of all, to get a 5-day LAN. Like, how often do you see those? It is absolutely wonderful event that CONUS is for all of us here. And so, we've gone through this multiple times where it's like, you look to... We're blessed to do what we do. We want to see the best competition, and that usually involves getting all the way through to a game 5 and watching an absolute bloodbath take place. Don't get me wrong, we've had some really great games that unfortunately have just all gone the way of one team that turned into 3-0s. But yeah, there was a moment, day 1 and yesterday, where we all just kind of went, some of these teams really are different to some of the others. They're walking over their opposition.
And that always happens, right? I mentioned it at the very beginning of the week that some of the biggest differences in some of these... It's why I was predicting so many 3-0s on day 1. I think every single one of my predictions on day 1 was a 3-0. And for good reason, because very often if you have a team that has like a slight advantage, right, where they kind of know just a little bit more than their opposition does, in a situation where there is a kind of a low knowledge pool between the two teams, it can create a massive difference where a 3-0... It might not be like a massive 3-0. It might not be like a 250 to 90 hard point, a 6-0 search and destroy, something like that. But a 3-0 is a 3-0, right? You know how to win maps. So it can make a massive difference when it actually comes to playing out the games. I think as we've got further and further into the tournament, I think especially when we get to those winners bracket semi-finals later on today, that's when we're going to start to see maybe some later stages of these matches. Maybe we will get a reverse sweep, but I do think for certain that one of those semi-finals is going to be a game 5. I'm booking it right now. Give me another prediction point if one of those is a game 5. I know it's a bit of a soft prediction, but I do want something for it. We are just waiting for the game to get underway, folks. We'll be in a map 2 before you know it. While we do, I wonder if there's any updates on the other series that's going on right now. Again, a reminder that Canon are taking on Charleston right now, and all of these matches through the first couple of slots here are elimination matches. So if Shriver don't buck up their ideas, they're done. They don't get to compete anymore.
No, as said before, you have to earn your rights to play in the further days here. Of course, you have made it all the way to day 4, so that's a fantastic effort. But it's now, you got to find your way into day 5, and that will have to start at Hacienda Search and Destroy if Shriver are going to find their way into the series. We've talked about the potential weaknesses for Buckley. We've talked about whether or not they adjust. A lot of things to learn on the opening rounds. Then it's all about the depth of strategy. Do you have the stamina to get yourself through the Hacienda Search and Destroy to face either Canon or Joint Base Charleston that, as you mentioned, are playing off stream right now, but we're off. We're underway. Again, the beautiful yellow of Shriver and the green of Buckley, they will clash. And, well, Shriver, they have an idea of exactly where they want this bomb.
They're going straight towards B here. Buckley have fully set themselves up through the middle of the map. Not a single soul has barreled themselves towards B side. So that means this is going to be a free plant for Shriver, excuse me. And now we'll see what happens on the post plant. I'm curious to see if anybody peeks out on that harbor side, and they don't. So that's going to make things super awkward now. And here we go. Buckley now on the reapproach. Nobody watching in that direction. White Boy Ben is not even traded. Nobody ready for this whatsoever. The kills are starting to fall through. Just one more player. Scrubber's about as far away from the site as you can possibly get. And that is not a good post plant setup from Shriver.
No, that's a very worrying sign early on as well. I mean, I love the initial play call, the aggression, the direction that you take that bomb. You get it straight down. You set yourself up in the 4. And yeah, the post-plant situation just doesn't let you to trade out, make it difficult at all for Buckley to find kills. So that makes you easy to punch through. It's just, yeah, it's nervy, looks tentative, but also you then also see that Buckley, they've got Hale on an AR, which is what we were talking about. Have you made that adjustment so that Hale's going to play further back and just utilize his gun skill rather than trying to force first blood situation? Still finds the first blood, but it's in a more protected state. And as such, all of a sudden, I become very worried about how this S&D is going to look.
Well, that is a great start for Buckley. Good reaction from them. They are taking a more measured approach here on round number 2. 2-2 split with a couple of players approaching that B site and a couple of players through the middle of the map. Hale's making a lot of noise, and there hasn't been a reaction from Zedek for it, so should be a freebie for Hale. I don't know if he saw Zedek cross that corner, but the bomb is going down regardless. So Hale, bit of a wild card here in this situation, and he will finally pop off.
And also finds a kill from Office as well to just trap Scrub and Zetic into the top corridors. This is Hale with 3. Hale looking for the ace. If you're one of his teammates here, you're backing off and telling him to go and find it. And Scrub right now, you're checking every corner, but it won't matter. Hale with all 4, showing that true flex capability as well, by the way. Sticking on the SMG as and when needed. Punches straight through the heart and soul of Shriver. And right now, do we get extra prediction points if we predict the 6-0 for in the S&D?
We just want extra prediction points somewhere along the line. I feel like I need it to keep you guys away from me, to be honest. No extra points. It's been confirmed. So that's like they really needed to drill that one home. That there's no chance of us getting any extra prediction points, regardless. Despite the fact that sometimes we predict the right winners, it's just not the right score. But you know what? I'm still sorry about it. Buckley 2-0 up now. Hale 6-0 start to this search and destroy. It won't be long before we start talking about the Hellstorm missile potential of it all. Finally, though, a good start for Zedek in this round, but Hale comes through and puts a stop to it. 8 kills. The Hellstorm missile is not earned. So something positive to talk about for Shriver, but everything else is just not that great. Scrub can't finish his food.
Yes, unfortunately, because you turn it into a 2v2, and one of the players that you have finally cut down is going to be Hale. So you kind of limited his damage, his impact there. But that being said, it's not left you with a favorable position. Scrub here trying to figure out this 1v2 with the bomb down. I mean, Drew and Sharpatch Kid are playing this the right way, checking shoulders, and beautiful work from Swerve and Drew, a man who we're being told has only recently picked up Call of Duty. I struggle to believe that a little bit, if I'm completely honest with you. Is he matching Hale's performance? No. Is he doing a great job still? Absolutely. I will give Shriver a little bit of love here. I do at least feel that on their offenses, they're directing what they want to do, and they are playing as a 4-man there. They're just being outgunned.
And that does feel like a difference right now. Straight up. So often you want to be this analytical god, right? You want to talk about, our X team's doing all of these things right, all the pathing that they're taking through the map. They're making all the right decisions. And sometimes it really is just as simple as X team is just beating Y team in the gunfights. And that's literally what we're seeing right here from Buckley. They are shredding Shriver a new one. And Shriver don't really have much to say about it. Look at this for resistance. And nil point for Pertco as he goes down. Still on the donut in this round. Hale on the hunt for more, and he will get it. That's double digits for Hale, and we're only 4 rounds into this search and destroy.
Hale just continues to prowl this top corridor. Finds 3. Please, dear God, not back-to-back aces. Don't let this man do it to him. And Hale, you'll see Scrub, and, well, he at least has the temperament as well. The head on his shoulders to check himself, to not rush out. That being said, he's probably going to get some of the worst timing ever. So it does die again. Avoid those aces coming through in back-to-back offensive rounds. But it doesn't make the situation much more tenable as Scrub sticks his head out and loses his face. It's clean from Buckley right now. And the thing is as well about that offensive strategy, you ended up with the 3 players rushing A to plant the bomb down, all then providing Overwatch with their ARs. And Hale was just like, well, I can put my SMG into a spot that just suits SMGs, right? That top dark, that top arches area, he can flip in and out, move around, flow like water, as he loves to do, and control that situation so well, playing to his strength without making it a situation that puts either him or his team massively at risk when it comes to that post plant. Beautiful work. Does feel like they've done a little bit of odd review here and made some adjustments.
Yeah, Buckley are playing very, very well. Again, I've been saying it, bro. This team is making adjustments every single match. They're improving every single match. And this is certainly a massive improvement over what happened last night. Even with the first bloods, Dante already striking first in this round. Hale going to follow up with yet another one. Shriver left hurt and scampering away. They're looking for some kind of over-aggression. And if this is the play, it's the right one.
they're a bit nervous about whether or not it is the right one, though. Too little information, if anything, to really make that call confidently. They're going to get this bomb down, and Buckley are going to be like, how the hell have you slipped through all four of us? As you start to see that retake come through. And, of course, it's Hale who finds one. Pre-fires the second, will die, but White Boy Ben, what do you have? It is at least one on the board. Will be instantly traded. So he goes 5-0. Swerving Drew. Well, I tell you what, he might be relatively new to the game, but not to the toxicity that we like to bring on main stage as he shoots the bomb to make it very clear that his team are winning right now.
I think these guys are on a collision course for what would this be, the third 6-0 we've seen in Search and Destroy this week so far, to my memory. Would be pretty phenomenal. Of course, they were on the receiving end of one, so it's only fair, I guess, that they're able to pull one off themselves. Buckley looking so good right now. Hale has slowed up a little bit over the last couple of rounds, but I'm not really sure it matters that much in the grand scheme of things what Hale does at this point. Shriver will have to full sail this Search and Destroy if they want to survive it. Buckley, where do you go? Bomb in hand, through the middle of the map. They've got an open B site if they want it. Shriver have hit a 50-50 gamble, full stacked on towards A, and that's not where Buckley are going.
Saunter on forward so easily here. Get the plant. And, well, Hale's on Overwatch as you watch Dante reposition to control mid as well. So you've got your king and queen in the respective positions that you need them to be. There will be a first blood, so we'll give you the numbers advance on the potential retake, but still a lot to do with just 30 seconds. And, oh, God.
Hale looking for more. Player has escaped him. I mean, this might be the best thing I've seen anybody from Shriver do this entire Search and Destroy thus far. White Boy Ben on the escape route. Hale going to have to go hunting for that last kill, and he will. Couple more players more, just scrub down, and it'll be a clean 6-0, and he is hiding. It's not hide and seek, it's Call of Duty, and you can't win. Scrub goes down. Buckley 6-0, a statement victory.
Yeah, that's in many ways what we wanted to see out of Buckley, right? Do you make the adjustments? The answer is yes. Is Hale still him? Absolutely Himalayan with a ridiculous performance. 16-3 here to close things out. Almost back-to-back offensive round aces. First bloods aplenty, still not really slowing down there as he finds 3 on the board, and, well, wonderful performance from Buckley. Now, you know, I'm going to look on over to Shriver and try and give them some flowers because, you know, that's what I like to try and do, at least keep it positive. There was, at least on the offensive rounds, the intent. There was strategy. There was, okay, we're going to hit this together as a squad. You go back to round 1, and there's that instant rush onto B. Is the post-plant setup great? No. I think you're a little bit nervous because you're kind of like looking around. Where could Hale be coming from at any moment? We're very worried about where this team might be arriving from. And as such, he just rips you apart. Yeah, the ideas are correct. The executions maybe need a bit of work. That being said, if this is your final stand at the tournament, I think you can still hold your head quite high that the person that's pulling you apart also has done that to many other teams and players over the years.
Yeah, Hale is very good at Call of Duty. He is, I think, better than every single caster on this team combined. Yes. And to be honest, that doesn't take that much, considering we got Seymour and he dragged us all down a little bit. Hale is very, very good at the game. What was it? Almost 50 bomb in game number 1. He had something ridiculous in game number 2. Was it 13, 14, something like that in the end? Just insane stat lines from Hale. And he gets like 10 of those kills through the first couple of rounds as well. Hale is doing bits right now. He's not single-handedly carrying his team through this. His team is certainly doing a lot, but still, his presence is a worrying one for Shriver, and they have to find a way to stop him, because now, Buckley, 2-0 up. They are one map away from a clean 3-0 and getting themselves into the next attempt at qualification, whoever they end up facing in losers round 2. Before we get there, though, we've got a map number 3 coming up, folks, and we're going to go to a very short break. On the other side of this, we've got map 3. Don't go far.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the CONUS Esports Championships for 2025. We're 2 maps deep into our first series of the penultimate day of action here with Buckley 2-0 up against Shriver. And they're looking hot at the moment. We said the way into this series for Shriver was either games number 2 or game number 3, and well, one of those has fallen away from them.
Yeah, it's tough right now. I do have 2 little things to address before we move on with the rest of this conversation. Number 1, the 3-0s are continuing elsewhere because Canon have absolutely walked through their opponents in joint base Charleston. But also, Seymour said something in Discord, and he said something in Twitch chat yesterday, and it upset me a little bit, and we're going to continue that trend here a little bit because Seymour comes out and says that he is better than Hale. So, Hale, if you're watching this on Rewind later on, if you want an opportunity to sell that 1v1 so we can all tune in, please do let me know. Get in the DMs, I'll get it organized, and it will be a great time for everybody. Anyway, back to our series. Yes, Buckley looking superb. I've addressed the S&D issues. For Shriver, I mean, you've just got to, like, kind of hope your leaders have gotten you together in that break. You push aside what has happened in the first 2 maps. You go, all right, it's completely fresh. Hacienda control. We know that Hale is going to be a bit more put in a box here because he's going to have to sit in certain parts of the map to make sure he's actually having impact. And we try and either pick him off individually and then swarm the rest of the team, or we just go hell for leather here and try our very best.
Yeah, I don't know what you do, if I'm honest. If you're Shriver, you just have to shut down Hale, straight up. If you don't shut down Hale, you're not winning this game, because Hale has been the biggest issue for a lot of teams, to be fair, right? I mean, I still think, even with this roster somewhat underperforming this year comparatively to their championship run last year, I think Hale is one of the best players in this tournament, if not the best player in the tournament. And he continues to perform pretty much every single game that he plays in, even yesterday when these guys were struggling versus Peterson. So, you know, he's looking so good. If you shut him down, this becomes a lot more palatable of a situation to control. And speaking of control, that is what's coming up next. We have Hacienda, and you really do have to go heavy here. You have to come hard at Buckley. You've got to come out the gate swinging, and if you don't, if you come out flat, you're going to be in a world of hurt. Honestly, you have to stop these guys before they get rolling, because you're going to be facing down streaks, going to round number 2, you know, all sorts of things. Yeah. And it's not going to be looking good. You got to make sure you come out swinging in round number 1. No,
you do. It's... Yeah, the last thing you need right now after the 2 matches you've just faced is to get absolutely rolled over at the start. It just becomes very messy. And, yeah, you're right about streaks, spawn traps, the deflation that does. There's a million different things that you have to do in control to be successful. You got to check a lot of boxes on the way. And, well, if you're going to do all of those things, you need to know what they are. And, of course, we have an explainer to tell you exactly that.
For control, teams compete in a round-based respawn game mode where each team is either attacking or defending a set of objectives. At the start of each round, each team begins with a pool of 30 lives split across all members of the team. The attacking team must capture both zones before either time expires or they run out of lives. The defending team must prevent the attacking team from capturing both objectives while staying alive themselves. If one of the 2 objectives is captured, the attacking team will receive an additional minute of time to capture the second zone. The first team to win 3 rounds will win the game. However, if the score is tied and it reaches a 5th and final round, the team that captured the most objective points throughout the first 4 rounds will be the defending team in that final round and have the inherent advantage.
All right, folks, welcome back here to the CONUS Esports Championships. We're about to get into our 3rd and potentially final map of this series. Then you now know how control is played, but do Shriver know how control is played well enough to take down Buckley? That is the question. Again, a reminder, Enigma's already let you know that one of the matches is done. Canon have 3-0 Charleston. So if this is a 3-0, our day of wanting game 5s is not starting so well. So let's hope it's not.
It's not, but at the same time, I get a prediction point. So, Buckley, Space Force, base all the damn
Please
way, baby.
don't.
About to get Hale's name tattooed on me somewhere. I'm not going to reveal where until later on through the stream. But anyway, we are off and underway for map 3. The Yellow of Shriver, can you make a wall against this Buckley Space Force base squad that have been so damn strong? Well, this break-off, we talked about it. It's got to be great. You are on offense. You don't want to be pushed back to your own gates. And, well, of course, Hale opens up with the blood.
Yeah, this is the problem. There's no reaction. Scrub turns around finally, but it's too late at that point. Hale hits the full regen and is able to pop off for a second kill. So, as far as the offense is concerned for Shriver off the start of this game, this has not happened whatsoever. Finally, kills starting to come through, though. Perk able to pick up 1 hit looking for another kill now, backing away, waiting for the rest of the squad, and you're just not getting that support whatsoever. Perk down for the count. White Boy Ben will trade out, but you're doing all of this to rely on a late flank through from Scrub. I don't even know if he's going to get that.
No, and he doesn't either, as he's found from Sour Patch Kid coming back off spawn. So, yeah, situation goes from bad to worse. If you are Shriever, you continue to funnel a little bit in towards B. Like Zetic's approach, you're trying to play in through lobby and give you a different angle to maybe clear out those top dark, but I mean, you're just not winning much. To be fair, the lives aren't that far apart. It's just a case of your kills are having such little impact. But Perk will find a clearance here at the top. And oh, if you'd have turned onto Hail for that, that would have given you a little bit more progress. And as you get to fight for A, unfortunately, there's going to be a man to contest you. 20 seconds, got to dive a point, got to start to see some progress here. This has been a super swift defense by Buckley.
That's going to be all she wrote for this round, as Buckley able to take that win away. I don't really know entirely what was happening there with White Boy Ben. I was trying to figure out for the longest time that he was not moving on the new map. That's what I was saying, but you guys didn't hear me for some reason. Totally not me. White Boy Ben, yeah, just sat in the spawn. What I was saying in that second was that, oh yeah, these guys are like, every time they lose their opening gunfight with one player, every time they lose their gunfight with one player. No, I wasn't. It's fine. Every time they lose their gunfight, well, you just didn't hear me. I don't know why you didn't hear me. Every time they lose their gunfight with one player, the rest of the other players just turtle up and they don't move. They just wait for that player to come to spawn. I was saying that White Boy Ben just... I was like, yeah, that's what he's doing. They just wait off spawn. 5 seconds left. I don't know why they're doing it, but I assume there was actually some technical issues there. So I don't know if we'll see if we'll replay it that round. I think that's what they'll want because, yeah, did not go well for like 3 attempts at that zone.
Brother, I have had a lot of caffeine this week, all right? And I thought for a second, oh no, this is how it ends. So all of a sudden, there was nothing coming back in my ears. That was absolutely crazy. Anyway, very glad to hear that actually that wasn't the case. You're completely right about the round. It's just, it didn't go well for Shriever. I think we pointed to a couple of different things there. There was no concerted hit. It felt like in S&D, off the break off there was like, okay, as a 4-man, we're doing this exact thing. And then in the control, you didn't do like that kind of play that may have isolated Hale and then given you an opportunity to collapse on a point, because we know how control works. We've just an explainer to tell you guys how control works. And you've got, if you get that big 3-4-man wipe, you can stack the point and make some real progress. And that's what Shriever have got to do here for me. So rolling out off the start, if we do get that round reset, yeah, you've got to send it as a 4-man towards the same thing. Try not be on a wavelength. Otherwise, you're just asking to get pulled apart.
Yeah, the question is, are we going to see a full reset there again? Because we were quite deep into that round of 1. Don't know if it's going to be a full reset here to 0-0. We do know the lobby is being remade right now. Okay, so yeah, so it is going to be fully reset here. So from 0-0. So if you're Shriever, you got busted in round number 1, all right? You got put in trouble. Wasn't good whatsoever. You can't let that happen again. You're literally being given a lifeline here. You phone in a friend, getting somebody else in. I don't know. Something's got to happen here. Because, I don't know. Just Hale's doing the same thing. At the start of every single round here, at the start of every single game where he is just running through you. And there's just very little reaction. And I would actually argue there's very little anticipation from Shriever as well, right? Like, you know it's going to happen, and yet they just don't prepare for it whatsoever. So I would like to see those adaptations being brought in here to this reset.
Yeah, I think one of the things that worries me the most about it is the mental side of the game, which is there was a kill from Hale, and you, me, Seymour, we've all been in ranked, and you get to a point where you spot that the other team have got one really handy player. And as a group, what you do is you turn around and go, all right, let's find that guy. The second we find him, everyone smother him, because then we can shut him down. It felt almost like the opposite thing for Shriever. It kind of felt like, you know what, you guys can deal with that problem because I don't want any part of it. And that just can't be the attitude here. You can't let him roam freely. You've got to go find him, yeah, and just scream, look, hey, he's here, come kill him, like, and then we can focus the rest of the squad. Because I mean it doesn't get too much easier. Like, while Hale is indeed the star man for Buckley, they've still got a decent team after that. So you just want to find as many ways as you can to check off those boxes and make your job easier. And for Shriever, well, you had a dummy run, you had a practice. Did you learn anything from it? What do those lessons look like, or is it all business as usual for Buckley?
Well, I think Shriever might be able to put a whole new meaning in what a dummy run is, because Buckley have come out swinging at the start of these games. And this time, relatively passive. Hale is taking the same route and will win the first gunfight against Zedek. Perk immediately goes down to Dante as well, but Scrub finds a bit of value. So Shriver here, still an opportunity. Nobody pushed up from Buckley just yet to stop those close spawns well side. Here we go. Shriver, an opportunity to hit one of these 2 points, but are they going to recognize Dante behind enemy lines? Will they take the power player and Hale out of position? This is the start we wanted to see from Shriver.
Yeah, this is much more like it, as that first tick will come through in a day of all places. Mark 1 on the board, second notch on the way, and you're finding yourself a couple of kills indeed, but the cavalry will arrive. It's a pinstripe feed, and actually Scrub's going to walk away with 3 and 5 in a row now. Opportunity to touch the point and get ever close to the Hellstorm. Unfortunately, will be picked up by Sour Patch Kid in wine, but so much better. This is what we wanted to see. Now you rotate on over to B and continue to have Buckley chasing shadows. Hale only off to a 3 and 2 start. It shows just how much better Shriver have been.
Yeah, this has been much, much better, and you've still got players pushed through as well. Please take Dante out. Please trade him out. Dante's managed to escape here. Shots from Scrub, not clean enough, and Dante will get the hell out of dodge, and there's not a immediate reaction. I think they're looking for a player to come up spawn and deal with him, and that's exactly what happened. So, good team play from Shriver. And they actually follow up with more kills too. They haven't fully cleared out the middle of the map just yet. Hale's still hanging about here. You can see Perk now pulling back to try and deal with him, but you are not dealing with a player like Hale. If anybody is going to win some crazy gunfights, it's going to be him. And finally he goes down, but he does his job. He's wasted more time off this clock.
Yeah, but it is better again from Shiva. You got 2 players who just decide to hit in through the well archway there together. That gives you the opportunity to play over the top and trade out when it comes to that Hale situation, who, speaking of which, she's going to look to try and clear the site, and that is millimeters away. No, that can't happen on main stage. You win that fight, you capture the point, you get yourself the extra minute, and this suddenly looks like a round that you can take with the progress you had on B, with the lives only being 1 different. But Hale, well, he delivers. That being said, Shriver, they're refusing to die here. They're back on the point, and it's gone.
Extra 60 seconds. And there's only 1 life differential between these 2 teams right now, so this is very realistic. You just have to get players behind enemy lines, and Scrub makes his position known, I think, a little bit more prematurely than he would have wanted there. Still got players towards the point, though. Sour Patch Kid, not the shakiest of shots here, looking for some more. Has help from Hale, who flies down to assist his teammate. Now White Boy Ben, gotta find some value before you get taken down, and it's Sour Patch Kid and Hale with the team shots to remove him from that position. So again, Shriver relying on 1 player push forward here. It will be Scrub on the other side, but you're not seeing any reinforcements. Scrub can't do anything.
5v7. Shriver do, as you just said, have that ace in the hole. It's whether or not he can find the timing, whether or not he can have the impact. What he's got to do really is be a little bit wary of the fact that Hale's playing in through mid to pinch his boys. So either you counter that with your own pinch, or you go back to find him, and you're just not having the impact. No one's coming to find you. 3v6. You got to start to dive this point.
Got to do it now. Long flank coming through from Perk. You've lost Scrub, though, so Perk's not going to get there in time to help Zedek. And yeah, your teammates really need to be doing something if you're going to make such a play. 1 versus 6 is a lot to ask for. Is it too much for a Perk? Makes his position known, will stop the clock, but won't even be able to get away with 1 kill and extra bullets in the body to close out that round. It is scrappier than the first time, but Buckley still come out on top.
They do. They do. It's so much better from Shriver. It's a hell of a lot better, in fact. Like, 4 ticks on the board. You had an opportunity there where, honestly, you find that kill onto Hale where he turns and burns. That could have been an instant capture, and then you just rotate straight to B. That was already at 1.5 ticks, and then you've got Buckley scrambling while your life's a level. This could have been a victory on the offensive. The fact that we've been talking about that says just how much Shriver have come out swinging in better form. Looking over the other side, though, Hale is also 14 and 5. So guys putting on. Dante on an 8 and 6 as well. Plenty of talent in that roster that shuts it down. For Shriver, this is where it starts to become scary, because you don't get to dictate where the fights are now. You have to spread wide and thin, and you have to try and hold your line.
It does feel like a B hit off the rip hit. Hale already opening things up with the first blood. The thing is, I don't think Buckley are a team that when they get the kills, they won't jump on the point, and Hale's finding everything. Cleans house on B. In behind enemy lines comes White Boy Ben, but he can only find 1. He will back away. Is it enough of a distraction maybe to open the door for Shriver on the other side? Zedek can't find anything. Shots down. Down to 2 HP he goes. Having a dip and dive away. Perk towards the shed will find a couple of kills. So it's possible. You've taken Hale out of the play. There goes Swerving Drew as well. And that is a clearance, but 2 ticks. You're happy with that swing if you're Buckley.
Especially with 60 seconds still to go here to come at it yet again. And that's 2 kills to give you the signal to roam on forward, and White Boy Ben will cut you down if you are Hale, but you're a little bit concerned about the fact that the reinforcing cavalry are all lined up staring straight at you. It will be contested for just a heartbeat here, and well, some incredible parkour actually comes in from Perk across the top fences. I don't see that too often, but it will all still be batted away as Hale finds 3. And now B falls. So a minute 45 to figure out this A hit. It looks like you're looking to push through these back spawns here. White Boy Ben, a lot of work on his shoulders.
That's 3 big kills, though.
Oh, God.
For Shriva. Okay, gets shut down by Dante. So that's a threat that somebody's going to have to come back and deal with towards the defensive spawn or offensive spawn, though. You can start to see them getting aggressive. And Scrub runs right onto the open. You take that all day long. Oh, not the teabag. You can't be doing that in the big year of 2025. That's not allowed. Buckley have escaped. And they are running the asylum now. Hale on the way forward. More kills being made here as the kill feed will light up green. It is a slow and steady bit of aggression here from Buckley as they are slowly taking control of this game.
It does feel that way. The Buckley are just starting to assert their dominance in this round. And they will get bodies onto A, at least 2. So you got to scramble if you're Shriver. Scrub will try and find his route in through the top. Should have turned, check to corner. Swerving Jew will be there to pick up Zetic, but it will eventually be traded. You are halfway through that second tick. You're up by 7 lives as well if you're Buckley. So it feels like it's got to be perfection from Shriver. And that's a good way to get things started. Although the trade is in.
Cleared a little bit of space here, but a couple of players still to contend with. Buckley reaching in towards that B side of the map. Shriver looking to get it done with players all around the mid-map. And all Buckley needs to do over the next 40 seconds is start to chip away at the last 5 lives they've got. This is play number 1. No, Dante can't finish his food. Scrub trades out. Now time starting to dwindle here in this round. 35 seconds to go. Shriver trying to hold on. One player pushed all the way through is Swerving Drew. He will jump on the point to try and waste some time, but he can't do anything. So Shriver, they're holding here.
25 seconds. Feels like you're waiting for a moment for one of your superstars to pop off if you're Buckley. Dante shooting just a wood door. Yeah, that's a plant, my friend. That ain't gonna do anything for you, but the pistol certainly will. And your boys back you up with kills as well. 3 in the feed, 2v7. You gotta run. If you are Shriver, 15 seconds, you gotta find these kills.
Yeah, Scrub's going for a flank around. This could be it. This could be it. Scrub takes 1 down. Hale looking to position around the fountain. Doesn't have the coverage. Now just down to Sour Patch Kid on the point. And there is not an immediate chow coming out from Zedek. He gives him the space. He gives him the time. Drops back in for the first kill. Now looking for more. Flies out in the open, but gets shut out. And that mini reposition from Zedek, I think is a thing that ends up taking him down. Maybe he had to hit the regen. I'm not entirely sure. But if he immediately goes for that chow versus Sour Patch Kid, that is a much more palatable situation. You don't see the clock stopped. And you will have a little bit more time for the reposition. It does not come through. And Buckley now just 1 round away.
Yeah, I agree with you in the sense of, like, it's awkward for Zetic. I'm not sure if it's a reload or a regen, but either way, he has to just take half a moment to set himself back up for the fight. And because of that, it allows Buckley's cavalry to support the lines. And, well, Shriver staring down the barrel. It's been much better in this map. I'm asking where this foursome have been through the opening 2 rounds, to be quite honest with you. As they go yet again, tournament life hanging in the balance. And Scrub will open up with 1. So what does the hit look like? It looks like we're funneling. Well, I was about to say it looks like we are funneling to B, but then a miscomm and we're suddenly hitting both sites at the same time. Not sure I agree with that.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a varied approach from Shriver. And I think, we do want to see a more focused approach from them, considering how little progress they've made on their offenses thus far, both in the original attempt and in the one we had after the reset. But there's no kills coming through now. Just Sour Patch Kid left to deal with. You've got a player watching this players coming off spawn, so there's an opportunity to jump. Just Scrub and White Boy Ben doing it. So this is going to go a little bit faster because there's a double stack through, but White Boy Ben goes down. Perk now looking for the player, jumping out of the window. Will find him towards the spawn. Zedek is holding these guys at bay. So the first tick will be through. I think the second will as well before they get a chance to touch. This could be the capture through from Shriver. Can Buckley stop this? Hale and Dante might try. They're not going to be able to. Kills now coming through from Shriver. They've woken up.
Instant transition onto A. So 3 bodies. You gotta go. Hale will find 1. Hale does find 2. Hale for 3. And goodness gracious me, that's what he does. Just takes over in moments where his squad are begging him to the most. And well, gets a little bit over-aggressive, finally cut down. But the progress on A was there, and it's going to continue as well. You are at 1.5 ticks here. The second's there. The offensive round looks very realistic right now. A minute 50 still to seize the initiative. Figure out your hits. And you only need 1-3 dead, 1-4 dead, and you've got this round. But for Shriver, I like this from White Boy Ben. Slow down, let my boys get into the fight, figure out the next move.
Yeah, just on the whole hit. Shriver have made the adaptations. One just has to question if it's a little too late at this point in the game. Team shots on towards Perk will take him out of the play. Nobody from Shriver's reacted, so they're going to be able to get a little bit of a regen. Zetek will take Dante out of the play. Haven't removed all of the players from their power position, so White Boy Ben jumping on the point like that is premature. Zedek needs to provide some more coverage, some more space for the rest of the team. We've also got Scrub in a position to do exactly that. These guys are picking off everybody from Buckley, and we said it's only one more point required, but nobody is on it. Only one player jumped, and Swerving Drew takes them out of the play. They will have to back away. White Boy Ben, now an opportunity to start to get something going on the point. Drew will have to come in for the contest, and now gets doubled up on, but the floodgates have opened. On the other side, Hale now through towards the point. Hale goes down, and that's the play he needs to remove. Shriver, they take an offense. That's a big one to stay in the game.
It's interesting because the initial break-off there is arguably the worst-case scenario for Shriver. You got players who don't know which way they want to go. You see that moment where they almost push through dark and kind of pause, like, okay, are we going to A? Are we going to B? What's the game plan? And then they all go separate ways. And we know that that's not the way to approach Buckley because you want those overwhelming numbers in case you come across their star man. But there's a passage of play that happens over by that B site where they just manage to clear it enough to start to stack. Buckley scramble over there, and then those next wave of kills just give them that route onto A. From there, Buckley never really set up. So great work from Shriver, bit of resilience shown. They're going to have to make it happen again before we get to a decisive round 5, but wind in their sails for now.
All right, Shriver. Some momentum perhaps built off the back of that round, but now they need to hold against Buckley. They've got the right idea with the power positions at the moment in time. Zedek, has he got some good timing though? He's about to get caught up by Swerving Drew. You have to imagine good positioning from Swerving Drew. Zedek has no reason to check that in a month of Sundays. Players pushed past, will get shut down. You still haven't dealt with everybody though. Hale does slip through and has not been responded to just yet. Flying towards A to try and put a stop to this one. All players through low towards B. It feels like that's going to be the site of attack. Hale down for the count. Dante will trade out. Perk has been tagged up, but ideally needs to do something. Can he waste enough time for this flank from Zedek to activate? Zedek is going to finally pick up one. Now the clock will stop as Swerving Drew jumps towards the point, and there's another one. White Boy Ben to do it. It's so sloppy from both teams, and Hale picking up that double is now going to open the door for Buckley to finally get on the point.
Yeah, sloppy from both teams is a great way of phrasing it because it does feel just a little bit all over the place right now. Neither squad really seizing the initiative. That being said, 3 in the feed for Shriver. They answer back. And Buckley, they have to flood forward here. They don't have any ticks. This would force them onto the offensive, if I'm right, for round 5. They got to get there. And you lose Hale in the initial hit, so you've only got 18 seconds. The supporting cast, as we've been calling them, they're going to have to be the star men for a moment. Flood forward, Sour Patch Kid in a huge fight, and you lose it, so the numbers are going to hit A.
Here we go. Kills coming through from Shriver. That's a 3 down. Hale, the only one remaining. Hale's going to keep it alive. Not reaction from White Boy Ben. Does not turn around. Hale will take that all day long. 3 seconds on the clock, and Hale puts a stop to it. The double stack, the triple stack, potentially on the cards now from Buckley. Late flank from Zedek is good. Scrub also joining in. Zedek not able to double up though. Trades in favor here. 3 for 2. That's Hale for the double. And now everybody dead. This is dangerous for Shriver.
Yeah, you got to make a call. Do you decide to push out B here? Do you contest this, or do you just reinforce A to make sure that you take advantage of the life advantage that was 7 moments ago, has now been cut to 4? Probably make that 3, make it 2. And this is the spiral that Shriver have so desperately wanted to avoid and have done such a good job of avoiding over the last round and a half. But now you're letting Hale into office. He's going to control the front line as the bodies hit A, and Shriver, well, for all their hard work now, staring down the barrel more than they have at any point through this series.
One player has slipped the net in Scrub, and I think they've just spotted him down low. Nobody's going on the hunt, actually. That's a lot of trust in Swerving Drew to get that gunfight, and I think the reason for that is they want to make sure they plug up all the rest of the gaps in the gameplay. Yeah, this one does finally feel like Buckley have got everything together now. Scrub doubling up, though, keeps them in the conversation. Perk and White Boy Ben down for the count. 10 versus 5. Hale on 10 in a row. He's shredding through all of the reinforcements coming off of spawn. Finally gets another kill. Will get shut down. Shriver have to be perfect here, and you're losing more and more players. The clock will stop at 21.6 as Buckley now get on the point. Stun out. Will connect. Will both of the players be punished for it, though? Perk takes down one. Second one, surely not long for this world. Somebody take Sour Patch Kid out, and finally they do. But they take their time with it. 15 seconds now. 2 versus 4. You can defend this. And Zedek in a position that they might not expect. They do take him down. Perk now. 1 versus 4. To do it all. To keep Shriva in this game. He's not got a good position and he will get shut down. It's a Buckley 3-0. They looked a little bit lax towards the end, but they get it done in the closing moments. They clutch up and they close this one out.
All the flowers over to Shriva for the resilience that they do show, at least through those final 2 rounds. I mean, it felt like they did step up all the way through this control. Felt like they'd figured a couple of things out. There's a lot more brave play out of them. And you look there at the scoreboard, you know, a lot of respectable numbers put up by players against what is a very talented lineup for this Buckley Space Force-based team. Of course, we're going to talk about him, Hale, the star of the show, again, but I think that there was moments in that control where we showed something that and we saw something that was kind of encouraging for that team that is talking away from Hale, because there was moments where Hale would die, right? He would have moments where he just suddenly wasn't coming online and controlling everything. That cast that he has in behind him is able to get the job done in moments where required. And I think that there's a set of almost different stories here. For Shriva, it was an accomplishment to get to CONUS, to compete in this competition. And they've achieved that. They've gotten here and shown some improvements on the way. I think that's something they can be very proud of. I think for Buckley, they needed to answer a couple of questions about whether or not they can make worlds. One of those was fix your S&D. They do that. They managed to get themselves at least into a point where we're sitting here and being like, okay, maybe you are able to contend some of the bigger teams when it comes to S&D. At least make it look better than yesterday. And also, that comment that I made about the supporting cast, lovely to see them come through, that it's not just the Hale show. Even if he is putting up 40s, everyone looking to contribute.
Yeah, everyone is doing something in that series, right? I mean, I think Hale actually slowed down in that control. Yeah. He still had, I think it was towards like an 11 streak or something. Yeah, it was like 11 towards the closing moments of that game. So he did something towards the end. He is basically the sole reason why that final round comes through, but owing to the fact that he got that spawn trap together and basically was single-handedly not letting Shriva out of their spawn. But still, outside of that, really, you know, we hit the reset there, and I will say, fair play to Shriva. They do, for the most part, shut him down. So, yeah, it is interesting, I think, to see this roster, again, over the course of time, start to kind of get better at everyone getting involved, everyone playing their role, everyone knowing what they need to do. It's not just Hale in there.
No, I agree. That does help us feel a lot more confident about them, because we've said this, there's like a bucket of teams that were like, okay, yeah, you should or have already qualified for Worlds. And then there's this little group afterwards of like, we think you can make it, but it's going to be tough. And I think the teams that are more balanced and well-rounded are going to be the ones that manage to chalk themselves, just claw tooth and nail over those tight series that are going to come when we get down to the final wire for the final qualification spots. And we had a couple of questions coming into this series about whether or not this is just going to be a one-man band, and if so, you're also leaning on them one mode. Is that going to be too much? But this looks a little better, so yeah, feeling happier. But also, of course, feeling delighted about the fact that my prediction comes through, Brody, right on the back of your coattails as well.
You know what? I was really open. I'm not going to lie. Bias caster. I was so hoping when that Shriva got that first round through. I was like, hang on. Oh, hold it. And then they will win the second round as well. Hang on. This could happen. Like, we could be looking down the barrel of 3-1 here. I was still convinced that Buckley were going to win it. Never mind. But, like, I did think for a moment there, obviously foolishly so, that maybe Buckley would end up losing that control. But throughout the entire series, really, I think just totally outclassed Shriva. Buckley looked so much better. I think, you know, particularly looking over towards what was a 6-0 search and destroy. Obviously, we didn't get to see the hard point, but a 252, 120 performance. It's just insane. This Buckley roster is so good. And as we said, they're only getting better. It's worth saying, I think next up in the bracket, they're going to have to face Canon for qualification, I believe. I think that's the qualification matchup. Yep. So that is going to be a difficult one. I can't wait to see who comes out on top of that match. I believe we're going to be seeing that matchup later today to close out the show. So we are setting up an interview here. We're going to have an interview with Hale, I believe, in just a moment, folks. So stay seated. Don't go in there. Don't get your cups of tea just yet. I know that all the Americans out there don't drink tea that much, but that's what I would be doing right now. Maybe not so much in this weather, but that's generally speaking what I would be doing right now. Yeah, regardless, it's just been phenomenal to watch this Buckley roster. They've just gone from strength to strength every single time we've seen them. Do we see this roster, go forward and face one of the top 4 again and actually do something? I don't know. With that said, we do have that interview ready. Hale, the man himself, is here to join us here on the casting desk in the post-match interview. Hale, first and foremost, congratulations. You guys made it through to the next stage of the competition. You've got Canon next up in your matchup for qualification. Before we talk about any of that, I've got to give you guys your props, because every single time we've seen you over the course of the last few days, you guys have gotten so much better. You seem to have figured out a lot. What have the vibes been like getting better every single time we've seen you, going from strength to strength?
I mean, first I got to shout out my lovely wife, Lauren, and my 1-year-old son, Levi. But, yeah, with Swerve and Drew, obviously being a substitute for Revenge, who you guys know, it's just been a lot of teaching him the game, because he was a last-minute pickup, one of a last-ditch effort, and he's been, doing his best, and we've been doing our best to give him game knowledge, just what he needs to do on the map for us to win. So yeah, all maps are just gruelers. That's what it feels like.
I mean, yeah, I love that you call out Swerve and Drew there, because we were kind of told this story. I think it was on day 2, and we were all like, really? He didn't really know the game? That's insane to step into something like this and still perform. So fair play to him. Massive props to you guys as well for helping teach him that. One of the things that we certainly seem to see has been taught into your squad a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, we walked away from yesterday's game very concerned about you guys in Search and Destroy. You seem to have fixed that up today. Was that VOD review, just a better matchup? Talk me through it.
I mean, we played Peterson on Rewind, and got kind of slammed, and we're like, all right, well, it's the only S&D map we have a rep on, so let's just try it again. And clearly that didn't work at all. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, you are looking so much better at it from the current standpoint, at least for us anyway. Today you looked great. So I mean, we saw a much better system coming from you guys. But a question a little bit away from this series, and more talking about the whole event here. Of course, your next game now will qualify you for Worlds. This is a 5-day LAN for CONUS. You've been a part of this whole scene for a bit of time now. What's it been like watching it all evolve into what it is now?
Yeah, it's awesome. I think last CONUS we were just heavily favorited. We had a really good squad with Ryan Kabase, Brandon Revenge, and Dante and I. So it was more fun, I think, that event for us to just watch games, because we would just kind of slam everyone. So we were oh, games are closed. That's more fun to watch for us. But yeah, this event has so much more competition, and that's the part that I really like about the program and how it grows. Is you have the Air Force Gaming squad of Micah Waz, Charms, Wolf, and Jake's actually not playing, but they're all on separate teams. So, I don't know, it's just really cool to see all the different teams, all the good players trying to battle for top 6 for Worlds and whatnot.
Well, you are one of those players. We've given you a lot of gas here over the course of the last few days. We were even talking in this match, is Hale one of the best players in this competition? You've been absolutely rocking your way through pretty much every single team you faced, regardless of how good they are. You do have Canon next. That is your next opponent, I believe, if I'm not wrong. With that in mind, I'm sure you guys are already going to have this conversation very, very soon. How are you guys prepping for that matchup? Because that's going to be a big one. That's going to be the one that gets you to Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if VOD review helps at this point. It's more just keeping the vibes up and just going into it energized. That's how we came out against Peterson yesterday, and we're the only team to take a map off them yesterday. And the only team to take a map off anyone yesterday. But
True.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything we could strategize about them. I think we just got to go try to play our best. All the maps are going to be just bang outs pretty much, and that's what we got to keep doing, keeping up the pace.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Well, look, keep those vibes high, mate. I know you've already given a shout out to your fan back home. Is there anyone else you want to give a shout out to before you let you go?
Shout out to our teammate Brandon Revenge and Ryan Kabase. Love them boys.
Awesome people, dude. You're awesome yourself as well. Go enjoy a little bit of time before you face your next matchup. Enjoy the show. We've got some awesome games coming up. Again, congratulations.
Yeah, appreciate it. Have a good one.
All right, well, that was Hale. The man himself has been dominating the composition. Absolutely awesome player to watch, and I can't wait to see more of him later today as they attempt to take on Canon. We've got more Call of Duty coming your way, folks, though. The next match up on broadcast, I believe, is going to be another matchup here in lower round 1 as Offit take on Robins. Don't go far, folks, because after this quick break, we've got another matchup here from the CONUS Championships for you at home.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
What's up, people? Welcome back here to the CONUS Esports Championships for 2025. We are one match down today, and we're 2 teams down in the competition. A couple of teams already eliminated. I'm Infinity, this is Seymour, and we're about ready to get into another couple of elimination matchups. I feel so sad. There's a lot of melancholy going on here on the desk, Seymour, because we're saying sayonara to a lot of teams.
Well, you know, it's the way you put it in certain ways. For Buckley, I feel like the excitement comes through with the fact that they're able to, you know, be back into a place where potentially they can be back-to-back CONUS champions. Still a long road to go for them, but that opportunity is now showing. You know, the improvement from day to day is there, and I think that is a little bit exciting. Yeah, we get to say goodbye to certain teams. I was very upset to see a good friend Scrub get knocked out of the tournament, but people gotta lose where other people get to win, and that's just the way that some tournaments go, Brody.
Yeah, it is. Everyone has to move on at some point, and well, for a couple of teams, they were done and dusted. Let's show you how it looks then. With Cannon and Buckley through to that next matchup, we say goodbye to Joint Base Charleston and Shriver Space Force Space. Unfortunately, they do fall out of the competition in a top 12 placement. Of course, fair play to even get to this point through their respective regional brackets. It is a difficult competition, and the competition only gets more difficult from this point onwards. So we will have that Cannon and Buckley matchup later on today. Of course, we're also still awaiting Eglin versus Nellis and Peterson versus Langley. Those matches are coming very soon to decide who's making it all the way towards top 3 and the upper bracket final. But first, we need to eliminate a couple more teams. We've got Offit versus Robbins, and we've got Malmstrom versus Dover. 2 of those teams, Seymour, are about to be gone. It's going to be a wild time to see it, but we're going to be focusing our efforts on Offit and Robbins for this matchup. We'll give you updates on that other one as much as humanly possible. Let's start talking about these 2 teams then. Let's bring up those rosters for you folks at home to give you a reminder if you haven't kept up with these guys through the competition so far. Robbins, Blur Antics, J Ramis, Anti, should I say Anti? I think I should say Anti, considering this is an American broadcast. Zeus, and for Offit, we've got Wazd, Aeroappa, Flux, and Yupley. What are we saying about these rosters, Seymour?
I think this is going to be a hard one when you put this in perspective of Robbins Air Force Base. They haven't been having the best of runs so far, and you know, it's really been a case of, I think, the lack of experience in terms of playing Call of Duty competitively. You look towards Zeus and Blorantics, who've been having a great go at playing the game itself, but Blorantics, you know, he's a former Fortnite representative for AFG, not a Call of Duty player, and his first Call of Duty appearance, it's been a slow grind to it, but he's had moments of genius that makes you really bet on this team and really hope for this team to kind of pull through. Zeus has been fantastic watch. One of the newcomers also making a debut for this team. Same thing with Anti and J Ramis. But for Offit, it's been a completely different story. A lot of success. They take Eglin to a Game 5 back in that Easter bracket. They've looked like a very big challenge, I'd say, for a lot of these top teams here at CONUS, and I'm excited to see more of them.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's dive deeper into these teams then. Let's start with Robbins. Of course, you already talked about the fact you've got Blur Antics on this roster. He was not necessarily a native Call of Duty player. I think it was Fortnite was the game, right? That he'd competed in Air Force Gaming against the USAA Combat Cup. And despite that, he's been a solid force of good for this team. But if I had to pick one player that has been a massive threat from Robbins, I'm going to go ahead and say Zeus. Zeus from day one, from frame one, has been ripping up the competition. He has been consistently performing in every single game we've seen him compete in, even the games that he's lost in, and so he is my player to watch on this Robbins roster.
I agree. He's been a force to be reckoned with. I think it is that comfort when you're, you know, everybody else on the roster, and you can know that Zeus is going to perform at times. It gives you that chance to have a little bit of a slow start, maybe get comfortable, follow him up, give him that support, and it really lets you focus on your own roles when you don't necessarily have to be that superstar slayer for your team. We've seen Blur Antics kind of pick up that mantle at times with the sub in hand, but I think for Robbins in general, Brody, it's looking towards that consistency that's been missing.
Yeah, for sure. Well, on the other side then, you do have the off-it roster from Omaha in Nebraska. This team, we've focused a lot on Wazd, I think, for the first couple of the days of the competition because he's the player that was the most well-known, but everybody has stepped up to the plate at various points for this team. Unfortunately, though, day number 1 of bracket play did not go so well for them. You got to cast over that matchup in which they got 3-0'd by Nellis. But, I mean, Nellis are no slouch, so that was a difficult matchup for them.
It was, but this Offa team has had opportunities to, win maps and take matches away from top teams. Again, we can reference back into the East when you take that Eglin roster to a Game 5. It really shows that, when Wazd and Flux are playing to their best, this team looks like a really tough opponent. And yes, we've seen it a little bit from Aeroappa and Yapli. If we can see it a little bit more, I'm very confident that this team can start to move through this lower bracket and knock down and maybe eliminate, possibly even upset some of our teams on their road to try to qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, well, this roster does feel like it is a strong one that could well be one of the 6 teams that make it to the World Championships. Of course, they do have to get through this match and the next one to get to that point. But I got some questions, and one of them primarily, Seymour, is what maps are we going to be playing on in towards this best of 5? Because I've talked about it already. These maps can be crucial. If you veto correctly through that process, you might well veto yourself into a very favorable situation. For me, I think it kind of almost has to be, off it coming in here, vetoing correctly if they want to have a swift 3-0, get a lot of momentum on their side. Robins especially, though, I think definitely also need to do the same thing. Looking towards this best of 5 then, Hacienda, Rewind, Protocol, Volt, and Hacienda. You did get to see that Nellis off-it matchup yesterday. Does anything stand out to you here?
Well, I think I don't really want to put too much focus on that Nellis matchup for off-it. More so, I want to go back to the last time these two met back in the East, and it was losers round 3 match that off-it actually knocked Robins out of the Eastern bracket in a 3-0 sweep, Brody, and it was the Hacienda Hardpoint, Hacienda Search, and a Protocol Control that all came into the vetoes to make that 3-0 possible. This time, it's not going to be in that exact order, but you still see that Hacienda Hardpoint, Protocol Control, and Hacienda Search and Destroy in some capacity. So it lets me know that you're looking at this, if you're Robins, in a situation of, okay, we're going to let these come through. We feel a little bit more confident on these maps no matter what, but let's change up the order, put a couple of different maps in it as well, and hopefully that gives us a little bit more of substance going into the series.
Yeah, we'll see. I think the start of the series is going to be really important for Robins for sure. I do think they need to come out swinging because both of us are not on Robins' side in this best of 5. Spoiler alert, it's time to talk about those predictions. I'm aggravated that Enigma got another one because it means that you guys are not just catching up, you're knocking at my door on predictions, and for that reason I had to match your prediction in this series. So no matter what, there's no change between us, Seymour. No, I just agree with you. I think Off-it going to 3-0 this series.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm like, you are straight up just trying to make sure that I can't catch up. Andy has caught you. I think he is, at 3 now?
He's at 3, yeah.
So, hey, you're just trying to leave me in the dust here. Like, maybe I can catch up to Andy, but you yourself, you're trying to put that buffer between the two of us. And I see what you're doing. Chat sees what you're doing as well. And you can't fool them whatsoever, Brody.
Yeah, for me, I think my logic in this one is just that Robins, they did get 3-0 by Buckley, right? And I think that to me shows that if you're getting 3-0 by a team that, apart from that last match maybe, are kind of more or less reliant on a couple of players showing up at any given time, it's not going to go well against a roster that I think all of them have go-off potential, and I think that's the key differentiating factor for me in this series. I think Off-it are going to come out swinging all 4 players. I don't think anybody in this roster will underperform here in this matchup, and that's going to be a problem for Robins, I think, across all 3 of the maps in this series. So we'll see.
You even listen to what Hale was saying in the interview before. When you have a new player on your roster, you have to teach them so many different things about the game, intricacies, and then they have to learn the skill of the game as well. So it's a really steep slope to climb, to get to a level of some of these teams that have, you know, years of experience competing. And I'm not going to fault Robins for that. I mean, I'm sure these players are very good in their respective games in particular. I mean, for example, Blurantix, you see him pop up in Call of Duty. I can imagine when he's on Fortnite, this guy is probably the best or one of the best in Air Force gaming. But when you translate it over towards another game like this on LAN, in a situation where you could be a little bit stressed out having to play against your opponent on a stage, then you add the whole point of you have to learn the game, the rotations, the search tactics, the control, playing your life, and the gun skill that comes with it, Brody. It's very difficult to just pick that up in such a short span of time and expect yourself to be as good as some of these other teams. And I'm not going to take that away from Robins. I'd like to see them perform in this series and make the upset, prove that we're wrong. I just don't expect it for the capacity that we've seen Offit provide us.
I just think everything we've seen from these teams suggests this is going to be an Offit victory. And that's not to disrespect Robins in any way. They've been a wonderful roster to watch. I've you know, really been impressed by this team for the most part every time I've seen them. You got to give them credit for what was that Game 5 comeback that they made, what was it, a few days ago in their bracket. To have kind of the resolve to do that, I think, is a lot of credit to be given to that roster. But is it enough to get through Offit? I'm not entirely sure. Again, a reminder, folks, that there is 2 matches going on right now. The other one, I believe, is going on in the lower bracket. That's Malmstrom and Dover, which I believe was the team that Robins faced in that game, Fry Thriller. I think you and I, if we had to predict that one, obviously, unofficially, because we're not doing it, I think we'd probably both say Malmstrom are going to get through that one, right?
I think so. I think that Malmstrom team had a tough draw in their winner's bracket. Obviously, you have a shortfall in the western side, and you go into lower round 1 quite like Buckley, quite like Cannon, and you're expected to move into round 2, possibly even round 3 for a qualification spot in Worlds along the line. And we did get an update. Malmstrom are leading 1-0 over that Dover team. So it seems like for that squad behind Sunder, who just continues to impress, it's smooth sailing.
Yeah, that roster is very good. I can't wait to see more of Malmstrom, and I think, again, it's a reminder that whoever wins this matchup, and that one as well, are going to go head-to-head for qualification. So let's say our prediction is right and Offit win this series, Malmstrom win that one as well. Boy, that's going to be a banger of a qualification matchup to get through the world. Survival matchup as well, of course, because this is lower bracket. I can't wait to see all the rest of the matches, including this one, because I do feel like every single match from this point in the competition is going to be a banger. I don't think there's going to be many 3-0s, maybe past this round of play. I have a lot of faith. I have a lot of faith that we're going to see some map 4s, some map 5 Seymour when we get into tomorrow, because it does feel like we're starting to get to the nitty-gritty now.
You say we don't expect any 3-0s, but both of us predict a 3-0 for this series.
Past this round, mate. Past this round. The keywords are there.
Yeah, it is a situation where I'd like to see Robins push it to a 4, a 5, maybe have that go ahead. At maybe trying at that Hacienda Search and Destroy once again for a Game 5. The only thing that worries me is that the Hacienda Hardpoint and the Protocol Control are 2 things that you lost to this Office team, and they are in the first 3 games that we're playing for this series. So it has to be immediate change, immediate adaptation from Robins.
All right, well, I said it, Robins, I think, do need to come out into this series swinging. Will they? Is the question. As Offit now, I think we're expecting them to start strong. Let's see what they do. Flux at the beginning of this game is going to take a bit of a kind of a weird route, if you will. We'll pass J. Ramis like 2 ships in a night, and because of that, J. Ramis is able to find a perfect route in towards P1 at the same time with the rest of the squad find some value. Flux hasn't even manipulated the spawns, I think, in the way he wanted to.
No, not at all. So he's going to be alone, backs up, the nade's going to land on him. No kill just yet, so Flux is going to have a chance to continue to block these spawns. Waz in a position to assist now, and you have fully flipped out here for Offit. Full push through well as these players of Offit are looking to get this rotation over towards P2 smooth, but a lot is going to ride onto Arrow Appa now.
Fire up, trying to hold on towards the back line. Already tagged up for one. Good for the kill on towards Blurrantic. Jump shot in towards the second, and Upper will deliver. As Zeus down for the count. There is surely no way that he wins the fight against Anti, and he will not. So, Anti, not enough to anchor those spawns just yet. Could be potential for a pinch play if he wants, but as he goes down now, it's time for Robbins to try and get these back spawns.
Yeah, tie game, and Offit are going to be able to flip this lead back in their favor for the meantime. Double stack in the zone. 4 players of Robbins ready to push in. Waz in the pre-fire through the side door. Jay Ramis gets in, but it's a 1 versus 3 essentially. Flux trades it out. Couple spawns out for Offit, or sorry, for Robbins, but that's Tabor's P3. You're gonna have another shot at this one. You do break in for the last 15 seconds, and it seems like that's gonna proc just a rotation for both teams to know.
Yeah, pretty much Robbins getting that back 20 seconds now. They'll be able to even things up here between the two teams. Talk about that, a new rotation. A couple of players for Robbins have managed to filter through, but I don't think Jay Ramos was expecting more than any of the initial fight and will get cut down. So off it hit. Opportunity to buy some space and some time for the team. How do Robbins take this one? They've been very good so far in this game, approaching every single hit as a team, and this is just as good, if not better. All 3 players finding value. Luckily, the last one left alive, and he is cut down as well. That's a brilliant break from Robbins.
34 seconds. Split spawns from Offit. Jay Ram is still winning his fights inside the hill. Zeus looking to provide a little bit of support. Flux for a second. He finds the break, but it's Waz last up. He drops. You have the spawns here, but 20 seconds. You have to decide if this is worth it, really, for Offit to re-hit it, and I don't think it is.
Yeah, there's no real reason to. With 10 seconds left on the clock here, you know you can get a lot more time off the next hill if you set yourselves up for it correctly. They have to get the team shots, though. You can see on the min-map, that's not happening. Jay Ramos and Anti will take the 2 versus 2 all day long. And now, looking over towards New, you're starting to feel a little bit concerned. Blur Antics is not going to be able to fight the double, though, and Offit will inevitably win those trades. They should have some help on the way as well, unless Zeus cuts the reinforcements off at the source. Was will have to go in towards this kill. We cut down from behind. He finally gets shut down, but this is so back and forth, this hard point here, Seymour. They're just trying to hold on towards it, and as Anti goes down, now it feels like finally Offit can get some time, especially as Flux finds another.
Yeah, Flux is popping off. As he's getting constricted into this point, the support gets in time to assist through key door. Waz now to stack alongside him. Lead change imminent. So we're going to be seeing it slide in. First is Anti. He's going to get in for the contest. Trades out. And it looks like it's enough. Blurantix, he gets the double. So break back for scrap out of Robbins. And we stay tied going into the second set.
You talk about Blurantix not necessarily being a native Call of Duty player, or it maybe not coming naturally to him. It doesn't feel like it's that way at the moment here in this game. 12-6 performance for the man. He's streaked out multiple times, had multiple 2 pieces, 3 pieces in this game thus far. He is keeping Robbins afloat in this one. A 9-point advantage as we move towards P1. We've spoken at length about how P1 can sometimes be a little bit deceptive here on Hacienda. A lot of time can get away from you if you're not careful about it. And that's what Robbins are aiming for right now. But they do lose the player inside the hard point. And now Offit can perhaps jump in.
Everybody scattered. Good shots from Anti. Can he find the second one towards Waz? I don't think he actually knows he's there. Stun check should land, but it's a solid nade there. And now with that air support up top, Offit can look to get some time off of this hill one. Still lots to grab as this game continues to be neck and neck, Brody.
I'm starting to think about those rotations. You can feel Offit. We're starting to feel the heat on said rotation, right? That's where they got burned last time around. A couple of players managed to get in behind enemy lines and well, they were a bit of a nuisance. Player number 8, Flux, is trying to play his life to perfection at this point in time, and he is doing that. Yupply also keeping an eye on the side door. Surely this will be checked by Anti. Yeah, he saw him, but didn't see enough of him to actually feel confident enough of that fight. And now you're starting to work for the back spawns here. Zeus winning that gunfight, though, will ensure those spawns are locked for Robbins. 5 in a row for Zeus now. We'll need to get involved in the hard point.
Anti, again, looking to lead the way. Has to back off. No contest for the moment. 40 seconds. Somebody's going to have to touch this one off it or starting to pull away with this one. And a couple kills from Flux. He goes 12-12 now. Spawn stuck in the back. Robbins falling behind off of this P2 hill. And the kills keep coming. Jay Ramis spawns out. Nobody should raid this one, but is it going to get here in time? Off at the side. They've gotten enough off this hill, and they're moving.
Yeah, this feels like the best performance we've seen from any one team on any one hardpoint so far in this game. Offit managing to get the full say full 40 seconds away from that hard point. So nicely done for them. Robins will once again have to settle for scrap time. And we move towards new. We saw what happened last time around. It was a full 4 wipe for the break. It doesn't look like it's going to happen the exact same way, but off it, still starting to feel the heat, still starting to feel the pressure as Robins setting themselves up for a spawn trap and the break.
That heat is getting lower and lower every time we switch these hills. Good timing for J. Ramis. Should be shot in the back. Yeah, a couple shots. Takes a little bit. 4 kills down for Offit. They're going to be spawning over towards the arches, grouping together to hit this immediately. Flux leading. He gets 2, so break back. And the lead stays. 30 seconds to fight for back and forth trades. Anti for the flank. He's going to cut it short. Finds Yapli. Turns around. Teammates are there. Robins holding.
That's a massive break for Robins to keep themselves within touching distance of Offit. Although, again, I'll mention it. Fact of the matter is, it isn't quite as convincing as it was last time around. But again, we are now within touching distance. We move towards the next hard point, and that's a big first gunfight for Wars. All that pressure now as we get in towards this next rotation will be coming through the middle of the map. So you need to have a couple of bodies watching this point of ingress. Flux throwing that Semtex out is going to make things a little bit more difficult, but they've got some ordnance themselves. That nade now, opportunity to break here for Robins. Can they get it done? It's a little bit individual. Zeus can't connect enough shots, and now all down to Anti. What can they do? Nothing. That's a solid hold for Offit, and a necessary one as well.
Yeah, so 30-point difference starts to expand yet again as Robins continuously find themselves in a place where they have to break this hill fast, and Laurentius going to swap down for the at least contest here, see if he can trust his teammates to get the kills, but they don't. Appa, a double kill. Was is on 5 in a row, Brody, in this game, which was once neck and neck. Just, there's no way Robins can come back.
I feel like we're going to be looking towards P2, and this hard point right here is maybe the opportunity where Offit managed to run away with it and take control of this game. 55-point lead and growing as Zeus finally gets 1 kill. I also feel like I want to say Robins as Zeus absolutely rips the head off Yapli there. I want to say that Robins haven't been able to steal away like the last 15 to 20 seconds of a lot of hard points in this game. Mostly uncontested from Offit, and that's been keeping them in the conversation. Offit haven't been allowing that on those hard points we talked about, on P2, on that hard point in particular, and that might be splitting the difference at the moment.
206, 163, third set of rotations. Will this be the last, or is Robins going to take us the distance again? 3 kills in a row for Anti. He's looking to now extend over towards P2. Waz sees it, backs up, and tries to bait some space for the rest of his team to come assist on this rotation. Zeus, though, he's on the hunt. 22 and 9. Can he make it 23? No! Waz with the read, tucks himself in a corner. That could be the game right there, Brody.
That could be it. Robins looking for the last 10 seconds of time here on Old. Offit, they have control of new. Now, it is worth saying, there's still an opportunity for a break, but you have to do it together. And again, it just feels like the timing is a little bit out of sync for the players. Blur Antic, you lose him around the backline. Anti needs to go huge. And I think, crucially, we'll need to wait for the rest of the team to get in a position. Zeus now picking up that kill. That might be the signal to go.
It is. Flux goes down. Do you find anything more? Streak stopped for Appa. Yapli, he ends up falling. You can see the spawns are all over the place, Brody. Players from Robins over towards Well. They're trying to rush to the assistance of Blurantix, but they don't get there in time. Offit are back in. You can still win off this hill. And Flux, he wants it to end here and now.
Nice putting extra shots in as J. Ramis on the way. Semtex out is going to slow things up somewhat. J. Ramis going to have to take a longer route to get towards this hard point. One last hit. Gonna wait for the teammates as Yapli now pre-firing through the door as well. Last little hit coming through from Robins. All of that pressure through the front. Zeus gets cut down. Last remaining player, Anti, nothing to say as Offit take control in the back half of the game. It's a convincing victory for them.
It is, and you look towards some key moments to make it happen towards the end there. Wazd paying attention to the rotations, winning his battles. Flux constantly putting pressure over towards the lobby. And Yapli, as well as Appa, turning up inside the objective time and time again. Robins, I mean, the start was so good. We thought for a second this was the Robins team that we hoped to see and that we expected to see, but as the game went on, it just felt like they kept on slowing down, and eventually that when you saw those rotations not go their way and you're just looking towards the breaks, it wasn't enough to be the recipe to break down off it in the end.
Man, these guys were just trading back and forth through the first set. How many times are we going to say this? When it comes down to Hassie and a hard point, it always feels like it's the second set where a team does start to walk over the game, and that was absolutely the case there. Is during that first set, things were, 100, basically at the half, something like that, 90, 80 maybe at worst. Things were pretty even. It is the point at the end of the first set. We get into the second, though, and I think there's just a couple of hard points where Offit do start to walk away with the game. It was P2. You consider what P1 looked like for Robins on the first time around, or P2 on the first set, and it was a solid hold for them. They took a lot of time away from Offit. Second set, Offit make it look so different, and the same is said for P4 as well. Offit, just a couple of key rotations, a couple of key holds, and things look totally different there as we get into the back half of the game.
And it was good, too. I mean, you'd look at the minimap, Brody, and you would see it. 20 seconds left, players from Offit at the new hill looking to set up. Every once in a while, you would get that same pushback from the side of Robins, but not to the same extent in terms of from hill to hill, seeing that consistently happen. It was just spurts of energy, spurts of knowledge coming through here and there, and I think towards the end of that hard point with Offit winning it, same thing can be said from the losers bracket back in the Eastern Regionals. Hacienda goes the way of Offit in the hard point game mode, and I think we are par for the course on what we would have expected.
Yeah, for sure. Well, here's a look then at how that deals things to the maps. 250 to 196 victory for Offit gives them the 1-0 series advantage. Next up, we've got a rewind, search and destroy. Seymour, you talked about the last time these two teams faced off. It was at 3-0 to Offit. They're on the path now to doing that again. One more map, I think, would pretty much get them dead set there.
Yeah, rewind, search and destroy, though. I mean, we've seen this a lot this weekend. Not really sure how many times these two teams have played them in their own respective rights, but for Search and Destroy, teams that have the less experience have struggled in this game mode, and that's to be expected when you don't really know the timings. Fortunately, though, for Rewind, it is or one of the newer Search and Destroy maps in terms of competitive Call of Duty, so it's not the most fleshed out in terms of experienced players knowing how to play it, so you still have that chance for it to be a little bit of a bang out in certain rounds, but eventually, when you look towards this Offit team and they flesh out those strats, they see where the weaknesses are, they're going to look to punish that. So I give the challenge over towards Robins that as each round goes on and on, you start to see yourself fall apart in one area. Either choose to reinforce it or try something different. It's one or the other. You can't just play this map glass half empty, or that's where you're going to start to see that glass shatter.
I do feel like a lot of teams fall foul to passiveness on that map. This is for sure. And we talk about kind of the defensive side being... Never mind what I was saying. Nade over the top. That's an explosion to start this game.
Bruh. I mean, what?
What?
Like, the nades off the top. We've been seeing players do it all weekend, but we haven't yet see it actually land to that extent. But off the defending side, all you gotta do is toss a couple of nades in round one over the top of P1, over towards that green box. It skips off the rooftop, and enough time on that nade will pass where it drops right on the foot of those players from Robins, and it is perfect. You can see if that now Offit can try to be on the receiving end of that. Doesn't seem like it's gonna land, and they're through to P5.
All right, Offit getting aggressive at the start of this round. Again, a bit of a passive setup here for Robins. Player towards the back of the truck that hasn't activated just yet. I do think they know where Zeus is, though, and no chance to throw lightning here. J. Ramos now having to back away as well. Accidentally hits the melee on the escape. Wraparound from Anti might do something, but he's got to be careful he doesn't get caught up by Arthur.
Oh, yeah, he's caught up by Waz, though. All the information on that approach, and a couple players on streaks now. Flox, his is going to end. J. Ramis finds a second one for the team. 1 versus 2 for Blurantics, and we can see what this player can do. See if he can clutch up with 22 seconds. Appa on one side, but the car bomb cuts it short. You hate to see it. Offit 2-0, Brody. And I think really when you look at this round and where you fall apart is whoever was sitting on that half wall jumps up. You should have spotted the information on off it pushing towards B, but instead you leave your teammate all alone in the back and you give up that B site for free. You even move off the courtyard. You completely push your teammate on an island, and that is just a terrible way to play that B site.
Yeah, I just think Zeus needs to be a little bit more active there, to be honest, right? You're the player that effectively is overwatching the B site. You have to try and make the call that someone's there, get some teammates involved. This round, though, significantly better gets burned by Jay Ramis, and all of a sudden, Yupply left alive here, 1 versus 4, no control over the site, whatever. This would have to be a momentous play.
Well, Yupply not able to get through the first step, so you get an answer back from Robin, and you needed that one. You don't want to let your opponents go up 3-0 at all in really any game mode, because if it's control, the game's over. If it's search and destroy, then you have to start thinking about, by the time we bring it back, that's 3 rounds that we have to win, and then some without making any mistakes. So for Robins, they stopped the bleeding at just the right time, Brody, and now on the defensive side, this should be where you can see them reinforce B, send somebody out over towards Burger, get some information from Books on if it's an A hit or not. If it's A, play the retake. If it's B, try to set up a crossfire with the player sitting back car.
All right, well, you know how to win now. Off it. Dealing with a more aggressive push here from Robbins. Anti in a somewhat different position here. And he's been spotted out. Wazd is not going to land that Semtex. That's going to tag close. Reaction coming out here from Robbins. Look at Anti getting aggressive. Look at Jay Ramis getting aggressive. And the latter will get value off the back of the play. I love that. The passiveness seems to have completely filtered away from Robbins. They're getting confident.
Yeah, and Waz with the quick reaction. He's looking to get behind the play. Ties us up in lives. And it is red dot chasing galore from Anti. As Waz is going to be down to 57. If Anti turned around, he would have been able to finish that kill, but instead he's dipping back into P5. Bomb is down right now, so Robins have all the control they could ask for. They just have to notice it, and surely Anti has seen it.
2 versus 2. 20 seconds here for Offit. Got to get that bomb. Anti's here. The playmaker has to go huge. Shots in, not good enough. Might actually get traded out here. Isn't going to anticipate the push from behind, but time still might be the big playmaker for Zeus. Can stop this bomb from going down, and now no longer can. The shot's out as well and towards Wazd. Perfect prediction, though. Oh, no, the COD time. It looks away at the wrong time and can't finish up the kill. If he holds that angle for 2 seconds more, there's a solid chance he's able to get that kill.
Yeah, just a little too eager on trying to catch a timing onto one of these two players. It's tough there because in a 1v2, you know that you're most likely going to be traded out from that position. And you only know where one player is, so as Zeus in that position, you don't know that you have to hold that angle. We know, but he doesn't, so you put focus over towards the seconds, and it's just Waz running circles around you at times. Nades out again. Jay Ramis, he gets caught down to half HP, and Zeus, or Anti, on an angle. Blurantix comes to the rescue. Waz looking to trade it. He's overextended, but still gets away.
What? How on earth does Waz get away there? Still how? This guy must be a cat. He must have burned through like 7 lives here through the last few rounds.
Kinetic armor.
Crazy. Gets the hell away. And it is worth saying, despite the fact that Wazd does get away, this is effectively a 3 versus 2 on site until Upper gets involved. It is going to be a late play from them. Are they going to expect it? He's popped off. He needs to get this kill.
And Appa, it's so good. The late play. Blurantix keeps this one even. 31 seconds. The retake was. If fire lands. Now it's a 1v2. Blurantix again looking for the clutch. Knife is out. Appa doesn't see him. So you're still dancing for that timing, but stuck inside. Blurantix going to be tied up or tagged up, and Appa finally gets the information. Oh, boy. Brody, I mean, COD timing sometimes really makes you scratch your head.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate there for Blur Antics, right? I think because of the fact that Arpa had already revealed his position about, 20 seconds ago or something to that effect. He didn't anticipate him to be in that position that quickly. So had his knife out ready for a quick reposition. As soon as he sees Arpa, obviously has to change his mind. But by that point, kind of gets stuck in a loop of where the hell is Arpa gone as they kind of play ring around the rosy around that giant hedge. In the end, not able to pull off the feat that would have been a 1 versus 2. Offit have taken full control over this game now. Seymour, 4 apiece now. Streaks for Waz, Denero, Appa, and Robbins have very little to say about it. They have changed their strategy. I'll say that much about Robbins, right? They have got more confident. They've played a more aggressive role into this, but I don't know if it's been to great effect.
I mean, it's just these clutch scenarios where you're losing 1v1s. It is unfortunate to say the least. Waz is going to get a good angle onto Anti. Another one against a player who's just been struggling all game long. 0-5, and he doubles down for the round. So 6 in a row. Now for Waz, 7 in a row for Waz. Zeus in a 1 versus 3 effectively would have to be a 1v4 clutch.
It's got so many different directions he needs to look at here, and I think the biggest issue is all of these players are split, right? So he gets 1, there's not going to be any immediate reaction, they're just going to burn more and more time with the clock. Spots out the first. Noise has been made here, and that is a perfect audio cue call to get that player out of position, but you really need to finish that kill, especially time continuing to be his biggest enemy in this situation. Zeus can't do anything, and he can't escape either. Off it. Find themselves on game point now. This S&D from them has been spectacular.
It really feels like these offense players really have like 200 health and a stim shot every single time. They are soaking up the damage for these rounds. But Robins have to start finding a way to A, finish their kills, and B, anticipate this timing a little bit better, because you're looking at Anti 0-5. He hasn't been having a great time. We talked about Zeus and how he's been the player to watch. 2-5 is not what we expect in a search and destroy. And if you want to steal this one away from Offit, it's search and destroys that have to be better. But Flux, another first blood for Offit, and they want to put it away.
And they're just stuck. They're just, Anti, no! He had the drop on Wazd, and he still can't do anything. Antic and Zeus had been stuck in the mud for the longest time. They did not know what to do as soon as that initial push comes through. And now they're stuck, 2 versus 4. Gonna find 1. Waz for the chal out. Good trade from him. And really, by process of elimination, Offit know there's only one direction that Zeus could possibly have gone. They know he's gonna run to the site. What they might not know is that he doesn't have the bomb.
Well, it's cut short a little bit because Zeus is lost. And I think that's a couple what are we doing coming out from the side of Offit as they're looking to repeat what happened back in the Eastern bracket, up 2-0 versus their Robins counterparts, wanting that 3-0 sweep and looking poised to get it done in just that fashion. Brody was 11-3.
Jesus.
Arrow Appa 8-1. Fantastic showing from this team that, you know, has had issues in the past, but right now in the lower bracket, they are having the puzzle pieces fall together at all the right times.
And I'm going to continue to say what I said halfway through that search and destroy. That was really not much of Robbins playing badly whatsoever, right? I mean, I think initially for the first maybe 2 to 3 rounds, yeah, Robbins, I think definitely could have been a little bit more proactive, definitely could have been a little cleaner in their gameplay. But past that point, Offit were just bringing such heat to the table that there was just very little response from Robbins. Offit just looking so good. 6-1 search and destroy. You certainly don't get there without some spicy gameplay, and that's what we just saw as Offit 6-1 in search and destroy. Now 2-0 up, Seymour.
Hey, I don't know if anything's really going to change here, Brody. I think that for Robins, we see them at times have those little moments. We see them in 1v2s, 1v1s, chances to put those rounds away, and they fall short. It really looks like Offit have a deeper understanding of what to do on these maps. And we saw the protocol control last time these guys came into a head-to-head. It went the way of Offit. It looks like it's going to be the same.
Yeah, it does. Well, 2-0 up now for Offit. One more map, and they get that 3-0 that would move them forward in the bracket to play either Malmstrom or Dover. That's going to be an interesting matchup if they do get there. We have to get towards map number 3 first. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, map number 3. Don't go far, folks.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Folks, welcome back here to the CONUS Esports Championships 2025. We might be about to book another team into the next round of play and send another team home because Offit are 2-0 up versus Robins, and just one more map would get them into the next round. Seymour, it has been the Offit show so far, and I think specifically in the late games of both maps that we've seen so far, Offit have just taken the entire game by storm.
They have. And just as a reminder for the people who are watching, these lower bracket teams, starting in lower round 1, have to win 3 games to get to a qualification spot for Worlds in the Patrick Space Force base in August. So for everybody winning these first ones, they're setting themselves up for a good chance at qualifying, but the road gets more difficult every single time you win one. And a lot of these teams who are winning here have lost to possibly the team that they might be meeting in the next one. For these two, it is the same story. for Robin, where their success comes from the other inexperienced teams that we've seen here at Patrick Space Force Base, and their fall off comes from those teams that look like they could challenge the higher ups, and Offit being one of those teams that are the challenging ones. They have been cruising through this series so far. 250 to 195, 6 to 1 in the Search and Destroy. And Brody, although that map 1 looks a little bit close, the second half of that Hacienda wasn't very close. It was very straightforward for this Offit team. So I would say, even looking at that score, it's been a very comfortable series.
I mean, it's like I've said, right? I think even in the early game with the Search and Destroy, it did feel like Robins were in the conversation, right? I mean, like they made the adjustments necessary to be competitive. It's just that Offit also found another level to step up, and that was also, as you said, the case for the hard point as well, where things are pretty even until the midpoint of the game, and then past that point, Offit really started to find another gear. They stepped up and, well, they destroyed Robins for the second half of said game. So we move forward in this series, and I do think, you know, maybe Robins need to find a way to do better in the late game. They do need to get some late game resurgences going, because we get into what would be a protocol control, and yeah, I think, you know, you don't want to be finding yourselves in trouble in the late game. You want to make sure that you're playing your offenses well on this map. I will say, you know, obviously things are different here in the CONUS Championships and these Air Force gaming tournaments. We're not expecting to see kind of CDL caliber gameplay. And so we are seeing teams, I think, being able to pull off these late kind of round, late game resurgences, especially on offense, where they find themselves on the points, able to capture it. I definitely think Robin's capable of that.
Yeah, I do too. And, you know, for control on protocol, it just comes down to how good is your offense, really, because defense is very straightforward for a lot of the teams that do jump into this one. You just let your subs fly, roam, flank, do whatever the hell they want, and it usually works out. For the offensive side, you have to recognize when those moments are in play. You want to make sure you're controlling the at least top windows for your side of the map, top triple above the armory. Send somebody down towards Spiral as well, get in towards that P4 area who can, you know, maybe jump in towards Grandma's through the ropes, or split over towards B to distract on that zone as well. You have to make sure that those key routes are being covered by you as an attacker before you get towards those control zones. So it's a little bit of a shopping list, I'd say, as an attacker on protocol, but as long as you're slow and steady with the scalpel, you can slice your way through this map, no problem.
All right, one more map off it. Make it into the next round of play. Just a little small update. I believe Malmstrom currently 1-1 with Dover, I believe was the update. We will ask what? Yeah, in the middle of the control. So we'll keep you guys updated on that series as that progresses. That's going a little bit longer than maybe this one will. Robins, though, off the start, they do want this to go to another game. And as we say that, we hit a quick draw here. We're going to reset the lobby. We're going to come back to this one. Robin's going to have to wait a little bit longer to extend this series past 3.
Yeah, you know, that's the way she goes sometimes. So we're just going to wait a little bit for these players to get ready. And Brody, that gives us a chance to talk about everything else happening around CONUS right now. Because Malmstrom 2-1 versus Dover. They win the control. Dover takes the Search and Destroy in that series. So you can see that for a team like Malmstrom, I mean, yes, this is an area where Malmstrom should end up winning that. But I like to see that Dover is giving them a run in that series. It's not going to be as clear-cut as you would have expected.
No, I agree. I definitely want to see more competitiveness. I mean, this is like we said at the start of the day, right? We want to see as many Game 5s as humanly possible. We want these games to go as far as they can. It would be nice for this one to go past 3 maps. Obviously, we literally just saw a couple of 3-0s to start the day. So it's nice to see that one, competitive series. Again, we've been given a lot of love to Malmstrom, I think, to be the roster that, you know, might be one of the top 6 teams to qualify all the way through to Worlds at the end of the competition. But I also want to give a lot of love to Dover, excuse me, because when we have seen them, they've also been making improvements, as have a lot of squads here in the CONUS Championships. To beat Malmstrom in that series, that would be a huge momentum boost for them, because Malmstrom are a brilliant team. So we'll catch you guys up with that one as map number 3 concludes. We said that they are in the middle of said control. So when we know, you guys will know. What we do know, though, protocol control is going to get underway, and hopefully we know that this is going to be a map that doesn't get reset.
And hopefully, if I'm looking at it too, Brody, knock on wood, but Codcaster looks pretty good too, so I am praying that this stays intact for the remainder of this day. Over onto the defense, though, for Offit. They're going to be facing some backlash onto this A zone. Anti slides in, not able to play his life, though. Triple kill coming out between Flux and Appa. This is spawn trap territory we're looking at.
Yeah, you've already got a player in position here, and Flux catches another one off guard, but he's going to reveal his position. Oh, thought for a second he was about to get the turn and burn on towards Anti, but he does not. Trade for the moment. This does not benefit Robbins. The first thing you need to do coming out the base is making sure you're removing all of the players from off it, and that doesn't look like it's happened. Waz has just found yet another player to shut down. He's on the hunt for him. J Ramos not long for this world, and the lives not massively despaired between the two teams right now, but it does start to feel like off it with the map control they have. Robbins are in danger.
Yes, they are. So off it back into their old antics that we've seen. Anti for the flanking behind Waz. It's a plea to come out to assist and a turn and burn for another 3 down. J Ramos, top grandmas, is going to make his presence known, but it's really no avail at all. Appa jumps up towards the lighthouse. Another elimination for the back spawn to be cleared. One player does get over towards this A zone, and hopefully they should be able to keep this at 8.1 seconds, but Zeus goes down, 3 go down. That's a teammate, actually, so Anti's going to have his chance here, but this is it. Last chance.
And this is what we were talking about, right? You can get these late kind of game, late round resurgences here on Protocol Control. We've seen it a lot, and Robbins look to do exactly that as they pick up a couple of kills. Off it. Want to be careful about how much they invest into this one. Through the middle of the map, Flux can't get all the shots in for the second kill, so second tick now going to be through. Trip stack, and there's the third. There's the extra 60 seconds, and I love the decision from Offit. They don't over-aggress into that. They position themselves for the inevitable rotation towards B.
You and I both are just big fans of what's happening in this one. 3 life leads, so relatively this is very doable if Offit aren't resourceful with their lives. As you give a chance over towards Robin, they're going to take it. For now, Appa doing fantastic at keeping that pressure off of B, keeping that life differential. And look at this from Waz. Oh, no.
Oh.
Okay, I was going to say, no way we get it already in Series 2 of Day 4, but it is just a good old knife. 30 seconds, no respawns.
And there's still one player to deal with. Yuppie actually goes down, so you've got a bit of mid-map presence now to work with. Anti has to play his life. You have to wait for the help from J Ramos here. Flux now going to hit the reposition down low. Runs right into another player here. A couple of kills now coming through from Robbins. That's 3 down. They bring this down to a 4 versus 4. No respawns remaining for either side. And Robbins are playing this so patiently. Do they get the timing, though? Those players move away from the middle of the map just as Appa hits it. He might be able to take these players down. Second tick through, though. You have to get towards the point. You've got to get towards the point now. The capture are going to come through. Robbins somehow pull that out of the hat.
I can't believe it. I actually can't believe it, Brody. How do you manage to chuckle this one when it is 0 lives left? You have almost double the lives of your opponents. All you have to do is trade. All you have to do is kill. And that's what Offit have been doing perfectly for the past 2 maps. So now in game 3 is when you decide to let off the gas. And Robbins pull a fast one on you. So round 1 offense going their way by way of capture. And I know for J Ramos, Anti, and Blur Antics, that is an exciting one.
Man, that's going to hype them up. And that's really got to put a downer on the Offit camp for sure. You've got to be so frustrated off of that. So many advantages. They even played the transition perfectly, right? Like, they make sure that they don't over-aggress in towards A when that's captured. They hold themselves back for that, and they still lose it. That hurts, for sure. Well, in towards this round, Offit on the offense have had a couple of efforts already, but all of them kind of feeling a little bit individual. Robbins also still have presence inside the base. Blur Antics now on 4 in a row. Gets cut down short of number 5. So back towards the middle of the map they go. But they've done a good job at keeping Offit outside of arm's reach here for the moment. But as that kill comes through from Flux now, there surely will be a double stack. And A, capture can now start to go for it in their way.
J Ramos on the flank around. Waz has no idea. No information over towards Yapli as well. Arrow on the turn on. It doesn't come in time. Double kill for Arrow Appa, but still no presence over towards this A zone. You get that single tick, Brody, but it's not going to be enough. This is Robins actually looking like they have fully resalvaged their mental going into game 3.
And Offit just don't have anywhere near the same pace and aggression they've had previously. Like, zero. They are just playing so passively right now. They're waiting for Robins to make errors, and Robins aren't doing it. Appa finally getting aggressive here. Might have caught one player off guard. Oh, no, this is not the time for that, Appa. Come on now. We just got to get those kills and get yourself on towards a point, and that is exactly what they do. But Robins, reaction, straight flank.
Straight flank. Florantix.
Yep.
He gets the kill finally. But with that and how long it took, Brody, the ASO gets captured. So it's a little give and take there for Yapli. You're happy that your team was able to get the objective. Now, I don't know how we're sitting in this. I feel like we're just like everybody's tripping over themselves and we're at this moment.
I was just so confused there for a second that there was a player towards top trips that hadn't been caught out by Offit. Regardless, though, now they're starting to get kills. Zeus with that double. It's a good bit of resistance from Zeus, who finds 3. Number 4 surely will not go his way. Appa finds a bit of resistance, but that 3-piece from Zeus puts everything back to normality here as Robins regain mid-map control. They got a 3 life advantage. Now 3 more kills coming through. Offit really starting to struggle.
Oh, we just saw Robins steal a round away. I mean, Offit, they know all they need to do is get a quick 4 down clean, but clean has been anything but this map. If you're either side, so it's going to get scrappy. Wazd on the overextension. He's going to spot out anti-shots in the back, not before he gets that kill, but that's not good enough. You have to get some kills in succession. Appa, though, he goes down. No more respawns. Blurantix going to clear out this B zone, and now it's only Yapli forward. Blurantix gets 3 in a row. A turn on with the pistol. And he has turned it up for the squad when they need him most. 20 and 11. A ridiculous scoreline from our Fortnite representative.
Was that 6 spree to end the round as well? I think it was from Blurantix. These guys are really heating up in this game. They suit protocol control like a glove. Here is that 3-piece once again. Blurantix getting a couple of kills actually to stop Offit from doing anything whatsoever. They have been shut down time and time again in this control. And I do feel a little bit like they've lost their venom after round number 1, right? Like when they lost that round in the way that they did, I think that really hurt their mental game. We talked about it, that it absolutely could, and I think that's just what's happened here. Offit just aren't playing anywhere near as aggressive as they have been in the past. They're not feeling confident in the hits they're making. And they need to get a little bit more confident if they do want to close this series out and free. If not, we are going to see a Vault hardpoint. But for the moment, Robins playing this one just passive to begin with here. They're waiting for that aggression from Offit, and they read it perfectly.
Robins have really kicked themselves into a new gear. Whether it's gear 2, gear 3, gear 4, or 5, depends on which part of One Piece you're at, but for Robins, they're all over the place on protocol. Appa turns around, good read onto Blurantix. A double kill should slow things down on this offense, and Was is in another flanking position. Zeus not going to catch it in time, turns around, another one. And it's Flux's turn to see if they can wombo combo this back spawn. Blurantix going to get sidelined and benched. So 41 seconds, Brody. Finally Offit has some footing to stand on.
Yeah, they've got a spawn trap set up, but it's worth saying that not everybody is in said spawn trap. Zeus and J. Ramis are outside of that, and there's a couple of kills come through from Blurantix and Zeus. Well, now, Robins can get out and actually start doing something. 25 seconds on the clock. They've done this before, Seymour. They've got themselves on the point. They got the extra 60 seconds. They made that quick transition, but I don't think Wazd wants history to repeat itself. A couple of kills already through. Appa to clear out number 3. Just one more player left. Zeus will make his position known, and that's going to turn some heads. I think they're relying on Yapli to deal with this.
15 seconds left. Trying to make it clean. Wazd finishing off J. Ramis. Nobody's going to get to the zone just yet. Somebody's got to touch at some point. They go over towards B. Appa is down low. He's going to have some help from Flux, but do you think you got to turn around? No. He's got the utmost trust in his teammate, and rightfully so. Flux all over the case. Now on to A. Double stack. Second tick is going to be in. 2.2 seconds, surely. Surely not again, Brody. Somebody's got to go over here. You got to contest this one. Last
Contest?
segment's going to get actually locked in, and they get another minute to try to clutch up again. What are we doing?
And they've got 3 kills. They've got kills. They've got a Hellstorm missile. Blurrantics can bring this down. Keep these guys away from the point, and it will be Dunzo. Flux needs to go big on the point. Can only find one. There's no way. There's surely no way this happens again. Waz takes Blurrantics out of the play, so the Hellstorm missile will only come back with a respawn. First tick already through. Over by the point. Trey's looking pretty good. And they've got more players here. Do they check underneath? They don't on the initial. Was good for 1. There should be a trade from Appa, and there will be. So they will hold for the moment here. Blurrantics is being slow, though. There's the Hellstorm missile.
It finds 2. Appa, 5 lives. Jumps over the head of Blurrantics. Gets it in time to stop it, but Appa's going to go big for the rest of the team. He does. Climbs the ladder. Knows there's a player in towards the lighthouse. Jay Ramis with the pre-nade. Spots the cross, and this back and forth is incredible, but it's a 1 versus 6. Your play is alone, and off it crumble under the pressure of a protocol control when you just don't know what the heck you're doing.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a breakdown. That is a breakdown right in there. Not once, but twice from off it. And I was kind of the opinion that the first time was a mental thing, right? Where you lose control and then you just immediately get caught on the rotation. The second time, I think, is just totally a mistake on how to play the game. Like, it just a total error. You need to make sure you're contesting the point. Like, you have lives. Lives are a resource. Like, don't play for the rotation in that situation. Don't play for the transition towards B, because there's no guarantee that you're going to win those rotational battles. And both times, they lost them. You need a little bit more urgency in stopping an A capture like that, because you've let it go twice when you really shouldn't have done. And I know that for a fact that they will watch that back and recognize that that was the case. Off it, a roster that has been so dominant in the late game, just were not in this game whatsoever. Shout out to Robbins, though. Shout out to Jay Ramis and Blurrantics. They were running the map over and over again, time and time again. Those guys just knew exactly where to be at all times. They were soaking up kill after kill. And there isn't really much that Offit can do when those guys are running the table like that.
Yeah. What did we just watch in that control? Yeah, it's a difficult game mode to wrap your head around sometimes. On, you might be that player who's sitting there, Brody, and you're just like, do I touch the zone? Because in this moment, like, if I die, then that snowball to the other zone is going to be something to worry about. But if you don't try, it happened anyways. So, yeah, it's like, maybe it's a lack of communication. Maybe it's just a lack of practice on control itself. But for Robbins, yeah, I mean, congratulations, guys. You just did something of a miracle in both offenses. 2.2 seconds in that third round, Brody, is all that was needed to win a defensive round on protocol control. They almost held them to 1 segment, and it happened twice in a row. So looking at the series, Vault Hardpoint up next, things don't really stop in terms of where we're looking at this pressure either. It's a situation where I think if you're Robbins, you looked fantastic in terms of slaying in that game. You were trading. You had Blurrantics going crazy. He was going on streaks. And Vault is a map where if you look back to this Hacienda, you are contesting a lot of those rotations. If you start winning those rotations, then we can actually start talking about this going to a map 5 for Robbins. And yes, Hacienda in the second half was very, very comfortable, but a couple gunfights go the way of Robbins Air Force Base, and we are singing a different story.
I just can't believe what we just saw. Just straight up, I cannot believe what we just witnessed in that game. Probably the biggest breakdown we've seen from any one team this week so far. I'm pretty happy, pretty confident to say that's what just happened, because to do it once is crazy. It happens. Fine. To do it twice, I think it is proof that those guys, again, will be looking back at that game. They'll be realizing, hey, that definitely shouldn't have happened. So, Vault Hardpoint, that's what's coming up next, as you guys just saw. And this, I think, despite the fact that Offit probably did lose a fair amount of momentum off the back of that map, will still be feeling relatively confident given how much they won game number 1 by and the way in which they won it. Now, a reminder, if you didn't get to catch that Hacienda hard point. Things were pretty much even Stevens. These guys were trading hard points off the back of the first set. It was in the second set where Offit really started to get just a little bit better at rotations, and I think crucially holding the hard points all the way through. They weren't throwing away 15 to 20 seconds of scrap time every single hard point. They were getting a full 50 to 60 off of multiple kills in that second and third set, and that really did make the difference in the end. Offit needs to try and close the series out here. You've chuckled one game. Surely you're not going to happen again.
Surely not. But hey, now that our pick'ems are gone and our predictions are wrong, Brody,
I'm down for it.
let's go. Why not? Let's see what Robins can do into this hard point. And again, you know, we look towards players like Zeus, Florantix, and Anti to really continue this spree of kills that we've been seeing throughout these respawns. Jay Ramis, he was fantastic at the control. So let's see that transfer over towards the control or the hard point now in map 4. Some good time from Offit off this P1, but it does look like the spawns for P2 are going to stay towards Robin's side.
Pretty good start from Robins here in terms of mid-map control. They're going to lose some gunfights, though. Offit still want a piece of this pie, and they will get it as Wazd and Flux managed to get control of mid-map. Now, one player towards the new hardpoint. That was Jay Ramis, and they are swiftly removed. So, mid-map presence is pretty good from Offit. They get 20 seconds off of P1, and they've got rotation as well. This is looking like a solid start from this roster.
It really is. It looks like the bounce back is a Fist of Fury from Wazd. 5-0 to start this map. Appa's looking good as well, as he had probably one of the best search and destroys I've seen from him back in map number 2. Map 3, he was trading, but you need a little bit more than trades in that map. You plea inside the hard point. He needs some help. Zeus and Anti just going to fly on forward. They break. Now looking for the back. Waz hasn't died yet. 7-0.
This is the start that Offit wanted. This is the bounce back they frankly needed after that control. A couple of players in the back line, though. Anti, one of them. Zeus, the other. The latter will pick up one kill, but no more resistance than that. And back spawns are not what you want at this stage of the hard point, by the way. Even these mid-map spawns for Robins are not that beneficial. You want to set yourselves up for the new hard point? They've not done that. Look at player number 5. Wazd is in position to anchor these spawns, not just for this hill, but for the next one as well. This is not a good position for Robins.
No, not one bit. Offit 69 playing 13. You plea. He's going to hop it for a second. Like this play from Anti, nobody's going to be watching it. And the fact that you spawn up over towards Art, you should know that somebody's behind you, but it doesn't look like the knowledge is really there to understand the way that spawns are influenced. Anti gets the kill. He's traded out, so all's well that ends well. Offit's still in the hard point.
But looking for it now. Errorap are able to find one through the middle of the map. It was just Blur Antics over by the hill, and they are shut out. Offit very happy at the moment with how this game has gone. Despite this rotation from Robins, they've really not got a single second off of this hill. Offit will scrappily manage to get control of that time as well. They're now looking for the rotation. This has to be a break. It has to be done now. Blur Antics, good kill against Flux. Errorap are inside, though. We'll trade out. That's not Blur Antics. They should recognize that Blur is still hanging about. Nobody towards the backline, though. And somebody will have to go deal with him sooner rather than later. Somebody, please. Finally, that child comes through. Cool. This time by Wazd, and it's Blur Antics that takes him off the street.
13-2. Plea, he's now back on the streak for his team. Jay Ram is going to slide in, all turned around. Still gets the kill with the help of Anti. A double kill. Can he find all 3? No. 6 in a row now from Plea. You still continue to count your hardpoint seconds. If you're off it, Lost ends up going down. Flux, good spot here to slide out. Pistol not going to connect. But look how far you're just going to keep getting pushed back. If you're Robins, you're fighting for 13 seconds here.
Robin's still fighting for this time. It just isn't happening. A couple of kills come through. This is realistic. This might be your best shot in this entire game, but there's just not a lot of time, as you said, for 13 seconds. It's not worth all the aggro. Blur Antics will go in for, was that 2 seconds? 3 seconds? Maybe something like that off that hard point? I don't know. Robins, at the very least, have hit rotation, but it doesn't even really feel like that game number 3 has happened in the minds of Offit. They do not look even slightly phased. This has been easily the most dominant hardpoint map we've seen from anybody this entire week thus far.
finally, Robin's getting some time here, Brody. I mean, it feels like it's been forever since they've stepped foot into the hard point. I think it was all the way back in P2. And even still, it was only for a few seconds. Offit are upset after a protocol control that is just chuckled out the window, stopped, set on fire, and maybe even nuked a little bit, but they are bouncing back in map number 4, and they do not want to let go of this relentless pressure.
Jay Ramos, even that, right? Even the solo play to try and catch Offit by surprise, even he is caught out. Maybe one for Anti? Maybe? Maybe? Yeah, Anti finds a couple of kills. Bias caster, I don't even care. I want to see a game 5 at this point. He's still alive in the backline. For how long, though? Might be able to catch a player off guard. Yes, he will. Surely not. Anti comes through. And finally here, Robins have something to say as Anti finds himself on 5 in a row. Now they have this hill locked down.
40 seconds on the hill time. Arrow up, not going to get here, and Robbins, do we see another comeback, Brody? This is a good chunk of time to get. Obviously, it's not going to bring you, like, close to bringing this lead back, but it's a good start. And if Offit can do it to you, like what we saw on the protocol control, you can do it right back to them. So now trying to work out of their spawn, you saw Blurantix trying to hit the route underneath through Vault. That's going to be shut down. Everybody's going to spawn up over towards this P2 side, and Yapli is in a great spot to shut this down now on the rotation.
Jay Ramos looking for him. Yapli now makes his position known. Jay Ramos should be there to deal with this one. That was a streak coming down from the heavens as well. Doesn't connect to anything, though. Jay Ramos was looking for him, but he's basically a ghost at this point as Yapli gets away towards the hard point. And now we'll find a frag and get some time as well. So the wrong side of the hill for Robins to be on. They need to fight through this.
Robins in the hard point. 30 seconds that you'd love to get here. Trades back in. Fight for the hill time. Blurantix going to win it and top rate on it right away. But he's all alone. A second one for Blurantix. Not able to get all 3. So you look towards your teammates to pick up where you left off. And why not a team kill to get you back into this one? 11 seconds. You're looking for the rotation. Let's see if they can beat the timing, Brody, and flip these spawns right away.
That's what they need to do. You're only 70 points down now. This is plausible. You've made the lead incrementally smaller over the course of time. Zeus now around the back line. Not going to be able to get Yapli. So good trade coming through from Jay Ramos. Shots through the wall. Slow down. Jay Ramos quite significantly. Blurantix decides, yeah, I'm just going to do it myself. First kill. Good. Second kill on the outside. Blurantix looking for it, and he does get traded. So first set of kills good here for Offit. Robin's not able to get through, and that's 4 down.
It's 4 down, and we're seeing it for Offit. Now crossover to that 200-point marker, so back into a 100-point lead. On to P4. This is where you can get nearly a full 60, and they're looking to do just that. Yapli wins the fight inside the hill. That's going to keep them backed up for now. Crossfire from Tree was in a position to make it difficult to get to that front door. With 10 seconds left, you can't go to no Robins. You need to put your last stand in this third set of rotations.
Needs to be here. You seem to have had a kind of mid-game resurgence, but is it enough? You need to have a late-game one right here, right now. Everyone watching. Every point of entry towards this hard point. Jay Ramos successful in his fight. Yapli looking to win the 1 versus 1. Anti successful in winning his fight. Robins doing everything right as far as holding this hill down for the moment is concerned. But they have a lot of spawns and a lot of attacks to predict here. I don't know if they're going to be able to. Jay Ramos comes through for a couple. Needs to find number 3 here. Does Anti. And he's not going to be able to get done as Yapli will double up. That's going to momentarily get Robins out of the hill.
Solid from Yapli not to chase that kill. Appa, it's his turn, but Zeus has some solid shots to get back in and dig deep. You don't win off this hard point. Flux might look to jump in for the contest. You should know he's down here. They line up for him. Flux has the body shots, and you did just feed into it. So rotation's over. It looks like it's going to be about maybe 17 seconds needed to win this. It's 15 seconds that you need to put this away.
15 seconds. Offit trying to close it out here. One more wave of gunfights. Couple of yellow kills in the feed, though. Zeus stunned up. Doesn't need to do anything because his teammates have got in towards the time. So, off it. Now vying for the last 4 seconds. They slide out. They removed Waz from the back. First wave is good.
Flux with an aid. Zeus gets 2, 5 in a row, trying to hold on, but you play from a distance, has some good shots with that aims anti on the firing squad. Back and forth these teams go, and I'm not sure this call for off it. They're just giving it up. They're going to chalk it. I mean, you don't need to break this hill. You know it's a difficult one. All you have to do is win the rotations. And Robins know that. They're giving it up. They're just racing over to try to contest this.
Yeah, but it feels individual. Joe Ramos has already gone first and got shut down for it. Next kill. Anti not able to do anything. You have to run. You have to sprint. That hill's going to pop and they're going to win the game in 4 seconds. Can anybody touch in time? Blurantix finds one. The contest is there. Somebody just jump in from off it and the game is done. Somebody get in the hill and they do. Off it. Finally close it out. An explosive start to the game from them and the control means absolutely nothing because off it are the team that goes marching on.
Yeah, look at that from the team. They are yelling across that stage. I imagine the things that they're yelling, Brody, are good game. It was great playing against you. You're the best. Some fantastic competition that we've been meeting here at CONUS. And I hope you have a nice day. But for Robins on the other side, you are feeling a little bit rough after what was the Map 3 protocol going your way. A fun series at the end of it. A series that neither of us really expected to go to 4 maps, but I'm sure neither of us are really upset that it did.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted more competitive play. I wanted to see something other than a 3-0, and I'll be honest, at the end of game number 2, I thought that was exactly what we were going to get. It's just, honestly, an incredible first couple of maps from off it, right? It was late game resurgences on both that really did split the difference between the two teams. That Search and Destroy in particular, I think, was a masterclass. The one thing that off it will watch back on this series and say, yeah, that shouldn't have happened was definitely this control, because on the whole, it wasn't terrible control play from off it, right? Fundamentally, everything felt pretty sound. It was a couple of fatal errors, though, I think, in just making sure that they were stopping rotations a couple of times there in both round number 1 and round number 3, and they'll look back at that, and I'm sure we'll get a little hint of what happened there in the post-match interview. But we did get back to business. Game number 4, gates opened up. We saw a 130, 140 point advantage, something ridiculous like that for off it, and that's something that very, very rarely you ever see a team come back from in Call of Duty. It doesn't ever really happen, and it certainly was never going to happen there.
No, not at all. So 3-1, and that is going to mean that off it moves on. Robin, not Robin, is going to fall out of the CONUS Esports Championships in Losers Round 1. Another team that we unfortunately had to eliminate, Brody, alongside Dover as well. Malmstrom, they moved on in their respective sides. So this off-it team moves forward to play Malmstrom, and that's going to be a pretty fun one to look at.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the next matchups. As I said, I think, you know, past the first rounds of play in Winners Round 1 and in Losers Round 1, and that's no disrespect to the teams that got 3-0'd or lost those matches. Everybody in this tournament was competitive. Everybody was great to watch and so fun to keep track of. But I do think past this round of play, this is when every single match is going to be competitive. I doubt we're going to see many matches being blown out of the water. Maybe aside from a couple of teams that I don't want to talk about just yet, because we will have those conversations when we do get into those matches. But still, it does feel like past this point on, we are starting to get into the competitive nitty-gritty of it all. We're down to our final 8 teams, 4 of which are already qualified for Worlds. And in the next couple of rounds of play, we are going to see those last 2 teams make it. By the end of the day, we're going to know who's going to Worlds, who's going to be joining the teams from PACAF and USAFE. Of course, 6 teams of the 12 in that competition are already there. Yeah, I think we're going to see competitive matches. I can't wait to see Malmstrom in the next round of play as well. It's going to be a real fun time to see who gets those last couple of spots.
It's going to be a great time. I think, you know, you got to give some respect over towards Robins. You know, they denied a reverse sweep back in the Eastern bracket. They've taken some really strong teams the distance and played some maps very, very close. You look back to that Hacienda hardpoint at the start of the series, you definitely saw a way that they could have stole that map away as well. Hopefully this is a team that we see back next year for the qualifiers of CONUS and possibly CONUS itself. I'd like to see this team try again throughout this tournament. If we do get to see them back at Patrick's Space, Fort Space, or wherever CONUS is going to be, if it does happen in 2026, I'm not going to, get ahead of myself there, but I was liking it. Yes, it was a slow start to the tournament, and I said it's very difficult to just learn Call of Duty right off the bat, but I gotta say, man, especially that control, shout out to Blur Antics. He really did pick up the sticks for Call of Duty and pop off this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. He has stepped things up a notch. What was it, the control, where he got like 7 or 8 in a row, something ridiculous like that. Had a hell of a performance. We are going to go to a post-match interview, though, with Wazd from Offit. Wazd, first and foremost, congratulations, mate. You guys just crushed that series for the most part. Before we talk about the positives of the series, all right, I'm gonna talk about it. It wasn't all sunshines and rainbows, right? We talk about that control, that game number 3. Talk to me a little bit about kind of what went wrong for you guys in that map, because everything else you guys dominated, but that map was a bit of a struggle for you folks.
It's mostly just a matter of our ARs getting power positions. So I kept getting in their spawn and kept getting lost, but our ARs just kept getting picked. So it wasn't doing much for the team, and it just ended up not working out. So.
That's the case with Protocol. It's kind of like what happens. If your ARs aren't popping off, then it's really hard to have any chance to secure those zones. But I do want to talk about some of the positives, at least, unlike Brody. That hard points. Who on your team, and what about your team does have that kind of switch to flip like we saw in the Hacienda to go from, struggling and playing close towards this team, and then you start catching some fire, rotating, winning your fights. What kind of process does that take? Who's the one leading you through those hype moments?
It's for sure me. Like with the Hacienda, it was a close game and we just kept making mistakes. I just told them to take a deep breath, walk in. We know that we should be slamming these guys, and that's what ended up happening after that. We just walked in and did what we're supposed to do.
Is that like a similar thing that happened going into the vault too? Because you guys looked relentless at the start of that map 4.
Exactly, and then they started making a comeback, and I told everybody just to calm down, get our rotations, play fundamentals, and the rest was history. So.
And kind of looking towards, what, maybe happened at the slow parts of the series when your team wasn't really slowed down. How are you guys processing that for the rest of this one, knowing that, to qualify for Worlds, you have 2 more matches at least to win through this tournament? Is that something you guys are working on from day to day?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we always talk about our mistakes afterwards and what we need to do to get that qualification to Worlds, and we're just gonna fix those mistakes, and I think we'll be fine.
All right, well, that's big picture for you guys prepping for that next matchup. You are facing Malmstrom next. Is there anything you guys are looking at specifically, how you guys are approaching that matchup for qualification?
Not really. It should be a pretty easy ride. If we just don't get too antsy and stick to our fundamentals, I'm not worried about anybody on that team, and it'll show whenever we play them later.
Oh, I love that, dude. I actually love it when teams have confidence, and I love that for you as well. Again, congratulations. You crushed it in this series. I really love watching you play, mate, and I can't wait to see more of you. Before we let you go, is there anybody you want to give a shout-out to back home?
Back home, shout-out to my boy Matthew.
Love it. Absolutely love it, mate.
That's
well, again,
duo.
Congratulations. Go ahead and enjoy the rest of your day, mate. We'll be seeing you later.
All right. Thank y'all.
Cool. Well, that was from Offit. 3-1 victory against Robins. They go forward to face Malmstrom. And so now we know what our qualification matchups looks like here in the lower bracket, Seymour.
Shout out Matthew.
Yeah, we love Matthew.
The duo. Waz duo out there. It's great to hear that, you have that presence of mind mid-game to be able to sit there, tell your team, slow down, pick ourselves up and start to look towards, what happens next. It's really easy for players and, teams to dwell on the past and It really takes a strong mental and a strong roster, and some of the best rosters will be able to quickly forget what happened, and what is to come is what your focus is kind of trained towards. And I think, for somebody like Waz to be leading this team in a direction like that, that is a very strong mindset to have for really anybody to not dwell on those mistakes for too much. And I think that is going to really separate them from a lot of these teams that we've been seeing this week.
Absolutely. Well, they move on in the bracket. Next up, we go to the upper side. We have Eglin, we have Nellis to figure out who's going to make it towards that upper bracket final. Don't go far, folks, because after this, we go back to the upper bracket to get a team into the top 3.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CONUS Esports Championships of 2025. I'm back in. It's Enigma. I'm a little bit perplexed, though. Seymour, what the hell are you doing?
I'm just trying to find my inner peace right now after what has been one of the most absurd games that I just watched. I don't know how Robin was able to come away with that control. But they did,
Yep.
and it goes game 4. It's still, things going right in terms of the team that we predicted to move on forward for off it, but sometimes teams just gotta chill out in what they're doing and figure out how to play control.
No, it's been a weird tournament for some things. We've been talking a lot about how the hard points, all breaks, no holds. Some of the S&D strategies have been coming out, have been leaving us a little bit bamboozled. Some of the players out there as well, too. Some of it is to great success at the end of the day. But yeah, that control was a hell of a one to watch. I got to tuck into my dinner. Anyway, we, of course, have ourselves a lot more action yet for day 4. But let's recap a bit and look ahead to some more as we pull up the bracket here and talk through a couple of things. And you will get confirmation, of course, there of that 3-1 that comes through for Offit, moving them ahead to play Malmstrom in the lower portion of the bracket. Cannon and Buckley also a part of that lower portion. Those 2 games at the bottom there, they decide who gets on through to Worlds. But there's a couple of things up the top portion of the bracket that we've also got to settle, because, of course, there's also a CONUS Championship to win. A lot of teams now start to vie for supremacy. Eglin against Nellis, Peterson against Langley. My friend, we're going to get the pleasure of Eglin against Nellis. Now, this, for me, feels like a really tough one to predict because both teams have plenty that they're bringing to this fight.
Yeah, I think everybody in the winner's bracket has a good shot at pushing into that winner's final. It's going to be close. It's going to be hard to really justify predictions into what we've seen. A big toss-up coin flip on winner going through, but it's a big one in terms of that confidence, staying away from that loser's bracket, not having to play more games across CONUS, and then you can just cruise into that grand final spot hopefully later on down the line for either one of these teams. But you're avoiding that lower bracket, and that's like the most important thing right now for both of these 2 teams, because as we just saw in literally the game before this, you don't want to have to go through that. It has been chaos down here.
No, there's a hell of a lot of talent, and that doesn't stop just because we're looking at that lower portion of the bracket. But sticking with where we're at currently and trying to keep yourself in the top end of that bracket, let's take a look at the 8 gentlemen that will be playing here in this Eglin v Nellis matchup. And there's a reason why we're finding it relatively difficult to predict, my friend, because on Eglin, you've got Floki, Charms, Shaky, Trip, and Burrito. For Nellis, it is Smack, Smoke, Tones, and Kuzo, and all 8 of these gentlemen have lit up our screens through the previous 3.5 days of action, and I don't think they're done doing that just yet.
This Nellis team has been so consistent on top of being one of the best teams that we have at CONUS. Of course, they're not the team that, wins their region, but it was close, and I feel like every map that they did play, they had that opportunity to win. So, you go into the CONUS Esports Championships, you fix a couple of those mistakes, you try to make it cleaner, and of course, you're just going to keep getting better as the days go on. And for Eglin, it was a slow start. They started making those adjustments. Shout out Coach Mott, because this Eglin team has made those adjustments, and where we didn't have them in our eyes to be a competitor for that winner's final chance, that grand final chance, they have completely set the narrative that this is a team that can make upsets.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Magic Mart certainly flexing his big brain back there. He's been, no doubt, a core part of the success that we're seeing for this foursome. Take a closer look even at them. Andrew, you are paid to speak. That's a simple word. Floki, Charms, Shaky, and Trip and Burrito. Again, this is a foursome. They kind of came into this, and it was a little bit of like, this is a new look roster. You've got a big name in Charms leading the way, who has plenty of competitive experience in AFG and is very well regarded as one of the top individual players. But it's all about how the rest of that supporting cast would kind of step up and deliver here. And while you walk away Eastern champs, again, talked a bit about Charms individually. I think he's had plenty of love. I think for me, I mean, across the board, Trip and Burrito, got one of the best names I've ever seen. But I think it's going to be Floki that I look at here. And it's like, this is the person who, for me, has stepped up a hell of a lot to be a part of not only winning that championship, but now what the rest of CONUS could bring.
He's been a great objective player. He's been a great search player as well for this team. And he and Shaky both have found their real respective roles within this team to, pop off alongside the rest of your team. Floki's been the flanker. Shaky, he's been slaying in and around the hill with that AR in his hand. You let Charms do whatever the hell Charms wants to do, and, Trip and Burrito, it's just smooth sailing for him when he has to play for the hill time, the objective, whatever you really need to do. He's been there to fill the gaps. And that flexibility for this team is something you don't really see with other teams.
No, you don't. It's one of the things that has been one of Eglin's almost superstar powers, is the sense that they can all adapt very well to situations that unfold in front of them. And they will need to do a lot of adapting, my friend, when it comes to this next series, because they're rocking up against the team that came second in the Western bracket. This Nellis team, definitely one that's raised a couple of eyebrows through this tournament. Again, this is Smack, Smoke, the dynamic duo, Lofton leading the lines with Kuzo in behind, and then Tones, the veteran. He calls himself the old man, but we call it experience, and leading the way very much so there for this team, being that IGL, being the brain that lets everyone else kind of do their work. And as a 4, it feels like there's not many holes in this team. Feels very well balanced.
Yeah, that's a freshman out of college right there for Tones. He is young gun, spry, and a mustache that, everybody can love. This Nellis team has been exciting. I think I'm right there with you. Smoke and Smack have really been the spotlight players for the sub duo. You put Kuzo into the mix with them, who's flexing from the AR into the sub at times, and he also rounds out this team in great ways, quite the same way that we talk about Trip and Burrito. And I think with this team who is relatively inexperienced, you would never guess that when watching them.
No, definitely not. I mean, it's been a strong showing from them. They do finish second in Western, so a lot of people who are maybe just joining us are probably thinking, well, you've got the second from one regional bracket and then the number 1 team from the other bracket. Surely there's a favorite here. Well, actually, no. We try and do our power rankings a little bit here. We feel like the West is a bit more top heavy. You've got a bit more of depth in terms of talent there. So we're like, okay, well, where does that then leave us? Is this going to be an incredibly close matchup? And you and me, my friend, we certainly think so, because we've made predictions. We're going with different teams, but we've both got a game 5 under the belt. I'm going Nellis, you're going Eglin. Talk me through why you have led towards the Eastern Champs.
I think it's about time we go to a game 5 first off. For Eglin, I mean, their search and destroy is so impeccably good. And Nellis, yes, their search is good. Peterson beat them in the game 5 for that regional final, and even still throughout the searches that we've seen from this Nellis team, it hasn't really been like crazy amazing, like you just count them to be the better team. So if this does go all the way to that game 5 where I've seen this Eglin team really make waves in this game mode, I feel like that's where they edge this series out.
Fair enough. I mean, I understand the call. My counter to that and why I'm leaning with the Western side is just because, again, when I'm trying to do my power rankings, which are very difficult to make because there's so much talent, you end up in a situation where I'm putting Nellis in as like the second best team across everything, just because of the stack of talent they had to beat to get to those finals. Eglin, I think you had a smoother run, but yeah, game 5 is where we're going, because we are struggling to split the differences here. It's going to be by a hair. It's going to be by a very small margin, but we will have to settle those margins indeed. And of course, that's across a set of maps, no different to any other time we rock up to a Call of Duty series. And my friend, we are going to be starting off on that red card hard point. It's staying at red card for the S&D before the protocol control, Skyline hard point, and of course, if we get there to that game 5 that you and me are both predicting, Hacienda Surge. Anything that raises an eyebrow here for you?
Protocol control, man. Teams are starting to play this map again, and you can see that every single time we've had it, it's been a weird one. Not really understanding the pace, how to really maneuver through it as a defending team sometimes. And I think that the fact that we're seeing so many offensive rounds in Protocol 1 this week, it raises some questions on why we're still playing it, because it obviously looks very uncomfortable for the teams that we are seeing. So the fact that it comes through here, for Nellis, they get rid of the Hacienda control. For, Eglin, they get rid of the vault control. I think, maybe one expects the other to ban out the protocol, but neither of them do. And now they're stuck in a situation where that could be a swing map mode combo where who knows who takes it.
No, you're right, and I think the last series is a perfect example of that, right? It's a case of Nobody looks particularly comfortable trying to set up here. We've talked already a lot about how the hard points, there is no such thing as a defensive hold. If you do manage one defensive hold, you're going to win a map, because it's often just a case of breaking over and over again, and who just simply profits in those pinstripe moments, who leads the first kill and often ends up therefore having the extra numbers for the final kill. It's I look to that control and I'm just kind of like, yeah, I don't really know how we're still getting into this. I agree with you. What it does mean, of course, is it'll turn into a bloodbath, an unpredictable smoke show, and you, me, and everyone in chat, well, we get to have a hell of a time. But I'm with you in the sense of, like, if you're a player out there, you want to be going into that game 3, whether you're 2-0 up, 2-0 down, or you're going in 1-1. You always want control to be something that you feel comfortable on, that you feel like you're going to be able to snatch it away from your opposition, regardless of where you currently stand in the series. And right now, I haven't seen a single team that's gone, this protocol map, definitely our home, definitely belongs to us.
Yeah, it's just been one of those games that who knows what happens when we do get there. But for double dose of red card, I've said it all weekend long, or all week long, and it's not going to change. I love this map. I love the way that teams have been playing it, and I think that realistically, it's not very hard to wrap your head around the way this map works. But it does show that it's a marathon when it comes down to this map, especially in a hard point factor, and you have to be able to keep up for, how long it takes sometimes to break these hills. So it's just, can you keep that consistency? Can you keep that pacing and rhythm up the entire time? Something that is definitely going to be answered by these teams here.
Yeah, definitely. I love that you're talking about the pacing and the rhythm. Red card, personally, big fan of the map. I know that is a very hot take at times, because we've had it in and out, map pool-wise discussions. Remember early on in the year, if you liked red card, you were seen as, someone who didn't know much about Call of Duty. Personally, stuck by my guns, said, Skyline should be the one that we don't like very much. But you know what do I know? Red card definitely got that rotation to it that, you talk about how you chain P2 into P3. But we've seen quite a few teams hitting old for minimal amounts of time on this map. And this feels like, of any of our hardpoint maps, this is where you most certainly don't want to be doing that. Get yourself in for that early rotation. Try and set up a hold. And again, I go back to the point I made earlier. If you are able to get one solid hold in this map, I'm definitely expecting that team to come out on top, because of how close a margin we're expecting the rest of this entire series to be from two top-end talents. The red card, as we load it on up, as we get our beautiful map fly-throughs the production have pulled together for us here, it's a case of, I think both of these teams stepping up on that stage understand the weight of this matchup. We've had a lot of great ones. We've had settlers for regional championships, but this feels like arguably the biggest game so far, trying to figure out exactly how the power rankings look and book yourself into those winners finals for CONUS. Is that something you agree with? Has the pressure been higher at any point through this tournament for you?
Maybe going into those first matches, for sure. But for something like this, for Aglet and Nellis, you know that you have a second chance. You know you have a mistake, at least in life, that you can come back and get. The pressure for this one might really be down to, you don't want to be the worst team right now. You don't want to show that form of weakness. In terms of the state of the tournament, I don't think you're really feeling the pressure just yet. You know you have that safety net below you. I'm sure that's going to keep you in a level mind throughout the entirety of this series. But Andy, seems like we got a little bit of time, and I was thinking for a second, I was like, oh, this would be a fun conversation point to have with you. What do you think the most overpowered gun in Call of Duty has been over the decades that we've
I know where
played
this
it?
is coming from.
There are answers, by the way. There's about 5 acceptable answers that I'll take.
The one that always comes back to me and kind of I get flashbacks, like dark memories of, both for using and being on the receiving end of, is the double models from back in the day.
Okay, maybe
like
6. I'll give that
yeah,
one.
I was about to say, if that's not in your 5, then what the hell are we doing?
I was talking about competitive guns,
I gotta hear
though.
this 5. Give me your list, because double models, I mean, to be fair, there's going to be some great examples, I think, come out here, but double models were insane.
I think that, I was thinking more towards the competitive side of Call of Duty, and models just in my head weren't there, but that is fair. Is right. You are
that's a
right.
caveat. That's an important caveat that you could have given me.
Because then you go into the SPAS 12 as well, or maybe the Haymaker back in BO3 or whatever you're going to be looking at. Maybe the Dredge too from that game as well was crazy. 5-round burst LMG. Who thought of that? But no, I was thinking, you go pre-patch FAL in BO2, online AN94. Crazy.
Yeah.
M8A1, M8A7, those two go together. The one burst guns were crazy. The Shiva with high caliber, and then the MP5 from MW 2019. Like, I think that those right there are like the 5 most overpowered guns I've ever seen in competitive Call of Duty.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to kind of argue. I guess there's maybe 1 or 2 that you could throw in towards that bottom end. That MP5's a weird one because we did start to hit a generation of like SMGs can just 3-bullet people now, but also that's kind of been the standard for the last couple of years, I guess. And I don't know, it's a weird one where I'm kind of like, SMGs just feel like now they should be able to do that. But I remember at the time it was kind of like, wow, this thing melts. So maybe, yeah, one of those ones where maybe I'm looking back
You're
and
rotating
I'm not
like
as stressed
Hackney
about
Yard P2 when it should be the most unbreakable thing in the world, and then like bam, an MP5 from downtown out of nowhere just RKOs you from the other side of the map. You're like, all right, you know what? I'll give you that one. Those are some good shots. It's crazy sometimes, the guns that we do get, but it's a good show for the models. Is there? I'm trying to think what else from like non-competitive side would be other than just that.
I mean, I always think of like, I always think back to like when I've obviously played a lot over the years, but like when I grinded was like when I was in high school. So you're talking like COD 4 through to like BO2, BO3, like MW2, MW3, like this time period. That was the time period where I like hammered pubs and anything. I get less time these days, so if I'm playing just competitive. So when I think of like overpowered weapons, I'm going back to those days. Barrett 50 cal, like that thing was like basically a one-tap marksman rifle, and you could just like people would put up montages with the Barrett 50 cal, and I'd be like, brother, you should be doing that. Like, you should be getting a 6-piece because this thing is insane. So that goes up there as well. I don't know. I'm guessing I'm looking at chat as well. You guys give us some of your opinions on what you think are some of the most broken weapons, whether competitive, non-competitive in history.
People start jumping off buildings, doing 360s, jumping off ladders, doing whatever, and you're like, okay, yeah, that deserves to be in a montage, for sure. I had one, the Automaton from Vanguard. That gun was crazy, 100%, considering that you also were like snaking too on top of all of that. So,
well, everyone else was. My old ass couldn't figure that stuff out correctly. So, you know, I was just like, yeah, I over the last couple of years, I feel like Call of Duty has moved a little bit, I guess not even a little bit, a lot of it, from being a shooter game to like, of course it's still an FPS, but like a movement shooter. Like it feels like that's what it's become. Like you break cameras, you do the snaking, you do the slide cancels and all that stuff. And I think that was when I got to a point of just being like, you know what? I'm stopping chasing the top ranks. I'm going to settle happily with like a diamond, a crimson. I'm just going to, all right, I'm happy there, whatever. Leave the rest of it to you cracked out folks who, well, going to mash up your thumbs for the next rest of your life because that stuff's crazy. But yeah, I don't know about the Automaton. I'm going to be honest with you. Dude. That one, I'm not putting in there. Maybe because I used it a lot.
It's so slept on. That gun killed so incredibly fast. Like it was crazy that I think of. And then, you know, you put in like the Black Ops 4 Krig. You remember that? Like the
I mean, to be fair, there was a period. Black Ops 4 Krig was good. In this game, what was the AR in this game that absolutely melted? BO6, there was a game that like was only used in pubs, and it was like a 3-bullet at points, and it was insane. I'm trying to remember. I obviously abused it in pubs while I was trying to do my camo challenges. Of course I did. But yeah, it didn't stay around for very long.
It's hard to remember the DLC guns, I'll be honest, from the years that we've seen.
Yeah. We've seen so many over the years. It starts to become one of those cases. I mean, if we're going down this road, then we can talk about the whole map thing that we were on about the other day as well, like the best maps ever and all that stuff. But yeah, of course, we do have a series to get back to at some point.
Yeah, at some point we're getting this lobby remade. I'm not really sure what's happening.
I mean, I came in and said to you, you know, is this the most pressure that you felt? And apparently there's so much pressure that we wanted the lobby remaking twice. So, you know, just making sure that we delay that and get everyone's nerves settled down before we go again.
Yeah.
Down there at the Patrick Space Force base. I do think as well, like, we talked about how this is a LAN event over 5 days. What I would do to be in that room right now, because the anticipation for what is going to be a banger series on the 4th day of competition, as we are putting people on plane rides home and booking tickets through to Worlds, that must be a hell of a space to be stood in.
It should be. And, you know, once you get that qualification spot off your shoulders, which both of these teams, all 4 of these teams in the winner's bracket right now do have, a qualification spot, that's where some of the pressure does get taken off your shoulders, because even if you do get DFR'd from here on out, or double rounded, not first rounded, from here on out, you're still going to show up to Patrick's Space Force space again in August, have that chance to, you know, fix those mistakes and, you know, right those wrongs, still be a potential champion in the future when you play against the USAFE and the PACAF teams. It's just for right now in particular, ego's on the line, I'd say. Maybe confidence and like all that stuff, because like you go through for CONUS, you know, obviously you want the silver medal or, you know, the gold medal and the trophy. I feel like, you know, it could be a case of like, you look at like Clayster back in the day at ESWC when he gets the bronze medal. He launches in as the crowd. I feel like getting a bronze medal, nobody wants to get that bronze medal in third place. You either got silver or gold that you're looking for. That's where you look at going in towards, you know, those USAFE teams or those PACAF teams as some of the best teams that we do have in AFG, the AFG verse at this point in time.
I love the term AFG verse. You have been a core character for a very long time, so you certainly get to coin that term. I love you in the sense of pointing out that, I mean, I just love you in general, but I love that you're pointing out, you know, the journey in which some teams are on. Like, some of these squads are definitely not going to want third place. They're also not going to want to reset a lobby for the third time. So keep your fingers, toes, and everything else crossed, ladies and gentlemen, as we load in for this one. But yeah, you're right. There's going to be some teams that, if they get second or they get third, they're going to be very disappointed. Whereas there's other squads where, you know, some teams were just happy to get here. That's a massive achievement for them. They're on their own journey. If they steal away a third, going to be absolutely delighted. That medal, that is going to be sat up on the fireplace for time to come, and a wonderful story for the family. But you're right, there's a lot of pressure on. Although I wonder if you get an element of freedom knowing that you have qualified for Worlds. You're definitely going to be there. And this is an opportunity to, as you said, gain some confidence for when you potentially rematch at Worlds or further through the CONUS bracket. But map 1 of this matchup is now underway. I'm seeing arrows moving, so Nellis and Eglin will scramble towards P1.
Well, initial time going over towards Nellis Air Force Base, and now you can see that Charms trying to lead this team back into a place where Eglin can see if they can get this break. We highlighted a few of these players, Trippin' Burrito being one of them, and he's looking to get lost to the ticket, see if he can do some damage, but trades back and forth. Nobody getting some solid setups right now, and you look at the rotations then, and it is sitting right on the side of Eglin for a good chance to rotate safely.
Go down for a moment. Continuing to keep an eye on the fact that we have got 5 seconds left here. You don't want to overinvest and give up the spawns for P2. And, well, just as I'm talking about it, Smack and Smoke? No, Kozo and Smoke? Okay, Codcaster, thank you for this. Are going to set themselves up from those P2 arches with the spawn in and have an opportunity to push through. And if you're Eglin, I think you're looking at that as a bit of a misplay, a misstep. You do want this side of the hill at some point. Then again, you're going to be flipped out yourself and spawn in. So we're just all over the place right now.
Well, Charm's going to drop on down. He knows Kuzo's going to be down here. AR in the battle still gets it. And Kuzo goes down. Atlas fighting this one from the front, still soaking up a lot of time off this hard point, and you are okay with that. So taking things away from Eglin is great and all, but you need to start winning these fights now to hold the middle of the map for a safe rotation.
Smack trying to throw a shoulder or two here up against Floki. It's a good recovery from Nellis considering the misplays at the end of P1. And we're onward to the garage. Tones here looking to check this backline. You're worried about some spawners coming through. That kill from Charms is going to make you even more concerned. And Tones, honestly, he looks a little bit unsure about what he should be squaring up towards. Charm's going to dive the point, goes in, not sure what he ends up doing there. Pulls out a nade, not sure if he's throwing it back or what, but, well, it will cut an end to him, and that will be a clean break, and that will now let us in. Eglin going to have to approach this from the front.
Trippin' Burrito down low. Here's the first kill in. Eglin looking to break this one fast. Tones gets 2, and that's going to shake things up. Smack's going to recognize the pressure from the top side and not able to get the better of Charms, but you still have a good lead. You're still going to get your players back in and hold this lead.
We've said it so many times, ladies and gentlemen. It's all about the breaks. Who can get them done earlier? Who can make them a bit of a nightmare for your opponent? Right now, seeing perfect examples of that as we get 3 within the same hill. Rotate on over to 4. Now, stage can be a hill that you lock down for, sure, but you're going to need Chip and Burrito to do something special here. You find 1, find 2. Can you support and stop these players pushing in towards the hill? And the answer is no. Nellis swarming from both sides, get 2 players underneath, and there's also going to be some gunfire back that cuts down Eglin reinforcements. So Nellis with an opportunity here to grow the first bit of a lead that we've seen so far in this one. You're not far away if you are Eglin.
Not at all. Right around the corner. Stone throw away. Shaky up top. He's going to look to cut off some of these rotating players off the respawn. He does just that. Now, wallbangs underneath. It doesn't seem like they've locked down exactly where Smack is, but they're going to pinch this one together. They get hit done. Almost lose out to that fight, but Trip and Burrito's going to find his way in. A couple more seconds to get off the scrap, but that is not good enough to cut this lead entirely. You need these fights at new to go your way, and you have a couple players who are looking to be on the case.
Good pickup there from Smack. Tones can be set up, but Charms over the top. And that's going to set up a bit of a pinch as his teammates arriving through the bar, but Smoke might be able to counteract. So which way this fight goes, huge moment. Finds Floki. Got company, though. Big gunfight and a big win there. Says Tones in the feed. Honestly, I couldn't tell you which player it was because I'm not sure if Codcaster is telling us the truth or not, but massive moment that breaks this setup wide open. Eglin a huge opportunity there to steal their way back into the matchup, but Nellis will sail over that 100-point lead and have a 40 point gap already.
Shaky here, some good shots, but Hagelin just have been struggling to get anything in the hill going. Whereas Nellis, you're getting 20 here, 30 there, and this lead is feeling good going into the next rotation. Andy, Eglin needs to find some answers, and realistically, it's coming down to the slaying because Shaky, who is usually on par with Charms, he has been silenced this game.
Yeah, it's a tough start for him at 6 and 15. A player that we've highlighted multiple times. We are expecting him to be a huge part of whether or not you make it through this series and push on to winners finals. Red card not for everybody though. It is a map of long straight lanes and early rotations, and oh god, turned and burned. Smack 14 and 10 and absolutely drops the elbow on his opponent there.
Eglin, this is not at all what I was expecting from them in the hard points. Yes, they struggled, versus their own bracket in the East, but you would think that these issues would be figured out on the rotations, the slang, something, but maybe it's a little bit of those nerves, Andy, coming out in this game because they just do not look like the same.
No, they don't. They've got to see the first real setup of this matchup. You're going to be shot in the back if you are Smack here. An opportunity, if you can pinch a couple of these players into these back spawns, you can start to accrue a good amount of time here. You are 80 behind, so it has to come sooner rather than later. But Tones will pick one up from top window. Hill stays in Eglin's hands for a moment, but then Tones brings in the Hellstorm, which will clear a couple of bodies off. Honestly, probably doesn't have the impact that he wanted it to do. You do find one kill sure off the hill, but you don't find the rest of the supporting cast. And also, your teammates don't take any advantage of it as everyone else falls. So Eglin, bit of momentum being built here, much more like it from them. And Nellis, well, what they'll probably want to do at this point, chalk P2 and start to hit on through for P3.
Charms inside, 4 in a row, can't make it 5. Smack immediately going to take him out. 8 seconds on the rotation. Only player there is going to be Shaky. It's a 1 versus 3. And he's going to be on the outside of this hill, so really no impact's going to be found. And Smoke just sniffs him out anyway, so what is the point of rotating at this point?
There's the lack of it that comes from the rest of the Eglin players. So concerning. I understand you want to stick around to fight a little bit. You want to draw a bit of a line further across the map, but send a couple of bodies over just to ensure that you influence those spawns. They don't. They will pay the price for that. As Nellis refused to be broken for a moment. There's a contest, but, well, refused to be broken for only a moment is exactly what it is. As Charms apparently finds 3 in the feed and will give you an opportunity to break and pick up that momentum that you had in P2. Continue to try and close the gap, but it's not by much, really, at this point. It's still a long way to go before we can start seeing Eglin are back in the fight.
This is red card at the end of the day, so one good rotation into a money hill like P4 or P5 could net as a tie game back for Eglin. It's just, like you said before, it has been all breaks, no holds for this Eglin team. Setting up for this new hill. Floki going to find a second in a row. Charms on the flank. Everybody collapsing at the same time. 3 kills come through. They have to engage Kuzo fast enough and make it clean. They do just that. They flip it out. And now Nellis are going to have to break themselves in the same fashion. And they don't want to waste any time at all. Smack's going to activate low HP. Trippin' Burrito out on top. Just one more kill to get, and he finds it. So Eglin, this is their moment to take it back.
The rotation comes in. Smack has got an important gunfight to have, but the comms come through. Floki turns and cleans him up. So beginnings of a rotation. However, the last time we got here, Nellis just set up a bit of a pinch through bar control and managed to squeeze you out. And Floki, well, he's getting loud about it. I just, yeah, in moments like that, I don't know, because you got to look on shutting down connector pushes, and instead you now get Nellis in. They only need 40. They can technically win it here. Eglin have to hit, and they have to find a way to flush out this backside. Huge couple of fights from Shaky. Got off to a slow start, but he's up to 21 and 25 coming online now.
Yeah, this is that moment that I was talking about. Just one good set of hills, and you can tie this back up. Maybe even flip the lead. And Eglin, they are here. They are in. And looking to get this one going. 30 seconds on this time. Kuzo up top. He is not getting any angles out. It's 3 kills again. A nice nade from Charms. And Floki's going to hop back in. Only 30 seconds different.
And it's already a rotation coming in from Nellis. They know what they want to control next. You are going to have to fight Burrito for it. And Charms as well, who's decided to set himself up in the opening doorways. There's a foot race to new. And that 90-point gap that was here at one point down to just 10. So this P1 as important as ever as you start to set yourself up.
Eglin are right there knocking on the door. Charms double kill. Oh, is this it? I'm feeling something brewing, Handy. Something rumbling on the server. Shaky has to overwatch, and the support is starting to cook a little bit. Shaky, he was down. Now, -2 in the kill column. Back into the hill. Eglin, a chance to flip this lead for the first time. They just need one more good wipe, and then fortunately, Nellis don't let them do it.
You can't win it here if you're Eglin. You can't win it here if you're Nellis. So it's all about that P2 rotation then. So far, both teams have been bad at controlling that. It's about making sure you lock in those back arches and then punch through where required. But I don't even know if we'll get that far. Just make sure you control your foundation. Get those close spawns. Tones recognizes that. It's going to hit the window up high to try and cut down any Eglin players rotating through the courtyard steps.
Smoke.
Do you have the overwatch? Do you have control?
He's losing his team, and on his approach, Shaky's actually spotted out this flank. Do they react in time? They don't. Tones helps out. 3 down, spawns in the back, and this is a moment where 15 seconds is all Nellis need to take this map. Everybody grouping up. A couple kills coming through from Eglin and Trippin' Burrito. He's going to hop on down, turn around the break, so it's not done. Can he find the second? Yes, he can. And you're just fighting for your life now if you're Eglin.
8-23 in terms of what's needed for points, and Shaky, who's had himself a generational spree through the fired rotation, finds some more, but Tones is here. He's leading the line. Will be traded on out. Charms picks up 2. You've still got to find more bodies on the hill, though, and you will fall. More players arriving from the top row. What can you do? You break back in. Opportunity.
Spawns are through, so it's a foot race. You don't have to challenge this one. They don't win it here. And the players of Nellis, they're going to know that, so a chance to keep them on the back foot. Late spawn in from one of the members, and it's going to be a late break. Do they win it? No, but Smoke is here, and nobody is on rotation. How do you rotate in a situation like that? Where Eglin, they're on the precipice of making one of the best comebacks we've seen all week. A 6-point difference at the end of this red card. But Nellis, they hold strong, they get it done, and they lead off of this red card hardpoint.
I'm going to get a best play on the screen here from Shaky. So much to break down when it comes to the way that map played out. Quick look at the scoreboard. And this is the point that I want to make nice and early here. Shaky finishes 31-33. He started something like 6-15, I think we checked in with him at one point. That slow start from Shaky, we highlighted him before we even came into the series, talking about how he's one of the players that's really going to be looked to step up here for Eglin. I just wonder if, yes, you come online, it's a fantastic feat to see that happen, but is it just too little too late? If you don't get off to that really sluggish start, or are we talking about a very different map here?
Yeah, we 100% are. I think that just looking in particular towards that slaying column after the first set of rotations, we highlighted both Shaky and Trip and Burrito, and it was very poor out of them for the initial time on this red card hard points. But at the end, you saw Shaky pick it up, Trip and Burrito pick it up, and you know, when Charms gets those triple kills or double kills, you have to see somebody, you know, following up, getting that hill time. Well, you saw Trip and Burrito winning some major fights over towards those P4s underneath the stage. You saw Shaky winning those rotational battles for the team, and that's when that comeback started creeping up on this red card. And with those in places, if they were there at the start, Andy, you would have never needed a comeback to begin with.
No, absolutely. It's tough to even fathom the fact that you needed the gap to close the gap that you did. There's 70 points in it at one point, I think, nearly even getting near 90 at one point. I think Nellis, we asked several times, like, can you find a hold that will be the difference maker in maps like this, because we're just not seeing many of them at CONUS. I think they get a really good early break and then hold it into a P5 where they push players in through bar, collapse on the Eglin team that had already taken a hold of the situation, find enough kills to then set themselves up and spread wide. That's not something we're seeing very often. They manage to set themselves up in a spot where it's like, okay, well, if I die here, I can give the intel to my teammates to turn on it rather than being stood directly on top of the hill and it turning into a bit of a nightmare. They also had a bit of a better rotation into 2 than any of the squads had managed. I think P2 was actually awful for both teams, but they had one of a half better attempt than their opposition. I got to give plenty of credit to Smack, of course. His number 1 was absolutely all over the minimap, putting up absolutely everywhere. Impressive performance from him. But for Nellis and Eglin, it will be 1-0. And that sets us up for what is looking like a very close series, as we predicted. But we're sticking around for now. We're going to be for red card, search and destroy. Anything gleaming from what we've seen evidence of these teams so far that leads you either way?
I think that Eglin and their search and destroys, from what we've seen across day 2 and day 3, should be the better team going into this one. And after the momentum that they were catching towards the end of that hard point, you expect that, you know, these players are going to continue to keep those high spirits up heading into this map too. You wouldn't expect Trip and Burrito and Shaky to have the start that they had, especially in the performance that they were having towards the end of that hard point. And I think that you really look towards the two of them to really keep things up in that category, to keep this trend going for a team like Eglin Air Force Base. And even on top of that, I mean, this whole series kind of rides off of the search and destroys. We said it before that we expect this one to go to a game 5, but in the sense of, this is probably an Eglin angle of you're looking to Neslo this series. So if it's not the search and destroy, then we're going to be asking ourselves after, when?
No, I agree with you. It's a case of, it feels a bit like making sure you don't have another huge comeback to pull off in the series in general for Eglin. Falling 2-0 down behind feels like a little bit of a death sentence. But it's all about these first blood situations for me, and I know that that seems obvious when it comes to search and destroy, but Nellis, they've been hit and miss for this. Eglin far more ruthless from what I've seen generally, and as such, well, you get that first one from Shaky. He's continuing that momentum from map 1.
First blood from Shaky is exactly what the doctor ordered for Eglin Air Force Base. That's going to slow this offensive down over towards A, and they have no progress over towards B as well. So realistically, if Loki recognizes that, he can start to constrict this team from a flank.
The awkward thing here for Nellis is you've dropped bomb. I don't think Eglin necessarily have... yeah, I think Trip and Burrito's trying to make that a little bit fancy, but Smoke will get caught all the same. Tones dies as well. Smack now. Left up in a 1v4. There's one. We have seen some 1v3s and 1v4s. I will say, though, considering the level of the opposition here, I'd be very surprised if Smack makes this at all interesting. He's also got to retrieve the bomb. Inside 20 seconds. Well, Charm spots you, pre-fires. It's a lot of damage, and you'll also be cleaned up. It's sometimes tough to judge the breakoffs in the opening round. Is it being done for impact now, or is it being done for impact later is often a question. I think it's a very interesting call from Nellis to rush those top steps there. Always a difficult spot to cross. Doesn't work for you here. But is that to try and set up the idea for Eglin that later on, they're going to need to make sure they commit bodies to mid and leave some of those bomb sites wide open later on?
More than
Remains to be
likely,
seen.
it is. And I think that that's just a gamble you take in round one, that maybe you overstack the defense on that B site, a little bit left open. It just, you gamble wrong, and you take too long to really check your corners and clear out other parts of the map. So it's unfortunate, but you expect that to not happen again for this Nellis team. Anglin, however, they're going to take the bomb to A. They want to do the same thing, and I think it's going to ride off of if you can find a first blood.
Oh, Shaky. Shaky's actually going to get underneath Tones here as well, as Chip and Burrito lands a great grenade, so it just sets up Shaky to get in through the back line. You also then find numbers advantage. I can do a far better job, but you do have Smack, who's pulled off the fight, but I think Floki spotted this. But a big gunfight win and a 2v2 then, but Bomb does get down, so the timer's starting to tick through.
You know where Smack is. Trippin' Burrito, he was dominating this position. In the hard point, it doesn't stop. He wins his teammate wins the other. Aglin go up 2-0 in this search and destroy, and it's been good so far, especially with the trades that we see over towards that A site. You had a player towards the staircase, you nade up top, you finish off that first kill, you isolate the second one. As soon as you do, the bomb is down. You have all the information and space that you need to get that done. It got a little bit close towards the end, but you win your fights, and that's all you really need from this Eglin team.
Something I just absolutely love about the way that was played out, by the way. As Shaky starts to make that push to slip through the net, his teammates engage Tones in that top window. Finding the kill is just a cherry on the cake, but the fact that you let Shaky through there for free not only does great impact for you in that round, but it gives you the opportunity to play it later on as well. So keep an eye on Shaky making some great plays, as he already has now 2 rounds in a row, and starting 3-0, bouncing back hard from that slow map 1 beginning.
Charm's going to reinforce this B site. Shaky through mid. No windows open, so he's going to have to make some noise, but still a first blood going to come through. Nobody's gotten into B just yet. Charm's up top with the initial shots. Not able to finish off the kill to Smoke. Everything collapses, and it's down to Smack now. Bomb down. He slides out. Has some cover towards the back of this restaurant, but he wants to get lost. Fight over towards the outside, and he doesn't expect the match. Shaky beats him out. Guns up. Eglin 3-0.
3-0 in the column, but also 3-0 in the first bloods. Mentioned just as we were coming into the map that for Nellis, this has been their underpinning struggle when it comes to searches. They're just inconsistent with it. They tend to try and force things a little bit much, and you see that there as you lose a player trying to get in towards that B bar. And Eglin used that extra numbers to surround, collapse, pick up kills, and also just deny exits as well. Ruthless stuff so far from Eglin. Keep an eye on Shaky, though, here. I'm interested to see if he tries this rush again. He got away with it completely for free last time. Don't even think he was spotted. He gave such a power position on the map. And it looks like you're basically getting the same break off here to A.
That seems to be the case for Eglin. Charms again. The timing's going to work off. He split the Red Sea, and nobody is going to be ready for this one. He's trying to see if he can get a timing into a player, but he hasn't spotted anybody just yet. Finally, Kuzo's going to make himself known. First blood. You're hoping the flank pays off now from Smack, but he's only good for the 1. Numbers equal. Smoke may have saved the day, but you just cannot lock down this kill into Charms.
1v2 then for Smoke, and he's gonna let the bomb go down here, and I don't mind that. Oh wait, no, he could have. Oh, if he'd gotten there a heartbeat quicker. I assumed he couldn't see him because the gunshots don't come through, but I guess just a little bit too late. So does have the retake. 30 seconds on the clock.
$25 seconds in the 1v1 Smoke. This would be a massive clutch for your team. Or it could be the dagger for Eglin. Knife out. Oh, he gets it. Slice and dice, and Smoke saves the day.
Insane stuff. And you see the reaction from the players down there at the bottom. Tones, I mean, he's laughing. his ass off. And he talked to us earlier in an interview about how these young guns are carrying him on through. Tone's incredible talent, of course, but a moment there where you pop up a wry smile and just say, yep, I remember when I had the confidence to pull off that kind of play as well. Beautiful work from Smoke. We'll also finish on 3 in a row. One thing to point out, though, you get away with it if you're Nellis. Eglin have this route for free through the map at their offensive rounds that Nellis do not know is happening to them just yet. And as much as you paper over the cracks right now, that spells disaster for deeper into the game.
Another hit over towards A. Looks like Tones is going to be left behind to see if you can watch any flanking presence, but there is none. And soon enough, he's going to recognize that and try to reinforce everything with the rest of the team. Kuzo looks like he wants to make a dash over towards the site, and with that kill in the Shaky, you might make that call a little bit quick. This is the perfect time to get the bomb down.
Tones had the right idea, by the way. I think he's going to get the worst timing as Charms tries to break through connector. Bomb's going to go down. So yeah, you're hoping for Charms to activate here if you're Eglin, find his way through the back and set up some sort of pinch. But with Tones on Overwatch, that's going to make life much more difficult. And well, this is the engagement. And Tones comes out just on top. So plenty of time. Not much time, sorry, left on the clock. Eglin got to go. They got to make it work. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, it will be. The time is the biggest factor here. 1 versus 4 now for Trip and Burrito, and there's a lot more factors that suddenly fall into place. Nellis, back-to-back rounds. Keep this one interesting, Andy, and I think this is the Search and Destroy I was expecting a little bit more. Anglin started to see a little bit of pushback.
Yeah, I think there's a few things there. First one is Nellis clearly riding off the wave of confidence that will be handed to them from Smoke's brilliant plays at the end of round 4. Another one being that they finally find a first blood. That is a look at how Nellis look if they do start off well, which is ruthless, clinical, but also Tones. Huge props to him. Went into that round with 0 kills, but does a great job just reading the possible setup for Eglin to retake that bomb site, checking all the right angles, and then finding the kill when he needed to. Now Eglin looking to give themselves a bit of a buffer, and they are full sending B. This is, well, actually, they were about to, and something has convinced them to turn back.
Whatever that is to be determined, but still on the hunt for this first blood. A lot of information over towards 2 players stacked in towards the middle. Kuzo, I thought for a second was going to activate, but he backs down. Wall bangs, catches him. Shaky as an angle, and Tones goes down too. So why not open up a route over towards A? Suddenly Smoke and Smack, they have to decide, is this going to be a B hit after all? It is, and they've guessed right.
Well, Smoke will guess right, but get gunned wrong. Smack will answer back with 1 at least, but you have plenty of company. Shaky makes noise. Shaky slides in. Should have Floki to back him up. Smack, what can you do? You do find 1. You make it interesting at least, so great work from the young man to at least put a couple of bodies into bags, but otherwise, simple for Eglin. And I think there's 2 moments of ruthless execution off the start there. Shaky, first of all, squeezes up to find Kuzo, and it's just his willingness to continue to pressure him into that corner. It leaves him with absolutely nowhere to go, gets you the first blood. But Charms, think back 1 round, Charms couldn't get past Tones up in that perch, top rope. He makes sure that this time, that's not a safe haven for Tones, gets out there, deals with him, and allows his team to move freely. Great adjustments coming through.
There's a good couple rounds back from it. Looks like Charms is just going to get aggressive here. He flies out, and the double high-low there. That is a little overzealous. Shaky, he knows he's brought his team back into it, and he wants to play his life. That's a smart play.
Yeah, Charms is going to be counted as lucky stars if you get through this round as Eglin, because what that break-off play was, I couldn't tell you.
It was a checkout play, 100%. What an angle.
Well, yeah. Oh, Smoke unstoppable. Burrito will drag it to a 1v2, which makes it very manageable, by the way. As bomb goes down, that means only 1 player can provide Overwatch. You've got no intel, really, as to where this hit might be coming from. And Burrito, Are you considering top window here? No, you've only got the Jackal, so you're going to have to find something close, probably through the stage.
He's been ruthless on these stage plays, so timing's going to pay off, at least for the first kill. 1 versus 1. He hasn't seen smoke, and it's an AR versus an SMG, so tough to get this one going, but he's actually found an aim, so I'm not sure if Smoke's gonna really expect this battle, but I like this reposition. He's turned it around, and there's no way to read it from the other side, so smart plays from Smoke. You called him unkillable, and it seems like he is earning that name.
Yeah, I'm going to hand plenty of credit out to Burrito there. I think if he finds an AR earlier, it gives him the opportunity to take that fight in a different way. Because what Smoke's recognizing is that, well, actually, this guy has a Jackal, so he's going to try and push close. He's going to play the stage and use that direct line towards the bomb site in the back of goals. So what I want to do is reposition in through the steps, which gives me that overlook on that entire area, but also the longer distance fight that's going to benefit me. Great work from Smoke, putting on for his team 8 and 4 to drag them back into the fight.
And if he's got to do it by the nip of their necks, he's going to do just that. 8 and 4 from Smoke, 8 and 6 from Smack. And back onto the defense to see if they can tie this series up, at least in the search and destroy. Anglin trying to do it in the game. Smoke is getting so much real estate off of this one, and if you are waiting too late, this is going to come back to bite you. Some point, Anglin has to make a play.
One holds their breath as Smoke comes in through the back. But what do you see? What can you activate on? It's a bit shaky, but you do find Floki. Can you keep your life, though? The answer, no. So advantage lost.
This is still doable for both sides. Shaky ends up falling, so it's still numbers over towards the Nellis Air Force Base. 30 seconds left, and is this a call to rotate? It would be the right one, and they're going to go all the way around. 23 seconds to make this happen, but it is the choice that's going to get them a plant.
I'm just wondering if there's any nades left for Nellis. Do you drop them on top of this site? Well, the bomb should get there, but Kuzo's going to
stop it.
Pushes Burrito. Great work. Knew exactly what he wanted to do. Aggressive to clear it up. And Nellis have tied this up when it seemed like Eglin were sailing off into the distance. It's all coming back to those first bloods. We're talking at one point, Eglin had 4 of the original. All 4 of the first rounds belong to them. We're now standing at 5-4 in those bloods. And Nellis, once they get that advantage, do not give it up. They put themselves in tradable positions. They find ways to make sure that they're protected. And as such, Eglin just have no answer. Don't get me wrong, Nellis right now looking at 2 of their players taking over, Smack and Smoke, that dynamic duo that we've talked so much about. But even that, when you've got the supporting cast like Kuzo making plays like that for the bomb site, putting his life on the line, just leaves Eglin with nowhere to go.
That's a moment like that where 2 and 6 has so much impact still. And you are the reason that this game is tied up. Charms looking to do his checkout play yet again. This time he wins his fight. Instant trade from Kuzo, but you've taken a big name off the board.
I just don't know what Charms is hoping to achieve with those plays. We'll come back and break them down later. Got some business to take care of. First, Smack finds Smoke and finds Trip and Burrito as well. 12 and 6. Finds the intel on the last player. Don't get me wrong, it is Floki. Very talented player who could certainly clutch up this 1v3. Tonzo's got to read that his ladder needs protecting. And, well, he would be spot on, but there's not a chance. No way.
Up the ladder, Floki, 77 HP, runs out of bullets. Oh, no, I thought for a second he was about to put the skates on for that kill, but yeah, I mean, I see where Charms is coming from with these fast plays out mid. You win that first blood, you maybe play your life and find a second one, but it really just seems like he's lashing out. It doesn't seem like it's coordinated or thought out at all.
He's on his own. He's so isolated. I don't know what he's hoping for his teammates to be able to do off the back of it. You're getting a first blood, sure, but it's not going to be one that's advantageous because you're instantly being traded out, and it basically just draws a line down the middle of the map and says, all right, well, now it's 3v3 instead of 4v4, and you've lost arguably your best player. So it's not working. It's got to change. You have an offensive round here. I haven't seen them try that punch through since like round 4, and it looks like they're not going to try it again here, even though it was working for them earlier. Eglin have just got to temper check themselves. If you're Smack, I wondered if you have an RC XD to play around here? Yes, you hear it go off.
Still, Floki finds the first blood for Eglin, so here's the chance and opportunity to force around 11. Kuzo's going to check the bomb. He sees nothing. Relays the information. Well, he doesn't know he is so wrong. Charms are going to pop through the soccer net. Takes down Kuzo. 2 versus 3. Smack is known to be on the flank, and you know Smoke's on the other side. Because you're trapped in a hole. You have the shovel in your hands. Let's get to digging.
If anyone's going to do this, though, it's certainly Smack. And it's certainly Smoke. I was about to say, Smack needs an AR if he's going for this top window position. Finds one. Handed to him by a corpse. And Floki and Charms do a great bit of bait and switching there to turn it into a 1v3. This should close it out. It should push us to around 11.
Should be many things.
Well,
let's see if Smack can make anything out of it, though. 16 seconds and time goes down. Charms get the shots, and yeah, this is going the distance, Andy. Eglin, they still have a chance to take the search and destroy and tie this series up. It really just seems like they have some monsters in their closet they need to slay.
It's that patient play coming through. It's the willingness to slowly pick apart your opponent's defensive line. It was an interesting call from Nellis anyway. You set 2 plays super deep into bar, then 1 deep mid-map. I think you're looking to... I think you've seen all the aggression out of Charms the previous rounds and thought, okay, it's coming again, and you set yourself up way back in order to try and catch it early and not give up a life in the process. Doesn't work. We go to round 11. Nellis on offense. They've been hit and miss here. And, well, it's a big push through the middle of the map towards Connector.
Big first blood from Charms onto Kuzo. Immediately backs up, and that's bomb down. So somebody from Nellis is going to have to dedicate their body to go pick it up. And everything comes to a halt for a second. But Smack is going to look to see if he can punch a hole over towards A. Trophy's going to catch the stun, and that's going to give a little bit of an alert off. Bomb is heading towards A.
Nellis need a blood, but Eglin aren't giving anything up. You will get Smack pushed up, and this is that play that's worked for them so often. You get the timing right here. You're in behind like 2 or 3 bodies, and you get both players through. So you just split that defensive hold in half. It hands you a lot of the A bomb site. Tonslow has a lot of work. Trying to watch the top window, but also worried about his flank.
Bomb going down. You have a chance here for the 3-on-3. Lots of pressure. Floki trying to look for an angle, and you think that he might, but Trip and Burrito's going to collect that kill. Numbers now for the retake. Eglin wanting to clutch up, tie things up in the series, and you have 31 seconds to make it happen. Smoke for the regen. It's going to be interrupted. Here's the slide out, and Trippin continuing to put the pressure down. 1v2, 21 seconds. Smack versus Charms and Burrito, and it looks like they know exactly where he is. Trip and Burrito gonna hop over towards the bomb. Charms wins the fight, and Andy, this game, it's going to a map 4. We get a tie series.
Eglin will edge it out in a ridiculously close contest that it felt for a very long time it wasn't going to be that at all. 4-0 in the first bloods, 3-1 in the rounds. If you're Eglin, felt like you're in cruise. But Nellis just punched their way back in through some fantastic plays from certain players here. You call it back so many times, but Charms then starts to give up so much of that advantage in the first bloods. Nellis take full advantage, and then, oh my lord, the way it all bottles down at the end. I thought when it had been tied back up 3-3, it was all Nellis's to lose because the bomb goes down as well. But Floki does the right thing by just setting up in that position, ensuring that Tones can't back up and forcing him into that fight with Burrito. And as such, up close, Burrito was not going to lose that. We treated to cinema here in map 2, and well, map 1 wasn't bad either. So we look at 2 teams that refuse to be separated in our winners finals. Nellis and Eglin. A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that this is the runner-up from Western Bracket, the champion of Eastern Bracket, and I think you can see why when all 8 players are putting on a show like this.
Yeah, it is dead even. The series so far going par for the course on what we predicted from the desk. Search and destroy, a big one there from Eglin. a couple of rounds there that you just chuckle it away and it starts getting close. But you see, when you put your thought into the rounds, especially on the defense, it really has a different impact to the way that the end of the rounds do happen. And Charms goes big towards that round 11 to put that round away alongside Trippin' Burrito and Z. I mean, this is a fun one already. Certified classic between these two teams. And for Nellis, I'm sure they're going to be already thinking about how to go into this control with a different mind.
Yeah, I mean, look, by the way, if Nellis are VOD reviewing, I can tell you two big things you need to fix up. One, First Bloods, again, just continuing to be just very inconsistent there, but also there's a huge hole in your red card defensive setup. There's just a line place to walk straight through. That's got to be something that we see tweaked up as we go on through. Otherwise, other squads are going to have spotted that. Like, other teams in this bracket are going to go, that is how we walk through this team if we play them on red card. You try and get that vetoed in for sure. So definitely a couple of question marks. You're right about the fact that we now move ahead to the control. But for a second, considering the absolute cinema that we just had, my friend, I need some water. I need a quick nap, a little bit of a lie down. I'm going to go and do that on this break. But ladies and gentlemen, you don't go anywhere because we'll see you straight after.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CONUS Esports Championship 2025. I'm Enigma, alongside me Seymour, and you are joining us midway through what is a banger of a series so far. We've got Eglin, the Eastern champions, and Nellis, the Western runners-up, going toe-to-toe here, and it is one apiece, nothing to separate them as we look ahead to the control. My friend, I feel like we should be feeling very confident about one thing, though. It reeks of a Game 5, and that was our prediction.
I think it really comes down to the respawns now in map 3 and 4. Yes, you had a close finish towards that hard point, but for Eglin, you've struggled in the hard points across the entirety of this CONUS tournament, inside the CONUS tournament itself, and inside the regionals as well. For Search and Destroy, you're starting to pick it up. Yes, you falter a little bit on that red card, but I think that just proves that this is a close series rather than just one that you're going to blow out. You still feel confident about your 2s and your 5s, but it does shape up that this control could make or break Eglin's run inside this winner's bracket. So you go towards Protocol, and you really hope that your team can play the start of this control and the end of the control the way you ended that hard point.
Yeah, it's a weird one because we talked a little bit about the protocol control when we first saw the map, Vito. This is a map where nobody has looked comfortable. As such, we're seeing a lot more offenses actually win this. I don't know who that suits more, because in the hard point it was talking a little bit about, okay, whoever holds a little bit better will come out on top. In the end, it was Nellis, but it was certainly quite close. The way it all boiled down to about 6 points in the end. I think that for me, with this protocol control, I'm looking a bit more at certain individual players in these moments. And I think for Nellis, it's got to be Smack and Smoke, because they, so far, even in that S&D, absolutely phenomenal. That duo is looking untouchable right now.
I feel like everything for this whole series does rely on Smack and Smoke for Nellis. I mean, Tones is doing great for sure, but and Kuzo too. But I think it's just those two alone do look like the powerhouses for this Nellis Air Force Base. For Eglin, and I reference back over to what we heard from Wast about their protocol falters, and he was saying a lot about the AR presence just not being there. You saw that reflect in the hard point when Shaky was misperforming, and into this control, Shaky is going to be so big for protocol in controlling those top window positions, getting into somewhere where you can keep your opponents off of the hill when you're on defense, and allow your sub players to get into that pace and to go push towards the spawn, because I think Shaky sometimes can be the X factor for this team. When he performs, they look untouchable, but when he falls behind, they look really, really down in the dumps. So I put some focus over towards Shaky on this team to continue stepping up for Eglin Air Force Base if they want to perform this Neslo in this best of 5.
No, I love that you call out Shaky, because, I mean, we saw in map 1, if you heard a noise behind me, by the way, my tree just fell over. But if we talk about that map 1, we saw just how impactful Shaky is to this roster. Starts off slow. Eglin struggled to keep up with Nellis, and by the time he comes online, his whole squad are looking so much better. So I love that you're calling it out. It is going to be looking at him to be a huge part of this AR battle that controls so much of the mid portion of the map. Sets your SMGs up to roam free. We're on the way, though, to find a way to split these two teams. And, well, the man that we were calling out finds a kill early.
Yeah, he's going to start this off. And did you see your tree fell down?
I have a tree in the background. You never noticed?
Like a Christmas tree?
No, like a fake, like, IKEA tree.
Yeah, I was going to say, because if it was a Christmas tree, I was going to say, brother, it is June.
Nah.
It is so far behind. You need to, like, there's a good thing that thing fell down. It should be down right now.
I have a child these days, man, and a partner. Like, I have a responsibility to make sure that by the time Christmas is done, that we understand that Christmas is done, all right? I get given a laundry list of things to do every day. That Christmas tree came down a long time ago.
No, but your tree now
anyway,
coming down
coming through,
this,
by the way.
And it seems like Eglin's tree, at least the A tree, has been shaken up a little bit. Smack's going to put together a double kill, now force some Prussians in towards Grandma's. That's going to force the spawns of Eglins towards the back of Lighthouse, which will give them a fast retake opportunity. And it comes down to if your slays can come through for this hill. Shaky's going to get up top. He removes that presence, and the first segment is going to get neutralized.
Joms does some great work here, but it will only stem the bleeding for a moment as Kuzo gets in. Trip and Burrito will finally back this up, and now you can reset the board for just a moment. Thankfully, you don't give away that first take. Joms does very well. takes that first fight, but stays
That's
alive,
so
importantly,
big.
and then pushes for mid-control, and that is huge from Floki, who will have more company, does die to Kuzo. It at least gives Trips control back to Nellis and something to push out from, but Charms, he recognizes how important it is for him to be that AR presence and finds 3 in the feed to send Nellis back from whence they came.
And with that for Floki, Charms can just put full focus over towards B to remove that pressure, then look towards Boat to stall out any more future pushes that you can get, and you can start to see that kill lead is starting to fall away from Nellis, where it was once, 4 or 5 kills. It's now, back to that, but 14 playing 8. You still have this chance, just a good 4 down. Can bring this one back for your team. Floki finds 2. He sees Tones on the point. He's going to let his team know. And you need to win these battles. I mean, Trip and Burrito just continues to fall in these key points, and with 4 down, the sack's going to come through. Anglin, you full send this. You don't want to give all 5-6 ticks up.
Yeah, Floki's got to be so frustrated, by the way. Does all the great work and, all that. And I think Eglin do the right thing there. I'm not sure if that 5th tick does come through. I know at least 4 do, but I'm not sure if the 5th arrives at all. Because Eglin just sacrificed. Yeah, okay, so the 5th did. I'll mark that down. But yeah, you're sacrificing yourself through the cause here. This is that moment from Charms where he stays alive and fights so much for top mid. Actually, I might be lost. No, this is that back steps play, actually, where he lines 3 in a row up. But just after this, Floki takes control of top Trips, finds 2 kills, 1 onto the point. And he's probably thinking, okay, I've got enough time now. I've done enough to really let my team back in. And then everyone else dies across the board. We were asking for AR presence. I'm looking at Shaky again.
Yeah.
And it is indeed Shaky, starting 3 and 8. We know the quality this man possesses got to be better in this defensive round.
You're running the triple
Offensive round,
ARs, and Floki's at least been providing a little bit more AR presence, but it's really come down to giving a lot of that objective up. And Trip and Burrito, where back on those P4s, he was winning so many fights on the stage for the hard point. He isn't providing that value in the control zone. So SMGs now for Burrito have to find some flow state here, and you can see on the mini-map that you got a flank coming in from Tones over towards A. He's trying to get behind this and see if he can open up a route for the rest of the team.
For all the talks we've had as well, by the way, about Smack and Smoke and everything they've been doing, Kuzo is 11 and 6, now 12 and 6, as he sees his grandma's control. And even on that initial break-off, just punches so far down one side of the map that it just forces Eglin to draw their line deeper towards their spawn. That then causes them to slowly come out of the blocks and allows Nellis to push up, doing a great job as an SMG should, and picking up all that map presence, relieving pressure, and letting his boys set up behind him. 30 seconds on the clock. Eglin, this is looking rough.
Yeah, you know what? This is such a Kuzo game to have, because even throughout like day 1, 2, and 3, it would be smack, smoke, and then bam, Kuzo just has like a Scumpy type game where he doesn't seem like he's dying at all. He's doing everything in the sub role for the team to just continue to lay down this fast-paced pressure, and Protocol seems to be playing very well for himself. He's not going to win this fight. He has some help over towards A. Tone's still out towards the helipad, and you only got 5 seconds here, Charms. I don't know what you do.
Oh, you dive onto A with 0.1 seconds, and for me, you find a corner and hope your teammates can arrive to support, but Smack and Kuzo are going to surround you. Chip and Burrito's there just about in time, but no. Cleaned up in the end, Nellis, without giving away a single tick, by the way. So it didn't really matter if it was 5 or 4 or whatever the first round. In this opening engagement, it has been Nellis in control. And Eglin will be asking a couple of questions about what's going wrong. I think part of it is you've just got Kuzo and Smoke performing so well, but for Eglin, it felt like they never really got a hold of like there's checkboxes to control, right? We gave you guys an explainer earlier. We all know it when we play ranked, and it's one of those where it's like we need this part of the map, this part of the map, this part of the map, then we can dive the point. And it never felt like they even got that first bit ticked off, let alone step 2 and 3.
Yeah, so Eglin has some things to figure out going into the back half of this control. And we talk about how important this map is for the team, in particular for the series itself. Well, they have been non-existent. And Smoke just loves to knife people. I swear, he's got the most knives throughout the entire tournament, and he just won't stop. The hash-slinging slasher strikes again.
Charm's going to fight Smoke for a second. Does get support from Shaky to shut Kuzo down, because otherwise he was being flanked. Shaky has moved on to that Jackal by the looks of things. Trying to find a way to change up the approach here for his team. It might actually reward him with something, because he's got himself into lockers. He's now pushing out top trips and finds another. So maybe Shaky's saying, look, it's just not working for me right now on the aims. I'm going to try this Jackal out for a moment and make a nuisance of myself. And it's letting his team squeeze up. No ticks given away so far. And no threat for the first time from Nellis.
Sometimes you just got to pick up the pace a little bit. And that's allowing Shaky to have a little bit more impact in towards this round. Smack's going to take a route underneath. Head over towards B, and with 24.5 seconds, it looks like there's going to be a stack on the zone.
Burrito, do you get the timing? You shoot Smack in the back. You also didn't tell him to play a back tower. Do you read him coming back around through the outside, though? And the answer is no. Zakuzo will continue the progress. All the hard work that Eglin have done here. It would be a shame to give it away at this point. Shaky arrives, but there's already bullets in from Smack. Zakuzo's just finishing off a softened target. Tripping Burrito. You gotta bounce out. Do you find the first? The answer is yes. Do you read the second? No. So progress continues to go forward here. And only a 2-life difference. This is certainly still manageable from Nellis if they can get one of these points through. And the team nade, well, that's very unfortunate.
Well, Floki now has some presence in front of him, and he's got to step up off of that team nade. Charm's above him. Gonna give some help, a little bit of space, and he ducks out of the map. Yeah, you can't get back from that one, so he's just gonna die to some unfortunate circumstances as we take our sights over towards B once more. Good help from Kuzo to allow Smack to secure the second segment. With 7 seconds left, they're looking to extend this clock. They should be able to do that.
Only 3-life gap. That's certainly something that Nellis can claw back. But what they want to do is just use these opening 20 seconds here to just get a little bit of TDM going. Try and find a couple of bloods that will close the gap. Now just 2. And well,
Whoop.
Shaky. And oh god, it gets messy. And Eglin will now close that gap. I think I was saying Nellis a minute ago. I apologize. I mean Eglin. They will now just be within 1. But they've only got 35 seconds to fly forward.
And whenever the going gets tough, Smoke pulls out his knife and sprints at you. No more respawns. You have to hold your lives now. 29 seconds. It is do or die in this round. And now you're into 4-3-2 with Charms just giving his life up to the bottom of Armory. Flank from Smack has been spotted. Floki's going to note this one. Segments being locked in, and now it's a 1 versus 4 for Trippin' Burrito, and he has no idea what to do in this scenario. Nellis, they came, they saw, they conquered the protocol control. And there was nothing that we saw from Eglin to contest it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks a little bit better in the end when you get Shaky on that Jackal, squeezes up into lockers, but even with all the progress he made, still simple for Nellis. Moments like that as well, where they reinforce my belief in this Nellis team, because the first 2 rounds, it's just simple, basically. It's straightforward, it's beautiful work. But that third round, there was a moment where they were under a lot of pressure, and what they decided to do is, all right, we're just going to slow it down, clear out our base, not overextend here, not worry, just get together as a foursome, and basically deathball our way out of lockers and set us up for the later stages of the match. And even when it turned into a little bit of like, okay, we've got this minute added on, we've still got all these lives to kind of situate ourselves with, they find all the intel and work off the back of it. So a very good Nellis squad in these respawns. Not many teams that can shut them down right now. They've only had one team manage to really put them in a back foot on respawns. And it was, of course, in that Western Finals. For Eglin, there's so much talent in this squad, but there's moments like this, maps like this in the respawns where it feels like 1 or 2 of your players are just not in sync with everybody else. It feels like you get 50% of the squad online, but the next respawn, it can be the other 50%.
Yeah, I mean, I agree wholeheartedly. Heading into this hard point, it seems like this is a situation where you need everybody to click at the same time, not in separation, which has been happening over and over again, Andy. And I mean, hard points have never really been good for this team. But you remember back, and let's take our thought process back over towards day 2, and we were kind of highlighting that this team was struggling just in general. And we talked about their search and destroy. We talked about how much of an issue their search and destroy was. now we put focus over towards their hard points. Is this a moment where you have to really step up, and this is that next step to fix if you want to be a qualification team? It's almost like a prerequisite for you to have that opportunity.
Yeah, it's interesting because when we spoke to Charms in an interview, he said that actually he was expecting the squad to come in and be a respawn team. They've gotten to LAN and figured out that actually, for some reason, it's the S&D where they seem to be a much better squad. I wonder if part of that is because you played in through the Eastern qualifiers in the bracket there, that you were never tested due to the fact that we just feel like there's a stronger depth and quality in the West. As such, the Western bar is higher, and now you're starting to find out where those holes are going to come from. We look ahead, of course, in this series to the Skyline Hardpoint. If you want a respawn that lets you get a little bit mixy, this is certainly it. The problem is for me, I don't know if Eglin want that. They kept the hard point in red card close because of the fact that they're able to go off a couple of those fundamentals, respawn in a little bit better than Nellis were giving. For Skyline, it's so much more about just, again, L1, R1, shoot at everything that moves in front of you. And, well, Smack and Smoke, they're looking pretty unstoppable. And if they decide to slow down for half a second, Kuzo goes, all right, well, I'm up next.
Yeah, I feel like for Skyline, it's how fast can your ears listen, how fast can your mouth move, and how fast can your hands really make connection with that controller, because every single sense is tested for this map, and it all has to be linked together well, forming that chemistry across the rest of your team. And I think that's what's going to give a little bit more salvation towards this team of Eglin. Is obviously Charms likes to get quick. Same thing with Shaky. And if you can get the same out of the rest of your team, connecting for this map 4, this is definitely one you can steal away for Floki, Shaky, Charms, and Trippin' Burrito. This is where you have to show to be a top contender now in CONUS.
Well, for Nellis then, an opportunity to book your ticket to Winners Finals. For Eglin, it's trying to avoid being dumped down into the lower bracket. You've already qualified for Worlds, of course. This is now all about trying to pick up not just seeding for Worlds, but confidence in fighting these top teams, prizing that is available here to the top 3. Bit of a scramble over P1. Eglin will put 15 seconds up on the board, but it's this rotation to 2 that we watch for more than anything.
Yeah.
Huge fight in the backline here. Smoke finds Floki.
You know, team kill too. Floki's going to be alone on this rotation. He is surrounded by yellow arrows. Good chunk of time here for Eglin, so at least they're going to have a little bereavement moving into this next hill, but another team kill just plaguing them in these big situations, and Nellis have full control of it.
Smoke finds himself barbecue side. Burrito underneath here actually could be an interesting play to split the difference. Probably he's going to have to instantly deal with Smack. Was that the intent? I believe so. And actually Burrito then punches a hole through the heart of this team. Finds Tones in the back. That's going to let the kitchen players flood forward. Burrito! And it was a slow control, but 2 big kills will break his team in for P2.
That is huge. I had to play. You could have just shelled the site, but instead you let your team in. And now you flip the script. Lead change back for Eglin. Over towards P2. You can see one more hit forming for this Nellis team. A couple kills though between Shaky and Floki. Inside for the break. You do take Drippin' Burrito out. Smoke is here. Tones alongside him. And you get the scrap time, it seems. Charms is going to keep you on your toes. But a lead for Nellis. A small one at the moment.
Shaky comes back for what feels like the 5th break of P2. Rotation's on. Someone's trying to cover from Jacuzzi here. Just hold this midline. Finds one. Teammates have rotated in for 4 early. Just try and give them something to push out from. Gonna hold one body back there, which is Smoke, and he's just looking over those long lanes. Great work from him. It's gonna set up his duo and Smack to push forward. He finds 2, lets you in on the point. Now it's about watching your angles. You got players approaching top, mid, and on the outside lanes as Eglin starts to surround it.
Shaky slides out, good shots in. The sub's starting to activate. We saw it in the protocol that Shaky was the X Factor with this Jackal in hand. It looks like he's looking to do that again. Floki doubles down alongside him, but it's a scrappy Hill 3. Charms now, it's his turn, but Kuzo burns him. That is insane.
Yeah, that was sexy. That's what that was. Smoke, by the way, 12-4 start. Make it a 13-4 start. As he cleans up Shaky in an AR battle that rages on. Well and truly in the hands of one player right now. Smoke, well, I'm probably a little bit too cute with it, to be honest. Probably didn't need to make that happen in through the skylight. Because Kuzo, well, he's got everything under control right now. And everything else as well. As Shaky becomes his next victim. Smack's just trying to control the top bridge. Slips, slides, ducks, dives. Will eventually be traded out. But you've bled through so much time here.
Yeah,
Your squad are starting to see a little bit of a buffer. One more hit coming in from Eglin.
A really good hold from Nellis Air Force Base. Final look at a break now for 30 seconds. It would keep this game essentially tied, but when it comes down to getting those kills, Eglin just not able to connect with it. 4 go down, and Kuzo is looking to spread that line of scrimmage up a little bit further as he continues to tear up the server.
What's your answer if you're Eglin? You'll feel inside this lobby that you've given up so much of the last 2 hills here. You're staring down the barrel 50 points behind, rotating into a new set of hills. All about resilience. Do you have enough about you to make this as interesting as you did in map 1? Well, in order to do that, you got to shut down Smoke. Drip Burrito, after what felt like a great start, really, considering his break into P2, 6-13. It's been tough for him. That control will haunt him for a while, and it's not feeling much better so far in the skyline.
It is not at all. 6-14. He's just been feeling like he's having a rough go at it the past couple of maps. And whereas Nellis are doing everything right across the board, no selfless actions. Smack as well is just continuing up with his antics alongside Smoke, who's 20-7. So Smoke truly feels like the final boss right now of this team.
I feel like we've been saying this guy's name alongside his dynamic duo in Smack, who's on a 6 spree of his own. And when this hill pops, he should earn enough points for the Hellstorm. Not that you're really going to need it. Not that he bothers to stick around for it. Burrito punched a hole last time. It's a different approach, but you've got that setup, that adjustment from Tones in the backline. I absolutely love this out of Nellis. This is so good out of Nellis.
It is.
You recognize that last time, Tripping Burrito splintered you in half, destroyed your setup. So Tones goes, watch me cover over this piano door, and catches him trying to come through it. Gives Nellis all the early portion of time. We're already 30 seconds through, and they've barely been touched.
Smack has a Hellstorm in his pocket. We talk about deflation for Eglin. Well, this is elation. The side of Nellis. Smack and Smoke again with the kills. As Smoke's got his knife out, so you know he's having a great time over here. Another set of kills, another wave of yellow in that kill feed. Smack's on 11 in a row. He's still maybe doubling up on this Hellstorm right now, but he goes down. We rotate to 3, and Nellis in these next 2 hills can look to put the dagger in the coffin.
Quick pan down to the kill feed there as well. Smoke's still making work with the knife. The Butcher out on the map here. Smack might get some of the worst timing in the world. This Charms will wrap his backside, I think, and does enough to allow his teammates in for the kitchen hill. P3 instantly broken though. Nellis walking through mid and furnace side and find a bunch of kills. You can technically win it here. Eglin will have to continue to send. At the same time, they want to try and hold a body for P4. And Smoke and Smack, I feel like that branding needs to come through, by the way, at some point. These guys, ridiculously good together. Eglin, you need to contest. Nellis can do this.
There it is, the contestation. So we do get a rotation over towards New, but look at the spawns. It flips, and Eglin have to be reeling right now on understanding where to go. It's a race over towards New. 2 seconds left. Do they get there in time inside the hill? No. Nellis Air Force Base. They put the final nail in that coffin. They let them know that it isn't a contest. In fact, it's only Nellis at the end of their road. One of the final bosses of CONUS. Rightfully so. Smoke leads this team to a win in this game. And they look dangerous heading into the winner's final.
Into the winner's final indeed. Awaiting the winners of Peterson, Space Force Base, and Joint Base Langley Eustace. For now, it's an opportunity at Revenge and Redemption. But one thing that we came into here, a question for this series, was all about the power rankings of our top teams. We knew some of our squads that qualified through to Worlds, but just how did it look when we mixed the top Eastern and Western sides? Well, I think we've just got a definitive answer of exactly where Nellis sit themselves in that, and it's above Eglin after what was a convincing map 4. Map 1 gave us some highlight moments for sure. Eglin just get off to a slow start. We're thinking, okay, all right, you were just not coming out the blocks well enough, but you've certainly got plenty of respawn quality. The S&D, both squads make that very interesting. Goes down to the wire. Eglin closed that out. But maps 3, maps 4, I feel like moments where Nellis asserted themselves. Finally a team that looks comfortable, by the way, on protocol. And yeah, at this point, I don't think there's many teams that are going to be able to keep up with Nellis. And as such, that just makes me have even more faith in the squad that only beat them through this tournament in Peterson.
I mean, even at the same time, like this Nellis team looks a lot different than what this Peterson matchup showed us back in day 2, because it went all the way to a game 5. You saw Nellis looked a lot better on that red card search to destroy. Smoke looks more comfortable. Kuzo looks more comfortable. And at the end of the day, Tones really doesn't have to do anything. He just kicks his leg up and he's like, all right, guys, have fun.
Well,
we'll see you later.
You say that, but I got to give him huge props for that skyline. Like, in the sense of, we saw again, Burrito, he broke P2 so well, by the way. Did such a great job of slipping through that net. And then, yeah, let his team get in. But then Tones, like, goes, okay, well, I'm going to set myself up here, make that adjustment in the back line to make sure we're protected. And when you do things like that, if Eglin are already struggling to knock through the front door, but they think they have a flank on, when you're Burrito rounding that corner and you see that Tones is stood there, like, there must be a sinking feeling in your heart of just, oh damn, they plugged the gap. I don't know what to do at this point. So don't get me wrong, he's got these incredible players in front of him, of course, Kuzo, Smack, and Smoke. And we are trying to set up an interview with one of those gentlemen who we can't wait to get some input from, because they've looked absolutely fantastic throughout that entire series.
You know, some people fight with brawn, some people fight with their brains. Brody fights with neither of them, so it doesn't matter. And we get a situation where I think, yeah, Tones does bring that little extra knowledge to the game to have the idea of, you know, where to be at the right times, which is a really good quality to have. I'd say for a lot of them, and I just actually look towards your camera and I actually see your tree.
Oh yeah, my dead tree.
I see the tree in the background, and that is making me laugh a little bit. But it's a great quality to have in a player.
A dead tree?
No, not a dead tree. The perception of where to be for Tones, the knowledge that he brings to this team, because when you have that safety net behind you, that no matter what you do and if you fail, Tones is there to assist you on manipulating the map to where you need to be.
Yeah, no, it's one of those as well. It frees up the superstars in front of you to just do what they want, right? Like, it's got to feel good. It's got to feel real nice if you are one of those trio that's running around putting up reigns of terror across the map. And one of those people indeed was Smoke, and we've actually got him for an interview. Smoke, welcome in, my friend. You look ridiculously good up there right now. All the gentlemen in particular, but you, my friend, putting on a real showing there to punch your ticket into winners finals. Talk me through how that's feeling right now, because we thought you guys were good in the first 2 days, but you're looking even better right now.
Oh yeah, no, it feels amazing. Take down the #1 seed in the East. You know, my team, I had to lock in for him. You know, we thought it was going to be a good comp, but turns out, man, we're just better.
So, do you prefer the knife, or is it just like a fun thing to do?
It's a fun thing to do, man. I love the knife. Sometimes it's better than the gun, honestly.
Really, though, with tac sprint too, I mean, like, you get around the corner, there's nothing stopping you in that situation. But and then really, there was nothing stopping you in any situation. To be frank, search and destroy though, it gets a little bit close towards the end. That round 11, can you run me through that round 11 where you think your team fell apart a little bit?
It was kind of just a mixed play call. We wanted to try to run through mid, and then we both all got stunned, and then someone got killed, so it was like 3v4, and then we're like, well, shit, now what do we do? And it was just kind of a mix-up, but yeah.
And sometimes you get caught in those situations. It happens. For sure. But for general, because you guys look like you are, you know, one of the better teams here in CONUS. You have that chance for the winners final. Waiting to see who you're going to be playing in that winners final. Do you guys have a preference? And when you do, is there something that you're looking at to secure a grand final spot?
I guess Langley probably. We want to play Langley really bad. We haven't gotten to play them yet. And then Peterson would be great too, but you know that team beat us, so we gotta lock in if we end up playing them.
And is there any way that you're kind of like preparing for that? Sorry, Andy, for the grand final.
We VOD review every night. We watch our games over if they're on stream. Kuzo, he's a great strat caller. He's our IGL. You know, he gets it done. So he's definitely been reviewing a lot of VOD and getting us ready for those matches.
I mean, it certainly seems that way. We speak to a lot of teams and ask about the amount of VOD review that they're doing. Certainly seems that you guys are improving every single time we get to see you. So that work's paying off, my friend. One final question. What we're trying to do up here on the main stage is to kind of set a bit of a power rankings for like the top teams between East and West here. But I got to throw a question over to you in the sense of like, have you seen any of the other gameplay that has qualified teams through to Worlds? How do you feel stepping up against those teams when you get there? Because, of course, you guys have booked your ticket.
Yeah, we have not really seen much. I know there's a couple shooters over there, but it's kind of hard to play them. You know, we can't scrim them because they're such high ping. But I'm excited to see the comp, man. It's going to be great.
All right, then. Well, what I'm going to do is throw it over to you. Give me your top 4 teams in this current competition. Give me your power rankings.
Power rankings? You know, I can't say Nellis on top until we beat Peterson, so we'll get Peterson number 1. I say Nellis number 2, and we got Langley and Eglin. They're shooters, so I give them number 4. They're a great S&D team.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. I appreciate it because we're back and forth and we're all over the damn place up here, but I appreciate you giving us a bit more of an insight because at the end of the day, you're the one out there on the map having to actually shoot them, so you know how it feels when you're in that lobby. But one thing for sure is that you are shooting everybody right now, my friend. Looking ridiculously good out there. I know that they've got a lot of love and chat as well. Looking forward to seeing you more in this tournament, my friend. Until then, take care. Have a great rest of your day.
Awesome. Thank you so much. You too.
Man, for a guy who's so damn good on the sticks, I thought he'd come in here and be a bit, you know, bit of ego, a bit of like, full, you know, oh no, lovely human being, absolutely wonderful man. But he has been a superstar through CONUS so far. Definitely a player I can't wait to see a lot more of. And it's one of those where I'm trying to be non-biased because, I mean, our prediction didn't come through either way, by the way. We're both
Here
on
we
the same
go.
points and kind of chase after Brody. But trying to not be biased, we want our best players, our superstars, to be stood in that grand finals come the end of CONUS. That's what we want. I know that for an absolute fact. We love great Call of Duty. I got to see Smoke up there in that grand finals. I got to see him getting to work the way he does, especially when he starts coming up with the crazy plays that he makes happen.
It's funny because it's always the, you know, I don't want to be biased, but I'm about to say the most biased thing right now. And yeah, I think I agree in the sense of it looks like this is a team that's deserving of a spot in the grand finals. But at the end of the day, we've been seeing a lot of upsets from teams unexpected of that. And if Eglin gets the rematch eventually against this team, who knows how that would go in particular now that you've had that experience, and if your teammates can maybe shake off a little bit of those nerves that we possibly saw coming through this game. But regardless of what kind of final we do have, it's going to be a good final. The players have been great, very humble, very sportsmanlike, and it's just been fun to hear from every one of them.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it's interesting. Like you said, they come in so humble and everything else. Makes me wonder why Brody's the way that he is because, you know, he's not humble and he's nowhere near as good. So,
we know why.
Anyway, he's in the back. Brody, of course, we love you to death. But yeah, anyway, moving on forward. That settles one of our winners' finals here with Nellis marching on through Eglin, who will, of course, still get plenty of opportunities. They have 1 life left in that lower bracket. So still a lot of CONUS to settle. But before we do settle any more of the storyline, set up our superstars and everything else that comes with that, we're going to head to a break. See you on the other side.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CONUS Esports Championships. It's 5. I'm Enigma. I'll be one of the casters helping you take you through this next series. We've got a banger set up, but for that, I'm going to need a man who's helping carry all the energy through. And of course, that is Brody, my friend. We've got ourselves a hell of a series setting up here ahead. You're pulling your face. I was nice to you. Is that what it is? Are you surprised?
Were you? I don't know. I come back on my desk just off the break. I've just got off the toilet, right? I come in the here, and I'm what was it you said about me? What was it you said before the break?
I mean, you are a little bit egotistical about how good you are at COD. Like, you do, you know.
Oh, yeah,
you
that's because I'm good at COD.
Well, you're all right. Like, you know, you put in a lot more hours than me. I'm expecting you to be better than me at the end of the day. So, you know, but, you know, I see you ignoring my ranked invites. It's all good. Don't worry about it, you know.
It's because you're not in my rank, mate. I don't play with silvers.
Okay, moving on forward, ladies and gentlemen. We've got ourselves a series between Peterson and Langley Eustace. But let's take a look at that bracket before me and Brody decide to fall out live on air. It's going to be, of course, confirmation that Nellis saw off Eglin 3-1 to book their ticket into winners finals. There is, of course, confirmation down. Eglin will be then waiting for Cannon and Buckley down in that lower portion of the bracket. But that means that we've got to settle a little bit more of that script. And almost the opposite. Last time round, it was Eglin who were the winners of the East, Nellis who were the runners-up in the West. This time, we're talking about the winners of the West against the runners-up of the East. It's Peterson. Now, I've seen plenty of these guys, but Langley, my friend, I haven't seen much of them. Talk to me about the chances that you're feeling for this team.
It's so difficult, right? And we'll break down why in just a second. But I think Langley are going to have a really difficult matchup. I think, you know, Langley are susceptible to a team improving over the course of, a few matches, right? We go back to the Eastern bracket, and Langley, they actually won from the upper side. They beat Eglin the first time around, and then when it came to the second matchup, they fell in Search and Destroy. That was their biggest issue. And they're going to have a tough time versus Peterson. I think without a shadow of a doubt, the fact that Peterson are this massive roster that managed to get, what was it, like all the way through a lower bracket run or something ridiculous like that. Like, Peterson just got better every single time we watched them. It's going to be a really difficult match. And to be fair, I do think, again, I'm going to say what I said yesterday about, I think it was the 3-0 between Langley and Cannon, I think it was. I think regardless of what the final score is, every single map in this one is going to be super close.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. The last series gave us a really good map 1, map 2. 3 and 4 got blown out of the water a little bit. So I'm hoping that we get a real hot one here because we've got 8 very talented players across the 2 rosters to take part in this one. Again, Peterson, I've seen a hell of a lot of the talent that they are putting up in Kimura, JR, Loyal, and Soter. The opposite side of things, I've watched the games that you've cast over, of course, but I didn't get the chance to look at them firsthand. Langley Eustace, this is Wolf, Reaper, Tantalize, and Da Vinci. Who should we be paying attention to most on that side of things?
It's difficult, right? Because I think, generally speaking, most people would say Wolf. Without a shadow of doubt, I still think that is the answer for the Langley Eustace boys. But you got to give a shout out to the rest of the squad because they've all kind of had their moments of stepping up to the plate over the last couple of days. I think especially in their matchup yesterday versus Cannon, we gave a lot of love to Wolf. We gave a lot of love to Reaper because those are the guys that are constantly slaying out. But Tantalize and Da Vinci, not only do they fill the gaps in the squad, they're constantly playing around the objective, they also had real pop-off moments, especially back to that Hacienda control where Langley Eustace were able to 3-0, the cleanest of the entire series. And it was solely because of the fact that Tantalize and Da Vinci met Wolf and Reaper at the pace that they'd been setting the entire time in the CONUS Championships thus far. So I think Wolf is the easy answer, but I'm actually going to say give it all after Tantalize or Da Vinci because those guys, when they step up, it makes Langley Eustace an even better squad.
Oh, I mean, Langley Eustace then, that is setting targets on backs for big players, but pressure will do wonderful things to those that know how to handle it. But let's take a quicker, closer look even at Peterson space for space because we know the quality that these gentlemen are bringing. Kimura, JR, and Loyal, they have been something to watch, and they are being led by Soto, that man on your far right, who himself has been phenomenal. You're right to call out the fact that this squad went on that run through lower bracket. They only were knocked into lower bracket online. Since they've hit land, no one has been able to come close. When you look at the 4 gentlemen up on the screen in front of you, my friend, why do you think that is?
I mean, you look at the 4 gentlemen here, and they're all just so good. You look at Kimura, Loyal. I think these guys are just so so good at the game. I go back to the post-match interview that was yesterday, right, Enigma, where we talked about, I think it was Deloyal, I want to say it was. Was I casting that match with you? Were you casting that match with me yesterday? Okay, yeah. Sometimes I forget who casts what matches me. I talk about Loyal, and Loyal was telling us about the composition of this roster, how he is able to kind of work so well and do what he wants on the map effectively because everyone enables that. You've got leadership. I think he was saying Kimura was the leader on the roster, right? JR also does so much for the team, and Soda just kind of does what Soda does best, just runs rampant. I love this composition of the team. They seem to have the teamwork down to a T.
No, yeah, they do indeed have a system in place, and it's a joy to watch when it's in full flow. But even though these guys come in as Western champions, they've been untouchable on land. They are going to have to be at their best because, of course, this means a deeper look at joint base Langley Eustace, who will be tough competition. You finish second in the East for very good reason. You're certainly able to mix it with the best teams. It's about making a case that you're more than just the second best team in the East, especially when you've just watched Eglin fall the way that they did to Nellis. As we try and set up our power rankings a little bit here and kind of like who is actually the top dog when it comes to CONUS, these four gentlemen have an opportunity to stake a claim, not just for themselves, but for their entire region, that they deserve a lot of respect here.
Yeah, and they got a lot of respect yesterday in that 3-0 over Canon. Seymour was coming into that match saying, he actually said to me, and this is verbatim what he said before we got into the match. I'm going to give him a little bit of slack for this. He said, Brody, what are you doing predicting Langley 3-0? Are you out of your mind? It's something to that effect. It's probably not exactly what he said, so not verbatim, but more or less that was to what effect that was what he said. And I was right to predict 3-0. These guys are so solid. Canon, obviously, those matches were pretty close. It was a 250 to 244 hardpoint, a 6-5 search and destroy. But nonetheless, Langley looked so good yesterday, and it's because all four of these players stepped up to the plate. I already mentioned the fact that Tantalize and Da Vinci, I think for the first time really yesterday, it felt like we saw, all right, how do they fit in this squad? Because you can get all the slaying you want in the world from Wolf and Reaper, but if you're not getting the objective done, you ain't going to win diddly squat. And Tantalize and Da Vinci, that's what they're here on this roster for.
And well, there you go then, ladies and gentlemen, a breakdown of this matchup of Titans. Joint base Langley Eustace do have their superstars at hand, and well, they're going to need to be stepping up, be X Factors under the bright lights of main stage, because winner semifinals doesn't get much bigger than this. A 5-day LAN to settle everything. You've already booked your tickets to Worlds. That weight is already off your shoulders. Now it's all about the path directly ahead of you. And that path contains 5 maps. We will be heading to an array of different places across Hardpoint, S&D, and Control, of course. But it's Rewind where we are going to start and then end this series if we get to that game 5. And in between, you're going to be Red Card for the Surge, Vault for the Control, Hacienda for the Hardpoint. And I'll jump to you, my friend. You've also got a couple of picks and bans there in front of you, but anything that stands out early?
Yeah, the double rewind being in this series, of course, because going back to that 3-0, this is where Langley were able to take those maps away from Canon. Again, that 250 to 244 and that 6-5. And both were just incredible, I think, for Langley to make the clutches that they did. Canon were bringing a lot to the table, and I think Langley, they did get a little bit lucky. I think Canon kind of threw a couple of rounds away in Search and Destroy and a couple of hills away in the hard point. Once Langley got everything together, the back half of those hardpoint games were just an insane performance from them. So these are a couple of good maps, I think, in the rotation for that roster. And on the other side, you look at Peterson looking towards their matchup versus Buckley, of course. They did struggle in the hardpoint. They lost one of the hardpoints yesterday, and that hardpoint was Hacienda. And that is in this best of 5.
It is indeed. So we're looking at then potential weakness coming through. Of course, all a different day. There's plenty of squads here that are turning up, walking away from their series and doing VOD review to talk about exactly how they fix those gaps. And we're seeing several squads profit because of the back of that. We've just watched Nellis do it. We know that they are suddenly looking a lot better at some of the things that we were concerned about. So yeah, it's a case of what have you done stepping up. But you and me, we don't get to VOD review things back. We just have to look forward, and as such, we've made a set of predictions, and we are both going with the same team. It'll be Peterson. I've gone with the 3-1. I think that there's a bit of talent on this Langley Eustace squad to take a map away, because Wolf, I just think that's a player that you can't keep down forever, but you're going 3-0, feeling very confident with Peterson.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I do think like 3-0, 3-1, both of those predictions are pretty solid predictions. You know, you do your theory crafting here. It's like, if there's ever going to be a map in this series where Peterson drop one, I think it's probably going to be the hard points, right? I mean, we go back to that matchup yesterday, and that is undoubtedly where Peterson were weakest. So I do think there is a strong chance that going into map number 1, that is where Langley Eustace are able to find their way into this best of 5, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do start the series 1-0. The problem is, I think, getting past that point, I don't think there's much of a doubt in my mind that the S&D and the control goes Peterson's way. It just comes down to those hard points, and I do think, despite what happened yesterday, Peterson, I mean, we heard in the post-match interview, they said they were going to work on the hard point, they said they weren't going to let that happen again, and I believe them. I think it's going to be a 3-0.
Okay, well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We're both leaning Peterson. Let us know in chat, of course, if you think we're absolutely out of our minds and Langley Eustace, backed by Wolf, a player that we've highlighted as one of our superstars in this series, are going to actually cause a bit of an upset in this one. But as we get the fly-through underway for Rewind Hardpoint to settle who will join Nellis in that winners finals, we've got Peterson, we've got Joint Blaze Langley Eustace. We're off and underway, flowing towards P1, and we're on board with Wolf to kick things off.
Yeah, this is the guy that everyone wants to talk about for Langley Eustace. He is pretty much consistently performing. There's very rarely a map where he doesn't go super duper positive for the roster. So for him to start off strong, that would be big for Langley Eustace. He's already done exactly that. A couple of kills through the connector here. You're already recognizing exactly where Peterson are spawning as well. But nobody in the kill as a couple of kills come through for JR.
You can see the focus here on that rotation. Peterson sending a couple of players on the flank to actually get found in Loyal and JR, and Joint Base Langley Eustace. You had 2 players on the point who worked to great effect, actually, to make sure they continue to soak up some time, but also catching, again, this flanking player. But JR, he's here for a little bit more. We'll have to fight Tantalize for that spot. Loyal, well, he tries to hit Electrical. He gets found. And so far, the setup for P2, great defense from Langley Eustace. Peterson will soak up the rest of the scrap time, but they will have a lack of presence over to New.
I think Peterson here now already on the way, though. Nice shots from Da Vinci. I think that's a little bit of that hip fire. Second kill also pretty good. Kimura the only one to find any value whatsoever in that ensemble of kills, and he will back away here off the back of the respawn as he falls. So Peterson going to have to hit this one once again. Back at it once more, and everything going awry. Loyal the only one to get any kills there whatsoever. Still, technically speaking, hanging around is JR as Loyal falls, but it feels like Peterson just losing the trades 3-1 right now. One player left up, they can't do anything.
Wolf finds a different angle from Elephant, will get 1, but instantly traded, and then Loyal pops for 2. Tantalize to try and hold. Oh my god, what the hell was that? And you get back up from Wolf. And fair enough, 4 in a row for Tantalize. You're now going to be able to start to send a couple of troops on the rotation. It's interesting because when we came into this map set and we first saw it, I was like, this supports fundamental COD. But what we haven't seen a lot of in this tournament, Brody, is holds. Langley Eustace showing us a great one to kick things off here on Hacienda. Rewind.
Yeah, this is brilliant from Langley Eustace off the start of this game. What was it, a P1 hold that was pretty good. The P2 hold, though, that is exemplary. Peterson tried a couple of different hits at it and neither able to be successful. So I'm very happy about this game if I'm a Langley Eustace fan right now. Now we look towards rotation. Somehow Peterson haven't even got a foothold into this. They'll attempt to hit the hill, though. Loyal will be the first player at the point of ingress, and he will find the kill. And finally, something positive to talk about here for Peterson. Job not done. It is now as Da Vinci falls.
Yeah, Tantalize has a big job in the backline because Kimura is looking for him. And, well, you find another kill. Tantalize's role is clear. Set himself up to make sure your spawns are in. Make sure the rest of your squad don't have to worry about it and that they can flood on forward and do what they do best. The Solar's going to find 2 to push out. JR with 1 more as well. Wolf will answer with 2, and that second one's disgusting. Illegal stuff happening on our screen in front of us. The gap has closed, though. It was about 40 points moments ago. Peterson still knocking on the door. A little bit of soak up of time is Kimura, who's got a hell of a job to try and stay alive amongst a mass of green arrows.
Yeah, and he's going to fall. There wasn't really much that Kimura could do there. I was going to say, maybe the fact that they don't know he's there is probably the biggest thing that we can say positively about his positioning. But Langley Eustace had a feeling that somebody was hanging about where they shouldn't be and will quickly remove him from that situation. So now in control once again. Already, though, the roster of Peterson starting to heat up here as Loyal gets a couple of kills. Players now encroaching on both sides of the hardpoint. Wolf and Da Vinci down. Reaper trying to just play time. He's actually going to be afforded a lot of that as nobody from Peterson immediately hits. That time now afforded means that Langley Eustace are able to get the reinforcements on the way. Soda has to go big around the back line. Peppered up from Wolf down long. They're going to get shut down. And Tantalize now looking to trade out. Loyal has to switch to the pistol to do so. That's not going to happen, but fortunately Da Vinci is there as the backstop. Can't find any more than that. Trades in favor of Peterson here. They are looking to get the back 10 seconds, and they will. But I think just a little slow there if you're Peterson.
No, I agree. I think you get that 3 as you push out of P3 and start to... oh my god, Kimura just absolutely spat on Wolf and stops me in my tracks because they will now be able to punch into electrical. 3 more kills in the feed. Wolf answers with 2 of his own, by the way, not often outgunned, and answers back with a bit of a tantrum, to be quite honest with you. But you square up here for Peterson. I agree with you being slow for P3, but they've rotated quickly here to put pressure on. And, well, 4 dead in the feed all of a sudden. Langley used to seize control again.
35 seconds left to fight for on this hill. Langley Eustace this time would reinstate that lead they built up earlier on. Stand out from Loyal. Will land on the other side now. Looking for more kills is Loyal. Unfortunately runs right past Reaper. And Reaper doubles up. Looking to hit the regen now. Omni movement coming out from JR to find yet another kill now. Tantalize flying out towards the other side. Has the help of Wolf. And that's 3 down. The TK from Soda will clarify it as well. That is a full hard point for Langley Eustace. We go into the second set here, Enigma and Peterson. It doesn't look like they fixed their hard point woes.
No, it doesn't look like that at all. It feels like there's a bit of a resistance, but I'm looking at plays like Kimura, 6 and 13. This guy has had himself a tournament, and to see that kind of stat line just beggars belief, really, considering how talented he is. Partly have Peterson not fixed up a couple of problems, but also partially just Langley Eustace showing great improvements. These guys finished second, of course, in Eastern bracket. They had a couple of things to work on themselves. And, well, it certainly seems like they've locked in for this one. Up by 50 here in P1. Last time it was all about them making sure they had that double body stack back for P2, watching their flanks. It might change a bit of a script here because Peterson, this time, they're in control of P2 side. How do they look after it?
Yeah, you just want to win these gunfights right now and then try and get those control of the spawns for P2. As you said, 15 seconds remaining. Langley Eustace looking to try and take this time away. Tagged up, though, is Tantalize. He's probably not going to go back for the hit here. Gunfights towards P1 going down, but it's more important gunfights to go P2 that I'm worried about. It's trades in the kill feed, and Peterson, they will hold for the initial. Langley Eustace now will have to hit off the respawn here. That lead has closed by a massive amount between these two teams. What is now 30 points between these guys? Peterson in control. They're being approached from the back line. First player down for the count. Second player now taking shots as well. You don't quite know about Da Vinci, but you certainly do about Wolf. He might have just found the perfect route. Good for 1. Now looking for the second. Try and play dipping and diving around all of these different players. Will outplay Soda. Not going to outplay Kamura, but has that bought enough space for players around the front.
This is just a joy to watch. Kamura does so well in the backline, stays alive, and just becomes a nuisance so that Langley Eustace is slow on that collapse. But Wolf does find the gap, gets himself in there, and then also just stays alive to try and let his boys hit the front. 200 IQ plays, great stuff all over the show here. And we are tied at 155 apiece, and now Peterson sees the lead for the first time. And what a comeback this has been. They managed to set themselves up for P2. They've locked it down since, but now it's that big rotation over to 3. Can you get there? Well, if so, Langley Eustace are going to set themselves up, and they find a good amount in the opening kills.
And if I'm Peterson here, I do not just hit this over and over again. I make sure I'm pushing through the middle of the map just a little bit. You want this time, but at the same time, you do need to flip those spawns out for P4, so that's going to be at the back of your mind. You're seeing player number 3 and Loyal do exactly that, and now you can start to approach towards this hard point. Wolf tagged up. You're going to need help from somebody here in this situation. That somebody is Reaper, but you lose yourself. You lose Reaper. You lose the help. The wraparound from Da Vinci goes awry, and Tantalize now trying to provide some cover fire from the middle of the map. That doesn't happen either. So Peterson, they're in for the front.
That kill from Soda, by the way, might do great works for Loyal because he doesn't have to give his position up, which lets him hit from the flank, and that then releases you to go forward and find a kill. And Reaper now in big trouble. Swarms of yellow arrows coming in your direction. You got to find this kill and just stay alive. I don't even know if you play the point right now. You just got to hunker down and hope your boys find you.
Tantalize trying to play his life, looking for it. Shot shaky, but he finds the kill regardless. That's nice. That might be important that last 5 seconds of time, but we go to Newt. Effective 2 versus 4 here. Gunfights being 1 for Soda and Kimura. That's 4 between them. You need them to go big, and that is exactly what they do. Peterson now in as they cross that 200-point mark.
Strange moments ago, it felt weird that Kimura was sitting on such a negative stat line. It's now 20 and 17, so he's come online, and Loyal, well, he's slipping into fights like that. Almost finds himself a 2-piece. I will say, though, for all Peterson's great work, you can't win it here. You'll just lose out on the tick, and Langley Eustace is knocking on the door.
One player's gotten through, Reaper. They know about it, though. Kimura would have made that comm, and you can see Loyal going to deal with that threat. Now another one as well, trying to brute force their way in the back door. It's breaking an entry, and the only thing that's being broken is Langley Eustace. They're losing the fights. They're starting to panic. Tantalize and Wolf, though, might have fought back. Wolf with a couple of kills. Gets him in close distance for the contest here. Peterson can't finish things, and as Reaper gets through, it is 10 seconds worth fighting for, but in hitting that so heavily, now you're weaker on the rotation, and Da Vinci needs to go massive trying to play his life. That's not going to happen. Peterson have broken through on the roto.
More numbers here, though. Reaper are going to have to try and slide in, and he will not win it again. It feels like suddenly his number's been up these last couple of hills. Peterson, they have the hold, and they need 9 seconds. Langley Eustace will get back into contest for a second. You get the reinforcements, and you wipe the board. Can you hold this? It's got to be pretty much perfect, or Peterson win it here.
Have to watch every single point pretty much perfectly. Loyal opening stun is good. Looking for the second kill. Tantalizing Wolf firing back though. Still a couple of players all just down to Soda. Who does get double up. Hits Wolf for 3. JB Langley Eustace continue to hold. Wolf now looking to streak up for 4. He'll find it, but 5 will be denied. But that's space for Langley Eustace.
I said it had to be pretty much perfection. A couple more seconds here, and you can just walk into 1. The team kill comes through. Reaper cuts down Da Vinci. Wolf will be here to answer, but you've got to go back again. That tick will come through. That tick will come through. You need to hit. Someone does contest. Wolf then flies into 1. Just 1 point needed for Peterson. Langley Eustace must hold.
Cannot be broken even once. You have to be perfect throughout the rest of this game. Langley Eustace watching every single point of ingress. Wolf trying to take some shots. Kimura, everybody's here. 3 kills. That's going to do it. Peterson, cool game. And they were so far down early on in that one. Enigma, it was 3 kills back-to-back in the mid-game. P2 to P4. Peterson did absolutely nothing about it. Incredible comeback from Peterson there.
We said, have you fixed up your hard point issues if you're Peterson? And I'm with you. Off the first set of rotations, absolutely not. They looked a little bit all at sea. You end up with a moment where that second P1 comes out alive, and this time they have the opportunity to sit back and lock themselves in for that P2 side. They protect it the same way that Langley Eustace had done, but importantly, it's then a great hold, and they chain that into such a smooth 3 and 4. No answers coming back. And I think if there's a player I've got to point to be the X factor in this, Kimura showing the impact he has on this squad. 6 and 13, I'm pretty sure he was when we checked him in at one point. Finishes 25 and 23. And if we're looking for a reason as to why Peterson went on that massive swing, he has got to be that man.
Sometimes it does just feel like you need everybody firing on all cylinders, and when that's not happening, you are really struggling in the game. You can see the lead that Langley Eustace built up there, right? It was 50 to 60 point advantage, and it all began the comeback for Peterson on that comeback towards P2. Wolf tried so many times in that game to break what Peterson were bringing to the table, but never really felt like he was able to do so. He was only able to buy time, to buy space for Langley Eustace. And outside of that, Enigma, it just never in the game past the 50% mark in that one. Fair play to Peterson. The resilience to come back. The resilience to not let what happened yesterday happen again here. They take map number 1.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's a great point to make, because the mental game can certainly haunt you at times, right? Like, you can certainly sit there and go, oh, I've been in this position before. I know exactly how this book plays out. And they don't allow that same thing to come through. Clearly learned their lessons. Felt like that there was a moment where they recognized that they could seize the opportunity that they had, the advantage, the momentum, if you will. For Langley Eustace, I think I was looking for a moment where they slowed the pace back down, rotated in very early, and just set up some sort of controlled situation that they could manage, because otherwise it felt like Peterson were just thriving in the chaos. Don't get me wrong, Langley Eustace, they've given us a hell of a map to start things off. It continues that conversation of power rankings and where exactly do our top teams and players sit, but I think you're gonna be walking into this second map, a little bit with your tail between your legs, because as we look ahead to the rest of the series, obviously we're expecting this to go quite a distance, and yet the wind sucked out of you a little bit, well and truly looking ahead of this red card S&D. Like, we feel like we should be going into this 1-0 up. What the hell just happened?
Yeah, I mean, we said it right. Maybe we're wrong, right? Sometimes we are wrong in these situations, and you know, we could see Langley just come out and be a phenomenal search and destroy team. But it is worth saying, if they did have any weakness in their matchups versus Egglin, it probably was the search and destroy, right? The hard points felt 50-50 at times, but you know, that was probably their biggest issue, especially when we got to that game. I think that was a rewind they ended up losing, actually, which makes things interesting for a potential game number 5. But yeah, we go to search and destroy and control for Peterson, and they did not struggle yesterday in their matchup. Not struggle at all. They decimated their opposition. I want to find out exactly what scores. It was 6-0 and 3-0. Of course, one of those was a rewind, search, and destroy, and the other one was a vault control, which is going to be interesting, I think, if we do go there in just a second. I do still think Search and Destroy and Control, Peterson are one of the strongest teams we have in this competition at those modes. If not the strongest team, I think especially the former of the two. Their Search and Destroy game is just on point.
Yeah, it is. That first blood conversation always important when we talk about S&Ds. But like I'm looking at yesterday when they played Buckley and they took it 6-0 and all 6 first bloods. It's just moments like that where you just think, okay, well, if you are going to give your opponents a chance in hell of getting into this, then yeah, there might be something here to be said about getting Langley Eustace back into the fight. But if it starts to become that same conversation around first bloods, then I struggle to paint a picture where this doesn't go anything but 2-0. That being said, I've had a lack of time to be able to look at Langley Eustace close up. They certainly have a very talented squad. I think that though the resilience shown in that map 1 by Peterson just continues to make me feel like they are looking like the final boss, not just in this series but the entire bracket.
I mean, like what you said in the middle of that game is so true, mate. That you know, Kimura was what? He'd had such a bad start to that game.
Yeah.
It's so easy if you have a terrible start to a game to get in your own head. This happens to me all the time where I'm just like, okay, I'm just having a really bad game here. I'm getting really frustrated. And it affects the late game. Kimura, you know, he bounces back, you know, in the mental game and then in the actual game that shows out as well. Just having that resilience is something that puts Peterson a cut above a lot of the rest of the teams in this competition. And it might well move them forward in this search and destroy. Aggression off the start of this one. Langley Eustace effectively a 4 versus 1 on site. Soda has to walk away with at least one of these frags and is not able to do so. That's early site control for Langley Eustace.
Yeah, right idea out of Soda to make that interesting. Loyal opens the door to see everybody looking back at him and freezes for a half second. So you get control here. 35 seconds on the clock. You've got to seize up your hit. JR, oh, I think you might get spotted by Tantalize. You've got to find a way to pinch this and hit with your teammates.
Da Vinci down for the count. That'll make things easier. JR, excuse me, needs to get back into the fight. Looking for it. Wolf trying to watch the cross here. You've already lost Kimura. JR just runs straight past the player, though. And now they're looking for it. Not finding him. Wolf trying to get the shots off. Does not get it done. Loyal with a jump shot on the slide. Will pick up that final kill. And it's the fact that you let JR slip right by you. Your teammate gets overwhelmed. And then it becomes a 1v2. You can't win.
I mean, feel like I'm talking about wind being sucked out of your sails a little bit at the end of that map 1. You then come into this map 2, and I was about to sit here and praise the instant aggression, the direct play, the heads-up movement that comes in from Langley Eustace to bully Sota, isolate him on that B site, find that first blood, and then get the bomb straight down. And for Peterson to be able to take that back so comfortably in a 3v4 with only 37 seconds on the clock at last look, it's, yeah, that's going to sting if you're Langley.
That's going to hurt. Peterson. Now off the start of this one. Looking for something? I don't even know what this is. This is not how you play Call of Duty. This is, I don't know, like Metal Gear Solid or something. I don't really know what's going on right now.
I have never seen this.
They're just trying not to give information away desperately. They're burning a lot of time with the clock. And the fact that somebody like Tantalize or Reaper's not seen anybody by A means that they know this is what they're doing. I don't know, dude.
Noise.
Wolf is going to be in for a shock here. Here we go. Finally, the hit coming through from Peterson now. Where is Wolf located? Not in a position where those shots are going, that's for sure. So Wolf is just going to keep his head down now and wait to see if he can get more than one kill at any one time.
Well, how does this look once players start to slide in? Soda will actually somehow find one, but it's instantly traded. Wolf with 2 as Kimura tries to dive in through the doorway. Loyal will trade it out. Then back down by Reaper over the backside of the room, but checks back, turns it into a 1v1.
Here we go. JR has to get that bomb down or pick up this kill. 10 seconds to do it. The peek is there from Tantalize, but you only get shots into the leg. Tantalize bounces away, and it's a big win for Langley Eustace. And you got to think, maybe if you were playing a little bit more COD, a little less Metal Gear Solid, that round might have gone different.
I mean, I've got to say that I'm just very glad that didn't work. Not just because my prediction's a 3-1, but if that had actually paid off and got them the round, I have to watch them do that commando crawl again and again and again because they think that's a viable strat, I'd have been absolutely losing my mind. I don't get me wrong, I've no issue with trying to not give away information, but you're right, you've got to make noise over at A to bait a team into thinking that you're going to A. With that not coming through, it made it a bit easy to read. Langley Eustace surround the room. They collapse, they find all the kills, 1-to-1, defense is on top.
This time, Langley Eustace are going to be sending themselves over towards the A-bomb site. Peterson have 3 players here, so they're going to know. Especially with all the utility that was sent over the top. This is exactly what's happening. Here we go. Initial shots, not great from Reaper. Loyal will take that all day long. Doesn't even need to hit the reset because Kimura is there to take Da Vinci down. And now your only hope really is that you get the bomb down scot-free, and Tantalizer's already been found out.
Yeah, he's going to get flanked here as well by Loyal, potentially. Wolf's trying to support this, actually. Might get some good timing onto... I mean, it's awkward because obviously you're not going to see the top of Loyal's head just over the other side of that wall. Tantalize does find him, though, so that's actually going to let Wolf in, but traded. Wolf will make it a bit more interesting into a 1v2. 30 seconds to work with. You are very split if you're the 2 Peterson players here. That's going to suit Wolf if you can find the fight fairly.
If you want anybody in this situation, it is Wolf. He's split between these 2 players, though. I think JR's just spotted him out. He's actually going to take Soda down. JR's expecting an exit on one of the sites. He has to get this kill off the exit. Goes for the challenge at the wrong time. Wolf is here. JR gets the headshot off. Wolf is denied the 1 versus 2 as JR clutches up.
Make it interesting if you are Wolf. Great effort there. But Peterson take that 2 life advantage at the start of the round, and that's going to be too much for anyone to pull back from a team that's as good as Search and Destroy as these guys are. Oh, some good shots. A little bit of a 1 bullet situation there where Wolf could have clutched up that 1v3 nice and tidy, showing again his ability. But it won't be enough. Peterson take the lead here, up 2-1. Be interested to see what their hit is, because after that last round where they commando crawled their way to B, I'm hoping to not see that, or at least a variant of it at very best. And well, yeah, it looks like they are changing it up. It's going to A this time, and a very different defensive setup for Langley Eustace. They're much more aggressive.
Yeah, I really like this play from Langley Eustace. Getting right up in the faces of Peterson is the way you do this. I can't remember which player we saw this from before. I think it might have been Langley Eustace. I think it might have been Reaper in this exact position. Picks up the kill versus Loyal. This time, though, doesn't get a second. And so you might have slowed things down, but you haven't done much by way of putting the man advantage in your favor. Still, look at Kimura. He's stuck with 2 different players looking at him right now. He wants to try and escape.
His only means of escape might just be to back off here, might just be to give up this ground. There is technically an opportunity here to scoop that bomb, rotate over towards B, but you need, again, a player to just be making noise at A. Kimura's seen so little at this point. I think he's a little bit nervous about any way that he checks out, and, well, that sound there will tell us there's only 30 seconds. And, well, you've turtled up. You are going to start to rotate over, but I'm worried about Langley Eustace reading this and cutting you off before you even get there.
Now, this is a massive gamble. Soda's hoping that nobody's already crossed. Instead, they are crossing, but they're crossing the other direction. Soda will trade on out, though. Has the information that another is crossing towards Ticket. The only information they don't have is to where the 3rd player has gone. Da Vinci spots out Soda. That stun will connect, pushes Soda out of position, and takes that all day long. Now just down to JR. Got to try and gamble as to where JR is positioned here. He has to stick. He moves. He goes right into the line of sight, and I don't know if Wolf just saw him on the cross. I'm not entirely sure. That stun doesn't connect either way. That nade might. JR's pushed all the way back here. Coverage of the Smez is good, but not good enough. Da Vinci with 9 HP will weather the storm. Wins that 1 versus 1. He had Wolf alongside him as well. Brilliant play from Langley Eustace. I've got to give Peterson props for rotating away, but I think they just took a little bit too long to do it.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, and I think props go out to both teams. It's a good call from Peterson to get that bomb over there and get it down. The problem you have is because Langley Eustace don't give up any information in the situation, you know, they're just throwing a shoulder. You've got Wolf up in that top window, just calming everything on out. Player led by stage. You know nothing is hitting A. You're able to just burn through so much time that it puts Peterson in a bit of a sprint situation. And as such, turning it into a 2v2 rather than a 3v3 to refight for that site suits them, and you find that they clean it up in the end as well. So Beautiful work from both squads, serving us up a treat here nice and early. But DaVinci with 2, we don't often mention his name, and he's stepping up here in the S&D.
This has been a really close search and destroy so far. Props to Langley Eustace. They're bringing it to Peterson. Things will slow up here early on. Langley Eustace, I think just kind of getting a vibe for what Peterson are doing here, but Peterson are not giving anything away. They have doubled up on the B side at least.
Yeah, Peterson's defenses are typically just so good that squads stealing away 1 round would see it as some sort of achievement considering how this tournament has gone. No information, sticking to your guns if you're Peterson. JR's got this full watch over mid. I love this position. So many teams are so lax about controlling mid on red card, but it's going to give you the heads up about so much. The one thing is you get players actually rotating over to B, and I think that that's from a set of thrown stuns that actually makes a lot of noise. And Langley Eustace might have sold the dummy brilliantly here. If they get this bomb down and then manage to push out and don't give up any exits, this is going to be a tough retake for Peterson.
As much as I want to give Langley Eustace props for that play, I also kind of feel a little bit queasy about the fact that Peterson fully committed to it and didn't leave any presence on A whatsoever. 30 seconds left now. They do have to hit a retake from absolutely nothing. Fortunately, one player has actually gotten across with very little repercussion. DaVinci wasn't watching it, so Tantalize has to win these fights. Now DaVinci's going to have to win here. Yes, he does. Second as well. Nice for DaVinci, but Tantalize goes down, and he's the only player to go down. Wolf will remove Loyal from the play. And Soda has to wait to hit the regen. That's not time that he can afford to expire. And there's nothing that he can do but expire as DaVinci takes him down in the round. It's a really good play from Langley Eustace, don't get me wrong. But I think that is an overcorrection from Peterson you did not need to make.
Yeah, I'm going to try and focus on it from the positive aspect of Langley Eustace. I'm pretty sure, I can't 100% say because obviously we don't get to see the nades in Codcaster unless we actually see them on our screen. But it looks to me like you had a set of players just step out the back of the connector side and the tunnel side, launch grenades and stuns and such over towards the benches and that whole B bomb site. And as such, that causes the correction from Peterson. But you're right in the sense of being an overcorrection. That felt a bit too easy to shift that defensive line around. For all the good that's been talked about when it comes to the defense, that felt very simple for Langley.
Now DaVinci on in this round on 5 in a row. It's been a brilliant last couple of rounds here for Langley Eustace. This time, they're taking an approach that Peterson did to them in the last round. For the most part, this is a pretty sterile play. Apart from one element, it's Wolf on the hunt. And if Peterson take forever like they did last time around, it will not be long before they lose a limb or two to him. There we go, finally. DaVinci going to go down. I wonder if Wolf's going to get some bad timing here because Peterson now finding a kill might give them an opportunity to actually push for this. They do have a player anticipating a flank, but you can see on the minimap, Kimura looks away at the wrong time. Wolf might have just got some perfect timing, and he does for that kill.
Then what's the counterplay call? I like the decision, to be honest, from Peterson. They flood back out and make sure that Wolf is not going to continue to be a nuisance and then reassess the hit. The problem is it's burnt through time. So what do you make of it? Well, Loyal... He's trying to squeeze up towards the goals. Reaper's watching the drop in from the ATMs. And this one-on-one against Salter and Tantalize. And Salter spots a leg sticking out behind the goals and will find the kill that opens up the site and the plant. Oh, did you not just see him?
I think they did. No, but they definitely did now. Reaper's dead. Reaper's dead, right?
I mean...
Right?
I mean, those shots were pretty damn good.
Right? Somebody? He gets away. Okay, he's not getting away from that. Thank God that Reaper died. Peterson able to pull that one out of the hat. And I think this time around, to a certain extent, your passiveness actually ends up winning you. You're so much more measured, I think, in that attack.
Yeah, and I think it's that call to go back and find Wolf. I think, you find that blood onto DaVinci if you're JR, which is great bit of work here. But, in middle. But with Wolf wrapping that backside, if he's allowed to stay alive, that's going to delay your push so much, going to leave you spinning, trying to find out where he is. And as such, you're probably going to lose that fight. So the decision as a 3, go back, kill him now, and reset this fight is the right one that then gives them that future success. Great job. Probably a little bit of luck for Soda as well, just spotting that toe sticking out behind. Those big size 10s just being a bit of a problem here for Reaper.
Well, back and forth we go in this game. Wolf Hungry for more kills. We'll find one. Reaper gets another one as well. Trade from Kimura. Flanking play from Loyal might do something. He's just given all the information. Oh, Kimura walks away at the wrong time, but we'll find Wolf. Stun connects. There's no way. Kimura gets out of this fight. Surely not. He doesn't. Trade is good. Now you're on the hunt for the last remaining player. Tantalize. Hello? Tantalize! It's a slasher movie. Tantalize the star.
Makes it interesting. I mean, hey, we got to watch in that last series. I don't know how much of you caught, but Smoke was putting that knife to work. Shows exactly what it's made of, but he's unlucky with the first one as well. Make sure he makes no such mistake with the second. So Langley Eustace continuing to just hang out that 1-round lead off the only attack. Well, not now the only attack, actually, because we had an attack last time out, but a very good attack round where they managed to bait that Langley squad over. It feels like that's been the only difference maker, really, in our rounds played out. Otherwise, pretty much trading blows. Peterson with an opportunity to answer it back yet again. Oh my god, this is aggressive.
Shots out from Loyal will let them know exactly where it is. I think you kind of need to be aggressive, if I'm perfectly honest. Langley Eustace have been aggressive enough back at them. This is a big round, of course. We always talk about the 4-4 versus 5-3 swing. Langley Eustace want this one. And Peterson, despite having site control, are not confident enough yet to go for this bomb. I think they're being very wary of a push coming through connector. That's not where it's coming from, though. Da Vinci is taking longer to go around on this flank. Bomb now going down here. And you are holding. Tantalize flying in for the opening. Shots have to go through. Soda can't finish that fight. Somebody else needs to. You lose every single fight across the board. And Kimura's left stranded here in a 1 versus 4. Good for the first.
How much more can you do? The pistol. Oh, good lord. Okay, there was a moment. There was half a moment. That was terrifying. But great work. I mean, Da Vinci... Was your boy not building streaks? Or does he not have them equipped or something? Because if you do, I'm looking across at you like, what the hell are you playing at? But you will take it. And I think, to be fair, Da Vinci gets a lot of credit. Don't get me wrong, a lot of the team punched through the front side of that bomb site to great impact and effect. Wolf seems to have really turned up and down these last couple of rounds. But Da Vinci's just taking the time to be a route man, not being lazy about hitting the flank. If he goes through connector there, he dies. But because he hits all the way in through tunnel, he actually gets himself around the back of the player who's led on that backside in JR, finds the kill that stops that supporting wave coming in, and gives him an opportunity to close everything out. Now on match point.
Peterson. Looking to come back into this one. Only one player in sight, and they get removed. There goes Soda. Loyal's good for the trades here. Langley Eustace will not be able to safely get this bomb down just yet. Trades in favor of Peterson. And now this is risky here for Langley Eustace. You bring it back to a 2 versus 2, but that bomb, you gotta get it.
Loyal one side, Kimura the other. Not exactly an easy duo to walk through, and that bomb's going to sit at Loyal's feet, but... I don't know what happens, whether it's timing or a bit of a knee sticking out the side, but either way, you will get the kill. So 2v1 now for Langley Eustace and site control. Kimura, do you spot? Oh, but you don't finish your kill. And what that could do in terms of permutation for this round. Oh, and then the timing's all off.
Looking for the kill, and he will not get away. That's going to do it. Langley Eustace, a map on the board. Peterson, a strong search and destroy team, but not strong enough to not get broken. Just an incredible back 3 to 4 rounds from Langley Eustace. I think it was 3 on the bounce, I think it was, to close that search and destroy. Back and forth leading up to that point, but Langley Eustace just start to run away with it towards the end. And if I'm perfectly honest, I think Peterson, just so many situations towards the back half of that search and destroy where they could not finish their food.
I think I go back to that round 5 where Langley very slowly play A. They throw a bunch of nades over towards B as if they're faking it. And it shifts Peterson over probably far too easily, really. But it gives them that bomb side that they then win an attack round on. From there, even though you had a little bit of a bite back from Peterson, felt like it was always Langley Eustace in control of the situation. Their first blood record is going to look pretty at 6-3 in the end. But it's also just one of those where I wonder how much of an impact finally seeing a Peterson defense shuffled like that, having it undone like that. I wonder what kind of mental game that played, because Peterson from there, all of a sudden, it didn't feel like that super solid S&D team that we've been talking about so much. And it felt like Langley Eustace had all the wind in their sails.
Man, Peterson. I said they were a very strong search and destroy team, and I still believe that. I still believe that wholeheartedly, that Langley are extremely strong at search and destroy. Peterson, sorry, extremely strong at search and destroy. I feel like Langley used to put the work in. Like, you can really tell they're a very strong squad. They look awesome, and I think especially towards the back half of that search and destroy, they made the adaptations necessary to beat out Peterson. I think as soon as they recognize that, hey, like, these A pushes aren't working, like, let's just go straight over towards B, I think things changed significantly for them, and they just kind of went full send. So yeah, brilliantly played from Langley Eustace. They tie the series now up at 1-1.
Yeah, they do indeed, and it becomes an ever more interesting story. This is, of course, a winners semi-final, our second of which the winner of this will go on to play Nellis for Langley Eustace. That's an opportunity to score up against the squad you've not really seen so far. For Peterson, that is an opportunity to win out again in a repeat of the Western Finals. But we've got a long way to go before we get there. We've got a whole damn series to settle, tied up at 1 apiece. But before we get to there, what we're going to do is take a quick break here at the CONUS Esports Championships presented by USAA. So go get a cup of tea, coffee, whatever it is you drink over in America. I don't really know. But either way, we'll see you on the other side.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CONUS Esports Championships. I'm Enigma, this is Brody, and we're 1-1 in what is setting itself up to be a fantastic series between Joint Base Langley Eustace and Peterson Space Force Base. And we came into this with a couple of questions, a couple of things that we needed answering. First of all, where are our power rankings in terms of our top teams from the Western and Eastern teams once we start to mix them all together? And then also, well, can anyone stop Peterson when it comes to the search and destroy? My friend, it certainly seems that we've got an answer to at least one of those nice and early.
Yeah, it turns out they can. Yeah, Langley Eustace made all the necessary adaptations. It was a very back and forth search and destroy through the first few rounds. But I think it was once we got past round number 6, you just saw JB Langley Eustace just fully blast their way through the rest of the search and destroy. The last 3 rounds, I think it was back-to-back offenses towards that B site that there was just never any kind of response from Peterson on. I think they actually got underside, but they just lost the fights. In the end, so that means we go 1-1 in this series now. We go to a Vault Control, and it does feel a little bit more like things are up in the air now, because we described Peterson as one of the better search and destroy teams in the tournament. Well, if Langley Eustace can beat them there, surely they can also beat them on this Vault Control.
Yeah, it's a weird one, right? Because we kind of come off that hard point. Joint Base Langley Eustace took a really good lead there, looked fantastic. Then Peterson comes suddenly swinging back big time, largely led by a resurgence from Kimura that gave them that victory. And in the search and destroy, it was neck and neck the entire way until suddenly you saw Joint Base Langley Eustace suddenly grab a hold of the entire situation and run out towards the end. So I feel like we're trying to split the difference here. Often we can go into a control with like, okay, have we learned a couple of lessons from map 1 and 2? Personally, I'm very unsure. Yourself, you know, when we start to transfer those fundamentals or lessons learned indeed, is there anything that you're looking at for a team here when it comes to this Vault Control?
I mean, I think it's interesting, right? Because this Vault Control was one of those maps that we did see between Peterson and Buckley back when Peterson beat them. But they lost, of course, that Hacienda hardpoint, which we'll talk about here after this map, which we know we're going to get now. Peterson 3-0'd Buckley on this map mode combination, and they looked absolutely incredible on it. So I think for me, Peterson is so good as a team here. You know, getting aggressive, getting those power positions. That's what you need to do, and that's what Langley Eustace needs to do. You need to have one of those roaming subs, get forward, get some map control, and in my mind, for my money, it's got to be Wolf.
Well, there's a couple of different checkboxes that can make you a very good team here on Vault Control. One of them is seizing art control if you're on the offense. Another one is very much so unsettling the defensive team by sticking bodies on B and forcing arrows in that direction. And you do that nice and early. If you are Langley Eustace, you put 2 bodies there, you are eventually cleared out with no tick. But that, well, it should have handed you a presence for free. Instead, you get shut down by a couple of gunfights. And Kimura, well, he's here to control things. Finds 2. Reaper will clean that out with a very good trade. But Loyal, he's on the hunt. He will finish it. And it goes back to the A pressure. We're neck and neck on lives. 58 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Loyal had a couple of different routes he could have taken there in that situation. Wolf moving forward, catches one off guard, catches the second as well. JR not quick for the reaction whatsoever. Soda, they only want to do anything through the middle of the map, and Wolf will take him down. Wolf is single-handedly clearing out the middle of the map. And now Peterson, I don't know if you invest too heavily into this one because the second tick's already through, the stack is in, and Kimura goes for it anyway. It is not something you're going to stop. The kills do come through off the back of it, though. Nicely done between Loyal and Soda. They combine for 3, and they will clear the space. They are very fortunate to win those rotational battles.
Yeah, that was a high-risk, high-reward strategy as far as it comes. But you do get the important kills that matter. It should let you squeeze out for a moment. A little bit of a protection blanket afforded to you in terms of map presence. You get some kills down towards Trophy. Will be traded out. This will bleed through a little bit of that time that has been accrued for Langley Eustace. But still, a minute 20 to kind of pull things together. Reaper, he's trying to find a way in through, and he'll find the first to start the fight.
Trying to penetrate the defense here. Get players behind enemy lines. JR's positioning up top is paramount. You need to keep control of it. That nade's going to make things difficult for Da Vinci and actually makes it untenable. They go down. Trades towards the point, though. Tantalized, tagged up. He's waiting for the help from Reaper on this flank. I don't know if he's going to get it, though. Yet he won't, and there goes Tantalize at the same time. So Peterson doing a good job at weathering the storm for the moment here. They seem to be winning out these trades, but it's worth saying this is tentative. It's still a 10 versus 10 with 50 on the clock.
Yeah, tentative, definitely the right word for it. Certainly feels anything but convincing. Kimura will get P4 control, though, and you should get a body as well into art. So an opportunity to look out over in case there's a flank. Good angle here for Da Vinci. JR, though, will find out that you don't get much aim assist through those windows. But does clean the kill up. 6v8. Peterson in control of that situation. 30 seconds on the clock. This has been a great defensive B so far. If you're Langley users, you want to walk away with at least a tick or two on this.
You need some progress here. 5v8 would have been nice if you can do something. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination, but you failed to get players in on the flank. You're going to have to be a little bit more honest with it, and you're having to deal with your flank yourself here. Kimura for the middle of the map, keeping an eye out for any of these players. One down low in towards Vault side. Kimura has to line these guys up, has to play this, and they check it. They check the corner. They get the kills. They stack on the point. 3 versus 3. And the players are nowhere near. They can just get this one done. First tick now through. Soda going into the power position. Flanking player from Loyal. 1 down for the count now. 2 versus 2 we go. 2 versus 1 we go. Wolf, the last one left alive, and he is shut down. Goodness gracious. They almost pulled that one out of their rears, but they do not in the end. They do get the extra point, though.
Well, like Peterson made that a little bit more nervy than they needed it to be. He just could have slowed that situation down and played it out. But they turn it into a scramble. And that will be 4 ticks. I don't know if that 5th one actually comes through. I'm just going to try and check. No, the 4th tick does come through, but 5th does not. So 4 on the board for Langley Eustace. I think there's a point there where so often when you're trying to break down this B site, if you find the first kill as the offensive team, you're hoping to activate into then 2, 3, and then stack on the site. I think that Langley Eustace aren't aggressive enough off the back of their first kills in a lot of those moments, but Peterson also do a wonderful job to not throw their lives for free in those moments and just stall, play for time, get reinforcements in, and end up walking away, at least with a defensive round on the board.
All right, Peterson will be happy, but they do want a clean go of things here. I don't think they can really afford to have much resistance whatsoever, and the play call has been made through stack 3. Not watching up top, though. Wolf will take one with him. Now brings us down to just 2 players on the point. Tantalize jumping down, shut out. Still 1 player up top here. Reaper is that guy. Reaper good for 1. And Reaper clears house here. They were so close to the capture. They will have to go out again if they want it.
Yeah, Reaper goes huge because you could already see a couple of those bodies starting to move on towards B. A couple of the cogs had ticked to say, actually, we can just transition instantly. We just found a couple of kills, but he goes massive, does Reaper to clear the point and force Peterson to come back again. But Loyal, well, he goes huge himself to find 2. A won't fall still. 3 times we've been at pixel distance, and 3 times Langley Eustace have come in swinging.
I think Peterson, they're splitting their efforts just a little bit here. As they now send players forward towards the B zone. Loyal is still content on maybe getting things done over by A, but he'll only find 1 kill with a jump down. As I said, they're somewhat focused here on stopping A and making sure they go over towards B. First tick about to be through, unless Sota is chowed from behind, which he will be. Did it just before that tick goes through. Yeah, it looks like it did, but it was just a bit before that first tick went through. But Kimura's here to actually pick up where his teammates left off. So Reaper down for the count now, looking for some more. Traded out from behind. Tantalize will take him down. So B is not going to go, but A will get caps at the same time.
At least you do finally capture A at what feels like the 19th attempt, but I feel like Da Vinci's just giving his life up relatively for free. 16v13. 1 minute 30 on the clock. You would have liked more here if you were Peterson, but you've not been afforded any such luxury. Wolf misses his opponent, softened up the target, but then glides past him on the challenge. Da Vinci going to do a great bit of work here to back players down, but then spends too long pre-firing and will be cleaned up. 12v11 though. You have closed that life difference, my apologies. But Loyal getting onto the point. You got to be worried about the pinch coming through because you've lost trophy control completely.
Well, nobody towards our side. That's 3 players down. Tantalize, what do you got for us? Tantalize, good for 1. He just needs to waste enough time so that his teammates come off spawn and help him out. And I don't know if he's going to be able to. Having to switch to the pistol. Shots in. Weakens a few players up. Loosens them. For Langley Eustace to help out, but only Wolf can do anything because you've lost your teammates. Wolf behind, he's good for 2, and again, all of it is just trying to weaken Peterson so the rest of the squad off spawn can do it. Stuns out. Da Vinci slide now, looking for more across the way. Da Vinci lines a couple of players up, and Tantalize knocks both of them down. Somehow, Langley Eustace will survive it, but they're in a 4v5.
There's a couple of kills as well that come through at the same time, so it lets you squeeze out just a little bit, and Reaper goes massive down in the vault. 3v3, 45 seconds. The thing is, for Peterson, you are blessed a little bit because you've got time, but look at Reaper on the hunt round the pool side. That flank could be huge, especially as Da Vinci finds Sota at the front.
Reaper Makes this a 3v1 now. It's all down to Kimura, and he's about as far away from this as you could possibly get, and that is being watched by Da Vinci. So Kimura literally has to get the perfect positioning here. If not, he'll be found out. And he's not really got a lot of time to make this one. He might have just found the perfect route. Maybe? Maybe? No way. No way. No one's watching this. No one's watching this. But he's got to jump straight on the point, and I'll have every single player swarming him as soon as he does. Yep, Kimura checks the one place where there's not a single player from Langley Eustace. I'll be honest, mate. I have no idea how Langley Eustace survived that. That was 2 individual heroic efforts. I think it was Tantalize and Wolf. Without those, that does not happen. Peterson are 2-0 up.
Well, it shows just how good this team is that actually the player that I'm going to try and credit is Reaper. It feels like there was a moment there. There's 2, in fact, where one is when Peterson is trying to capture A, get like 3 dead, recognize that they can send bodies to B as they finish the A capture. Reaper then kills 2 on the point, and he then does enough to get his boys into support, helps clear that A tick, so then Peterson has to give B up and just burns through so much time. Otherwise, that felt like an incredibly winnable position for Peterson, but also late. It's 3v3. You'd be right to turtle up towards the back side of the map, sit in your spawn with your teammates. Instead, he hits the flank, finds a kill, and puts everything in his teammates' hands. Great stuff from him.
All right, well, we're all even Stevens here in this control. Peterson now looking for some kind of capture. This is not the solid start that they had last time around. They're actually losing the vast majority of their fight. Soda, they only want to find any value here, and now Langley Eustace can make their move forwards. Wolf does get traded, though. Loyal doesn't actually check the right corner, so we'll get shut down. And that might be the go button being hit here by Langley Eustace. Kimura doesn't want any of it, though. Kimura, good for 2. Kimura, good for 3. One more player up top. And, well, Kimura will get traded out. Wolf will actually find a second. That should be the trade. And now Langley Eustace here going to have to go back from square one.
We do get bodies onto the point at least. I think only one's actually stepped on it, but there will be 2 in close vicinity. 3 if you can conclude the players up in your top catwalk. Wolf with that kill on Kimura stops a flank coming through as well. Loyal answers back. There will be a 5th tick of progress coming through for Langley Eustace at least. But JR, I'm a fan of this. He's trying to set up a collapse through the back, but you got to time it with your teammates doing something through the front. Otherwise, this becomes nil point.
Trying to get on the A zone. Players from all sides, though, on the defense. Soda are able to get 2. Now we're just down to Wolf. That is A gone anyway, so Wolf now is just all about trying to carve a path for Peterson, or for Langley Eustace, excuse me, to get back over towards B. They have done this before. Extra 60 seconds added to the board. And nobody from Peterson is pushed up to stop this one. JR now just on the point. Trying to hold his life. Sliding out. Good for the first. Looking to hit the regen before he chows Tantalize ideally. There it goes, and he has a little bit of help from the teammates as well. Great team play from Peterson.
And look how far pushed up Kimura is here. He's going to be spawning Langley Eustace in one location only, and this starts to set up that bit of a spawn trap. Loyal will soften a target, not necessarily finish it, and it will be Wolf. He's the only player to stay alive. That might give his teammates a bit of an opportunity to hang in the fight, but this has quickly established a life difference, and you've only got 55 seconds to play with anyway, so you got to flood forward, and Wolf, with a moment of magic to spring yourself out of the trap. That being said, some damage has been done. Peterson only have to hold on for another 45.
Man, what on earth is this game? Langley Eustace have got the way forward now. Also keeping an eye on the flanking player. I don't think Soda will get close. No, he will not. So all of this has to come through the front, and everybody from Langley Eustace is winning their fight. That's 4 down. That should be the stack, and that should be the round. Langley Eustace, the team play is about as perfect as you could possibly ask for. 2-1 now. 1 round away from taking the lead against Peterson.
For Peterson, that one is going to sting. You've got a spot there where you're putting Langley Eustace in a spawn trap. How you go from there into an instant transition onto your point, fully wiped, and watch that entire round just evaporate. All the hard work disappears in a matter of seconds. For Peterson, I mean, for Langley Eustace, you're looking at this man, Wolf. 30 and 17, but also those 2 kills to break you out of jail will help you see off an attack round. Peterson now, all the pressure on them. Otherwise, our predictions are out the window, first of all, but it becomes a case of they are on point to get themselves into the finals.
Peterson have to get their stuff together here. Again, you look at the opening here, and it's not as convincing. Last time it was a triple stack. They're going to do the same thing, finally. Going to draw players out. Reaper gets caught with the timing. Wolf, potential flank. Da Vinci on the jump down as well, and both of those players get removed. But there is one more player that they weren't accounting for. It's Tantalize, who will take a couple of players out of the equation. But I love the reaction from Peterson. They recognize that A is no longer tenable. It is a straight hit towards B.
Well, they kind of fell into this trap last time if you were Peterson. It felt like you should have claimed A multiple times and there'd be one player. Last time it was Reaper. This time it's Tantalize sticking around, just being a bit of a nuisance. But there's 4 dead. There's an opportunity for you to stack the point and clear it up. But what do you do? Do you transition instantly onto B? Or if you're Sota, do you play for art control instead and become a nuisance as your teammates reinforce? He decides to stick. Catches a stun in the teeth. You don't have a trophy to protect. Contest up close. Sota's going to go wide. Find one. Wolf. Oh my god. Reaper goes huge on the point. Finds 2, and Wolf was on the flank, gets there in time to clear the point.
All right, brilliantly done. You've cleared it for the moment, but you've not fully cleared the threat. Look at player number 6 on the new map. JR pushed all the way through. That's going to split the defense somewhat here for Langley Eustace. Those 2 players from R are going to have a tough time actually getting past. And now you've lost Wolf and Reaper as well. So JR's positioning becomes a little bit scarier now. Trying to cross the way. Loyal doesn't have any reason to jump out. Just get the coverage of your teammate. JR is doing everything perfectly while his teammates are doing the damage on the point. Second tick through. It's a different setup, but they're looking to get it done. Da Vinci now trying to fly out wide. Good for 1. Nade over the top from Wolf will take Soda down. Is the stop good? Loyal shut down. And now JR out of position, flying towards the point. He wants to get that final tick through, but in desperation, will fall. Langley uses hold.
There's just no way, and Soda will open up the first fight. But Reaper with yet another 2-piece. What a game this guy's having. Then helps finish clearing the tick. But I will say 15-5 feels unmanageable. Peterson can just turn this into S&D, basically, into TDM. They can just wrap the map and continue to hit that back line. You've got to flood forward if you're Wolf. I don't know how long you survive. You find 2, because of course you do. 12v2.
I don't think you necessarily want to win this by lives. I'll say that much, right? You want this last ticks for a defense in round number 5. Tantalize trying to force the issue now. You got to sprint if you want it. You got to sprint if you want it, and they will do it by eliminations. Now, I've not been tracking ticks, so I don't know who is going to get this defense. Enlighten us, Enigma.
10-9, Langley Eustace with ticks. So it comes down to the finest margins, but you will see Langley Eustace for this round 5 defense, unless my math is absolutely abysmal, but I'm pretty sure I'm good there. But Reaper, again, on these defensive rounds, an absolute juggernaut. Time and time again, important clutch moments. Not to take away from Tantalize in the early stages of that round. He had himself a section as well, but look at Reaper. 8 objective kills. Outrageous stuff with the Jackal. Peterson then on the offense. To close this out, you will feel that you should have been in a stronger position by now, but Langley Eustace refused to die, refused to go away, led by Wolf and Reaper into this round 5. And JR, well, he's streaking. He's finding himself some opportunities down on the point, but pinstripe feed, and Wolf does what he does best and shatters Peterson Hearts.
I want to say one of those streaks was a counter UAV.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell.
Or a UAV. So he's not using that.
No, he shouldn't be.
No, I don't think so. Also, the RC car, I'm pretty sure, is G8 or banned, so you're not going to see that here either. So those streaks aren't going to do anything. Wolf most certainly will, though. 39 kills to that man's name right now. He is not the sole reason why Langley Eustace are in the position they are, but he is a big contributor for it. Flanking play from Langley Eustace here to put a stop to this slow A capture. It's slow, but it's not that painful towards the point. JR is shut down by Wolf while the rest of the Peterson squad are preoccupied with those flanking boys. It is effectively trades in favor of Peterson, but they don't really get that much for it. They clear the space. Now they're looking to get something going on A.
I like what Kimura is doing there, by the way, by shifting himself over towards B, but it doesn't stay alive for long enough, so it's back towards the hit at A. All the focus comes through. You've got Da Vinci arriving in through the side door, so Soda's got a lot of work to do. 2 ticks are already in. You got to watch the player up top. Soda spins and, well, gets the support in as well. 3 dead. Just Wolf. I say just. Of course, he finds a 2-piece. Anything less, and it would have been a disappointment for a man as talented as he is. But that's all 3 ticks. A minute 40 on the clock. Lives are even. Peterson with every right to win this one.
They can do it. They just have to get JR in the position that he was in previously. That feels like it was the secret to success last time around. And it's not going to be JR. It's Loyal. Loyal's going on a very long flank here. He's looking for the kills. And he finds Tantalize. That's terrifying. You've taken one of the players down. As long as you deal with Da Vinci here close and you're at least putting some shots in that keeps him at bay. This is slow, but it is steady and it's painful. Da Vinci gets car-bombed by his own team here. Kimura, though, and Soda isolated towards the point. Soda will take Reaper out of the play. Now just Tantalized on the other side. Slides out for one kill, gets shot by the other. The double stack is good. Loyal looking to take these guys out before they can even get close. It is still just a double stack here for the moment, so it's not that fast. It gives Langley Eustace a chance to get towards the point. JR now looking to try and hold on. Cross being washed by Soda, taken out by Tantalized, but towards the point, the gunfights are not being won. This is absolute insanity, as now Kimura the only one alive.
Honestly, I think Peterson can just slow it down for a second here. Breathe. You're up by 3 lives. You still have 1 minute and 10 to go. Get little picks like that. Turn it into 11v6, which suddenly looks much more manageable. Then again, Reaper, a man who refuses to die so often in this series, will draw blood on one. Loyal slips through though to join the ticks moving.
Now you've got Soda in position, though, to watch the cross. He's got to do the damage. Shots in towards a teammate here. Wolf taken out from afar. JR towards a point. It's all down to one man, and one is not enough. Peterson clutch up here in a round 5 on offense, of all things, to take the series lead.
What a series we are being handed here, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Brody, this is the stuff we love to cast. As Peterson clutch up in a round 5, but either team would have deserved to walk away victors here. Feels like in the end, there's just that little bit extra of a dial-up from Peterson. Kimura will finish 39 and 29, has a map that we know he can stick up, but all 8 players on the map right now, it's one of those games where I walk away feeling like we almost don't deserve a loser. They've been so damn good put on here. Feels like every round we can talk about players that popped off, took over, had moments that decided everything. And while Peterson will have been disappointed to not walk into that round 5 with the defense, well, they showed that it doesn't really matter. Clean up by being uber aggressive and keeping the pace up.
Yeah, I do think the key differentiating factor there towards the back half of that game for Peterson was that they recognized that sending a player forward, getting somebody watching the cross, the players coming off the spawn, is the only way that you're going to keep Langley Eustace away from the point while you're getting that capture through. They did it in back-to-back offensive rounds. And, well, it works out for Peterson in the end. Absolutely on fire is that roster. And there's a large part of me that feels so bad for Wolf, because he put on a world star performance in that game. Finishes with 45 plus kills. You could see it there. Was involved in so many crucial moments for Langley Eustace. And despite all of that, they are not the ones that come out on top. Just absolute insanity.
Yeah, that guy put on a clinic. I think we've looked at a couple of different teams where we've gone, okay, there's like a standout player here that just is able to take over any lobby. Like I'm thinking of like a Hale and a Wolf, and sticking those two together would be illegal, quite frankly. We've got a couple of other players, of course, that fall into that bracket. But yeah, Wolf, I think it's over 5,000 damage in the end that you drop on your opponent's heads and still lose. So that's a tough one to take. But at the same time, again, what a ridiculously close map that we were served up. This has been a series that, well, befitting of a winner's semi-final. Again, both of these teams will make worlds. You're getting plenty of examples as to why. And as we pull up the map veto here, you're going to take a look at just how close it's been if you are only just joining us, but also what that sets up then for maps 4 and 5, and just where we can go. Right now, Brody, my prediction of 3-1 still sits there, potentially coming through. Do I feel confident about it? Hell no. Do I think we're potentially seeing that game 5 because of how close it's been? 250 to 211 feels like a relatively comfortable hard point. Let me tell you that it was anything but in reality. The 6-3, again, also feels like it should have been a relatively comfortable S&D. Not at all. And then, of course, the way that control has unfolded. If anything, these teams are figuring each other out more and more, and all that's giving us is closer games, not wider.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we talk about Hacienda Hardpoint being the map here again. This is the map that Peterson lost to Buckley. This is the one. Now, I know that they said that they're going to be working on it. They're not going to let that happen again. But it has to be said, they have made mistakes on this hardpoint in the past. They can make mistakes again. And, well, Langley could well take this map. And going back to that map number 1, Langley were leading at one point. You know, there was a very large point in that game where they had a 50 to 60 point advantage. It was only by virtue of the fact that it was 3 kills in a row, plus I think it was 2 versus 4 on a rotation towards P4 that really, I think, did the damage in that game. That's what gave Peterson the win in that game, effectively, the massive advantage they had in the second and the third set. So I do think there is a strong chance that Langley Eustace can force this to a game 5. And I want a game 5 for a couple of reasons. First of all, you'd be wrong. Secondly, because a game 5 would be wonderful. I don't think we've had a single game 5 in bracket play yet. So this would be fun to have. We need one. We need one. We promised you guys competitive series, and albeit that's what we've had so far. You guys had a map 4 in the last series. A map 5 would be nice.
That was brutal, by the way. You'd be wrong. Not even just like anything about the prediction, just the fact that you hate that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm right. All right, then. Okay. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like, this feels like it deserves a map 5. It deserves all 8 players absolutely going for it in a game 5, round 11. That's what it feels like it should be setting up. I love that we're harping back to map 1 because we end up with... That was a map where Langley Eustace came out of the blocks really hot. And felt like they were in control for so long until Peterson chained a couple together. And I think that that's something that we see in that control as well. When Peterson suddenly get a little bit of a form going, when they start to flow, that's when they look unstoppable. And it's in those moments where nobody else has been able to keep up with them. But Langley Eustace have shown time and time again in the controls, in the S&D, in the hard point, when they are able to slow the pace down, settle into those fundamentals, and play some really clever COD, that also backed up by the superstar that is Wolf at the end of the day, you can more than match this Peterson lineup. And all that gives us is the beautiful opportunity to tune into a Hacienda hardpoint, where we know rotations are key for places like P2, P3, and then the bloodbaths that P1 and P4 give us. My friend, I think that we're in the best seat in the house for this one, because we're looking at an absolute classic coming up.
Yeah, I'm really hoping this is a game 5. I'm pulling for Langley Eustace. I'm sorry, Peterson fans in the chat. Not necessarily win this series. Don't get me wrong. Let me explain myself before I, get pooped on by the chat. I want to see a game 5. We're just here for nothing more than good old Call of Duty. That's what this series has been thus far. And to have it being cut short here in game 4, well, that would make me a little bit sad. Let's see if we do get a game 5. Then we've laid this out. Oh, Siri apparently wants to get involved in the cast. We've laid this out as if Peterson can lose this map. Let's see if that happens.
The funniest thing is here that your mic didn't actually pick Siri up, so you just sounded like you were just talking to yourself. No, so
my watch was just like, I really want to talk here.
Ah, okay, fair enough. Well, welcome to the party. Everyone wants a piece of the action as these two square up for what is the opportunity to continue a fantastic series. Soda will find a 2-piece that also lets Loyal find one to open up P1. It's all about this rotation into 2, though, of course. And Joint Base Langley Eustace will be here for that. So it's looking to control the lobby, and finding that kill into Loyal will be a great way to start that. And Reaper pushing out for top control will be an even better way to set yourself a little safety blanket. What you've got to make sure you don't do is overextend if you are this Joint Base team. And yeah, you do a great job. You do die on the point, but if anything, I think you'll be happy that when you spawn in around well, back up, give yourself the setup for P2.
Okay. Langley Eustace now looking for control over P2. They're already looking to deal with the players moving through the lobby. Reaper lets one player past him. Wolf is good, potentially, though, and he is. Nicely done from Langley Eustace. They are now in control. And now having to deal with a second wave of players. Everybody filtering through lobby side, by the way. This is something that, never happens. And this might be why, because you're going through a very small area, close quarter engagements, you're not going to win. That stun will connect, and it slows all of these players down. They are not going to be any help to those players now hitting the front of the point. And here we go. Kimura, Soda, trying to get it done. Loyal, shut down around lobby. JR also now looking to hit it, and it's just not happening here. Soda, the last one left alive. And to be fair to Soda, he will find one, but he's not long for this world.
Yeah, there's a bit of a contest going on front of the hill, but I'm with you. I go back to what was a very interesting play call from Peterson to try and break that. I think everybody in through lobby, nobody through the 2 other lanes that are available. You're going through the tightest gap on the map, and well, as such, you are shut down by just Reaper in the end. So great work. The rotation's in. It's not going to be clean for either team here as your pinstripe feed. Da Vinci up over the top rope, gets into the point, into tin, and finds the kills. And Joint Base Langley Eustace have broken in a swift rotation from 2 to 3, and this lead will start to grow even bigger.
Langley Eustace now in serious control of this game. Peterson, I think, are just struggling on their breaks. Every single time we've looked at them, they're not breaking well as a squad whatsoever. Kimura can kind of punch holes in this defense, but that's all he's going to get right now. Kimura goes down, Soda goes down, JR goes down. Loyal, though, will not go down. He finds a couple of kills, now looking for more. Will find Reaper. Surely not number 4! Loyal totally wipes the squad all by his Larry. He will find every single kill, and now finally some light in this game for Peterson.
I don't know what the hell I just got to witness, but I'm glad I did. Loyal takes over in a moment just to remind everybody how good he is. It's actually JR who started slow here, 0-7. Thinks once he starts to heat up, this game starts to close a little bit, and that's worrying for joint base Langley Eustace, if anything, because your gap is only 20 points. You do get 2 players flooding the front, and that 0-7 becomes 0-8. So right now, Peterson just trying to hang in the fight until their boy does come online. Eventually he will, but this turns into a square up, and you're going to have to flood the front.
Big break here for Peterson. You need this. You need it right now. Reaper, Da Vinci, Wolf, everyone's finding the kills. Langley Eustace are not allowing any sort of break here. JR from long is trying to put some pressure on. Tantalize survives it. And I was going to say, almost gets that second gunfight as well. Every single point of entry being watched here. Langley Eustace, phenomenal job as a team. Wow. Reaper on a 4 spree. Da Vinci on a 5 spree as well. What did I tell you at the start of this series, Enigma? It's not all about Wolf. It's not all about Reaper. Everybody has go-off potential on this roster.
You were not wrong. Langley Eustace having their way as we come to 110 to 50 to start us into our second set of rotations. But what kind of adjustments can you make? Remember, Peterson were slow in map 1. It took them a while to get going. For JR, I mean, it can't take much longer, to be honest. You are 2-11. It's got to start to happen now. It's about those adjustments. Last time, it was the fact that you gave up that P2, tried to push it in a very awkward way, that handed Langley Eustace the initial advantage. Can you change that up? Can you find a way back into this fight?
I just go back to map number 1, dude. This lead from Langley Eustace is nice, but we've been here before. We've seen a 40 to 50 point advantage for Langley Eustace, and it fell away from them. So I have no doubt that Peterson can do it. We've seen late game resurgences from them multiple times in this tournament thus far. And that's what they're playing for at the moment. Immediate transition in towards P2. Nicely done. That stick from Da Vinci would at the very least weaken things here. And this wraparound from Wolf might well be a serious stagger here. He's trying to think about, what do I play for? Do I play for the kill or do I play for the reinforcements? It's going to be the latter. JR being shot around the driveway. Trades now looking good here for JB Langley Eustace as they get the kills. There goes Sota, and there goes the break. That comeback not looking so hot.
JR's spree continues here, and I gotta say, some of it is just good old-fashioned Call of Duty luck as he gets taken out by the car bomb. And Reaper loves playing in the lobby. Stop challenging this man there. He's 17-10 for the map so far, and every time Peterson have decided to sniff out the stairwell of that region, he has shot them down. It is 150, nearly 160 to 75, and Peterson, I asked if there was adjustments to be made. It turns out not just yet. They've got to start to come in, or this becomes easily our widest map of the day. And then we're going into the decider. The rotation's in at least. Honestly, for me, you just get off that scrap time. No point playing for 3 seconds when your boys are fighting for 60 somewhere new.
Yeah, this is wild. This is wild right now. You need a full 60. I don't think you can accept anything less. If you're Peterson, you need a full 60 on arguably the mixiest tilt here on Hacienda Hardpoint. And they're already starting to deal with pressure on both sides. Pressure has lessened somewhat as Wolf gets taken out of the play. There goes Da Vinci and Tantalize, though. Just one more player to contend with. It's Reaper, who hits the jump up at the wrong time. So they are being thrown a bone here. Peterson good on the initial hold, but you know that Langley Eustace, with that leader's advantage, they have so many opportunities to hit this hill. They have a lot more space to work with, a lot more time to work with, and here we go. There's the 3 kills, all just down to 1. Kimura has to just escape here and try and hit the contest. He will do so. He's playing his life to perfection, but that contest is everything for Langley Eustace.
It is, and Kimura is still alive. How the hell? As you find yourself on a 5 spree. We'll get a little bit of scrap time, but the rotation kills are in as Da Vinci finds Sota, and that's going to now deny Peterson the opportunity to set up in the way that Langley Eustace did previously. And the nade, well, it goes up with Popcorn and takes JR alongside him. Wolf, who's 21 and 10, now backed up by Reapers, 23 and 13 for a force spree into the hill. I was going to say surely not a fifth. The only thing denying him is the fact that he ran out of ammo and everything and had to reload. But off the back of those flurry of kills, Langley Eustace are here again. And at the very best here, you score the points. At the very worst, it seems like they're still contesting. And it's an 80-point gap coming up very shortly. And for Peterson, if you are going to figure it out, make those adjustments and start to claw back in, it has to be once we start to move into this third set of rotations.
I think it might be too late at this point. Obviously, you never want to call it as a caster, right? But it does just feel like at this point in the game that, well, Langley Eustace have built up what feels like an insurmountable advantage. They are just 40 points away from sending us to a game 5 here, folks. And, oh boy, what a prospect that would be. Can they do it? P1, we always talk about it being something that is very deceptive at times. And if I'm Peterson, they would normally kind of choose to go for the roto here. They can't afford to do that. You have to hit this contest. Soda looking for the kills, trying to draw the player out of cover. Tantalize finally is drawn out and will go down. So it's a good first wave of gunfights for Peterson, but their woes are far from over.
Especially when Da Vinci's finding two and Reaper's landing nades onto people's domes from distance. Kimura will find one up in the top channels, but, well, with Wolf and Tantalize holding down the long lanes very hard, you don't really fancy your chances right now if you're Peterson. Just no answers, no response. And, well, it gets worse as Loyal lands an aid onto Sota, who had just cleared the point. You can technically win it on P1 if you are joint-based Langley Eustace, and as such, Peterson are going to have to go again. They cannot commit to any sort of rotation, and well, you try and contest, but that tick will still come.
2 seconds, all that they need. They don't get the tick over, but they do on the rotation, as you said, and it's done. We're going to a game 5 for the first time in the championship bracket, and Langley used it. They do it with such flair. 250 to 113. That is easily the most dominant map we've had this entire bracket thus far.
It is. And the permutations of that when it comes to walking into a game 5 with your tail between your legs. Don't get me wrong, Peterson, we know how good an S&D team they are, but, well, they only have to hop you back to map 2 to show that they're not exactly unbreakable. Taking a quick look at the leaderboard here, and it's just going to be tough reading for one man in particular. I think 7 players in the lobby are going to be thinking, I played okay there. I think if you're Reaper, you're going to be very glad with how you played. I thought you were phenomenal, but you do see that 7 and 20... I think it was 24. Apologies, dog in the throat. But you start off 1-11 at the end of the day. And that is going to be far too much for your teammates to be able to make up against a squad of this quality. That's just got to be a map we're going to, hop into a break here potentially. And it's going to be a situation where you as your leaders have kind of got to get around JR there and go, look, forget about it. Those maps have happened to absolutely everybody from Brody and Enigma in, ranked play through to Scumpy up on the main stage. We all have one of those off maps, and you just got to forget about it, move on, and look ahead to this round 5, game 5. Other than that, I think that if you're joint-based Langley Eustace, you are feeling great looking ahead to a map 5 and the fact that you've punched your ticket here.
Yeah, I agree. With that said, though, we do have to do it to him. 7?
Oh.
Sorry, I had to do it. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Anyway, we're going to ignore that. Yeah, it's not a great performance, but I do agree that you just want to put that to the back of your minds here for a moment. That said, game 5, mate. We're going there. Finally, I'm so happy about a game 5.
Yeah, no, I mean, it feels like this series, don't get me wrong, I'm devastated my prediction now doesn't let me close up on you, but it's a case of...
I'm not.
This series deserves it. I know you're not, but this series deserves that because of the fact that all 8 players have performed so well in this. I come to one of the things that we said towards the top of the show when we were looking at the map veto initially here, and as we take another look at it, there was a comment from Peterson that they made. Don't worry, we'll fix our Hacienda issues. I think you still got a little bit more work to do there, gentlemen, because it's not even just like looking at the fact that JR was struggling, for example. That P2, big problem for you at the minute. You seemingly have no way of breaking it, and all you were doing is lining up for Reaper to cut you apart. And as such, it's just a case of, well, any team that's now watching this VOD is like, okay, well, if we play Peterson, there's such a good squad, we're forcing that map, if we can, into the map pool. So there starts to become a bit of a chink in the armor. And we take a look here at everything that we've played so far. If you've missed the series thus far, you have missed arguably the best that we've had so far in CONUS. But that map 4, the most one-sided that we've had by far.
Yeah. I agree, 110%. And I think the thing is, right, you go back to the first couple of maps and we talked about the fact that, you know, for the most part, we were looking at late game resurgences from whichever team won, right? I mean, from Peterson, I think in particular, the fact that they managed to resurge in the way that they did, you know, what was it? 3 kills on the bounce. We saw that massive 2 versus 4 from Soda and Kimura to basically really drive the point home. And even in the control, right? The first couple of rounds were not particularly impressive for Peterson. It was really those last couple where we saw them back-to-back offensive victories. They adapted, they learned. None of that was present in that Hacienda hardpoint, and they got decimated for it. So, to me, I think that is kind of the key to victory here going into this game number 5 is Langley. All you got to do is make sure that any potential comeback from Peterson never happens. Shut them down before that can even get into their minds.
Well, I think all eyes turn to JR here because usually at the end of map 4, we take a break. Here, we're skipping it. We're straight into map 5. So how does your mental look as we step over into our first round of game 5? We said that it deserved a game 5 to get here. It feels like it deserves a round 11 to settle everything. And, well, JR does a wonderful job of just showing his shoulder and then backing off to avoid being blooded.
Still 4 versus 4 off the start of this round. Information gained. Wolf backing all the way up here, expecting over aggression. If the B hit, here's the call. Oh, he's ready for a reach around the backside. Pause. Reaper. Also playing steady here. These guys just waiting for somebody to blink first. Somebody has to eventually. Stun out from Reaper. That might be it here. Now the nade over the top. Tag's still down to 35 HP, but he will survive it. Langley Eustace still haven't moved here on this defense. They're waiting for Reaper to get in a position.
Wolf finds one as well in the back line.
On the defuse.
And as such, that becomes very obvious about where the opponents are going to be. And Reaper squeezes out and JR, and that is clinical. Every kill available on the board starts with Wolf finding one over towards your initial spawn. That then should tell your teammates where your opponents are going to be coming from. And they lay in wait, clean everything up, and get the defuse on top. Couldn't be a better retake if we asked.
Yeah, just really well played. Really well played from Langley Eustace there to make that retake happen. And I was concerned because they were not moving for the longest period of time. Peterson went to get that bomb down, and they did not contest it. So fair play to get that retake working how they do. That is a breakdown. Ladies and gents, only 1 round, so it's not the end of the world just yet. If that happens later on, then we start to be a little bit concerned about Peterson here. Initial shots, though, get Soda out of position. This rock is going down.
Signal the alarm bells for Peterson because you've not exactly got much in the way of presence in towards A here. Soda's going to be weak. You end up slipping through. If you're tantalized, you'll find Kimura for the blood, instantly trade it, but that sets Reaper up to then trade you as well. So numbers advantage, 30 seconds to go.
Yep.
If you're JR, you're way out of play here. Gotta find this kill and begin to move, and you get burned.
Yeah, now you've got 1 more player left here. Soda. 1v3, not going to happen. Last kill goes through. Langley Eustace once again getting it done. Peterson, they are really struggling in these early rounds to really establish some presence.
Yeah, it feels like A was just handed over for free. End up in a spot where we're looking at a 4v4 retake, and for Peterson, there's nobody on the flank. There's nobody able to kind of get inside the site and took themselves off into a corner. They're all trying to just walk in through glass in the side door, and that's easy pickings. That's easy reads for Eustace. Find the kills, go up 2-0. And Peterson, they have 1 kill on the board from 2 rounds. They're a very different team to what we've seen so far through CONUS.
Langley Eustace seems to have found a 9th gear. Incredible performance from them. Reaper over the top now for the first kill versus Soda. Pretty good. That's the bomb planter. That's very problematic now for Peterson. They are stuck in the mud. They need to pull something crazy out to do this. And they cannot waste timing doing this either.
I don't understand what the play is supposed to be there because it doesn't feel like there's a lot of bodies.
Oh, what is that?
No.
What is that? Loyal pal. You gotta finish that. You have to finish your food. You cannot lose that gunfight.
Yeah, I mean, just going back to the very start. I mean, this is now 3 first bloods in a row for joint base Langley Eustace. They're not handing that over. They're clearing up. But I go back to even what Peterson is trying to achieve there. Their slow B play in round one was fine. It was just the fact that they find no kills from that point. There, it feels like you had one guy just go, all right, I'm going to dive A with no support, dies, drops the bomb. Therefore, it's isolated, and it feels like Peterson panicked, which is the worst thing to do in the situation that you're in right now. But Joint Base Langley is in complete control. Last time, they were aggressive towards A. This time, well, they're going straight back for it.
And it's because there's no resistance. Peterson don't have anybody here. Their only protection is a player over the top, and Loyal gets beamed. Soda was that guy. Now he's facing pressure from the middle of the map as well. JR will trade out for one, but it is only one. All of your presence has dissipated once more, and it's all down to Kimura now for a 1v3. What do you got?
If I'm the first, you know that Wolf was over by Burger, but he started collapsing towards blue, so Kimura here, I mean, if you're hoping for a couple of individual fights, don't know if you'll get them. You do, as Wolf crosses, in fact, but you're running low on time. You know until on Reaper is.
Yeah, I think Reaper saw him cross as well, so he knows what's up here. Reaper for the check, and Kimura with the spam! How on earth has Kimura just pulled that off?
Okay. You know
Reaper
what?
knew! He knew where Kimura had gone!
I mean, Kimura reads it really well, to be fair. I think he recognized, look, this is Reaper. He's going to be on the SMG. He's wanting to place a close angle. But, yeah, there's no point trying to analyze it. That is a breakdown. Kimura, all the flowers to you. Perfect work. I've got to say that right now, the big problem for Peterson is every time they try and step out anywhere that is not that central courtyard, they try and step out onto the street, they're just walking into Wolf's gaze, and he is slicing them apart. But you find a three-piece like that to clutch a round up, and it could well and truly lift the energy in the room. So Peterson then, what do you do? And the aggression towards B is there, clearly riding that wave of momentum. You got to get the bomb down quickly. It's got to be a better setup than it was in round one.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? It's the fact that the retake was so quick. This time our C card goes off, so information now accrued. Bomb might not go down as fast. Oh, Da Vinci will take Soda down just as fast, though. Trade from Loyal is good, so you don't lose that much. Problem is you are losing everything here. Slow peek isn't going to work. Reaper... shaky shots, but you get the kill done in the end. Loyal surely doesn't survive this, and he will not. So, Langley Eustace, this time not even letting that bomb go down.
Yeah, great work with the RCXD, actually. I think that they recognize, they flood into A, which is where they feel far more comfortable. And they're like, okay, if we see nothing here, we pull out the RCXD and we just delay that bomb plant and let a couple of players get into position. That bomb doesn't go down. Once it is finally cleared up and you can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief for Peterson, it's not for long because Langley Eustace are waiting with open arms to welcome you to your grave. 4-1, all the first bloods, and looking like they're ready to march on to winners finals.
All right, Langley Eustace. 2 rounds away. A site control has been pretty much theirs. Adaptation made here from Peterson. You've got both Soda and you've got Loyal on the site. Now the former is gone and the latter has to escape. That initial reaction from Peterson, it falls apart.
And you just look at the arrows. Everyone's nervous about looking towards street here because Wolves had complete control of it. So it kind of bottlenecks you. Nobody likes playing B because it feels like you throw a shoulder and get cut down very easily on defense. And so it just pushes you into the spot where you're fighting for courtyard, you're fighting through glass. It's a bottleneck. And Langley Eustace, just so comfortable inside the site.
The most acute of angles, and Loyal still gets shot from it. Camera. Don't do it again. He's 1v3'd once already. And they're not going to give him anything away for 3. Problem is, though, Kimura now has to get into the site for the defuse this time. Last time it was getting the kill. Kimura on it. He's looking for it. Players are stacked up in the exact same spot. All Kimura has to do is look in the right direction. A little bit of good timing. Here we go. The peak. Ah, looks the wrong way. Reaper will shut him down. 1 versus 3 denied. Langley Eustace, despite the adaptation from Peterson, they overcome it.
And just going back to the start of the rounds, the way in which they're working out right now. Langley Eustace in complete control. And for Peterson, it's never been worse. On LAN, looking dire for the first time. 5-1 down. This is the squad we came into this series talking about as the S&D team. Nobody had this in their script. And the team that were second in Eastern Regionals currently looking to send the winning squad from Western down into the lower bracket and in style.
All right, Langley Eustace, what do you got for us? One more round. They've got themselves deeply entrenched into the ace site. JR's trying to take some shots. Who shot JR? It's Wolf coming in for the kill. Trade's looking pretty good. 2 for 1. You are happy for that. That's a deal you take all day inside the store. If you can remove Wolf, it's something at the very least. Also, Reaper on the other side here, but this is so difficult.
Loyal dare not breathe. Listening. Can you hear the shuffling footsteps? I don't think so. As such, you're kind of hoping for Sota to do something, who's currently sitting on a donut. And you're going to stand up, and these two could put their hands in each other's pockets. Loyal will see his teammate die. He will also fall. And it is simple work for a Friday afternoon for Joint Base Langley Eustace as they book their ticket into winners finals, guaranteeing themselves a top 2 finish, or top 3 finish, my apologies. No, top 2, top 3. I'm absolutely lost. Top 3.
Top 3.
But yeah, it is just simple work. I mean, all the credit, of course, over to Langley Eustace. They were phenomenal. Feels like that. I don't think I've seen a team more comfortable on an S&D map so far through this tournament. You had Wolf locking down Burger and Street, and from there, you had a chokehold on what we've been calling for the vast majority of this tournament, the best S&D team. And that is a feat all in itself. I've also got to say, though, I just feel like the mental was completely gone for Peterson after the way that map 4 went. You see a player on a donut, you see a player on a breadstick. After we go 7 games deep, that is just unthinkable, really, and shows just how much Langley Eustace put them in the blender.
Man, I don't even know what to say. I do not even know what to say. Peterson, they came into the series, and we both said they were going to win. Our predictions were slightly altered in the fact that we thought at the very least it was going to be done in 4. I thought it was going to be done in 3. Langley Eustace, they shock in the red card search and destroy. They decimate in the Hacienda hardpoint, and they dominate in rewind, search and destroy. That is just a beautiful back couple of maps, and you wouldn't think that this was the upper bracket semi-final, by the way. But those last 2 maps, the way in which Langley Eustace played those, you would not think that that's the stage of the competition we're at. And you're right. Honestly, that is a perfect search and destroy. Like, straight up. I know that they don't go 6-0. I know it's not, like, totally clean. But it's the fact that pretty much every single thing that Peterson were doing, like, everything they were bringing to the table, Langley Eustace had an answer for. And Peterson had nothing. Like, Langley Eustace were pretty much constantly, you know, going in towards the A site. And there was just no response from Peterson. Like, they watched his backs pretty much constantly, be it on the offense, be it on the defense, and Peterson had nothing. We saw, like, 1 or 2 small reactions from Peterson, and that was it. And even with that, it was not enough. Shout out to Langley Eustace, man. They just made that so fun.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal series indeed, and I'm very much so delighted that we've got to cover over that. But you're right, it's a case of we go into that game 5 and Langley Eustace win the first 3 rounds, and you could see that Peterson just looked deflated, defeated. They just had no answer. Kimura pops off for that 1v3, and other than that, it just went straight back to business. I thought, okay, maybe this could be the wind in their sails. They can do something. But it's the fact that you're right about the fact that Langley Eustace had so much control over it. Like, that was their home. They were happy to get very aggressive in there and play the trade fight. But it's as well the lockdown over B, because Langley Eustace, you know, Peterson probably thinking very fairly. All right, we can rotate over here. They try that in the first round. It's shut down. Probably a little bit to do with the fact that you were slow on getting that bomb down. And then later on, Langley Eustace just go, all right, you can have B. We're just going to park an RCXD right next to you. Don't worry about it. So it's just that ability to go, we know this one part of the map is ours to hold, and we're just going to counter this other part of the map so damn effectively, so well, strangle the life out of our opposition. I mean, that is tough reading. It's almost not the end that we deserved to that series in many ways. Like, it was so good. If you did miss it for whatever reason, map 1, we saw Joint Base Langley Eustace run off into a lead. Peterson claw it back to take the hard point. I think it was like 200 to 210 or something like that. We go into the S&D. It's back forth all over the place, and still suddenly Langley Eustace pull off a genius play and then run off the last couple of rounds 6-3. The control went down to around 5, and it was down to the wire the whole damn way. Peterson managing to steal that away on an offensive round there on your vault control. But that map 4 is where I just think you severed the jugular a little bit on this Peterson lineup, because 250 to 113, and honestly, that's probably being kind the way it felt.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the crazy thing is, right, is that I mentioned it. You talk about the rewind hardpoint, you talk about that vault control. Why we saw Peterson win those maps was because of late game resurgences where they locked in, they realized how to win the game, and they just pulled off those strategies. JB Langley used this as soon as they stopped that from happening in Hacienda Hardpoint, because we literally, I think it was like the end of the first set when JB Langley just were like 40 points up. We were like, okay, they might be 40 point up, but I don't think that necessarily means 100% they're going to win this, because we've seen it in the past. With that said, they didn't. They stopped them from winning at all, and actually, I think they made the lead even bigger, right? That was a dominant hard point. Yeah. And then again, rewind, search, and destroy. There were adaptations made from Peterson. I think they were hoping that, hey, once we make these adaptations, once we win a couple of rounds on the board, there's no way that they can stop us. And, yep, it did not happen. Phenomenal last couple of maps from JB Langley Eustace. It just continues to show us here that despite the fact that we obviously have our predictions, we think we know who's going to win these series, we know absolutely nothing. So many curveballs being thrown our way.
Yeah, well, I guess that takes me to my next question there, my friend. Our power rankings are now completely smashed to bits. I personally had, I had like Peterson up here at the top. Then you're probably talking Nellis. Then I kind of had Eglin, Joint Base Langley Eustace somewhere around like 3rd and 4th. But it was definitely the top 2 Western teams that I had right up there. That changes. All of a sudden, Langley Eustace go, well, we might have been 2nd in our region, but we're just going to smash your champions to bits.
I don't even know. I got nothing. I got nothing. Looking at the bracket now, I would say, I think Nellis, maybe. I think Langley used to, I hate to say it, Evan, who was a massive part of running this entire thing. He was talking to me earlier, and he was saying in our chat that he thinks Langley Eustace are going to win the entire thing, which maybe is not information I should be reading publicly, but that's what he was saying to me. And that was after I predicted a 3-0 to Peterson, so obviously he was telling me I was being an idiot. Yeah. Langley Eustace, I think, might be the best team in the tournament now. I'm not entirely sure. After those 2 maps, it kind of feels undeniable. So maybe that's where we should have them in our power rankings.
Well, I mean, right now, they're certainly making the case that that is where they should be. I guess maybe the fact that they don't win their region was a rare slip that's given us the slip and made us feel like they potentially weren't as good as they actually are. And well, a person who can definitely come in and tell us how damn good they are is going to be Tantalized. Welcome in, my friend. We're going to get to interview you after what was an incredible series to watch. But you talk to me, how good did that series feel? Because you've just booked your ticket into winners finals.
Man, it feels like we're on cloud 9 right now. My team, we knew going into that we had to keep the energy levels high, keep the pace of the game high. We just had to, communicate well and move around the map well together and play well together. So we're very ecstatic right now.
Dude, I would be as well. You guys absolutely crushed those last couple of maps. I do want to talk about those last couple of maps in particular, because it felt like a very back and forth series between yourselves and Peterson for pretty much the first 3 maps, right? You guys were trading maps. Map number 4, I don't know what happened. Maybe you can kind of clue me in a little bit. You guys smashed them out of the water. It was a 250 to 113 game. Second set, you basically didn't let them in the conversation whatsoever. Did you guys change anything going into that map? Did you guys have any strats like, we're going to do this on Hacienda to make sure we win it like this?
Honestly, we talked about reading where the pressure was coming from, rotating according to the pressure, and just making sure we had clean communications. Communications coming into this was like one of our weaknesses, so that's something we've really put a lot of emphasis on, getting better at, and I think that it showed in this series.
Yeah, for sure. And then, of course, that rewind, search and destroy, incredible game. Literally, the only round you lost was a Kimura 1 versus 3, which obviously there's not much you can do about that. Outside of that, you guys crushed that one. And that is a stark difference to, I think it was yesterday or the day before, where you guys played Eglin, and rewind, search and destroy did not go so well for you. So I'm going to go ahead and assume you guys put a bit of effort into that rewind.
Honestly, I felt like the Eglin loss on rewind was kind of a fluke. They just came hot off a win versus Offit. We had been sitting for probably 5 or 6 hours. We didn't really get a chance to warm up. And we went back in. They had all the momentum off that last dub they had. So I think it was a fluke.
Interesting that you say that, because we were kind of talking about that up here on the desk while everyone's getting set up for the interview about, well, actually, was the loss in the regional finals, something that, you know, a rarity, a slip up that kind of left us a bit unsure about where everyone sits in terms of our power rankings, we're calling them at the minute, as we start to understand all the different teams as they mix regions. So yeah, I'm very glad that you bring that up, because that makes me feel a little less dumb, only a little bit. But you will march on, as said, to that winners finals, where you are going to be squaring up against Nellis. Talk to me, my friend, on how you're feeling ahead of that one, and yeah, the kind of things that we can look to see that you're doing in that matchup.
I'm feeling great going into the Nellis match. I know the rest of my team, they feel pretty confident. We've scrimmed Nellis in the past, and we've beat them pretty decisively. So I think as long as we keep playing the way we're playing right now, keep our energy levels high, and keep communicating well together, we should take the dub pretty easy.
Now, certainly looking like the team to beat out there. We've got a couple of squads final bosses, but suddenly maybe this is the final form of the final boss emerging in front of us right now. One last question, because we don't really know this either, before I let you share your love to people out here on the camera, but who's like the MVP for your team right now? Because it feels like all four of you look just ridiculously good.
I mean, I'm going to have to give a shout out to my entire team. You know, they're all shooters. They're all great individual players. They're just awesome players. But Wolf, obviously, he's the GOAT. We got to shout out Wolf too, so.
Yeah, now that guy put up 5k damage earlier on in a hard point, and we all stood there, looked at the scoreboard, and went, oh my lord, what the hell has that guy just done? So yeah, no, indeed, a fantastic team. To send you off, anything that you want to share here, maybe a little bit of love, because there's been plenty of people in the Twitch chat, and no doubt plenty of folks at home.
I just want to shout out my family. They're back home watching, supporting me. Thanks, guys. I appreciate your support. Shout out my squadron, First Maintenance Squadron back at Langley. Appreciate you guys supporting me, allowing me to go to this event. And yeah, that's it.
I absolutely love the fact that you gentlemen are here putting on a show, and I don't think that's the last one either. We've got plenty more to come from you guys. Hoping to see you up here again, Tantalize, my man. Until then, take care. Have a wonderful rest of your evening.
You too. Thank you.
Well, Tantalize then letting us know that they are looking very much so forward to that winners finals. We continue to try and assess the teams back and forth. He's feeling very confident ahead of Nellis. My friend, I mean, if our predictions are anything to go by, we shouldn't be confident about a damn thing, but any feelings on the way that matchup looks?
Honestly, mate, I'm just going to throw anything at the wall at this point. I know nothing. Just like, I'm just going to go in a random number generator, and that's what I'm going for at this point. So why not?
Fair enough. We might actually try that for our predictions. We will do better.
Might do better.
Anyway, that was indeed a fantastic series. A pleasure to cast it alongside you, my friend. And to those of you watching in Twitch chat who got to enjoy that one alongside us, don't worry, there is plenty more to come here yet at the CONUS Esports Championship. But for now, we're going to head to a quick break, but we'll catch you on the other side.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the CONUS Esports Championships as we push further into day 4, the second last day of competition and the last day to qualify for Worlds in August. My name is Seymour. With me, Brody. Off the last series that you had, Brody, I missed out. I took the dog for a walk. I made myself food. I come back, and then Joint Base Langley Eustace do something that I never thought would have been possible. Take down one of the best teams we thought we had here in CONUS.
Yeah, it was an insane match. Obviously, very back and forth. If you're just joining us, you missed a banger one because, back and forth for the first 3 maps. Up until the back to it, went all the way to a Game 5, and those were 2 maps where Langley Eustace managed to take the entire thing home. It was a crazy hard point, a crazy search and destroy. And now they are moving forward into top 3 guaranteed. That also means, by the way, as an aside, that they are guaranteeing themselves some medals to walk away with.
Ooh, yeah, at least bronze, but I'm sure they're going to be looking for a little bit more. And, shout out to Evan, too, at Patrick Space Force Space, who said, Joint Base Langley Eustace, we're going to win it all. And you, me, Enigma, we all were doubters. But, hey,
yes,
the doubt has been shown to be wrong. We learn our mistakes, and we can look forward now to what is next here at the CONUS Esports Championships. In the bracket, we go down into the lower side. We have some more teams to eliminate on the day as we are trying to see who is going to trek further into a possible qualification spot into the top 6 of the tournament. You win this one, you qualify. And we're looking at Cannon versus Buckley for ourselves. Offit versus Malmstrom next. I'm really excited for this one because the story couldn't be any different from these 2 teams in terms of coming into this I'd say this tournament. We got Cannon, who have talked a lot about Buckley and their nerf, and Buckley, who just continue to persevere through said nerf to try to see if they can go back-to-back here at CONUS.
Yeah, dude, this is going to be a great matchup between these 2 teams. Honestly, at this point, like I said at the end of that game number 5, I don't know anything anymore. Like, genuinely, any of our predictions, it is just me throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. I don't know anything. Anything can happen, honestly. So I'm really excited to get into this one. And again, a reminder that this matchup, regardless of what happens, is for qualification. So you win this, you get through the Worlds. You still want to go further in the tournament, but that's probably a big sigh of relief. You lose this, you don't get another chance. You are done. Your tournament lives and your AFG lives for this season end here. So you want to win this matchup as much as possible. And if this goes to Game 5, I'd be so happy.
Yep, you don't pass go, you don't collect $200, you go straight home right after this. You don't come back to Patrick Space Force Space until maybe, if we do it again. But, that's our professional analysis from Brody. He doesn't know what is going on with these games anymore. He doesn't know anything at all. And you know what? I'm not too far behind you right now, Brody, and when we're talking about them. But let's talk about these teams. We do have on our screen between them, Cannon. They have risen, at least getting into the hype for this tournament. They have fallen in the results. Buckley, it's the opposite. They fell in terms of knowing that this team wasn't going to be at full strength coming to CONUS, but they have risen at least on the day to the occasion. And we look through it, Serving Drew, Dante, Sour Patch Kid, Hale. Let's look deeper into this roster. Tell me a little bit more about this Buckley squad and what we've seen from them on the day.
This Buckley squad is a great team. We watched them obviously play Shriver, earlier on. I'll get the pronunciation right one day, mate. Shriver earlier on today. Now, actually, we only got to see one of those maps, or 2 of those maps earlier today, because the hard point was so quick that off the back of a reset, we actually just didn't get to see any of it. Like, our OBS, unfortunately, didn't get into the game after they crashed out, so it was a 250 to 120 to them, a 6-0 in the Search and Destroy, which is insane to watch, and then a 3-1 in the Control. They gave 1 round to Shriver, which was nice. But I think the thing is about this Buckley roster is that they've gotten better over time. Hale is an absolute god. I genuinely don't think that he should be touching Call of Duty. That's illegal. He's so good at the damn game. Buckley have gotten so good as well. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of this roster.
No, you and I both. And, just kind of focusing in on Buckley Space Force Space. I want to take a look at these guys just so the chat at home can, just remember what their faces look like, Brody, because we got some awesome content coming out from Patrick Space for Space, and we look across at Cervic Drew, Dante, Sour Patch Kid, and Hale. And talking to Hale for this squad, yes, they understand that they were, not coming into this tournament at full strength, but he said it himself that, they've been putting in the extra hours, the extra work to prepare for this. And you better count them as an underdog for this bracket right now, because you can see that this Buckley squad is slowly putting it together.
You can, right? I mean, this is what I've been saying about this roster the entire time. I'll still say what we say. I feel like we kind of almost have to say it. It's our responsibility to say it. The fact that Swerving Drew is new to Call of Duty is insane to me. He's doing so well for that fact. Hale, though, and Dante, obviously returning from last year, they're phenomenal players. And Sour Patch Kid as well has also been a great little clutch player over the course of last day. So I love this roster. They've been making improvements. They're going to have to make some more if they want to take down their opposition here.
They do. And let's look at them. Cannon on the other side. What a team that we've had come together for this tournament, and CONUS is lucky to have them because they're fun to watch, they're fun to talk to, and they're really good at what they do, Brody. You look at Crusade, Argo, Hate, Artie, when they are firing on all cylinders and everything clicks, this team can move mountains.
Yeah, they absolutely can. I also got to say that I feel like Hate is kind of aura farming a little bit right now. Like, I don't know if you're looking at him. He's looking me dead in the eyes, and I feel kind of scared about it. But this roster is scary naturally, right? Cannon have looked so good over the last couple of days. They've gotten better. We talk about the fact that obviously their Western bracket meant that actually seeing them in that matchup. They did, seeing them in their matchups, they're kind of deceptive, right, for the fact that obviously they lost to some really top teams in their respective brackets. So when it actually came to seeing them in the CONUS bracket, we were expecting less of them than we actually got to see.
Yeah,
and specifically going to their matchup versus Langley, it was interesting because they did get 3-0'd, right? That's a key thing. But they challenged Langley Eustace hard. They got a 6-point hard point. They got a round 11 search and destroy, and well, it was a 3-0 control that we don't need to talk about. But the fact that they got so close to Langley in that series, and we just saw what Langley Eustace were able to do in the last series, suggests to me that this Cannon roster is actually better than a lot of people give them credit for.
I think I'm seeing where you're going with this, Brody. It's
Yeah?
all over the place,
Yeah?
but this Cannon team's they kind of got the it factor
Yeah?
that we're looking for to make a lower bracket run. From lower round 1 all the way into the finals would be the craziest thing ever. But it would be the most Cannon thing that we could ever see, because these guys are the passionate ones of the tournament. They have been the trash talkers, standing up after every match, letting people know what they think. And it's only time will tell if they can stand the test that is in front of us. So let's look at our predictions for today. Let's see if we have, or no. Yeah, no, let's look at our maps. My bad. I'm ahead of ourselves a little bit for the best of 5. Skyline, red card, Vault, red card, Dealership, Brody. Yeah, you got to take the reins on this one because I'm way too hyped about the Preds.
All right, bud. All right, well, we did see Buckley earlier on today in the Skyline hardpoint. I say we did see. It was the map we actually didn't see. I think it was Hale dropped like 48 kills or something ridiculous like that. So that, I think, does bode well for Buckley in that map. Looking past that, then, of course, we got a red card, we got a Vault, we got a red card, and we got a Dealership, which I'm so glad to see because I haven't casted a single Dealership this entire week so far. I think there's actually only ever been one in the best of 5 at all. There's been a couple. Whatever. You can just say I'm wrong. Rewind Search and Destroy is also an interesting one because that was the Search and Destroy that Cannon forced a round 11 with against Langley, and they barely lost it. So I'm excited for this series, man. There's a couple of banger maps in this one, I think. And honestly, going to keep on saying it, no idea how this is going to break down.
I mean, hey, you know what? We usually get red card for 1 and 5. We have it for 2 and 4. What a difference that is for what we're going to be expecting throughout this series. But kicking things off with that Skyline is going to be a banger. And what else is going to be a banger this series? And now we can talk about what we predicted for these two teams, because for Buckley, they're trying to go back-to-back in terms of CONUS championships. We don't think that's going to happen. You want to cast a Dealership? We also don't think that's going to happen for this game either, Brody. You have it going to 3-0. I think it's going to be a 3-1. Tell me your logic here.
I think I've already kind of stressed it, right? The fact that Canon were able to push Langley as much as they did, and we just saw what Langley were able to do. We're talking about power rankings. We've been talking about them all throughout the week. It feels like Canon are not that far behind Langley and Hardpoint in Search and Destroy. All they got to do after that is win a control. I feel like they can do it. I think they can do it in 3. And Buckley, I just think, look, I got a lot of love for this roster. I got a lot of love for Hale. I got a lot of love for Dante. But honestly, I think there are just a lot more times, more often than not, where Buckley do not have all 4 players firing on all cylinders. That's not going to do against Canon.
And Buckley, I promise you from the bottom of my heart that I wanted to pull for you guys. I really did. I was thinking about it. I said my prediction, something in my gut is saying Buckley is going to take this one the distance. Boy, Cannon looks so good. And it's just which in my head, the only thing I was thinking, Brody, is what Buckley are we going to see? Are we going to see the Hacienda Hardpoint Buckley versus Peterson, or the Buckley that has lost most of their matches here on the tournament itself through their regional bracket? Because we've seen the highs, we've seen the lows, and if this team wants to take down Cannon, it has to be the team that we saw this morning.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Buckley, look, I don't want to underestimate them. They are a solid squad. I do think they're going to put up a real fight here. If not, surprise Cannon with a victory. But this is not the start they wanted already. Hate, Crusade, and Argo will combine for 3. Late Child coming through under the map for Hale. And I love this, right? If you're going to have anyone be the roaming sub, we're going to say it time and time again, it's going to be Hale. But that is also a beautiful read from Artie to make sure that that doesn't come through.
Yeah, it's going to slow things down a lot, actually, too. So we can see that so far, parking themselves inside the hard point. Arco's winning a couple key gunfights to keep them in. Cannon starting to grow this lead, and what a lead it is heading into the second hill. Sour Patch Kid gonna have to find this one. Slides at the right time, but Crusade still wins it. Can he find another? He does. Crusade, the double's gonna save the spawns and save the initial time.
Cannon looking so good at the moment. You have to try and break these spawns out if you can. Argo is watching that right side like a hawk. So right side is pretty much locked down. How's the left side getting on? Well, Hate and Artie inside the hardpoint, pretty much doing it all by their Lowry. Argo down low. Good for the first kill. Now looking for yet another one. Finally, one player has slipped the net ring around Rosie, and Argo will deal with that player in the end. This team play right now from Cannon. Everybody is watching every single point of entry. Finally, someone filters through, but just as they do, immediately traded out. Only 1 kill for about 10 that Cannon brought to the table.
Yeah, not showing any remorse across this first map. Argo has 6 kills in a row. Could we see an early Hellstorm? He was in the hill. He's got 33 seconds, and he could be looking to add some extra artillery behind this squad for the future hills. And he hasn't got it just yet, but he's getting real close, Brody. 9 kills in a row. Still inside the hard point, getting that time. Hale's going to actually shut him down before that happens. I'd be hard-pressed to think that I just went 14-3 without getting a streak.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate there for Argo. That just goes to show how difficult streaks are to obtain in this, unless you're actually playing in the objective. Kills aren't everything as they should be. Peaked game design from Treyarch and Raven Software there. Anyway, Cannon now looking pretty good in this hard point, looking to do some more damage. Overwhelmed, unfortunately, as the trades will go in favor of Buckley, and now an opportunity to actually start to accrue some time themselves. Nice double coming through from Dante through the middle of the map. And for Cannon, with 25 seconds left, I don't necessarily think you want to over-aggress on this one. You had spawns for the next hill. Just keep them.
Yeah, Argo's going to try to block these. A couple key gunfights, one towards the bedroom, and it's all eyes forward, really, to catch these remaining players on the exit from this last hill. Buckley finally getting some time under their belt. This was needed just for confidence alone, and now you have the break P4. Hale, double kill. That's going to lead this one into potentially a break from the front doors, but a trophy system kills Hale. Is that the undoing of this moment? You got players behind for Cannon. Nice shots from Hate. Behind the bathtub is Drew. He drops, and then it's immediate break back in for the Cannon Air Force Base.
Just when you think that Buckley might have an opportunity to come back in this game, albeit it's not done yet, it is Crusade who comes through for a couple of kills to ruin their day. Again, not over though. Mid-map presence not locked down just yet. Crusade is going to have to fight for it, and fight for it, Crusade will. It's another couple of kills for him. Cannon are holding this one down like their lives depend on it, and well, their tournament lives do. Brilliant stuff from Crusade, who is now on 3 in a row, 4 in a row. Another kill around the back line. Hale will headshot Artie out of the hard point. So it's a nice 15 seconds to grab if you possibly can. I got a feeling Hale is going to get chowed here before long, and there you go. That last 5 seconds does go Cannon's way. But if we're looking back over the last 60, 70, 80 seconds or so, Cannon have been in full control of this game.
They have been, and that's the reason why they're looking at a 60-point lead heading into the second rotation. Crusade's now on a streak after Argo started on 9. It's now Crusade on 7, so starting to spread their wings and really take control of this one in terms of slaying, and you can really feel the pressure here. If you're Hale and Co, Hale getting caught over, extending over towards P1, Sour Patch Kid able to get an angle there onto Crusade. Double kill leaves Buckley in the hill, and now Dante is looking to get some time.
Big opportunity here for Buckley. Hate gets traded out, so that means P2 control is good for them. An opportunity to come back in this game if they can hold this time and make sure they don't get rotated on. Dante, though, wasn't expecting Argo to be in that position, and now you've got players push forward if you're Cannon. They're giving up a lot of P1 time, and now they're going for it. That is a perfect play from Cannon. They prioritize making sure they flip the spawns out for the rotation, and then they hit the hill for the scrap.
Cannon, it's brute force. It really feels like Argo's 21 and 10, Crusade's 18 and 11, and these two are just lighting it up in that feed. And every single time we see multi-kills, it's usually their name on the deliverance. Crusade flanking, not needed, but he does have the information on where the approach is going to come from, and that is a tunnel that you just do not want to go through at this point. You're just being minced by Cannon. And there's 30 seconds. You're still hesitant on going through it. Up the zipline will be Dante in a second, you think, but he is taking forever to get to this hill, and Cannon are getting so much time off of it.
Yeah, it does just feel like things are a little bit wayward right now for Buckley. They have some threats around, but never enough to actually break in towards these hard points. As you said, Dante was the closest they've gotten, and he will only find a couple of kills. Swerving Drew trying to get players out of position inside the old hardpoint, now fighting for exit frags, and they won't even get that. Seymour, rotation after rotation, is given away to Cannon. They could finish things on this hill if they hold it for every single second of time, and I love this from them. They're just stacking the point as well. Like they don't have players outside all around getting map control. It is just pure brute force from Cannon.
It is so clean as well. Brody, you're probably feeling good about your predictions at this point in time, and you look at that kill feed light up again for Cannon Air Force Base. 30 seconds can win it here. You can see that Buckley arrows starting to overextend to see if they can flip out. Sour Patch Kid's going to hit a route. Couple players through mid trying to find an angle in. Drew slides, hip fire not connecting. You're all over the place if you're Argo, but it doesn't matter because you're still in the hill.
Oh, goodness gracious. And now the spawns flip out. Again, you just got to give them props, right? You got to give these guys props for their map presence, for their map control, because it is so easy to laser focus in on Buckley coming off the spawn, stay inside the hardpoint, and let Buckley spawn up by that P5 side, or P4 side, excuse me. But Cannon don't do that. They force the issue, and they get it done on the rotation. That is a statement victory for this game. I think this is like 3 matches in a row now. We've talked about the fact that a team has broken the record here in the Air Force Gaming Tournament for the most dominant hardpoint map, and Cannon have just done it again.
Yeah, Cannon, I mean, you think 3 hills in a row, they give up next to 0 points towards this Buckley team, who relatively didn't look like they wanted to touch the hardpoint at all anyways. So kills not going to net you a win in hardpoint. Cannon, they understand that. Buckley, not so much. And you see the performance from Hale and Dante. It's the same thing we've been singing all week long. This Buckley team just not able to fully connect when it matters most. And looking back through this, it's just going to be pretty much Argo and Crusade highlight reels.
That was just perfect. Perfect hard. I actually feel a bit emotional watching it, you know? It makes me happy to see Cannon do that, because that was phenomenal hardpoint play on pretty much every single level. How many times did we see Canon playing situations that normally people would just kind of throw themselves at a hard point and actually play it with a little bit more nuance, right? Where we saw Canon, you know, I think, for example, as we got into the second set, right, they do not have P1 control. This is a perfect example. They don't have P1 control. It's a good moment in the game for Buckley. Obviously, you know, one thing you're thinking of in kind of the near future is you want to rotate away to P2. You want to make sure that that hill, which is very often the hill that you get a full 60 on this map, is in your control. So what do? They focus on P2 rotation first and then break in for the last 10 seconds or so. Yes, they give away time to Buckley, but in doing so, in making that decision, you set yourselves up for a full 60 hold. Yeah. It sets yourselves up for dominance in the latter half of that game.
Like, what's a few seconds to a map win in that case in point? So it's a great heads-up call. It's a great macro decision for the team, and ultimately one of many reasons why they're able to walk away with that first map, Brody. We can go back to the map set, see where we're going next, and we kind of hinted towards it earlier on. We get the red card search and destroy for our second one before heading into the second half of this series. And I'm pretty pumped for this one too, because I think that in terms of the longevity of this tournament, with red card being played so much, this is something that you want to have in your arsenal. And seeing both of these two teams play it has me thinking that it might be time for them to start trying to work on making this a part of their own.
Yeah, dude, red card search and destroy is just going to be so interesting, I think, between these two teams. You know, it's one of those ones that we didn't actually see, I believe, for these guys recently, unless I'm mistaken. I don't think we saw it between Peterson and Buckley. We don't think we saw it between Langley and Canu. I'm just trying to see if it was in the Shriver series. No, it was not. So I don't really know what to expect here for this one. I think this is just one of those maps where I think teams can kind of come in here and once they figure out, all right, cool, what does the defensive setup look like, really play around it. I think we saw that earlier on today. I think it was Peterson and Langley, where Langley, just for the last 3 rounds, were just like, okay, cool, so we know what Peterson's setup looks like on the defense. We're just going to full send it in towards the B site, because that's where we know Langley or Peterson have a really weak defensive setup. I need to see that from Buckley. I need to see that kind of recognition of what Cannon's defensive setup looks like and work around it. If they don't do that, if Cannon come out here swinging, they destroy them in the search and destroy, I don't really see much of a way back into this series.
I agree. So loading into this map for the second one, it is going to have to be a big bounce back from Buckley. Cannon starting on the attacking side. It looks like it's going to be a fast hit over towards A. Real presence to shut it down early. So very passive in the setup. Hail through the middle of the map. Sour Patch Kid sitting over towards the hedges, and he goes down almost immediately. Drew, you can see the trouble he's in. He is cowering behind these hedges. Crusade's going to spot him out. The re-wrap behind. No idea. A 2 versus 1 for Dante.
Yeah, good effort there from Servingdreet. But does get shut down in the end. Dante really didn't want to take those shots right there. He's revealed his position. You don't need to make the move as well. Mind you, Cannon are the ones on the offense. So Dante probably could have just held this trigger and waited for that bomb to go down. Maybe even a reposition up the stairwell. But instead, he takes some shots prematurely. Argo knows exactly where he is and will take him down.
That's a fast round, too. I feel bad for Drew in the situation, because it's almost like what we saw earlier on red card search and destroys, and that defensive team just struggling to maintain top hedges control. Somebody on the attack usually getting through and past those double windows. And Drew is just one of many victims that we've seen today on this map in that situation. So swapping sides for the attacking Buckley. Slow and steady over towards B, and that is so good from Artie. Throws his shoulder, sees the whole team, just plays his life.
Look at Crusade now getting aggressive here in this one. They have no idea. They simply do not know. So the question for me is, how much damage can Crusade do? If he's fast enough, he could well take out a lot of players here. At the very least, I know for a fact that he is going to kill Dante. Okay, please do not chuckle this. There we go. Thank you, Crusade, because I literally just said I know for a fact he was going to kill him.
Nothing's ever a fact, Brody. We know that. Argo looking for an angle in. Stun's going to connect, so they know that this is surely a setup over towards B, and with the bomb down, of course they do. Sour Patch Kid's going to double down alongside Hale. That's going to swing numbers back into favor of Buckley to see if they can lock down this site, but Drew's going to get aggressive and already happy to collect that kill. 2v2 on the retake. They're looking to dissect this one. Unfortunately, though, it's Hale on an angle. Catches the opening over towards Artie. Shut down is Crusade from at least getting this trade. Hale plays it so good. Perfection on the post plant. We're tied.
Yeah, nicely done from Buckley. That's a good reaction because they didn't really have much map control earlier on in that round. Crusade takes Dante out, and their kind of immediate reaction is that we know there's no real path for us other than just kind of brute forcing our way into sight. They get the first kill. They get the second, and a 2 versus 3 isn't going to happen when Crusade has to waste a little bit of time getting back in a position that is tenable. So, big round coming out from Buckley, big round coming out from Hale as he now is on 3 in a row. Again, if anybody's going to be the fastest player on Buckley, it will definitively be Hale. He is the guy you need to watch out for if you're Cannon. Cannon, well, we'll see if they manage to take him down here on this A offense.
Ooh, Sour Patch Kid spots the crossword or it's Crusade. Crusade wasn't seeing this, and I don't... Okay, Hate did see it. But on the reset here, it looks like the bomb's getting through. Artie's trying to find some kind of weak link, but nothing has budged over towards this A site.
They just rotate away. Cannon cannot break this. Are they doubling back? Are they doubling back? Are they trying to give the impression that they've rotated away, only to move away?
It's the
well,
great
if that is
bamboozle.
the case, yeah, you do need to actually pick up the kills with this regen here, and that's exactly what they do. Dante down for the count. Sour Patch Kid's still here, but he's tagged up. This is difficult. He's trying to defend that ladder like his life depends on it, and unfortunately is not able to, so the trades are good. The bomb is down, and the last 2 players are split.
Yeah, nobody wants to go up the ladder anyways. Both fights from 2 separate sides. Hale's trying to get back in time to work alongside Drew on this retake. He catches Crusade. Top hedges. 2 versus 2. Drew at some point is going to have to activate, but he's back down again. That's going to reset the timing, and Hale is alone in this endeavor. Hate is happy to fight him from the bottom of the stage. You know where Drew is coming from. Artie's tucked away. It doesn't matter because there's no time. Cannon with such a good call in the offense, pulling them away from that ace 8. Brody is 200 IQ.
I'll be honest. Like, the play was a good call, right? Like, theoretically, it is a great call. I don't actually think that play does that much. Like, they do it, they get back to the site, and what? I think Buckley had pulled away, like, 1 player. For the most part, 2 of the players were still there. So, it wasn't really like the play was what did it. It was the fact that off the back of the play, they still won the individual fights. Like, the defense was there, it just didn't do anything. You lost 1 player, and I think it was Sour Patch Kid that was at the top window, didn't retrieve anything. He didn't trade anything. He just kind of sat there and waited for Cannon to come his way. So Buckley, I think, just a little bit slow on the reapproach. Cannon will take that all day long. And now Buckley are playing this one super safe and quiet. I think they're waiting for that Crusade push again.
Yeah, they're expecting some kind of a mistake to come through from Cannon, but shots there from Hale. It's going to back down the at least early pressure from that A bomb site alone. You have an idea that Argo is going to be up here, and it's the right call. He's surely going to be seen there. And yeah, Hale, now he knows that this is there. Bomb hasn't made any progress. Hale is putting all eyes on him.
Oh, and Hate goes down. That's a big
Look at
kill.
Artie. Look at Artie.
Here we go. As you said, flanking play. This is what you wanted to see. It's not Crusade this time around. It is Artie, and Dante hasn't seen him. His FOV set to 6. Oh, but no single shot hits!
Bruh.
How?
He's going back
No
around.
way.
Oh, I love this. Dante's going to get caught. So here, we have a chance. Brody in a 2 versus 3. Crusade, a second one. Now a 2v2. Is this where Buckley buckles?
These players backing all the way up here. They're going to recognize that the flank is probably the play. They know Crusade. They know Artie well enough. They've seen him do it in back-to-back rounds. The aggression, though, coming out. And Artie takes the head off Sour Patch Kid. Hale has the knife out. Not the right weapon for the situation. Goes back to the AR for the first. 1 versus 1. They've seen one another. And Hale will clutch up Buckley. Another round on the board.
A little too close for comfort in a 4 versus 2, I would say. But Hale has been lights out of the search and destroy. And that continues in these clutch scenarios. making sure that he sets himself up in the perfect position to take that gunfight, and he does catch it before the flank does happen. So, tough one to be kind of caught in if you're already there. You don't want to have to fight that head glitch just straight forward, so you try to get up towards that second level, but Hale has been so quick. 10-2, by the way. I mean, he has 5 times more kills than Dante and Sour Patch Kid together. And Drew.
It's just Hale things, man. It's just Hale things at this point. Buckley on the defense, dealing with this. This is a bit of a risk coming through from Cannon because Artie's the player pushed the furthest forward here. If he goes down, the bomb will go down with him. You're starting to lose presence. There we go. Artie gets the first kill. He's got to get the hell out. He's got to get the hell out, and he does something. There's no way. There's no way he gets that kill!
And he's like, you put a carrot on a stick, and the rabbits come. And they're going to double back over. Hale is trying to extend. He was looking for a timing to start a flank, but Cannon do it again. The exact same play. Disengage from A, go back and catch them with their pants down.
I think the thing is, Hale was actually going on the chase there, so he did the right thing, but does end up falling. Cannon, clean house. And Artie won that round. 110%. Like, yeah, taking Hale out was probably the thing that put the nail in the coffin, but the fact that Artie gets the hell out after picking up 1 kill and then transfers for a second, that should never happen. Like, he should be dead to rights. Like, Sour Patch Kid should have killed him from the window in the first instance. To wrap back around and actually take Sour Patch Kid down. Man, that is a hell of a play from Artie, who is also having a hell of a game at 7-3 right now through the first 5 rounds. Buckley have to wake up. They're only 1 round down for what it's worth, but still, it does feel like Cannon are outplaying them.
Brody Hale needs help.
You could say that.
He needed it like 4 rounds ago, too.
Dude, these guys get up at a bakery right now. They got a couple of breadsticks. They got a donut ready to go. Just sell them.
Well, can they finally elevate to a new level? Crusade should see this door slightly open. No, he's down, but he's going to hear it nonetheless. Pops up. Good timing, Hale. That's such a big kill to grab.
And what do Buckley do? Because they've already committed. They're now boxed in as well because Hate's coming on the flank here. So all of this now is the play. Buckley have made this work before. And them taking out RT means that now they have site control. But again, they are dealing with pressure from all sides. Cannon could still collapse upon them.
This is very careful from Buckley. They know that in the blink of an eye, everything can turn into a bloodbath for this B site. But the bomb's going down. Hate outside. Good for Drew to stay alive. Bomb planted. 41 seconds. It's a good old 3v3 in the inside of this B site. Cannon gonna have to break it through these doors.
Oh, nice shots from Argo and Hate as well. All just down to 1. Sour Patch Kid. He might have just got the timing. Oh, gives his position away, but we'll find the first kill. Tagged up. Crusade going for the challenge, and Sour Patch Kid knows there's no choice but to try and stop the bomb diffuser. Has to slide out, and Crusade uses that to his advantage. It's another round for Cannon. Buckley did what they needed to correctly. It's just that they couldn't find the kills.
It's a strong retake as well. You saw the challenges from Buckley from the inside out on those initial gunfights. They post up on their head glitches. They try to win the AR battles, but it just seems like Cannon, A, shoot a little bit straighter, and B, anticipate the fights a little bit better. And the crosshair placement initially with the headshot multiplier that we get out of Argo rips Sour Patch Kid off that initial one. Doesn't help that Hale got caught early from that as well. You don't have him inside to dance, to get those kills, and to draw some attention and kills away. So you need Hale to be a part of these games. I know he's already popping off. It's hard to ask for more from a player like this, but it's a need.
Hale has to go big. Sour Patch Kid, same position as always. Business as usual. Needs to be effective. He's not going to have any chance to do so yet. Shots from long will at the very least push Hate out of position. He set him up for Hale to knock him down.
Good shots from Dante. Hate's going to get caught. Back in his spawn. Already trades it. And that's a way through to B. It's not going to be the end game, though. They're going to double this one back over towards A, and Drew should see this completely. Artie caught up top. Good shots from Dante. Drew just waiting in the wings, finally pounces, and the patience does work out his way. 1v3, now a 1v2 for Argo in 20 seconds. Both players are here.
It's just not the time. But he might get the kills. Dante just stood like a statue. Argo has to go back to the bomb. Hale knows it. He's waiting patiently. All he has to do is check here in just a moment. Argo has not a Scooby. Hale's just going to wait. He's going to wait. No, he's not. There's the check coming through, and the shots are perfect from Hale. The collapse is good. The 1 versus 3 was on the card, but those cards are swiftly removed from the table.
It might have got a little spooked off the bomb, or thought he planted it, but didn't. It is the narrowest of margins in a moment like that to try to finesse something. And you might have just tried to catch yourself a little bit earlier than you expected on that bomb plant. You hop up for Argo, almost completing the 1v4, 1v3 clutch. But you don't make it happen. Cannon still with the lead. This is a very close game from Buckley, who, behind Dante there, happy to be down by 1.
I do think Cannon are actually respecting Buckley a lot more after that round as well. Like, the way they're playing, the pace they're setting, is significantly slower. Like, you've seen Crusade, you've seen RT get aggressive early on these rounds, and that's not happening. Argo now down for the count as well. Cannon are still respecting Buckley. Despite losing a man, they still are not trying to trade it. Jesus. Jesus! What is that? I don't know if I'm still... Team, are you here?
If he fights against Drew, he does catch this into a 2 versus 2. Drew should have been spotted here. Hate gonna have to time this one right. Hard fight through the forklift, but you get it. Hale tucked away. Time against you. Already knows exactly what he has to do, but it is going to take a lot of time to make it happen.
Hate's not going to. So RT now needs to get this done quickly. That is just not going to happen. There is no time. Hale knows it as well. He repositions away from this bomb. Artie jumps in the defuse, and Hale continues to keep Buckley in this search and destroy.
All right, big plays there from Hale. 16 and 4, man. This guy is having as good a game as you can ask for your team. How do you even ask for more out of him? Like, how do you sit here and be like, we need Hale to get a quad kill every single round in this scenario? Fortunately enough, I mean, Dante's been having small moments. Drew gets a kill there, and Sour Patch Kid, inside of some of these important, like, transitional rounds, has been a part of the attack. If it all links up at the same time, Cannon might actually be looking at the barrel of losing this map.
I just, like, it does feel so weird that it's so simplistic as take Hale out of the rounds and you more likely than not are going to win them. This guy is 16 and 5. That is insane. I know we're 8 rounds deep into the search and destroy, so it's a feasible scoreline. But still. Anyway. Cannon. Going to get the bomb down here. Buckley have given them a lot of space. They've given them a lot of respect, and Drew is trying to survive. He will actually survive. I actually really love this Crusade. No reason to get yourself forward, because if you do, there's a high chance that Hale will take you down.
He probably would have got himself killed in that moment. Hate has completely backed up to the windows. It's planted for him, and Hale is going to have to go on an excursion to take him away from this one. Does the timing work? He's been seen. Ray Chow's. Oh, it's disgusting. Crusade's going to trade, but here we go. 18 seconds in a 3-on-3, and it's such a big round for Buckley to get. Drew's just going to hop it. No way. Yeah, there's no chance you get away with that one. Hale, yeah, try your best. It's going to be a cannon round.
I don't know why. I knew there was sub 7.5 seconds on the clock. Like, I knew there was 3. I could see the screen. And yet still, because Hale was the one in a 1 versus 2, I was like, yeah, he can do this. Just because it's Hale, dude. I was like, dude, I thought he could do that. But no, it's not to be. Oh, goodness gracious. Cannon. Win another round. Hale not even in that conversation. And now they are 1 round away. I got to give Buckley some credit here because despite the fact that everyone besides Hale isn't having a great game right now, these guys are keeping it close.
It could still go to around 11. This is crazy. So you need this attack, and look at how slow it is on both sides, to be fair. It's a good nade from Hade. He tries to follow it up with some shots, see if he can, catch one early, but oh, Hale is searching.
Hale's on the hunt. And when Hale is on the hunt, there will be victims. He's just going to back off for the moment. He's got these guys backed in.
I don't think Argo knows he's there. Now he does. Already without the knowledge, he gets shot in the back. Argo almost gets the double kill. And Hale's going to take him down. So this is the moment now. This is your moment to take the round.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for that trade coming through from Hale. This is going to be difficult now for Hate to pull off. This is going to be tough. Hate. Taking shots from long. He needed that clean gunfight. And now the fact that he hasn't got it is just... It almost makes this untenable. 30 seconds on the clock to do something here. Reposition. Nobody's looking in that direction. To be fair, actually, never mind. Dante is. And again, Hate just cannot do anything. At that point, it feels like the round should be done. And Hale will formalize it. It's time for round 11, mate.
I can't believe this is going to round 11. I actually can't believe this is a round 11, but Hale is 20-4 in this S&D. This guy is single-handedly taking his team, putting them in his backpack, and running a 10K. And still hitting a PR for himself. This is like the equal to what I would imagine basic training is.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, Sour Patch Kid hit with the bomb in hand. Buckley, they are the ones on the offense in this situation. And Dante starts strong. Takes Hate out. And things are so weak here. The good news is, Argo is in a position that you are unlikely to check. He just needs to hold his nerve and not move.
I mean, like, now you're in a situation where you could possibly loot this one. Argo goes down, though, so we're into a 3v or 2v4. And Crusade, how is this falling away from you? No way Buckley wins that. And yeah, get loud. I don't care. You just did something you shouldn't have done.
I want to give him credit. And I have to give him credit because they played that so phenomenally well. They predicted exactly what Canon were going to do in those closing moments. They've gotten aggressive time and time again. And even when drawing the first blood, they just stood still. They waited for Argo to peek. They waited for the last couple of players, Crusade and Artie, to flank. And they outplayed them. Honestly, get Hale in the CDL. I'm just going to call it for what it is. This guy could backpack anything. Yeah. He could backpack an elephant.
Dude, this guy's like Sun Jing-woo. He's soloing the entirety of this lobby. And he just has so much aura. Just all over him. I can't believe it. Like, this is incredible from Buckley. Hale is one of the best that we have at this tournament. And you guys said that, Wolf might be the most mechanically skilled player at this tournament. I actually think it's Hale. I think that this guy is seriously the best.
It's so difficult because it's like when we get to matches versus Langley, when we get to matches versus Eglin, Nellis, like I think it becomes more difficult for Hale to do things like this, right? But Hale is still doing this against a solid team. Just insane.
And, I'm still better than him, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I don't know if that's true. How on earth is Hale doing this? How on earth did we go from a 250 to 85 or something like that, 250 to 85 hard point, to a round 11 search and destroy?
I think it doesn't go without mistakes on the side of Cannon. I think that says a lot more about Cannon than it does about Buckley's Space Force base, because there were so many times even that Hale found himself in situations where he could freely get those kills. And it's not like he was getting those kills in like straight up one-on-one gunfights, Brody. Most of them were Hale shooting players in the side, shooting them in the back, and like, and that just... It goes to show that Cannon, going further into this, you got to look at your search and destroys, because there are way too many times that you're just leaving a lane open, and a player like Hale is going to punish that. He's going to recognize that, take advantage, and get a kill off of it, and he did.
Yeah, I will say, for what it's worth, I think a lot of the times where Hale does find himself in like effective 1v2s, 1 versus 3s, he is still taking those fights individually.
Oh,
right?
yeah,
like,
100%.
I still think like Cannon were throwing themselves at Hale unnecessarily in a lot of situations there. So he does get given a bit.
And but I mean, the whole point is what I'm saying is that there were so many times where you'd see him walk through mid and shoot somebody in the back.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's a situation where there's Cannon in moments that they should have won, but they didn't because they're giving too much away. You don't have that information gathering. You're not really aware of the possible routes that could be taken by these players, and you just need to do a better job at keeping your head on a swivel, covering your tracks for moments like that. And Brody, this is a game that's tied 1-1. It could be 2-0 right now for Cannon, but Buckley do the impossible with that round 11. Hale puts the team in the backpack. We are going to a very important control for both of these two teams very soon, but I think after that, it is only right to take a little bit of a break, set things up, let these players rest. Let them collect themselves before coming back, guys. You're watching CONUS. We'll have the control up real soon.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
think somebody's shoe got in the way of that, that break screen right there. I don't know who it was, but hey, it was a high definition shot of a very comfortable loafer. Wow, I am hoodwinked, bamboozled, blown away, led astray at what I just watched in that map number 2. Hale puts the team on his back, Brody, and we are tied 1 apiece between Buckley and Cannon. Let's look at this series to see where we are going forward from here, as we got our control up next, the swing map mode now of this series. It's Vault.
All right, so here's how we're going to break this down. Okay. If Hale drops 50 kills, Buckley will win this game. Book it right now. If Hale drops a 50 bomb, Buckley are winning this game. If Hale drops 49 kills, Buckley are getting 3-0'd in this control. Because that's their win condition. It's just Hale turning up and doing Hale things. This guy, I don't know what his kill tally was in that last map, but it was pretty high. And they still won. I cannot get over that last map, mate. It was insane. 20? Can I get... Is that 20? Was that the exact amount?
Oh,
He dropped Crim 6?
He dropped 20.
Dropped 20. I didn't hear what the actual deaths were, but... Our producer keeps cutting out every time he's trying to give us the deaths. 20 kills. We know it was 20 kills. 4 deaths. Okay, we're good. He did a Crim 6. He went 20 and 4. Give Hale a medal, mate. Give Hale all the medals. He deserves every single one because this guy's insane. That's what I'm trying to say.
This guy just won the war on the red card. We go to Vault, and yeah, I mean, maybe it's a prerequisite to this team that Hale just has to drop 50 kills, but look at the score of the hard point, Brody. When it gets into the respawn, you add the extra layers to the map that you have to deal with, all the respawning players and what to do. Surely you have to look at the rest of the team around Hale to have a better performance. We saw it earlier for this Buckley team that, you know, on Vault control in general, you have the potential for Drew and Sour Patch Kid to really slow down the map, and that is going to allow Dante and Hale to have a little bit more freedom at the same time. It's just you really need Drew and Sour Patch Kid to win the fights when they do find them in those positions. So it's going to be important for them to also have impact to the game.
Alrighty. Cannon, they kind of need to bounce back. I can't believe I'm going to be saying that after what we saw in map number 1, but that's really what they need to do. They lost to round 11. They want to make a statement here and prove that, yeah, that was just a fluke, folks. You're not going to get another one. Let's just close things out over the next couple of maps. And it's a pretty good start from them. That is genuinely one of the worst stuns I think I've ever seen from anybody. RT just yeets a stun up into the air and lands it right back at his feet.
Well, so far, I'd say Buckley have been doing a good job at actually keeping Cannon out of the hill. As only one segment has been collected at the A zone. You are going to see a dash out of Cannon over towards B. Double stack is in fast. You can see Argo's looking to group up, and Hate is just running amok in the spawn. Hale trying to hunt down this kill. He's going to get it eventually, but the second ticks in at B, and you got 3 players here. You have to touch this one and contest, and they're going to be here. The kills through flank as well, and they stop it. Okay, Drew gets the kill.
I was going to say, you've got players on the other side, so despite that trip stack coming through from Cannon, Buckley do have the resources to deal with it. Nicely done, and good reactions, I think, from them. So often you do kind of want to hold yourself back on towards the other control zone. You want to chalk it. They did not. They force-sent it, but I don't think it's going to matter in the grand scheme of things. All of that for a drop of blood. How about that for a really old reference now? God, if I feel old even thinking about that. Cannon about to capture the B zone, and there's nothing that Buckley can do about it. So Buckley now going to have to retreat, but I don't think they're even going to. They're barely getting out of their spawn. Hate's hitting the regen here. Now Hale, he recognizes the importance of taking Hate out of that position.
Yeah, Hale has to get here. Hate in such a good spot, but yeah, you're down. Drew and Hale trying to bring this one back in a sense of at least map control through mid. You can see Dante's going to chime in too, and he is the preferred place of target here for Cannon Air Force Base. You can see that over inside halls it's going to be Argo and Crusade to see if they can flip this map.
8 versus 15. Not a lot of lives to make this happen if you're a Cannon. You got the easier 2 of the points, though, to be fair. Drew recognizes where the pressure's coming from. Good for the first kill. Now looking for some more. Every single player here is being dealt with. Crusade and Hate, though, combined for 2. Crusade not the best shots, though. Will be shooting Hale's feet instead. And he really need better shots than that. Second tick about to be through unless Hale stops it, and he cannot. So you've got to be careful here. In a 5 versus 11. Double stack through. Player now hitting from both you and up top. Sour Patch good for 1. Dropping down for the second, and the third is not there just yet. Dante will be good for it, though. And all of that to say now, it's just 1 player remaining, and RC would have to pull off a miracle to win this round.
Yeah, 1v10, 21 seconds. Artie. Maybe he can reach into whatever, I'd say, or ego he has and try to hail his way out of this. I'm going to use it as a verb this time. Hail his way out of a 1 versus 10. But no, not even hail, I think, could do what just happened. But I think that's a pretty solid round, all things considered, out of Buckley Space Force Space Brody, because you see that you never really had somebody stay too long inside of art, push those spawns, manipulate where you're going to be respawning in just in general. The triple stack at B was stopped at one point. It did come out for the cap, but A was handled very well that entire time. And you can see that for Buckley Space Force base, it was Dante and Sour Patch Kid, even Drew, stepping up at times.
Oh, Buckley, big round from them. Everyone's, as you said, stepping up to the plate now, which is crucial considering how, how much of a solo tour it was for Hale in that search and destroy. Start of this one, doesn't feel like anybody's in the conversation, though. Drew shots in from Hate off the start, and Crusade will go to finish that kill. So, Buckley not winning a single fight off the start, and I don't think we've seen a single spawn trap like this the entirety of the tournament thus far. Certainly not here on Vault Control. You cannot let this happen if you're Buckley, because it's very difficult to escape from.
Well, I mean, you can't let that happen, but I don't think Cannon are going to give you any options right now. Crusade 5 in a row, looking for number 6, almost shutting down Drew in that angle, but a couple kills to break out of your spawn. Artie, it's his turn to flank. He's going to whittle down some numbers, tag team with Argo. And it looks like they're regenerating this spawn trap very slowly, Brody.
Doesn't matter how slow you do it, as long as you do it. A couple of players have managed to escape out from the right-hand side, though. Hale, Sour Patch Kid, and Dante will get through. And now, finally, 4 life differential. It's not too bad, to be fair. If they can get the extra 60 seconds here, they'll be perfectly fine. Are they watching for RT around the side door, though? No. RT able to take down 1. RT able to take down a second. Surely no more for RT. He's still playing his life. Does it for long enough that Crusade can come through and get a double of his own. And now RT can go on a hunt. Just 10 seconds left. Still an opportunity to touch, but I think that opportunity is about to get away from them. That is a solid round from Cannon. Only 1 touch made by Buckley.
Only a single segment against Cannon's 5 that they got from the round previous. So Buckley gonna find and steal away a defense round 1, but Cannon raises them and has a lot more of a dominant one. And you can see just right off the get-go in terms of the slaying on defense, how comfortable it can be for this team to just continuously put pressure on you. And even after Crusade went down off that spree, you saw Artie slide through lobby, you saw Argo work back to P3, multiple different players getting involved in that spawn trap.
Well, well done for Cannon. That is dominant round. It's what they needed to. Again, I mean, I would argue that's what they kind of needed back in round number 1, right? Like, they needed to kind of set the pace a little bit, something that hadn't been done thus far. Nades over the top to start this one. Argo opening things up with a couple of kills. Dante the only one with any value whatsoever. It's 2 for Argo, it's 2 for Crusade, and now it's going to be the 2 stack coming through.
Stacks in fast as well. Oh my goodness. I don't think anybody's going to get here in time. Look how fast that bar is just racing, Brody. Nobody gets there. There's not even a contest. A single contest. Never happens.
Oh, well, the good news, I suppose, is that you have managed to at least get RT weak enough that that prospective B capture has been squandered. So back to square one they go, but they've got a whole 2 minutes to make this happen. I would not be so stressed if I was Cannon. All you got to do is make sure that your flank is being watched here, and you should be able to get this one going. Hale, down for the count. That's the biggest player off the board. And again, they are very cautious because I think Hate might have got eyes on Dante, might know that this flank is coming. I don't think they do.
No.
Never mind. Dante goes off for one. Argo doesn't trade it. Dante saves the point once again. Cannon looked like they were getting themselves set up, and now Dante clears it.
This is a big round for Dante at the moment. 4 in a row, and Hate should hear those doors busting open. Finally going to relieve him from that position, but you still have some more players in your spawn starting to back up. Hale down into the vault, gets the jump onto Crusade. Nade not going to cut anybody up, but it is going to delay the re-challenge to allow him to regen. If Cannon get to Art, this round is over. So that's the defense that you're playing right now. Try to keep them away from your spawn.
Buckley seemed to have stabilized quite significantly, but you said it. Got to keep players out of the spawn. Artie had already revealed his position, so they knew he's here. He's surely not going to hit a full regen. No, he will not before Sour Patch Kid takes him down. So, Cannon are definitely trying to do this right now. They're wasting a lot of the time. I say wasting. They're burning a lot of the time trying to get players set up for a potential spawn trap. It is the right call to make, and they don't expect Argo to be in the position he is in. Argo good for one. Surely Drew will turn around and win the fight. Yep, Argo will actually win that one. So they've got the player in the position now. They've got all the players in position. All they got to worry about is Hale.
Big play from Hale. Runs out of ammo, but the pistol is going to take Artie down. Team nade onto Hate. The car bomb comes in handy. And that's going to be some slow progress over towards B. Another flank coming through. Dante. Oh. In the vault. He's going to relieve that presence. And almost gets a second, too. Still cutting up this feed. It's Artie's turn to try to get in towards this top Art position. And he wins that fight. So a couple kills go down. It's another chance to put this offensive win down.
Yeah, they just got to relieve Artie. And they don't before he gets one. Surely Drew will trade this? Nope, not yet. He won't, and he sees Drew towards the back door as well. Reposition coming out from Artie. Just wants to jump towards the point. This is the right play. It's the stack. Someone will get here for the contest. It's Hale, but the shots are less than crispy.
Through.
That's the stack. You love to see it from Cannon. That is the one thing in all of Call of Duty esports that makes me the happiest. When a team recognizes they've got enough players down for a stack, and they just full send it.
Reminds me back to, what's that map in Cold War? The plain one.
Checkmate?
Checkmate Control. Optic just never stacking the point. It was frustrating. At least if you were an Optic fan. to watch that one. Yeah, I mean, you said it, or we said it too. If somebody gets into top Art, you saw the damage that Artie was able to have. He takes Dante away from that statue. He delays anybody from able to contest that capture from happening, and he drops down. He notices the positions. He puts himself in a spot where he's able to put pressure on anybody else approaching that zone, and Cannon really starting to find their flow in this control, taking an offensive round that comfortably.
And really just go to show how fragile control defenses can be. Cannon will break Buckley's in one swift move. Now they want to go and hold their own defense, win this control, and get us into a map number 4. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen. This has been a pretty solid offense from Buckley thus far. Only one player has slipped past them. That'll be Artie. I'm curious to see if Artie actually holds his trigger. No, he doesn't. He just goes straight for the kill. Now just trying to take Dante and swerving Drew down. They're the last remaining remnants from that initial push. Dante still alive. They surely know by process of elimination where it's coming from. Crusade goes for the kill, but will get shut down. And while all that's happening, look at player number 8. Sour Patch Kid is trying to do what Cannon were doing last round.
And they're doing a great job so far. However, this is the hard part, and you want to put the same kind of emphasis onto Buckley now that we did for Cannon. Is you not only have to find 4 down, you have to get somebody in towards Art, start to put some pressure onto the players, also respawning off of that defense. And that's a very difficult thing to do. It's a lot easier said than done, especially when you still have players from Cannon in your base, and Hate and Artie are trying to be enough of an issue to stop anything from the offensive side.
You haven't got players pushed forward just yet. Cannon now down to the final player on the zone, though. Hate will back off. He was trying to deplete the zone ever so slightly there in that situation, and now we'll have to back off, wait for the teammates to come through. Despite hitting the regen, Hale still eviscerates him, and Hale will probably actually hit the regen here before this challenge comes through. Nice car bomb from Dante, though. First tick now through, Seymour.
And the second one soon enough. Dante's going to stack as well. Reading this flank. Crusade has to back down for a second, but now the second tick. Shots out, contest in. Dante alone, surrounded, not able to get any kills. So second tick's a lock, tied in lives. A minute still for Buckley, so you are nowhere close to out of this.
Second tick is through. Again, everything just feels so fragile when you're playing defense on control. It is so easy to lose it all. The good news, I suppose, for CONUS in this situation is that Buckley don't have any power players behind enemy lines, so they don't have to worry about that just yet. And they are, for the most part, doing a good job at dealing all the players approaching. But as I said, all it takes is one good hit, and Dante has just got right under the noses of the defense.
Hardy in the back, too. Double kill. Dante, can you be the hero? 27 seconds. He has to put some pressure onto Argo, see if he can win this fight. Everybody else have to win their respective fights at the same time. Hale's going to relay that information that Argo's going for the flank in behind, but they lose out onto Drew and Sour Patch Kid, and everything is here for Dante and Hale. The weight of the world is on their shoulders for the control.
He has to be careful. One player coming off the spawn would be Swerving Drew, and, well, Hale's still alive towards a point. Swerving Drew, though, gets doubled up on, as does Hale, and that's going to do it. CONUS, they hold on through mid-map pressure. They will take this control, and a little bit of smack talk in the venue. They know this series should have been tied up in 3, but they will have to go to another map.
Yeah, I mean, this could have been a 3-0 for the team, but instead they get to go another map versus this squad, and for us, I'm excited to see more of both of these teams. But for CONUS, it's a game of how do you recover from that map number 2? Well, you look towards the kills here. You look towards the performance that you get. Everybody having a solid game 3 out of CONUS Air Force Base. Buckley, I will say, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, Brody. There were a lot of winnable moments throughout this map, and I think that they have given themselves a little bit more grace than what we would give them after the hardcore performance that we saw from them. The respawns aren't totally chalked in general. It's just when you get down to those moments of, okay, we have to break from our spawn, make sure that nobody is shooting us in the back, and take care of the defensive players who are looking to go rogue. They don't really do that. You don't really notice the communication on trying to catch those players before the damage is done. And you saw Drew and Sour Patch Kid towards the end of that last round. We're having a real tough time helping Dante and Hale. And Dante and Hale, yes, you guys are going to go for that art position and work together to try to get towards B, but your team needs you at the end of the day. And I think that there was that disconnect at the end that really stopped Buckley from finding a chance to put this round really away.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest, I do think the only thing that splits the difference between those two teams there is that offensive victory for CONUS, right, where they do send players forward. I mean, it's so standard, ultimately. You know, you get players forward in towards the left side spawn building, make sure players don't get in the close towards a point. But I think what's particularly special from that offensive round victory is the fact that they did have a player up top in art. All that player needed to do, really, in that situation was just watch the cross. But instead, they recognized, hey, we've got at least like 3 players down here. The 4th player is unlikely to get anywhere close to us. So I'm just going to hop the hell out of art and make sure this tick goes even faster. I love a stack, mate. It makes me happy. That's exactly what they did. And they got the offensive victory they needed to tip the balance in their favor. And,
you know, the balance is tipped over to the side of CONUS after that one. And we can look at the recap for the series so far. It's a fun one to look at just visually because you're like, okay, how do you get 100 point clubbed, win a round 11, and then lose a vault control like that? I mean, surely enough, you know, the 3-1 in the vault, I don't think it really showcases the skill level that Buckley brought to that game. I think that last offensive round, there were opportunities to win it, and it could have gone to a round 5, but you just see CONUS and how much better of a team they are wholly rather than the other side where Buckley are really scraping the bottom of the barrel to get anything going in these rounds. You go into this red card hard point looking back to that skyline though, Brody. You're worried right now for Buckley because, I mean, you remember the last 3 hills that we got. Buckley weren't even trying to touch the objective.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? Go back to that game number 1, and it was pretty much perfect hard point from Cannon, right? Every single possible rotation that Cannon could have hit, they did. Again, I go back to the fact that there were moments where Buckley were actually doing relatively well in the game. They got control of a hard point, and Cannon's response was not just to brute force their way through, but was to think strategically about, all right, what does this hill look like? What does the next hill look like past that point as well? And let's try and play around both of those things as opposed to just extract exactly what's in front of us. And it's that kind of high-level intelligent play that will not just get you past a squad like Buckley, that will get you past a squad like Langley Eustace, Eglin, Nellis, later on during the tournament, Peterson. Like, some of the best teams here in the competition are going to struggle if you play like that in hard points. So Buckley are up against it here. And it's not even, to me, a situation where it's like Buckley can do X, Y, Z to prevent that. I mean, it's so difficult when a team is playing as perfect as Cannon were.
Yeah, and I mean, Buckley, yes, you can lay out the groundwork on how to do it, but it doesn't get easy whatsoever looking at this red card hard point, and I'm sure they know that too. So loading into this map number 4, Buckley knows that it's going to be a steep slope to climb if they want to make it to that map 5, have a chance to see if Hale could put on a massive performance in his SND once again to shut down Cannon and possibly eliminate them, keeping your back-to-back CONUS chances alive. But it's a Hail Mary toss.
I like what you did there, mate. I'm not even going to tell you what you did, but I like it. Buckley, looking to have a solid start to this hard point. It feels like that's what they need at this point in time, and already it doesn't look like it's going in that direction. Cannon looking for the opening wave of gunfights, and they actually are getting traded out relatively well here, enough to actually perhaps jump into the hard point, says Swerving Drew, but nope, that's all 4 players down, and now Cannon can set themselves up not just for this hill, but for the next one.
Good time for Cannon off the get-go. And they're going to continue at this. Crusade shutting down that early presence over towards Sour Patch Kid for the outside to be controlled. It's going to focus some efforts from Ticket. And that's Dante looking to activate. He finds himself too. And that double kill alone is going to draw some of these members away from this P2 hard point. Dante with 3 in a row. Has he found his footing? Has he found his rhythm? Well, he's found enough for Hale to get involved.
Hale is the X factor for Buckley. Dante also has been lights out this series thus far. And now they're in the hard point. Need those players to go even further, though. 4 in a row for Hale. 5 in a row for Dante, excuse me. Now needs to streak out even more towards this hard point. Coverage through the middle of the map is not happening. Dante is not dying right now, and finally he will, but the damage is done. That's 20 seconds that Buckley would not have gotten if it wasn't for Dante's heroics.
So the race over towards New. Sour Patch Kid, he's on 3 in a row here. This is a great start to the red card, and I mean, you have to build off of this moment if you're Buckley. So heading over towards P3, it's going to be initial time for Cannon. The timing doesn't work out for Sour Patch Kid at all, but fortunately enough, the rest of your team is able to trade it out. Unfortunately, though, Argo finds himself in the perfect position now to have a crossfire from those front doors.
Kills being made by Buckley. They're doing well. Argo is down. RT is gone. It's just down to Hate and Crusade, and there goes both of those players as well. It's systematic for Buckley. Now you need to follow up with spawn control, though. You need to remove these guys and keep a watch on that spawn entry towards the hard point. RT goes through and is weakening the defensive line here for Buckley. There just hasn't been any chance for stabilization towards this hard point. Crusade goes in for 1. He'll get traded out. And to be fair, despite the fact that they weren't able to stabilize, Buckley do hold on for a little bit longer than I expected in towards that hard point. Now the problem is, though, we look towards the rotation, and Buckley do have it.
Yeah, Buckley into this P4. I mean, this is much needed time, and it has to be a solid hold. Nothing less than that. Unfortunately, Crusade is going to chop you to bits, and Argo's going to have a chance to cross this one. Big fight inside for Drew. Can he win it for the team? No. Argo wins it clean. And now he's in for the contest for the rest of it. Their team slaying around him. Argo wins another fight in the hard point, and Cannon with such a fast break on this P4 hill.
And that's the problem. Canon, when they want to play well as a team, they can just hit that go button, and Buckley are out of the hill by their demand. With 20 seconds left, Buckley would still be wise to, I think, at least invest just a couple of players in towards this time. That is exactly what's happening. Argo, isolated. You can shoot through the stage. Drew, I don't think, is aware of that fact, obviously. Neither Call of Duty will not be aware of that and will not win that gunfight. So that's scrap time accrued. Looking over towards a new hard point. Dante trying to play hero, runs out of bullets, has to go to the pistol. Oh, we'll get another 3 spree. Seymour, we've been talking about Hale all series long. Dante's turned up in this game.
Yeah, Dante's playing well. Sour Patch Kid was off to a hot start. He's slowed down a little bit, but it's helped the team kickstart into this game, and I think it's only a matter of time before Hale and Dante fully find their rhythm in this map. Only 40 points down heading into this P5. Hale on the flank. Nobody's going to expect it. Good shots. Dante helps out. Almost raised the 4th one. Brings Hate down to 30 HP, but his team's in the hard point. You couldn't ask for more.
Buckley trying to hold on here. Sour Patch Kid gets traded out. Nicely done for Cannon. Big 15 seconds that Buckley would be wise to vie for, and they know it. Nice nade over the top from Drew to take Crusade out of the play, and Dante gets yet another one. So as we get into the second set, well, this isn't quite Skyline Hardpoint. We'll say that much, right, Seymour? This is significantly more positive for Buckley. They've been very competitive across this game thus far. Looking over towards that break towards Parking Garage, I think that's been the most impressive moment thus far. But now they need to find another gear, because it will take one solid hold from Cannon and this game will be out of their reach.
I mean, at this point in time, it doesn't really feel like things are, for the most part, going your way from transition to transition. Even if you have had the point off of rotation, you've been broken within the first 10 seconds. So I don't know how you found yourself back into this game. But for now, you have control towards outside. You're spawning towards those soccer nets. 16 seconds left on this last hard point, so you don't want to overexert yourself back over towards this P1 where you know it's going to be scrappy. You're looking towards this rotation to really be your way back, and Artie might have a chance to pull these spawns and pull the hill away. You just can't let that happen.
That's really unfortunate. One player does it. Look at the spawn. It's a rogue spawn from Dante. Of all the players to spawn in that position, Dante is the one you want because he can explode. Drew has been tagged up. Dante will find one. Drew trades on out. So Dante being in that position allows Buckley to get back in towards this time. This hill is not done yet.
No, it's not. So Buckley soaking up as much as they can. Sour Patch Kid not able to get the shots off. Hate lives. And off the reach end, he's going to reach out into this for the contest, but Hale has repositioned, and he's got Dante above him. Good shots onto Argo. Hale just has to win this fight inside. Artie is surrounded. He goes down, spawns in the back for the last 16 seconds. They're going to have to fight through this hard point, but you can already see Cannon are rotating.
Yeah, this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect from Buckley. Like, yeah, all right, sure, you're down by 50 to 60 points or so, but you saw what you did last time around. Like, you can win this rotation as long as you win some of those rotational battles, and that's exactly what you do. So RT down for the count. Should get a player, and you should get the spawns. Uh-oh. Rogue spawn time. Time for the COD gods to, well, not have a fun day with you. RT is in the back line. They're not going to expect this.
It's the thing is that you don't right now. And now you have to be careful. You don't want to be in a spawn trap situation. Dante and Hale have spawned out. Hate's going to raid at least one of them. Does have, I think, the idea of a second one. And both members have been taken away from the front door. So it has to be down to Drew and Sour Patch Kid to break from the staircases. They're not able to do that. And this scrappy back and forth continues from Cannon.
And Cannon just needs to take this time away. They just need to maintain the advantage versus Buckley. They don't need a solid hard point. They can go steady for the remainder of this game. That's 10 seconds you can afford to give away. Focus on the rotation. One player was spawned in by New, so that should be a comment to the rest of the team that, hey, spawns are a bit wonky right now. Just keep an eye on your backs, but those spawns still locked in towards Old if you're a Buckley. That player, Crusade, will now fly across towards the hard point. We'll get a couple of kills. So opening gunfight's good, but again, Hale has got a bit of a wonky spawn.
Hale does spawn out, and it looks like Artie's going to be able to figure this one out. Jumps into the hard point with the rest of your team. Sour Patch Kid, it's his turn to flank this one, but I think Hate has an idea. Good trades coming through, continuing to keep Cannon inside this hard point. They win the battle against Dante, and now Hale starting to get collected by the team. You pass 200 points, Brody. You are happy right now for Cannon.
Cannon back in once again. RT starting to light up in this game. Drew and Sour Patch Kid around here. Dante up top looking for some kills, and he will only find 2. It's so funny saying only finding 2, but that is the case right now. Drew just come through, though, for a big couple of kills, and it's worth saying that Cannon didn't rotate there. They're trying to soak up whatever points they can off of all of these hills now. They know they can finish this game on scrap time if they need.
They need to go to new, though, and Buckley need to get a full setup going. They're late to this rotation, and Sour Patch Kid for a little bit of a moment. He's going to be alone. Hate's going to find the shots to take him away from this hard point. Hale, however, has answered back. It trades back and forth. Only 30 seconds for Cannon to put it away.
Cannon trying to hold on here. Sour Patch Kid not able to do anything. That was an individual play from him. Hale down for the count as well. All it will take is one good push from Buckley, and you will stop Cannon. Long-range shots from Dante, good enough for a couple of kills. Has that opened the door now for Buckley to get in?
And they're in. Hale's going to try to push on forward. Good shots from Artie. The rest of the team around is finding the kills for Buckley. Space for space. You have to start rotating with 3 seconds. Look at the position from Artie.
Artie's just watching. Making sure no players get in weird positions, but they're run by him. No one's crossing his path. I think maybe Swerving Drew might. Yep, Swerving Drew down for the count. That's good for the first. But Hale on the outside was not something that Artie expected. Wasn't something that you could call out, but everyone in the kill, that's all players down.
Spawning into the restaurant. It is a long way back. Sour Patch Kid's going to go for the full wrap through the ticket. Somebody's going to have to hit the contest just now, but the kills don't go your way. 3 dead again, Brody, and it's only 6 seconds. Cannon are ready to put the series behind them, and Buckley, it's one chance. Perfect hard point to continue to try to be back-to-back champions.
The former champions just a couple seconds away from being toppled. Cannon move forward and make it to Worlds, and Buckley are done.
Buckley, wow. I mean, this is a situation where you went into this tournament with low expectations on where your placement was. You give yourself hope in lower round 1. You go into round 2, you steal a search and destroy that you really had no business doing. The control was close. The hard point, you had efforts. But Cannon are just too strong right now. And the respawns are not something you can step up to them against. You look back at this as well. You had a very strong showcasing from the entire team of Cannon, every single map, all the way through. Yes, the Search and Destroy was a little bit of a blunder, Brody, but you can put that behind you now.
Man, what an incredible game. What an incredible series, honestly. I called it, right? I mean, like, just talking big picture here for a second, Seymour, that we would get to the point where at this stage of the competition, with the final 8 teams remaining, there would be no bad games left. And that has proven to be the case for the last 3 games today. And we've still got one more to go. That every single one has been an all-out banger, and this was no different. Cannon come into this, I think, 110% the favorites, right? Buckley, I know, former champions, mind you, but Cannon were the favorites. The fact that Buckley are as competitive as they are in that Search and Destroy, and I think in that second hardpoint specifically, goes to show that even with a depowered roster, Buckley are still not pushovers, and they did fight their hearts out, but the fight is over. There is no light in them anymore. We will not be seeing Buckley in the first ever World Championships.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for sure. After last year was so good, I do hope that this team sticks together in a capacity to see them again in a future tournament. I really like these Buckley guys. Hale especially was so good all week long, and you know, Dante alongside him. Yes, there's a little bit of change from before, but he started to find ways into the tournament that he was assisting Hale in those big moments. And, you know, yes, it's not the best performance from Sour Patch Kid or Drew, Brody, but even in that hard point, you saw Drew putting in the effort. You saw Sour Patch Kid trying his best to learn and adapt to this game as quick as possible over the week. It's not an easy thing to do. I respect them and the efforts that they put into this week, and I really, really appreciate this Buckley team for what they were able to bring.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It's just the fact that, you know, you're in a situation where one of your players, like, doesn't even play Call of Duty, right? You got drafted in last minute. Like, that in itself. Like, never mind any of the other stuff. Never mind the fact that this is a legacy team with that much pressure behind you. The fact that that is the situation you're in, they play phenomenally well. So, massive shout out to Buckley. We absolutely love those guys. And, you know what? I'll be honest. Bias caster, I'm really sad that we won't get to see Hale play again. Because Hale is phenomenal to watch. That guy is genuinely a demon on the map. And I saw somebody calling him a burger in the chat, and that was really mean. If he is a burger, he's a premium one. He's one of those 50 quid burgers you get from, like, bloody Nando's or something.
He's a burger that even Doug Sensor Martin would eat. I'll tell you that for sure.
Exactly.
It's a pretty damn good one, to say the least. Yeah, I mean, reigning CONUS MVP, #1 player ranked last year, runner-up at ForceCon, a Cold Bowl veteran. Hale is the full package. It literally says that, you know, this is his team now. And, you know, you can see in the Search and Destroy, he said, yeah, you know, I got to do good for my team. He did just that. And I love the guy. I hope to see him back in more AFG events, and I'm sure we will. It's not saying goodbye forever. This team will come back with vengeance in the future of AFG, but we got a team that took their vengeance against Buckley. They move forward, and we can talk to Crusade about it here in the interview. Let's welcome him in. Crusade, congratulations. You're going back to Patrick Space Force Base in August. How's the team feeling?
Oh, we're buzzing right now. All the boys are excited, and we're really excited to be back here in August.
I love that.
Yeah, dude, you guys must be on cloud 9 right now. You guys crushed that series. It was so fun for us to watch. I'm going to go for a negative, first and foremost, though. Red card search and destroy. You guys got pushed to round 11 after 100-point club in those guys. What the hell happened in that search and destroy?
Yeah, and that search and destroy, I mean, all it takes is really just one player like Hale to absolutely just tear apart a team. I mean, it's a one-life game mode, and respawn's a little easier to shut them down, but we just kept their own lives and doing the little things wrong, so we'll work on it.
Yeah, and then, you know, that's a really good response. And then bouncing back from that, because you guys did so well in the preceding control. I really love, by the way, shout out to you guys for stacking the point. I can't remember which player it was that was in top art in round 3 when you guys were on offense and just jumped straight on the point once you guys recognized that you'd got enough lives down. So shout out to you guys for that. But talk to me a little about that bounce back then. Like, coming off of that search and destroy loss, you know, bouncing back the way that you did you guys, like, have a chat after the search and destroy, but like come on, boys, we're going to kind of crush these guys in control?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it beforehand. We talked about that if we're going to drop one map, it's going to be the S&D, just because like a player like Haley's going to absolutely just tear everything up, no matter what team he plays, to be honest. But yeah, we did have a conversation like that. I was talking with the guys and be like, hey guys, just the S&D. We already thought that we were going to lose this anyways. Let's just keep going, keep the comms up, and keep the flow up.
You guys did exactly that, my man. I'm going to put you in the hot seat for a second, Crusade, because it's been fun watching you guys. We've seen a lot of good teams this weekend. And I mean it when I say we've seen a lot of good teams come onto the stage and play well. You still got a whole nother day of competition to be, you know, crowned a CONUS champion if you're going to make the run from losers round 1 all the way to the grand finals. What do you think sets you guys apart from the rest of the teams to make that run happen?
I think we just do all the little things. If we just keep calming, make sure everybody's tracking the players, counting how many lives we have. Just make sure we're doing the small things, right? I think that's what's going to be our best, you know, holder.
It's the little things, and those little things make a big difference. I'll tell you that. We see it, and I'm sure everybody sees it. You guys have done great to climb your way out of that lower round 1 spot. You get that chance to qualify for Worlds. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to the team. But your day's done, my man. You can take a break, and I'm sure it's going to be a good one. Enjoy the weather in Florida, and take care.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
So, Brody, I mean, very, I'd say, thorough in the short answers that we do get, but I love it nonetheless. This is a confident team. I think he is I think from what I understand from the squad as well, is Crusade seems like the most quiet player on this Canon team that we've heard so far, but nonetheless, it's great to hear from him, and it's pretty straightforward. What they're looking towards is to fix those small mistakes, make sure that there's nothing of a weak link going into these other teams, and if they patch up that search and destroy, surely they could be a strong contender.
Yeah, I agree. You got to be perfect from this point onwards. There are no bad teams in the competition.
None at all. This is where we say goodbye to you, buddy, for the rest of day 4 as we get ready for our 5th one. How have you been enjoying so far all these teams that are qualifying? Anything that you need to add before you leave?
Honestly, just absolutely loving it. All the teams in this competition at this stage, it is so fun, and I can't wait to see more of them, not just here, but also at Worlds.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. So we're going to cut to a break, get Enigma in here. Brody, take care. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. We got one more match, our last qualification match for Worlds. Another team is getting eliminated at CONUS, and we will see you soon with the last one for day 4.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are getting ready for our last match of day 4. I'm excited because we get to figure out who the last one from CONUS is going to Worlds, and B, knock out yet another team from this tournament, getting closer and closer to Enigma, the prize at the end. And I think that's one thing for these teams that they're all looking forward to at the end of day 5. Who's going to be the champion? Who's going to get that prizing and be the best from CONUS going into Worlds?
So if there's any chance of Brody coming back online and subbing me out after dealing with that, then that would be absolutely phenomenal. Anyway, no, you're right. This is the last opportunity to book a ticket to Worlds and push forward for the prize, of course. I knew you were going to be up to something because you went quiet just before we went live, and that's not like you, but I didn't see that coming, my friend. So yeah, very much looking forward to this one. I can see that you've got a lot of energy, feeling that as well up here on the desk. Very much so ready to go.
I mean, I'm kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel for this day. I won't lie. I need food ASAP, guys. But that's for later. For right now, let's talk about what we have seen, Andy, across the day so far, because we started off in lower round 1. A couple games gave us the surprise, and that was the 2 teams that we see here and now. 3-1 for Offit, 3-1 for Malmstrom. A couple of issues to be shown, but stuff that needs to be polished going into the back half of the tournament.
No, absolutely. And I think this is a conversation that we've been having about a lot of these teams. It's a case of when you have finished playing, I think it's going to be kind of easy, with the great setup you've got down there at Patrick Space Force Base, to put your feet up a little bit, enjoy some of the lanes and have a great time. But if you're still in this tournament, it is all about making sure that you go away. Okay, what do we need to work on our hard point, our search? Are our setups good in control, and so many other things, because we're seeing that actually pay off for so many of our squads. And it's what's left our bracket looking like this when it comes to the end of day 4. And for Offit, Malmstrom coming into this, obviously you're fighting for the opportunity to get to do that in the first place. Whoever loses, feel free, put your feet up, enjoy some bowling and have a great time. But whoever wins, and that's, a ticket through to Worlds and the opportunity to grow not only through this tournament, but for everything else that this calendar year will bring.
But think about it, Andy. If you win, you can possibly go bowling again. That's the, it's like, that's the thing. It's like, do you want to lose, play bowling, go home, or do you want to win, play bowling, and come back, do it again in August is the big question. It's a pretty, I'd say I'm bringing up a good point here.
Sure. I mean, personally, I'm more of like a Laser Quest guy than like a bowling guy. I'm not very good when it comes to bowling for some reason, but it's the case of, if you offer me golfing twice in a row, I'm addicted to that at the minute. So, yeah, you and me could set that up twice down there if they have anything. But, yeah, you're right about teams wanting to make sure that they are coming back to Patrick Space Force Base in August. And yeah, right now, of course, that is just the big ticket on the card, isn't it? That's the big moment that everyone's kind of looking forward to, because every other team as well, everyone who's already through, they're looking at the rest of these teams and being like, okay, well, who's joining us? Who do we need to be paying attention to? Because you've got the squads from USAFE, you've got the squads from PACAF, and then 6 coming in from CONUS. Everybody wants to know that little bit more about who they're going to be competing against.
Well, here, how about this? You and I, we will go to the World Championships. The MVP of the tournament, the runner-up, can join us. We'll go for golfing in the morning, then we'll do a double header right after that, golf again in the afternoon. It'll be a great day, almost like a double date in a sense, but it's not the only time that we're going to see it, because you and I, here, we got 2 teams in front of us looking to join us on this broadcast for the last game of the day. We can look over these rosters. It's Malmstrom and Offit going head-to-head. Give me a little bit of a rundown what you expect from this series, just first off.
I mean, looking at it, there's a couple of superstars for sure. For Malmstrom, you've got Sunder, Prosper, All-Star, and Roshi. And I think that you've got a couple of different players that contribute in different ways for this Malmstrom roster. It feels nicely balanced in many ways. You've got like a 4 that contribute all very well. I think they struggle sometimes with the ceiling when it comes to those top-end teams. But that being said, the team that dumped them down to this part of the bracket is Eglin, and that was the Eastern champion. So a really good squad that they ended up falling to. Other than that, they've beaten Joint Base Charleston as well as Dover. So solid victories that get them on through to this point in the stage to fight for Worlds. And I think that sums up just like the kind of squad that they are. They're one of those that we've had from early days on the bubble of, can you get yourself into Worlds, where you've got your opportunity now. And I think I'm looking a lot at All-Star. This is the guy who, for so much of this tournament, even back in the regional bracket part, was very much so leading the comms, the plays, and a lot of those moments where it's either important clutches, important rotations, the dirty work that never looks great on the scoreboard, but sets your team up for success. Meanwhile, for Offit, this is Wazd, Aeroappa, Flux, and Yupley. And while all 4 of these players are good at this game, they certainly know how to hang in a Call of Duty lobby. It's got to be Wazd that I'm paying attention to the most. That individual right there feels like a potential superstar in the making.
Yeah, he's been good. And, he could be the one for this team. He could be him for Offit indeed. But let's take our sights back over to this Malmstrom team, get a little bit of a deeper dive into what we're going to be seeing out of these individuals for the team as we get a look at the face cards. We can see the swagger. We can see any sort of dynamic that we are getting from them. And Roshi, he's looking like he's mugging us a little bit. Like mean mug going on that side. Again, I'm going to say it. This guy, he's got it out for us. And I'm never going to forget that. But you're right to kind of point out All-Star for this team. I think he and Prosper both at times have really turned up for Malmstrom. And, behind the slaying power that Sunder is giving this team, everybody else just able to safely slot into those roles and do what they need to support that.
Yeah, 100%. That's the thing. It does feel like, we talk so much about roles that exist within Call of Duty teams. It feels like these guys have those 4 roles well filled by talented, capable players. And that's important because we've seen that when those gaps appear in teams, despite how good certain individuals might be, it doesn't get you across the finish line. So, yeah, Malmstrom here looking like a really good squad. I agree with Roshi, but I love the sleeve, I'll be honest. I've got one as well, and his is quite pretty. So, yeah, big fan of the artwork.
Yeah, big fan. As well. So we look over towards the other side for Offit, a team that we have seen on stream today, and they played exceptionally well. And I think Brody brought up a really good point when you guys were casting this team, is that this is a squad of players that I think any of them can have the impact that Wazd brings to it at any time. We see Appa making flanks. We see Yupley winning fights inside the objective. Flux running rampant alongside Wazd. This is a team that clicks really well together.
It does, and there is an element of danger about them at all times. Of course, not just because this is a very good foursome, and in order to get to this point, they of course have had to overcome a couple of challenges. One of them was beating off Shriver. They didn't lose to Nellis, who were looking absolutely phenomenal up in the top end of the bracket, so you can hold your head up high if you are off it, having fallen to that squad so far, and then you pass on by Robin's Air Force Base, which to be honest, we all expected them to do quite handedly. I think with this Offit lineup, the one big question for me starts to become the S&D and the control. I think that the hard points aren't too bad, but the search and the control at points has been a bit lackluster, and that for me just leaves me a bit unsure in this series.
Yeah, you and I both. So that's our head-to-head between both of these two teams. They look fantastic, dazzling, fashionable. You can say whatever you want. They're all wearing the same thing, so I think fashionable was the wrong call. The jerseys look good, though, and you know what else looks good, Andy?
They do.
You do, but you know what else looks good? The map set that we can take a look at right now. So let's go over towards this best of 5. Let's see where the maps are going to take us. Skyline for the start, red card for the second, a double dose of Volt, and a rewind. How's this look to you, buddy?
I mean, Skyline's kick us off for the ticket to Worlds is insane. Like that, Skyline sometimes does just come down to a case of who wants it more. And I know that you can say that about a lot of maps, but you can calm all of that down and quell it a little bit inside you by just setting up on a solid rotation, putting in a good defensive set, and playing those fundamentals. You won't get much of a moment to breathe and settle your thoughts on a Skyline here. So it is sometimes just about sheer willpower, raw gun skill, and that means that we are hopefully going to get an absolute banger off the rip. But looking further along the line, I think I've got my eyes on that Vault control, because so often we're seeing that the control dictates a lot of the result of the series. A squad will win the hard point, then be bullied back in the search and destroy, but it's in that Vault control when they then get an opportunity to close it out in the 2 respawns. If that's a very tight series and it goes the other way, that team that's maybe more S&D focused gets the opportunity to push it to that map 5. So I think that when we get to that map 3, that's going to answer a lot of the questions I have about both of these teams.
Yeah, I do agree that when we do see upsets happen, it is in the 2, 3, 5 so far. The Neslo that we've so far seen teams really catch up in this tournament. Other than that, the better team in the respawns has looked to kind of ease their way through the series for the most part. That is, I do agree saying that, it's crazy that we're getting Skylines as the first map to open up a qualification spot to Worlds. I don't really agree the point that you made in saying that, this is, what were you saying? This is like, man.
Well, for me, I personally think this map, if you're stepping up on that stage, right, the lights are bright, the room is full, we're all paying attention. You want a map where you can just go and rotate on over to something quietly and not be threatened. And here, you don't get that opportunity.
It's the point of you saying that, like, you think that this is, like, one of those maps where you put everything into it to win. It's like, I feel like every map you put everything in it to win at the same time. Like, I think that's the whole point of competing, is you want to put your all into a map to win it out. But what do I know at the same time?
Tell some of these players that, because they haven't done so far. Anyway.
Chat, is that toxic? I think it is. And you know what? I love it. I love it so much. But for the Skyline hardpoint in general, I think that we haven't, and I'm very upset for this, Andy, we haven't really got a Skyline that feels like that banger map just yet. It's been the Haciendas that have been really close. Red Card sometimes leads to be really close, but Skyline has been very, very one-sided. And I brought this up back in day number 2, is that this is one of those maps that it really takes a keen sense of coordination to make this map work for your team. And usually when we see it in a series, the team that picks it has that coordination. So let's look at the predictions here for our teams and see exactly what we're kind of going through for this series between the two of us. We're split between the different ends. Offit for myself, Malmstrom for you. What do you think?
Yeah, I think for Malmstrom, I'm just going with that team balance that I've been talking about there. I'm talking about the ability for all 4 of these players to step up and contribute, and I think that they should be able to roll through the respawns. I am a little bit concerned about the S&D. Not sure if Offit or Mint there either, but yeah, that's where I'm sitting here. Malmstrom is where I place my hat.
Well, I was kind of sitting there thinking that I believe Offit can do it. I believe that if my prediction is right, then I am tied with Brody and you're in last place. But at the same time, I think I have more trust just in Offit in doing this. I think that as a full package, I look towards Yupley and Appa, both as very skilled individuals who do exactly what they need to do for this team. And when we see this squad on Offit really click in the hard points and the controls, they look absolutely unreal, and I have the utmost trust in them.
I understand it. I know why we are both sitting in very different positions, but I also know that we could both easily switch the other way if we wanted to. This is a tight game.
Yeah.
This is going to be a really close series. I'm expecting, even if we do end up with 3-1, even if we get a 3-0, I'm expecting 3 close maps. So feels like one of those written all over. It could also get us a game 5 round 11. It's very late here in the UK, being 11:15. So I don't, for the first time in the tournament, I'm not hoping for a game 5. But if we get one, we'll be blessed, because that means we get some fantastic Call of Duty. But Skyline Hardpoint, as I said, to start us off, to start talking about a ticket to Worlds with the lights on and everyone in the room, this should set us up beautifully.
Yeah, I have to say, 5 days of a LAN, even as like a commentator, like we don't really get to do this very often. And day 4, I'm kind of feeling the impact of casting this many hours nonstop over the course of 4 days in a row. I'm sure day 5 is going to be a banger, but it has been a ride. It's been a roller coaster of emotions.
It certainly has, and we are not done just yet as we break into P1 here. Bit of back and forth. A couple of points on the board for Malmstrom, of course, then a couple of boards back on for Offit. And I like this from Sunder, trying to find the early route on over towards P2, because your teammates find kills top side. That's going to let you sneak in through the elevator shaft. You find one, and you don't end up finding the second in the end. So the numbers still favor Offit, but you do get that close spawn for All-Star.
You do get into that P2 setup. It's just, can you hold on? Was is going to track you down, and Sunder's going to drop as well. So this is a solid setup for Malmstrom as they break. Pardon me. Sorry, it's Offit who break this one. I think I was kind of turned around for the colors for a little bit. But yeah, Offit are going to be into the hill. Wast is trying to go road around it, and Malmstrom setting up for the break. Roshi jumps up towards Piano. He drops. Kills come through. Sunder's alone. Wast at least able to walk away for his team, and that is needed because Offit are looking to flip the script.
Offit are doing a great job here of locking this down after the first wave. It was to try and hold Piano for the second, and back to Bayero Appa, you'll find 2 kills. Eventually, cut down was from the top rope. All-Star does a great bit of rechalling there in order to give himself the advantage in the fight. Support from the teammates, and eventually cut down. It's this man on our screen. This is the one player that's making my prediction feelings quite nervous, because Waz does have the ability to take over in moments, and on somewhere like a Skyline, expecting him to show this technical prowess as he starts 7-3.
Yeah, this is a great bounce back from Offit early on. I'm sure Malmstrom not going to stay down for too long as we're heading into P3. Early rotation from Offit, down behind the bar, and you have Waz out on the roof, trying to see if he can catch anybody on this early rotation, and he will too. Sunder gets caught, trying to slip through. Couple kills still from Malmstrom, and it's the slaying that's going to bring them back into this hard point and break within the first 10 seconds.
While the break's good, the reinforcements are going to be soon, and Roshi will get plenty of damage from the grenades. The trophy doesn't necessarily put in the work he wanted it to. Probably not close enough, to be honest. Wasp will actually take out a teammate, though. So as Prosper turns and burns there, that's actually 4 dead. So another wave swatted away just about by Malmstrom. And now you've got to consider Offit potentially making this rotation on over to 4. And they've done exactly that. Wasp will find the first and drop back to try and find the spawns. But Sunder with a big kill to set up that rotation into new.
Yeah, and for Malmstrom, that is exactly what you need. You break within 10 seconds. You're set up towards the new hard points, and this is something where you can seriously swing this lead back into your play, but Offit not going to stay silent. On the roto, you see a couple players looking to solidify this next rotation. Sunder inside Secret. He has made himself loud and clear known, so seems like Offit are going to keep themselves away from it for the most part, but in the back line, you can see Prosper getting caught there by Arrow Appa. That is going to allow for these players to look forward. Roshi, it's his turn now to see if he can put a dent into the setup. He finds one, instantly traded, and Offit doing a great job at just spacing out this hill.
Yeah, I think the one problem for Malmstrom here is you rotated too early, so it meant you had to leave a body behind on P3. You're also caught in a little bit of a in-between situation, and Offit, well, they fully commit to the break, so you just get outnumbered, outgunned. And it's given Offit an opportunity to lock in a lot of time here, tie this whole series up. That being said, we are seeing a couple of bodies still go here, and Sunder will clean up the last bit of kills. So you'll get the scrap time, although there is a nearby spawn for Flux that I think will surprise even him as Malmstrom. Will they abandon ship and get straight over towards P1?
Good shots there from Prosper. He's trying to cut these rotations off from Kitchen. Can he find a second one? No. Yupli. Jackal at range. That's not an easy fight to take whatsoever, but he's just trying to pave the road. And he does. Yupli trying to punch through this back spawn. Another one is Prosper. He shuts it down. All eyes forward into this first hill. This tie game is ridiculous. It's Wall's turn. Slides through. A second with the pistol and locking down the time. And he's making it look hot and ready.
You're going to need to find a counter and an answer if you are Malmstrom. All-Star will find the first. Waz just hooking himself into the hill. I feel like this is a weird position for me to see Waz in. I say that. He finds 2 absolute beauties by bobbing up and down the side of the jacuzzi. But I don't know if I want my Star Slayer on the hill. He has a minute already. I think I would want him in a position to protect other players on the hill. Not that he's doing a bad job necessarily, but I just think this is a moment now where I want him hitting that kitchen side through barbecue, play for that rotation, set his teammates up for success from there, and you start to see that activation come through. And just as Malmstrom felt like, oh, they've given up a little bit of P1 there, they've handed the lead to Offit, we're probably thinking, all right, but we've got P2 rotation, and all of a sudden it is broken. Sunder trying to hold the back line, and he falls.
This is truly a fight between 2 titans. I mean, major haymakers being thrown from either side, and nobody's able to solidify these rotations. It has been some very influencing breaks attempts, and you can see it happening again with the spawns pulled towards the back. Malmstrom going to have a good go at this next hard point. Waz with a big fight towards the back line. Sunder trying to pinch this out with the rest of his team, but he is alone in this endeavor, and he is just trying to do his best, but it's not enough. Offit are flying through this hard point now.
All-Star going to try and make some noise. Do you read it? You check everything, and you pick up on the couch's drop. You find one. You got to be careful of your back door. Yupli's going to arrive, and we'll trade. So a 50-point lead now for Offit. I will say, though, P3 last time, very good for Malmstrom. They're happy to control the chaos. That being said, if you look at your minimap, Arrow Appa is rotated in for free, and it starts to become a little bit concerning now for Malmstrom. This flow that is needed sometimes for Skyline. The rhythm and pace that comes to it just seems to be now all in Offit hands. Malmstrom haven't sniffed a point for a while. If they're going to, it has to start to begin now or this map sails out of sight.
Well, you do have a late flank coming up from Roshi. Prosper's looking to keep his attention forward, and that's going to allow everybody to activate together. Malmstrom, they do stabilize on this hard point, and that's going to give Offit a really tough decision now as you kind of have to put some focus towards this rotation. You do have enough of a lead to make it happen.
Oh, Lost is going to slip through for free. And what that could do later on. All-Star finds a kill from Bridge. That's actually an important moment because what that allows is Prosper to stay quiet at P1 for a second. He will then come alive for a kill, but unfortunately going to be instantly traded by Yopley. Sunder going to try and punch straight in through the closet. Whilst, well, he's just going to put bullets into your back and force you to stay low for a second. Then again, Sunder wins a fight that he probably never should have. So was surrounded from front and back, and the arrows will swarm and clean him out. So a great retake then by Malmstrom with 50 seconds still on the timer as well. Offit potentially rotates and sets up too early, put them in the same spot that Malmstrom in before, and now an opportunity to claw back this deficit.
Well, you're pleased in a bad spot. 35-second difference. Good shots, though, to take the player out of the hard points. You're going to have to do a little bit more, though, if you do want to break from the front. Arrow Appa slides in, and the side swipe from All-Star keeps Malmstrom alive for this hard point, and they are fighting, Andy, for this map.
Just trying to weigh up this next break. They understand that Malmstrom building up momentum as we approach the backstage, as we approach the third rotation of hills, is a awful thing for them. So Waz and Flux will punch through the front at least. Bit of a duo here, taking over for a moment. And then the call has come in to drop back towards P1, but I think that there's a bit of an uncertainty here for the Offit players about whether or not they want to start to hit P2 really early, or whether or not they're just going to instantly contest one. Waz will go high, finds the first to let him into the point at least, but weakened on up. Prosper finds one from the top. Can you find Waz as well? Do you need to? Oh, yes, because he's still alive and we're still being a nuisance. Finally felled. But right now, Hill stays neutral. And that only suits Offit because you're still leading by 26.
Malmstrom, there's enough time to flip this lead, and Offit, they don't like that. Roshi, he's going to get shut down. Flux, not able to stay alive for the hard point. Back and forth fights, but it is going to be Offit trying to hold on to this lead as long as they possibly can while working towards these next spawns. We've seen plenty of breaks happen on the second hill very, very quickly. Prosper's looking to see if he can get it done yet again with this setup, but he's going to go too deep. Some good kills inside on the table. Arrow Appa with a big fight, and it looks like Offit strike first.
One of the things I talked about when it came to Malmstrom, why I made my prediction, the teamwork, the ability to play around each other, and they're just hitting these hills in ones, and it's just making it far too easy for Offit to repel them. Waz will happily take one-on-one gunfights all damn day. You can't be handing him that kind of advantage. He checks the back line, sniffs out Sunder, and it's 220 points, and technically you can do it here if you are Offit. So Malmstrom must find a way to not only contest and break, but rotate in for then a very mixy P3. So you don't want Offit to be right on the cusp, because then it basically is a death sentence.
It's a good read over towards the white plat presence of Appa. He's on 5 in a row, shuts it down at that. No further.
Oh, good nade.
That's a great nade. It's going to stall out this time that Malmstrom was looking to get off of that scrap. And it even delays their setup over towards this new fight. Waz at P1. Roshi, full attention on him. They're trying to take this side presence out, and Sunder's going to get it, but it's a double kill the other way. And now only a few seconds left, like 15 seconds for Offit to win this map.
And they can most certainly do it here. They have all 4 bodies around the point. They're not having to worry too much about investing in the rotation because they can just quite simply get the job done. 5 seconds to go. You do get that double kill from Roshi, one from Sunder as well, so you do break in, but it's got to be pretty much perfect, otherwise Offit finish this.
Yeah, I mean, how do you win this one? You can't allow the break to happen. It's gonna have to be an ironclad setup, and they have the players in place. So do you win these fights? Flux, he's gonna go overextended. Prosper for a double kill. Looking for number 3, plays his life in the corner. The rest of the team lays down. Split spawns from Offit. So pitch now forming, and they don't read it whatsoever. Appa's going to be in 4 seconds. The kills, nobody's going to touch. All-Star's going to try, but Yapli takes him down. Malmstrom fall, Offit rise. First game in the books.
And it's just a case of a little bit too little too late for Malmstrom. They do a great job of bullying in for P3, and they're holding it quite well, but that's one of those reasons why you don't want something like a P3 or P1 to come down to the other team needing just a handful of points. Because all it takes is a rogue spawn, a weird moment, and suddenly you've lost control of the situation. And as such, all of the hard work that Offit put up earlier on will be paid out on. Sunder has himself a great game there, by the way, 34 and 27, but it is that man Waz who leads the lobby. 4,400 damage, 37 kills, 25 of which non-traded, and the guy still spent a minute and a half in the hill. Truly a superstar to light up our first map of the series.
Yeah, even just like looking back at these replays, a lot of moments where Offit are trailing in certain times, keeping it close and trading blow for blow, like maybe 30 seconds or 20 seconds for each team holding these rotations. And you see that they're slaying, but they're not really getting solid setups in that first rotation. Second rotation happens, and it's a lot different. Then you start to see Waz going on these sprees. Appa finds some sprees of his own, and Flux was getting really involved in a lot of those rotational fights. It was really hard for Malmstrom to catch up, even when they did get the setups towards hills. A lot of players from Offit were just throwing their bodies inside the hardpoint to contest and take that time away. And slowly you're breaking this team, whittling them down and bleeding them out in that skyline that eventually they break and you push through on that P3. The split spawn helps out as well. And Andy, this is what I was talking about. This is where I trust in this team, is that all together you see the impact that these players have. High slaying from Waz, but a lot of effort from the entire cast.
Yeah, it said at the top of the show that while I'm sitting 3-1 Malmstrom, you're sitting 3-1 Offit, I feel like either of us could have gone any score here and been like, these are the reasons why, because I'm expecting this to be an incredibly tight series. Because, I mean, even then, like, don't get me wrong, when we scored the Skyline hardpoint, I was a little bit like, damn, Waz is going to have its time here. And he did. He put up, as he so often does. But it's a case of, I think Malmstrom make a couple of mistakes that stopped them actually taking that away. I'm thinking back to, like, the first set of rotations, for example. P3, they've got it locked down. They do such a good job. They rotate into P4 far too early. And that leaves them with a situation where they got one guy still on P3, one trying to like pivot between the two hills, and then two players kind of half set up for P4, but in one of those kind of spots where they're not really in the defensive position because they're like, well, we don't need to stand on the hill yet because it's not opening for another 20 seconds. So because of that, you then get cut down. That then ends up costing you the P3 scrap time, and you don't have the setup for 4 that Offit then rotate into. If that situation is actually played out properly, Malmstrom maybe closed this. So fine margins. Felt like Offit had control of the game for the vast majority of the time, but little things like that could have been the big difference that Malmstrom required.
It could be the undoing, and let's look beyond that to what is next now for both of these teams, as we got the search and destroy on the docket in map number 2. We switch up to the red card, and I don't know if you were watching that last game, Andy, and you saw the search and destroy. I just hope that it's not the same as what we got from our last two teams, because I was smoking. I was literally jaw on the ground at what I saw during that game.
Yeah, I mean, what I will say is I highlighted an issue for Offit coming into this, which is that their S&D in particular hasn't been great. Now, to be fair, some of that evidence comes from being against Nellis. Nellis are looking ridiculous right now, pretty much untouchable to everybody. So is that harsh? Maybe so, but their breakoffs in particular were really poor. They really struggle with first bloods, and we've already seen from the mainstream today just how important that is on red card. So for me, I start to feel a little bit more confident about Malmstrom getting back into this series and maybe being the team to try and Neslo this away. Then again, I've sat up here on stage and gone, yeah, this team's going to be their S&D team. I've been completely wrong multiple times through CONUS. What the hell do I know?
Hey, you know what? There's been lots of times this weekend where we've been really wrong. It's just in general. There's been many times where... I'm not even saying that you've been wrong. I've been wrong. Brody's been wrong. Preds, they're not making us look good, I'll be honest, the predictions.
I think if production weren't really harsh and gave us, points or half points for getting the correct teams, then we'd be doing all right. But yeah, no, it's been tough going. Anyway, we break off. We're underway. Offit, keen to be aggressive towards this A site. Malmstrom is a split defense, bit of a 1-1-2 situation, which I actually quite like. Little nervous about Roshi being so pushed up here, but giving up the courtyard.
Look at the position of Flux with the bomb in hand. He's going to look to get aggressive. Backs up. Sunder. Gotta be careful not to drop it too early here, but it's a well-placed nade from All-Star. Wasp goes down first. Flux is going to cut that distance, and the answer back is a 2 versus 2. Flux still dancing around, and Prosper, he's going to back up. I think he's found the timing.
Bit of a do-si-do here. Is just everybody kind of gets cut down. Did Prosper... No, I don't think so. Okay, so a bit of a ships passing in the night situation. Prosper's going to get a good look around here. Flux is understandably nervous because he has no intel towards B about this plan. And for me, Prosper's doing the right thing in terms of like hunkering down for a moment and not getting caught on rotation, but he recognizes the amount of time left on the clock. And, well, I thought he did, but then he didn't. So he's going to have to figure out this straight 1-up-1 retake.
Oh, it's a tough fight to take for the aims. Should check it, though. Everybody has to check this left corner off the slide. Gets the perfect read, though. Flux a little itsy. Oh, can't believe he wins it still. I thought Flux threw it away.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought the Flux had totally given that up, but drops 3 in the round, including a beauty that we're going to get to watch back. And that, well, it's not technically a bunny hop because those don't really exist anymore, but that little hop up to the left there will be enough to ensure that you dodge an extra bullet that your opponent does not. Of course, with the Jackal at that range, it's just going to help you out in the fight. But Flux with 3 to see off a round that Outfit gave up first blood in to All-Star's grenade. And as such, hold on to the defense. Lovely stuff. Will fill them with confidence going forward. What a weird defensive setup.
Very weird. But very aggressive from Flux, and I like this positioning in particular. We see it a lot from Reaper. And it's trying to play around the globe, see if you can draw first blood, keep that close angle to force any trade to overextend in a position where your AR can back you up. But Stun Check's going to give it away that he's here, and surely enough, Roshi checks this. If they do want to slide it.
Yeah, the problem for Roshi is he's worried about that top window, so the nade should back down whoever's up there and give him an opportunity to slide, but, well, it's only into the open arms of Flux, who has already earned himself an RCXD.
Sunder's got through.
He has, but can he do much with it? And he's just going to come back for the... what?
How is Flux still alive right now? Aqua's going to be forced out from the window, and Prosper now down 3 versus 2. Sunder's going to get some good timing against Appa, 2 versus 2. The dash over towards B. Nobody in a position to stop this bomb plant.
You have a trophy as well. I wonder if that should be invested at this point. Although, with how late it is in the round, Waz doesn't have anything, and All-Star will kill him anyway. So on to Flux. He clutched up last time, but it's going to be a far more difficult task this time out.
Whoa, Flux.
The first, though, for free.
All-Star's going to chase this? 5-0. He's going to re-clear back in towards paper. Lots of noise being made for All-Star. He's got the read on the ticket push, but it's an AR versus an SMG. Andy, what is going on with Flux right now? Because this guy he's doing everything right.
Honestly, there's a lot of question marks for me. Not to take away from Flux. Playing phenomenally. Map 1, round 1, finds 3, including the clutch up in the final fight. Round 2, that's a beautiful 1v2. Why we're being handed those fights for free, I've spoken so much about how much I think of All-Star and how highly I rate him in S&D. That play is going to need some explaining. But I've also got to ask why the hell Sunder gets through the defensive line by himself, can flank to anywhere he wants, and then comes back for the bomb that one of his teammates could have picked up. That was throwing away a massive advantage. You somehow managed to get to a bomb plant from there, but Malmstrom got to figure this out.
Man, I mean, just pick a corner. Pick a dang corner to sit in for that post plant. You don't have to chase everything. Flux is having his way with your team, and they're kind of feeding him, spoon-feeding him. At the moment, fight going on in the flank. Roshi's going to get caught. Flux goes for the plant early. Prosper doesn't spot it out, and he actually sticks the plant. So 3 versus 3 for the retake, and it's going to be instantaneously because Sunder's already in there. A double kill to break through this B site. You apply backed up outside. Prosper, what a shot with the aims in hand, and everything's down to Appa to see if he can clutch it up. Prosper hops the defuse. No eyes from Appa on this play. It's going to be an easy round 4. Malmstrom on the retake. They lead now by they're down by just 1.
It's just Sunder, quite frankly. He goes huge inside the site. I had a lot of question marks for him off the back of the last round, but he counters here, makes up for it with a big 2-piece that breaks in. I'm absolutely baffled. Like, these players are going to go and watch that VOD back at some point and be like, how the hell did we end up with basically 7 different players inside the same room and no one had seen each other? Because that's basically the situation we got. So, yeah, interesting level of S&D points being shown, but we see Malmstrom onto the board, and they needed that after 2 rounds where basically you'd been torn apart by Flux. Breathe a bit of confidence back into the squad.
It's desperate too. Waz almost gets beamed. The chase is out, and it looks like they're just going to go full steam ahead towards this B site. You can already see the reaction, though, as Flux and Appa are trying to work this flank immediately. Good nade in. Flux is going to activate. Yapli gets killed, but Flux finds a second one. Waz with the angle onto Sunder, and it is all down to Prosper. 1 versus 2. Waz has him pinned, and Appa's on the other side. You don't want to give him the 1v1, but Appa's going to get in there. Goes for the beatdown, finishes the kill, finishes the round off it. That is a pretty solid one there.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. They do a really good job of just holding strong here because you get a very aggressive B hit. And I will say 2 rounds in a row now, that hasn't worked for either squad. So I wonder if we're going to see a bit less of this over the coming rounds, a bit of patience applied to the breakoffs. Both defenses standing strong. I will say Offit's looked a bit more convincing than Malmstrom's, but either way, puts us back to that 2-round buffer. And on breakoff here, again, Malmstrom, I think you got to slow it down. A bit more patience on your defense. Last time was a little bit slow out towards A. I'm curious about where you take this up. And it's a bit more aggressive than last time, but also spread.
Very. Couple shots straight out between Waz and Sunder. Flux, you can see that he wants to just fly at them. But look at your minimap, and Roshi's going to be making the full rotation out very quietly onto the platform. He's in the top windowsill, and as soon as he takes those shots, now the jig is up. Waz turns around. You did not stand a chance there, bud.
Yeah, I love the flanking plays as they are intended, but the amount of noise we're making on these flanking plays just means you're going to be picked up. If you're going to make that happen, it's got to be Splinter Cell-like. You got to rotate in quietly. Move so that your opponent doesn't pick up on you. And, well, unfortunately, that now leaves Sunder in a 1v4. And while I really like Sunder, and he does find the first, just 30 seconds to do so is going to force him into fights he doesn't necessarily want to take.
No, and
Offit
are starting to run away with this, to be honest. 4 rounds playing the one of Malmstrom. We've seen a couple games get thrown to the wayside, Andy, with a 4-1 lead so far this week, but this does not feel like one of the same, and Malmstrom are very much falling behind and a little asleep at the wheel for this map mode combo, where you see Flux is so confident to take space, Waz is winning battles on Roshi, even when Roshi has the surprise on him, the surprise factor full intact. So I don't know at this point what Malmstrom need. They just need to start winning these fights.
And that's another first blood to Offit. Currently 5-1 in that column, by the way. Just not helping the case if you're Malmstrom. Yapli, I mean, if he swings this, he should see that a door is open. It won't matter because the jackal at close range does more damage, especially when you hit headshots. You reset the life situation. All-Star wants to risk getting isolated here. I don't mind the decision to regroup, assess, and play off the back of that intel on where you want to take the bomb. And actually, you've got a straight shot to A if you wish.
And it looks like they're going to take it. So this is a round that you need to convert into a round 1, Andy. I don't see any way that you don't lose this.
Lost goes high. Flux trying to play in through the middle. All-Star sitting deep will provide you protection, at the very least in the sense of information.
They see him,
Unless, yeah, you get isolated. What is going on over there? Okay, All-Star cleans it up. I thought for a second he was burned. And you deal with it. Okay, fair enough. All right, Malmstrom, hold on.
I don't understand how Flux didn't get that kill.
No, it must be a miscom or something. The shots from Roshi. Malmstrom's just got a better off the start in these rounds. Do a really good job to reset that life advantage with that kill over by Connector, by Ticket. And from there, it felt quite comfortable, actually. But still, a bit of a mountain to climb as you're staring down 2 rounds. And the offenses from off it have been good over the last couple. The last round, in fact, they made a great readjustment. They played this A quite slow. Once they got those kills from the players flanking, they rotated very quickly to B. So clearly a team that's happy to switch it up depending on how things unfold. And that is a strength in itself. And, well, Prosper running through the middle of the map for free is going to be another great thing for you.
That's the second time in a row that that's happened. Last time it didn't amount to a round 1 for Offit, but it doesn't make your job easy for All-Star Roshi and Sunder. Prosper, it seems like you're getting a little too antsy for the team, and Flux is going to be taking the bomb over towards A while the flank is happening. Roshi wins a big one versus Aeroappa. And that puts a lot now onto the players with this post plant leading towards this A site. As you're trying to fight from the inside out now, Flux doing good to trade the rest of your team. Keeps things into a life advantage for Offit. You know Sunder's behind you. You plead, just has to stay alive. And Sunder is going to have his hands full with this one. 25 seconds off the retake. Not a lot of time to find not just 1, but 2 kills and the defuse. And you can see he is taking the long way around Andy. He's not going to have enough time for the defuse, period.
I love this from Offit. They're initially fighting Sunder over by the stage. Sunder's come looking for them, and you've backed all the way off. And the thing is with that, even if you lose the fights, you're just not going to have time if you're Sunder. So you stack all the odds on your side. Great work from Offit. So good with the S&D rounds. And I mentioned before, like, I was a little bit worried about the S&D coming into this series because some of the stuff that I'd seen previously. Not sure if they've worked on it or if it was just a case of you were against Nellis and you've had some really tough matchups, and therefore it's probably harsh judgment. But a lot of the evidence from this red card, at least, is that they're playing things out very smartly, seeing a lot of those adjustments through the middle of rounds, which is arguably harder than making adjustment round to round. And as such, delivering yourself a 5-2 lead and putting yourself right on the precipice of leading this series comfortably.
It is so far so good for Offit. Prosper has to stop giving away these mental boom round first bloods. As he's got to put a leash on himself. Sunder this time, he's going to take moments into his own hands. Bomb for All-Star leading over towards B, and they have the carpet rolled out to get it down.
So often I see people joke about using the RCXD, and sometimes you see why, because it gives you nothing there if you off it. I was about to say, Yupley runs up and stabs someone, and I was like, All-Star is right next to you, brother, and, well, you got shanked yourself.
Oh, no. Flux has the read for this one. Or he did for a second. He checks the bomb, sees nothing, so he's going to rewrap things through the middle of the map. Timing couldn't be any worse. I'm fairly certain Sunder should have saw that cross as well. And, yeah, he definitely has. You can see the reaction. He's going to calm that to the rest of his team. Now on the hunt. What he chooses wrong doesn't matter. All-Star is going to be there for the kill. Malmstrom with a big round to keep this one to a 2-round deficit. And keep yourself in the search and destroy for now.
I mean, it is wild kind of how that unfolds for Flux, because you see that even when he's like, the bomb goes down and he's still just running forward through Connector because he's like, okay, well, it must be a B because I just checked A. No, turn back on yourself. So a moment of disbelief for the man. But Malmstrom keep it within 2. The problem is it's still got to be perfect. And these defensive rounds from Malmstrom have been terrible. You've got to avoid Prosper giving up his life super quick through mid here. So I like the high road to try and basically watch over instead.
Well, looks like this is going to be a B attempt. Lots of damage there onto Sunder. He's going to take it and run. Oh, he's going to go for the full wraparound. It is being washed by Arawapa, but Prosper's going to put a little notch in that play. Sunder follows up perfectly, and he is ever so elusive on the map. Backs up to Waz, and he does it all himself.
A statement then from Sunder to pull his team back within one, and suddenly you get very nervous if you're off it. Look over your shoulders, and the boys that you thought you'd buried moments ago are waving in your shadows, ready to take this one to around 11. And I loved how quick you were there. I mean, first of all, just the fact that Prosper doesn't rush straight down the middle of the map and die is a great thing. But also, it's the fact that you recognize, well, hang on a minute, the entire squad are over here in this very specific part of the map. We can actually flank this and set up a pinch, and Sander's got the technical ability to put himself on 7 in a row and should have some toys to play with, although so does Waz as he pulls out the RCXD here. Interesting call to do it inside the bar, considering all the doors are shut. Can you open doors with the RCXD? I never really use it.
Doors with the RCXD.
Okay, I'm terrible with that thing.
And you can jump. I don't know if you knew that. You can jump.
Yeah,
over
I know you
ledges.
can jump.
Boy, it seems like you can't win rounds with it. That's what I've noticed.
Yeah, that's the most
really
important
been
thing here.
Too helpful for these teams. So off it, 2 chances now to put this map away. Malmstrom slowly bringing it back, and Prosper's going to get first blooded here in round 10. Flux gets information on Roshi below this one. I wonder if they're going to collapse on that player. No, Appa trying to look for him, but Roshi is staying as quiet as he possibly can. It's Yapli to get caught by Sunder. 3v3. The bomb site's open for a plant.
Score streaks continue to baffle me, by the way. How the hell is Sunder on 8 in a row and doesn't have an RCXD?
That's it.
Or a Hellstorm? And, well, the nades come through, and that will be that. Not with a bang, or maybe one off screen, but a whimper. All ends like that. The Malmstrom resistance is quelled. Okay, Seymour. What a weird ending to that. S&D.
That is as anticlimactic as it really gets, but that's red card search and destroy at the same time. One of those things where that's 3 times in the last 5 rounds that Prosper gets blooded, whether it's defense or offense.
Yeah.
And it's not really giving anything to the rest of your team in terms of trying to clutch. You look back to the start of it as well. Flux starting off this game 6-0 really gets off it to a hot start for red card. Clutch after clutch as well. This guy was handing them rounds on a silver platter. And when you have confidence after a hard point on Skyline, you take it into the red card. It doesn't stop. This Offa team are truly feeling themselves.
I think it's nice as well to sit here for this office squad and talk about a player that isn't Waz and kind of like handing you rounds for a lot of the match, because you end up winning by 2, and well, Flux basically handed you the first 2 with how well he played. So yeah, it's showing a lot of depth to this team that maybe we needed to see, really, to say why they should be at Worlds, and they now put themselves 1 map away from that. And I go back to something that I said midway through the map, which was those mid-round adjustments. There's that one round where they find those 2 plays flanking. It's the correct play in many ways from Malmstrom to kind of flank and set up a pinch. They make themselves very, very loud, unfortunately. So Malmstrom turn and cut you down. Offit turn and cut you down. But then you get this instant, well, why would we now push A? If there's going to be any defenders left, they're going to be at A. Let's quickly bounce this bomb to B and make this round very, very easy. Sounds simple, looks simple quite often when we're up here on the desk, but to do it in the heat of the moment, especially considering everything that's riding on this tie, shows me a very good team that's tuned in with each other.
Yeah, it really does, and that leaves them in a spot where now only 1 map is needed to qualify for Worlds. We go to the control up next. If it's going to be a comeback, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep, and it's going to have to start after this break. We'll see you soon with some more CONUS.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
What? What's
Well,
so
that's
funny?
easy.
I'm so tired,
USAA.
man. I'm so distracted.
I thought that was
feel.
for the
I'm
military.
sorry.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody. A short little break while we settle things going into this map number 3. But Andy, let's get this thing going because I know these players are ready to get into it. Let's look towards the map set that we are headed to for this one and waste no time in explaining the series that we do have in front of us, because you look at this series, it's been very close. 30-point hardpoint, a 2-point search and destroy, and often have all the momentum coming off of both of these close games. That is a little deflating for your opposition.
It's a weird one as well, because while both games are certainly close, I felt like Offit were in control the entire time, just keeping their opponents at arm's length for the majority of ongoing. So, yeah, you're feeling great right now if you're Offit. I had questions about their S&D. Those have been answered to an extent. And then we look ahead to the rest of the series. The Vault Control, this for me rewards a team that is aggressive and creative in their attacks and willing to make adjustments as we go. Do we hit A? Do we send a couple of bodies to B? That for me is a big checkbox in understanding when to make those transitions happen and when to start to upset that defensive team.
Yeah.
For me, that screams off it, considering what we just saw in the S&D, because their mid-round adjustments were beautiful. So, I mean, I'm a little bit nervous about the team that I backed. That being said, this wouldn't suit your prediction if it was a 3-0 either, my friend.
Hey, you know what? Come on, Offit. You know what to do for the sake of my pick'ems.
Throw.
No, I am not saying sandbag for my pick'ems. Wink, wink. But I am saying that I'm excited to see this Alpha team unleash their full potential here at CONUS, and I think they're doing exactly that. Malmstrom, albeit they have given them quite the work in these 2 maps, it's just not really fallen into the place that we do see. And I believe that our names are swapped at the top of the screen.
Yes.
It is going to be Offit on the left and Malmstrom on the right.
Yeah, that's going to do great things for my dyslexia. That's wonderful stuff. As Malmstrom, sorry, oh no, Offit. Offit will find the first 2 ticks. But you do get, as well, was starting to make noise over towards B. So look at those green arrows scramble. They can't focus on A anymore. They've got to start to rotate over. And Waz is still going to be alive. And Appa and Yopley are starting to move towards B because they're getting the intel that the rotation is on here. So even though A doesn't make progress, you're happier to fight for B. And, well, what do you do if you're Malmstrom? Do you commit to this and risk dying and giving up an instant rotation back, or what? Well, first things first, you got to clear art. Sunder's going to try and do that.
What a shot there from Waz. He's immediately going to turn around and see if he can help your teammates on the control zone. However, things have already been dealt with. And Offit are going to be moving over towards that A zone now to see if they can get it done. Sunder finally going to get Waz away from top art. And they've actually dealt with pressure off of both zones. And it's a big kill there from Roshi as well. Stops Yopley from getting in towards P4 and kind of bottlenecks this Alpha team to jump on towards A.
Takes moving quickly. So do you start to just play for exits? Well, Sunder actually decides he's going to fly on. Oh, the hell happened to Flux in that moment? I don't think he intended to slide into the bottom just yet. I think he was trying to help capture the zone, but actually falls through the hole. So it doesn't help in the end, but the capture does come through. So 90 seconds on the clock. 1 life up if you're Offit. We've already seen you make a pretty good rotation over towards B. The one thing now, of course, is actually Malmstrom don't need to worry about it. They can just draw a bit of a line closer to B and hope to defend it. But if Waz gets through and puts these bullets in, you've got to turn if you're Roshi, and you do. Otherwise, I was a little bit concerned.
Big shots there from Roshi, and he is stepping up in this game. 8-3 for Malmstrom, and he hasn't really been the player for us to talk about across the series just in general, but that's what it takes for a game 3 where you're trying to start your reverse sweep. You look towards those players that have been a little bit quieter to start to light something up in terms of this map, and there's still a whole minute for Offit to burn this life lead.
Curious about the impact that Opera and Flux can have here, because you're harassing this backline, and Roshi then has to turn, which means you don't protect going forward. You do actually find Flux, but, well, he wasn't the only company in the back. Sunder will find Yopley, though, so that stops the reinforcements from mid. But that is Arrow App activating, and suddenly these green arrows don't really know where to look, so it can let your teammates roll forward, but a big fight that you must win as Flux finds kills elsewhere.
You know, at least there's a player going through hookah, and Sunder is going to go down there. Roshi stays alive towards the top art. He's going to turn around 4 versus 5. Offit gonna tie things up in terms of lives. Now you have a triple stack. First segment already locked in. You look towards All-Star through Vault to be the one to kick things off for this raid take, but it's already in second take. Somebody's got to contest, and they do. Full collapse in. Yapli gets 2. Wazd in a 1 versus 2. Slides out. Now a 1v1. Sunder versus Wazd. 13 seconds onto the zone. And they know exactly where each other are. Over the top, Sunder with the Thunder coming out in the clutch 1v1.
Superstar against superstar to settle the first round. That's exactly what we like to see. And although Waz loses that one, he still puts up 10 and 5 on the round. So, of course, a ridiculous performance from him. But, Sunder, that will give you a great amount of confidence in that moment. Just to have come out on top, clutched it up basically in a 1v2 that you were left in. And delivers big. And what that could do to the motivation, the energy in the team, it could lift it to a whole level here and drive them onto an offensive round that they so desperately need.
It's going to be a quick hit off the attack from Malmstrom over towards this B zone. They want to triple stack it right away, and that's going to put some force onto Flux to see if he can start this. But Roshi, who has just been a gatekeeper in terms of kills, cuts them down. I don't. Weird.
Yeah. It's all good. We're back on board. We're back in. Don't worry, we're just having a chat with production here midway through the map. But Malmstrom do a great job of securing B.
Yeah, B's on fast, and that's such a good call from Malmstrom as they're looking to ignite themselves back into the series with a map 3 win. An offense like this surely would put things back into your favor, and Flux doesn't know what to do right now, so he's staggering to see if his teammates can get here in time. Second take's going to be interrupted and depleted, Brody. Andy, Malmstrom, they're still going. 3 kills.
Prosper pops off for 3. Sunder will then find the force. That's going to let you stack here. You just got to flood if you're off it. Flux will get stuck by the nade, and everything that Malmstrom needs to really make this happen is indeed unfolding in front of us. 5 ticks are in now, so just the 1 to try and hold, and there's a minute 52nd. You're down 7 lives. And it just turns into a bit of a bloodbath that right now is suiting Malmstrom, despite everything that's happened previously in this series. Ever call me Brody again, I'm going to be disappointed. And even more disappointment being handed on out to Offit as Malmstrom take 2 rounds in a row. The hell is going on with this map?
Dude, I am like turned around. My brain is working overtime right now. And it is saying things before my mouth is saying things before my brain can even think about it. Offit, where have you gone? What is going on? This team just looks like they are maybe 10 miles ahead of where they thought they were right now, and they forgot to hop on the bus.
I mean, there's a couple of different things to break down here. I don't want to get too much into it because I need more time than this break-off is going to allow. Set nades are going to get launched 2-2 split, and that is a great set of set nades that will catch Flux and immediately hand you an opening fight advantage.
Yeah, look at this. Immediately, Prosper is going to work this flank. All-Star taking down Yapli. You haven't even seen the flank really come into effect, but Appa's going to do his best to hold on to the zone from the inside. Keep that time in your favor. He ends up going down, and it's under on 4 in a row.
Flux is 9 and 17. I mean, this guy took over the first 2 rounds of S&D. Looked great in the hard point. What the hell has happened? Was now
so
also has just been muted. He's 14 and 11. Make it 14 and 12. Feels like this is one of those moments, and I saw this with Hale for Buckley. On a hard point, he's able to be so impactful because he gets to dictate where he wants to fight. Control, you're told at all times where you need to fight. That makes it a little bit easier for Malmstrom to just predict where he's coming from and control him, squash him, smother him a bit. I think we're seeing that right now. Great job for Malmstrom, don't get me wrong. It still requires being done against a very top-tier talent.
Oh, here we go.
But, yeah, you do suddenly find some kills that will let you make progress.
Roshi up top, 5 HP, no eyes. Yeah, that's a dead body, buddy. Yaple's going to win a fight over towards the B zone as well, so it's double stack happening and double progress on the map. Arrow Appa is going to be taken out over towards A, and that second segment is going to be starting to deplete. As Wasp going to take out on the flank, Sunder's going to find a way back into this B zone, and they stop both zones from getting captured.
And Wasp will take out Apple with the car bomb in spawn, I think. What the hell just happened? Yeah, everything that Malmstrom could have, like, I don't know if they, like, robbed a lamp and got their wishes from the genies or what? Like, what the hell is going on? Because suddenly, this is a very different team than we've seen throughout the entirety of this series. And Prosper, oh my god, finds two and nearly snaps onto Appa. Sets All-Star up for an engagement, though, to trade. That will clear. 10 seconds, you got to sprint, but you got 5 lives if you're off it.
Yeah, it is going to be hard. It is going to have to be a breakdown. No more respawns. No more chance to get off the zone. 4.3 seconds. Waz is actually going to jump right over it. Somehow wins the fight over towards Roshi. Now dancing. Both zones getting worked on. And it looks like Appa is on a solo mission at B to get this zone captured. If he can get that done, then you still can win it. But Appa's down. 2v12. A zone now. Captured and done, but the kills come through. No lives left, and Malmstrom give us a chance.
What the hell? I mean, because I was like sitting thinking, all right, we didn't even get that like full break that we often have after map 2 going into map 3. So your IGLs haven't got time to sit you down if you are Malmstrom and talk through the things that you need to fix up and really just kind of forget about all the damage that's been inflicted to you. And yet they come out. In round 1, Offit made a surprising lack of progress towards capturing that B site, despite being in control of so much of the landmass over there for the vast majority of the round. You then see Malmstrom come out with this instant hit, like this immediate call of we're just running into A, dropping straight through Vault, and then immediately over to B. That's going to shuffle off it around. They won't have things like art control and so on. They execute that perfectly. And then even straight after that, the set nades off the beginning, just an element of teamwork that we've seen them lacking so far and delivering in map 3 to keep their hopes alive. And I guess that's what it is, Seymour. You suddenly look at each other and go, guys, this is for Worlds. We fall here, we're done. Everything we've worked for is over. And that should motivate anybody.
And nobody wants to go home like this. This is all down to Roshi. I mean, yeah, what a game out of himself. He starts the game off 8-2. Such a strong way to silence the attack coming out from Offit. And then you go into round 2, you make that quick dash over towards B. Roshi plays towards Outer Palms, and he gets not one, but both kills that is coming through from the flank. So major moments there from Roshi in that first 2 rounds to really shut down their opponents, allow your team to have the utmost confidence in the plays that they are making, and he finishes it off, I think, around like 26-16. Just an insanely good game from Roshi himself. Good from All-Star, good from Sunder, but you expect that from what we've seen in the past from this team. You look to somebody else to step up and guide this team, and Roshi did just that in that game. So let's look towards this map. So let's get a little bit of a recap of what we've seen so far for anybody who is just tuning in. Yeah, that vault doesn't really reflect what we've seen in maps 1 and 2, Andy, but it sure does make this interesting.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that my one big negative about it is that it's going to actually make your prediction feel pretty good all of a sudden. But, yeah, it definitely feels great now if you're off at Malmstrom looking at the rest of this series, because there's a sudden wind in your sails. Your tails are up, your chest's out, you're ready to come swinging. And I go back to something that happens right at the start of that vault that I had forgotten about for a second. So you mentioned his name. Sunder's 1v2. Like, I just wonder, we're not in the room, of course. We don't have the ability to look in, but I just wonder how much that has done to your belief, because the final player you kill as well is Wazd. And for so much of this series, especially in the respawn element, he's had your guys' number. And in that moment, I think you just get this situation where you're looking at Sunder, who is arguably the star slayer for this team, and he stepped up and delivered big. And you've gone, okay, we can hang with these guys. And what that could do, pushing them to a map 4, but for me, they have to come out hot. If you don't, and you allow Offit to build up a bit of momentum, we might well be done here quickly.
Yeah, it was really big there from Sunder to shut down that round. A lot of big plays coming out from this team, but we're not done with Fault just yet. We move to the hard point, and yeah, you know, I said at the start, guys, that, sandbag for my predictions. I didn't mean it. I was just kidding.
I'd forgotten about that.
I was just kidding, Andy. I didn't actually mean it. So, chat, don't clip that. I'm not influencing the game. I promise.
Yeah, turns out he's actually got Wad's phone number. Dropping him texts as we talk. But, well, map 4. Can Offit quell all the noise, put down this resistance, and get themselves to Worlds? Or does Malmstrom have much more to say? We're staying in the same place. It's a different mode, though. It should allow a couple of the superstars to roam a bit freer. And Sunder, well, he'll find Wazd immediately, making this a very personal battle early on.
Sunder comes out the gates with the triple kill as he is looking to light the way for the team. And now on the penalty kill here for Arrow Appa, he's going to battle back for the team. Nice break into this P1 hill. Some good time to start your vault right. And we look over towards Prosper, who's trying to get in behind the play for these P2 spawns.
Yeah, I like what Prosper is actually trying to set up, although he then collapses back towards the point. However, Sunder's there to try and contest at least. But as Aero Appa has to take a fight, he will attract the attention of Prosper, but then doesn't really care about Prosper's well-being and slaps him back down. So it will be Offit who rotate better in for 2. That being said, Malmstrom draw a line at light, so they're going to be here for the fight. But Wazd has the cross, and he's doing exactly what he always does, which is cut down his opposition well.
Yeah, Wazd in a great spot. Should be traded out by Prosper, but with the lives, Offit are going to persevere through this hard point. 40 seconds left, so lots of time. All-Star's going for the full tour of the map, and finally can activate there. His teammates follow up. The break from the front works out, and there's still a lot of time here, Andy, so not too shabby at a Malmstrom.
Yeah, lovely break. One of those plays coming in from All-Star that I talk about sometimes, where it's not going to look great on the scoreboard because it's just 1 kill and 1 death, but floods all the way in through the back, gives your team a route to attack, gets you the spawns, and allows you to break. So, great job from him again. That veterancy, that experience helping him compete. And sometimes, you know, Omni movement and the way we take fights in this game just leaves me stunned.
It's just so funny in the positioning of these bodies, as Appa is going to be found out there. Prosper above the play knows that there should be somebody over towards Art, and yes, in fact, there is. So trying to back them down with these shots. Look at the minimap again. All-Star this time going to be spotted. The heads-up turnaround, takes out the flanking member, and gives a good chance to Offit to get into towards this hill. Contest out from Arrow, but Sunder's going to finally take him down. Yapli, top Art, struggling to get a breakout here. Finally, a couple kills come out from Offit, and they need it. They need it now, and it looks like it's going to work.
I feel like you need one of those moments where you suddenly see your star players come online a little bit. They feel suppressed right now. Wazd will find 3, jump onto the point, but needs his team to start to move. And this is part of the problem. Like, really what he needs to be doing here is focusing forward and trusting his teammates to find the kills. So he's having to turn, does enough to stay up, then slips, slides. Don't work All-Star with the pistol, please. That man has family. And, well, All-Star actually getting this kill will allow him into Art, and his teammates are actually going to be already applying pressure, so Offit don't have long to breathe.
Flux and Appa are in a sinking ship right now because they are surrounded by Malmstrom players. And Prosper with the AR, not caring for your well-being. He's just going to chow it out. 2 kills. The break immediately. Prosper's going to solidify it with a kill inside the hard point. And a couple more could be some good time off of this hard point. Offit hands over the money hill basically for free. So they're going to have to find a way to break back in almost immediately. And you can see All-Stars ready for these fights. Taking the battles head on. Above the play, Flux slides through. Finds 2 with Wazd on his wing. Is it going to be enough? Well, not just yet. Still fighting are both teams, but it looks like Wazd is able to get the job done.
I was saying, if you're off it, you feel like you need a moment where he suddenly takes over, and you get that here, a 6 spree, but not just in the way he gets the kills, but how he's pulling those out. Just sits in the back line, refuses to allow Malmstrom a safe spawn point, continues to just be a nuisance while his teammates flood in from the front, and he gives Flux an opportunity to punch the side door in and find the break, and that will keep the gap within 20. So off it. Although they are chasing, they're still within arm's length. They gotta be careful of All-Star on their back line.
Yeah, All-Star, I mean, it seems like every single time you look towards him, he is flanking, and it works. 10 and 9 on 3 in a row. Allows his teammates to have a gentle transition into the second rotation, and you can see that for Offit, things are a little all over the place. Appa takes the fight, but he's tagged so low that Prosper is going to be able to generate a double kill very easily. You see Flux still working to some of the scrap time, but everything is looking good for Malmstrom in the lead that they have.
Weird moment there, though, when Malmstrom find all the kills and then actually abandon the point. Let off it take up a couple of points for free. And you half commit to this rotation, and then you don't at all commit to this rotation. And, well, suddenly, Malmstrom making a couple of missteps here, just as I thought Offit had made one. So a catalogue of errors across both teams. And you also get the close spawn in from Sunder. What the hell are we playing here? As Flux finds 3 in the front line and forget everything about an analysis even, and kind of guessing what's going on because it just turns into a bit of a bloodbath and everyone's happy to take it.
How do you read those spawns in the back immediately? You knew Sunder's there because of the kill, but team nades and a team kill from both sides going to leave this into a very scrappy 3-on-3. Flux shot in the back, a break back in for Malmstrom, keeping this game tied and a little bit of an edge to Malmstrom Air Force Base. Some good shots coming out from All-Star and Sunder as well, and that should send Offit off-site.
So much to try and understand and break down there, but Malmstrom won't care. They will soak up this last bit of time. Should hand them a 30-point lead, which is definitely closable, but for Offit, it just feels like you're never building up that head of steam to make it feel like we trust you to control this game, as opposed to map 1. All-Star again on that flanking route, by the way. If he gets him through the back here and finds Wazd, it flips the entire script of this P3. And, well, he's actually going to take the fight elsewhere, but that's going to set up his teammates to breaking through the front. And, well, for only a moment, Wazd is able to quieten the nerves, but, I mean, he's got a lot of company beneath him if he dares check.
Well, there's the shots coming out. He's going to let them know. Shots onto All-Star, but not enough to put it away. Scrap time for Offit, but it's still a good chunk of scrap time over towards this P3, so it's not time that you want to give up just yet, but you can see those split spawns, making sure that that doubt on the rotation is still there for the remaining Malmstrom players. They get the kills, they shut it down, and Appa, he's got a lot of work to do here.
He does, but he's doing the right thing. I think, well, I was about to say quietly through the back as your teammates hit the front, but he actually gets far too close. And Sunder will punish. And Wazd picked up yet again. So you're on your own. If you Flux, you fall. And there's a lot of time still left on this hill. Malmstrom could give themselves a very healthy lead at this point.
This is what you're worried about if you're Offit, is that this P4 rotation twice in a row is possibly going to give up 40, maybe even 50 points to Malmstrom. Flux gets the kill on the inside, but it's not going to take them out of this time. Still, Malmstrom are soaking. And you have all 3 kills. You just need to get this last one in safely. They do it without losing a single body. So back 20 seconds that you'd love to get.
Yeah, desperate bit of scrap time here for Offit. You will close the gap to around 40. But that being said, 3 kills there will bully everybody back to the spawn. And when we talk about drawing a line in the sand, stop players from getting out of P4 and giving you a lot of healthy time in a P1, this is what we're on about. So Flux's kill there is actually huge to allow him to escape that net. Then gets in on the point. Probably going to be shot in the back, but at least takes a couple of bodies with him.
Even still, Offit going to prevail in terms of time. Trying to scrape through this deficit that has accrued across the second rotation, but another team kill from Wazd. Somebody's got to either stop throwing nades or start talking about where these nades go, Andy. I'm getting sick of it.
Oh, yeah, Wazd fixes that by turning and burning on All-Star. Roshi from the top rope, and Wazd knows how to throw shoulders up there with some of the best. Now going to snap left. But he wasn't laid up for that fight initially. Not going to be too worried as long as you read this spawn coming in through. And actually, you're going to spawn out because Prosper spawns up in Trophy. So backline's going to have to be watched by Yupply as the bodies try to rotate over. Because if you manage to hold the opening period of this P2, it gets you back into this matchup for the first time in forever.
Well, here you go. Best chance for Offit that we've seen on this P2 rotation for a very long time. And you can see Flux is looking to take matters into his own hands to see if he can cut down some of these rotating players. 3 in a row. 25 and 20. He is on a mission, but All-Star, he does it again. The full flank out. Players on the hunt. A couple inside the hill, just going to be left high and dry. And Sunder takes advantage for the moment, but Flux helps out. The back and forth trades spawns in the back, and things fall apart quickly. 10-point game goes back to a 20-point game. Malmstrom feeling good right now in Vault.
It's the all-star impact. That's what it is. As was will be found by Prosper. Roshi finds 2 as well. So yeah, suddenly these 20 seconds are handed over. And if you just set up correctly, if you'd not had all-star breaking through your back line and punch a hole in your setup, you'd be talking about a tied game, if not better for Offit. But Malmstrom continues to just hold you at arm's length. Appa trying to hold on to mid here, set you up for a lot of P3 time. But keep an eye on that number 2 on your mini-map, because nobody's been able to track him so far. He's been a nightmare for this Offit lineup.
But this time it's number 3, Roshi. He's going to get in towards the art. Working alongside Prosper. Yapli overextended and exerted through the opening. Appa's going to go back to clear art. It works out, but you have to worry about the objective, because only 19 seconds for Malmstrom to win this game, and there is still a lot of time on P3 to worry about.
Appa then dies in the backline as well. All-Star just continuing to be an annoyance at all times. He's just kind of like, I'm just going to go find your backline. I'm going to find where you think. And then burns Flux, by the way. So there's a little bit of everything. We talk about him as this flanking player, rooting player, this constant irritation. Turns out he can also just absolutely dumpster you if he so damn requires. Off it. You just got to rotate. Give this up. Don't fight for this scrap time. Move on over.
Flux trying to beat this one. You know Prosper's up top. He spots out Appa, but one has slipped the net. Prosper reads it. Good shots. The hipfire connects, but still spawns in the back. And Offit are given a chance. 10 seconds for Malmstrom. Everybody looking towards the back door. Doesn't matter. Appa and Yapli give them another chance here.
Yapli and Appa go massive because you had 2 players spawning the other side of the map who needed to cross all of that to get here and help. You gotta hold, though. You can win this. It's gotta be perfect, basically, and it is guerrilla warfare. Front personal was the superstar. What can you do? Nothing. Cut down. That will send us to a game 5, and Malmstrom, from the depths of defeat, the jaws of staring at a plane ride home and not seeing worlds, somehow, my friend, are pushing us to an S&D that I never saw coming.
Yeah, no, you and I both. What a game from All-Star. I will say he is the difference maker in this map. And, you know, throughout the replays, I'm sure we'll break it down. But we could just bask in the glory of our last qualification match for Worlds is going all the way to a Game 5. And look at these stats. Prosper, 32 and 23. 25 and 22 out of All-Star. But when we look back at this, Andy, he is really the difference. And it's these plays at P2 that really separate the two teams. Just very marginal across the whole game. But if not for the large amounts of time that you got on those P2 rotations because of All-Star, Offit would have had a better chance at that game.
No, 100%. Like, All-Star, I mean, I've literally got his name written down here on a P1 flank, on a P3 flank, taking control of art, and then again for P2 there towards the end. And that P2 towards the end, the thing is, when you're one of those routing players, and if you've ever been that guy, you know that the deeper into a map you go, the harder it is for those to become successful, because teams start to look for you. They start to count up the bodies and go, we're missing All-Star, let's turn and look at our flanks. And he's still getting away with it. And also, that was a moment where if Offit had picked up that 20, they actually took the lead for the first time in the game. And what that can do to suddenly spiral things towards the end and set you up for victory. Instead, Malmstrom just continues to go, all right, great work, well done on getting close, but we're just going to extend back out, give ourselves that lovely little cushion. And also just sets that example for the kind of player that we talk about so often, but it's so hard for us as casters to put a name and a face to players that just don't make the scoreboard look pretty. They're worried about the victory. And that's exactly what All-Star is doing there. Wonderful Call of Duty being played.
Yeah, fantastic. Some might say, but we look forward to now having one separate map between these two teams and qualifying to go back to the Patrick Space Force base in August for Worlds. Winner moves forward, loser goes home, and they don't even have a chance at being a CONUS champion, which hurts even more, Andy. Let's look at the map vetoes, because we got ourselves a little bit of a story brewing here, and might I say it, It's a reverse sweep on the line at the same time for Malmstrom as they took the control and the hard point in maps 3 and 4. They have their chance here with the rewind, search and destroy, not hard point, to go 3 in a row. They get the reverse sweep done.
Man, what I'm trying to weigh up here is like, what is more painful? To be reverse swept, to miss your ticket to Worlds, or to have fought all the way back and then follow the final hurdle to miss your ticket to Worlds? I don't know. I don't want to be on either end of that, to be quite honest. And a set of players must be. So, yeah, it starts to become a little bit of a difficult story for us to kind of write up. I guess what I do is I look back at the way that the first S&D went, and for Offit, this was very telling in their first blood situation. They controlled it so well. Malmstrom were constantly out of that. It finished 7-3 in the end, I think, if my little dashes are correct there for a moment. And it felt like, again, another one of those maps early on in the series where you just kind of held the opposing team at arm's length. That being said, you didn't have this build-up coming through that Malmstrom now have. All the momentum, all the wind in their sails, must be feeling great up there on main stage.
And this is a very big deal for the side of Offit in the sense of this isn't even the team that you intended to come here with. You look at Yapli, who has been so good for this team over the course of this day, of this tournament. He's a last-minute sub for this squad, so the fact that they're gelling in the way that they are just shows the environment that this team does build. And you start this off with the first blood from Flux. Surely this doesn't go just like the red card did.
I sure hope not. You do answer back, and well, of all players as well to find, it's going to be Wazd. Prosper actually makes this situation even better. The one weird thing is about this situation is, well, the bottom's near neither site. So if you're off it, you've committed to defend B. You're going to read that well, find Sunder, but do you see a Prosper? No. 1v2 then. Flux, what can you do?
Well, he's clutched up before. You highlighted it. That bomb is a little bit disconnected from these bomb sites, but it is leading over towards this B site. As soon as Flux checks A, you can imagine that he is going to try to catch some timing on the bomb planter at B, and he has found it too. He's just not going to fully check it, and he's going to be smacking himself once it goes down, because all he had to do was slide behind it, and that would have been a very different round.
Yeah, I feel a little bit of deja vu. Do you remember that round in the first game where he's like checks the outer bomb site, starts to rotate through connectors? He's probably sitting there like, hey, all right, someone got a curse on me or something. Seymour got any of those like scripts coming through? Like, what the hell is happening? As he realizes that actually he's not fully checked the bomb. But, well, that'll be one. Malmstrom actually answering as well to a first blood situation where they gave up first life. So, great resiliency from them again.
We flip over towards the attack. Flux fast out towards B. Roshi. They'd hits him, so they know that there's a player here, but do they anticipate him being inside the 18-wheeler? Well, they do. Roshi's going to get bled out, and first blood is going the way of Offit. Still haven't got this bomb down. As you can see, the reaction from Malmstrom is looking to be fast, and All-Star finds the first one. Sunder a second. It falls apart. It's Wazd at A. Gonna have to try to clutch up yet again in a 1v2 for his team.
Certainly capable. I love that he goes back to the body scoop and aims. Gonna need it for this outside portion of the map, especially with All-Star hunkering deep on that back jeep. Do you read each other? Do you see each other?
See him. He doesn't see him. That's unfortunate. That is so unfortunate, Andy.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. It's just tough. Like I think Waz makes the correct play here as well, because what he's aiming to do is play out this backside so that you can kind of like, okay, I know that both my opponents must be on one side of me here, except he'd have to have put his back to the brickwork because All-Star was so deep himself. Makes it 2-0, and all that momentum that you've carried in from these two maps, everything that you're trying to set up in terms of this reverse sweep. And that's just going to continue to build. As Prosper starts with 4 and Offit, well, they start with nothing.
Good shots, though, from Appa. Bomb down in, hole in the wall. Time to just not give your life up at this point. And Waz is going to keep the numbers in favor of Offit, even off of that early trade. This is a bold call from Hoshi. Because Hoffa's still watching the outside. That is bomb still down.
I mean, I'm a fan of the plays from Offit. To be fair, they find that first blood and they just kind of back off. They just go, all right, well, what we're going to do then is just start to draw a little bit of a line middle of the map and ask you to come and push us. And, well, it makes fights like this very winnable, as All-Star does his best. But another first blood there for Offit. You said it yourself. It was instantly traded, but then Wazd finds that nade in through that gives them that life advantage back, so it still counts for something. Now this aggression that they tried to execute last time towards B went very wrong. You had that instant flank coming from Malmstrom where they set up a pinch. Do you read that? Do you make noise over towards B and then just kind of like turn and wait for the players flanking to arrive? Actually, they're going to make a lot of noise with B with the nades and then flood A.
Oh, Roshi, this is such a good spot. I'm surprised you didn't get that kill. Good damage, though. Seal finds the first blood for the team. Now you're trapped off it. How do you fight back? 4 versus 3. Waz gets an angle, a timing, and things are tied up. Does he escape, though? He does. Oh. How?
Gotta be absolute flesh at that point. All-Star gets a beat on Yupply, who actually, that will protect him for now. So you're going to have to reassess this engagement. I like that All-Star repositions here. Doesn't want to risk getting picked up on by a third party.
You can put the palm down, but, I mean, how do you know this? Bomb going down. Retake now for Malmstrom. As Waz is in such a compromised position, he's going to know that and feels it. Repositions to the other side. Sunder very wary of walking through that glass. Instead, they're going to go for the outside approach, and that pays off at least for the first one. Prosper, what a turn on. That's the call to jump this bomb right away. Appa in the 1 versus 3 brings it back. 16 seconds for the 1v1 to pay off, and Prosper's just gonna run it down. 10 seconds, does he get there? Yes, he does.
I can't quite believe that that's just how that goes down. Another one of those moments where if you're off it right now, you're asking what it is that you need to do. You get yourself into the bomb site, you get it planted down. I feel like Waz gets just the worst luck with timing in that moment as he rounds the corner, and then Appa pulls off a brilliant little two-piece. A little bit of discipline comes through, and Prosper, we got to hand credit over to him. He started 8-1 on a free spree and clutches that up by being aggressive, not gambling on the bomb, which would have been a very fair strat, but he recognized the opportunity for App to come back and clean that up. So carrying his squad right now towards Worlds.
And just at the right times, it's falling together too, Andy. So you couldn't ask for anything better. But look at this fast approach from the defensive side. It's a full flank right off the get-go. Mistiming it is going to be Roshi, and how do you? But Prosper still winning his fight. All-Star's going to shut down the last forward person. 2 versus 2. Bomb is recoverable. And we got a minute still to go.
Yupply and Waz just so split here. Waz should have intel across the entirety of the middle portion of the map. It's whether or not he's seen these players cross in towards that A site. Can you see in through the double doors? I feel like the angle that he's trying to hold there, he's trying to have the widest field of view that he can, but that means such little detail on what is actually crossing the doors, so he doesn't get it.
This is going to be down to this flank actually working. Waz is behind here. Yupply alongside him, so the retake towards A. 2 versus 1. Prosper, this is a cheeky angle. But he gives himself away. Early shots. Waz knows this. 17 seconds, and you could chase it, but instead, one's going to hop it. Prosper's going to get stunned up. Has to go for the wall bang. Almost gets it. I thought they lined up. He gets rid of Yupply, but there's lots of time for the defuse, and Waz keeps it a 1-round game.
Oh, and a bit of love tap there to add on. I mean, the thing is, I love the play at the end. I love the idea. It's a very cheeky wall bang coming through from Prosper. I think he's just asking for his teammates to stay alive a moment longer so that he can play the timing game. You know, he's happy to just like not be able to see anything, do a little bit of mental math in his head. Okay, how long do you can take them to run to the bomb? Then how long does that diffuse on when do I need to fire? He wants to be doing that at a time where either someone's on the bomb or it stops them diving it to give him long enough to bleed down the clock. Because his teammates found us so quickly, he has to just give himself away. Otherwise, brilliantly executed, but it will be clutched. It will be, as you said, back within one.
Now, how do you equalize? Flux looking to lead this one to a B-side execute, dancing around the dumpster. Right, this is time to just disengage. So many nades and stuns backing them off. I can't believe both players are still alive. Prosper, though, how does he get away with that? Flux still alive. Prosper down, first blood, and you're still just dancing through this site. Sunder's gonna get caught. Roshi, they know he's in here. Flux all the way through, and it's a 3 versus 1. Time to tie this one through. All-Star gets traded. It's an even game 5.
I mean, it just stinks of a game 5 that goes the distance. These two teams refusing to die. Now it's off its turn to have a little bit of momentum behind them 2 rounds in a row. Is those first blood suddenly coming through as well? 4-2 now leading in that column, but it's not that you're giving up those advantages as you have been in the past. If you're off it, you're happy to not only find those first bloods, but then use the numbers advantage off the back. Set nade out from Flux. They're going to try and reinforce A here, expecting that hit, but for Malmstrom, the bomb is actually slowly approaching B, but with little support. Not sure what that breakoff was.
Oh, look how active Flux is to just get around here. Prosper's trying to trail him, but in below, you try to trap him, but he's laying so many traps of his own across the map. First blood gets traded, 3 versus 3. Still no progress for the Palm to get to either side, and Appa's going to make sure that they can't sneak over to B.
Seconds on the clock. Was retreats into that position that he likes to use to watch so much of the map. Lets Appa do his thing, who's just trying to stay up as he gets shot by All-Star. Was should get a kill in the courtyard. It's taking him a long time though, and he actually lets it get away.
Appa gets through. Was is isolated, but he's spreading so much time off this clock. What is this interaction, Andy? I have no clue how the map is now flipped.
Yeah, you wouldn't know who's attacking and defending if there wasn't a giant bomb icon on Prosper's head. This is bizarre. That bomb will go down. All-Star then. I mean, he's going to play this Jeep. There should be no nades left at this point, so he should be safe to do so, but it always leaves me nervous.
Was is going to try to get an angle towards this player 18. There's no reason there shouldn't be somebody in here, and now they know Prosper's in there. You have to help out if you're All-Star, and Appa, that's a tough child to take with the SMG. That is so exposed. Malmstrom get through the B site. They get the bomb down, and they're back in the lead.
Yeah, the breakoff left me a little bit interested, but it's a great recovery. And that bit of grit that we keep complimenting Malmstrom for that has put them into this position to reverse sweep is on show yet again. Struggled in the opening engagements of the round. We kind of put on pause for a moment and lose the first blood. So to steal that one away, just a reminder to Offit that despite the momentum they had, they're not going to walk calmly towards victory. Wazd, actually, he's going to hold street here as 3 bodies push through electrical, but which route is it they decide to take off the intel Wazd gets? Well, Wazd with the first blood will make you feel much more comfortable.
Oh, that's a big pickup from Flux. Prosper was trying to look for some timing. Sunder almost gets away, but every kill for Offit going their way. Bomb getting planted. All-Star doesn't see him there. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Not like this. Not like this.
Oh, they check it. Okay. That would be the second time we see a Ninja defuse Andy, but not this time.
I think I've actually managed to be on board for I was on board for Blarantics and someone else's. There was actually 2 that I've managed to witness. So, yeah, I think I'm I was thinking oh my God, 3 in one tournament? Please give it to me. Because it's always glorious to watch. But, a break off there from Offit that I really liked. You had Waz go out towards street. He's so good with that AR that he finds that first kill, but also you don't put any bodies into A, and I think that kind of catches Malmstrom out. So then when they push through a little bit, they're almost over aggressive, trying to hit Waz on some sort of flank approach, and they're just waiting to find kills. And well, that's a nade.
An 8.5. Roshi's still struggling across this S&D. 1-9. It is, I'd say, very thankful that this is a tie game right now. Still a chance to pick it up when it matters most, but it seems like Sunder just locked and loaded, ready to break through these doors, and he does. He sees Flux, and he handshakes a way out. And Flux is going to rewrap this one. Early damage. Doesn't get the kill. Sunder barrel stuffs him. Shotgun with the Jackal. Yaply has to win this fight. He does. Bomb down at A. 1 versus 2. Off it with a chance to take their first lead of the S&D.
How am I looking at 1v2 here? Sunder does get the bomb, so we'll have time to plant it. Was, I think you missed the crossing. Oh, no, you don't. You get in, or at least you guess right. And off it then. Will tie us back. Oh, no, sorry. Take a 1-round lead and put themselves onto World's Point. But my God, they're making it difficult. Considering how good they've been on the breaks, it just beggars belief that every single time they manage to get around the way, it's by grasping at straws. I feel like every player up there is going to have aged by about 15 years by the end of this series.
I think I've aged about 20, so... It feels like just yesterday that I started casting CONUS, but it was 17 years ago.
It was actually 3 days ago. Oh, that nade is really good. It catches at least 2 bodies. And Yopley, his last second reaction there off the sound cue is going to be the only thing that spares his life.
If only he knew what we knew.
Good all-star. He's on that flank. Off it are trapped. Yeah, if only he knew. On the other side of that door are Arapo's toesies.
Everybody so silent you could hear a pin drop on the map. But it looks like this is going to be hit to be. Sunder here, Prosper here. 2 players who have just been a shining star for your team and a pillar to their success. Prosper's going to get that first blood, and here's that call for the flank to start forming. Prosper, a second one. Things are falling apart, and everything is falling into place for it to be around 11. Andy, you called it, and we get it. The distance is met by Malmstrom and off it. Game 5, round 11. It's locked in.
To decide who heads to Worlds. And we'll be back at Patrick Space Force Base in August. Ladies and gentlemen, the final ticket will be decided in one last stand here. On Rewind S&D, Malmstrom find their first blood in forever to make it convincing. Off it, who had finally found a lead or drawn level again. But I loved this setup last time from Off it, and you're going to get it again with Woz looking to lock down the street.
The attacking side, who's going to find that first blood for Off it? Malmstrom. It was Prosper, who's 13-5, who silenced the doubters in round 10. As the A side is completely given up. Do they go for the 4-on-4 retake? Is this what's in store for us for round 11?
Malmstrom just super passive here. Very happy to give it up, let the bomb go down somewhere, and understand exactly where that fight's going to happen. Roshi, who is 1-9, could do with not throwing his life here. And disengages for a moment. Was trying to do a little bit of hold street as well as counter push street. 30 seconds on the clock, though, and, well, Malmstrom have Off it nervous with this passive play because they're now trying to figure out the timing to get the bomb down and set up their defensive approach, but it will go down. 44 seconds on the clock.
4v4 retake for a round 11, Andy. This is going to be bloody amazing, and it's an RCXD to start things off for the defensive or the offensive retake here. Flank plays in. Prosper trying to look for this first blood. 25 seconds. Somebody's got to make the play, but Oppa's going to find that first blood. 3 versus 4 now for Malmstrom. All-star drops in the flank. everything for Offit, looking to point their way, and Flux gets it done. All the way we go. But we have crowned our last qualifier. Offit will be seeing them in August, and you can look at Flux, you can thank Flux. He's the one to deliver.
I said it before. I don't know what's worse. To get all the way to the game 5 to try and reverse sweep or fall, or to have gotten all the way to the game 5 round 11 to potentially reverse sweep and then fall. That is heartbreak for Malmstrom, but Offit do indeed hold on. And I gotta say, and I hate that I'm making this call, because the only reason you get to that round 11 is because of Prosper, but the RCXD was the wrong call to make.
Yeah.
It's just, you take Prosper out of the play. That's your best player, so you lose him. I understand what you're trying to do, but it's been a while now since we felt that RCXDs are effective on the map. So then it's burning through time. By the time he comes out of that RC, his teammates died. They have no ingressing towards the site, and there's 26 seconds left.
I think I'm forever an RCXD hater. You cannot convince me otherwise. But wow, what a series. I mean, just looking past through all these replays, the ups, the downs, the highs and the lows, Andy. And you even look towards what was a ridiculous game 3. Probably the least interesting one out of them all was that vault control that we got. A one-sided storm from Maelstrom that kind of brings them right back into the series, almost getting the reverse sweep, my friends. But they get denied at the last seconds. And that's like walking out to the club with your boys, and you're at the front door, you waited in line, and the bouncer said, hey, guys, no, not tonight. And Offit is that guy.
It's just tough, because for Malmstrom, like, it was an achievement to get here at the end of the day. Like, don't get me wrong, Ulster has some previous experience, of course, a veteran here at AFG, but the rest of the roster's brand new. So to get here was an achievement in the first place. To get to the point where you're trying to qualify for Worlds is a next huge achievement. But you're going to probably walk away very sore knowing that it came down to the game 5 round 11, and you're sitting there thinking, well, if we hadn't got off to that slower start, if we'd not played the RCXD in the round 11, like, there's so many different questions. I don't know. I guess I want to sit here and say that Malmstrom should be walking away very proud of themselves, very happy with how they've performed, because they've been brilliant. And they put on a hell of a show here to contest. They were put into a box. And honestly, at 2-0, I was fully expecting to, like, text my buddy and be like, yo, let's go play some video games, because, like, we're done here. And I'm going to be walking over to him, and I'm going to be walking over to him after this and being like, well, actually, the same team won that I thought was going to win, by the way. Yeah, Malmstrom just, instead of being deflated and allowing themselves to kind of, like, be put down really easily, and us be talking about how Offit are so much better and deserve to walk into Worlds, we're now going to be talking about Malmstrom as like a team of, like, if they had gone to Worlds, they would still have been great to watch, and they would have contested very well, because they've got this resiliency and steel and belief in themselves and each other that took us through what was an incredible series.
Yeah, Offit yesterday, they beat Shriver 3-0. They lose to Nellis 3-0. Today, they rise in the lower side. They beat Robbins. They beat Malmstrom, and they qualify for Worlds, Andy. What an accomplishment for this team. And I think there's no better way to kind of figure out what we just witnessed than to ask the man himself. Let's bring Flux in for the interview. First off, Flux, congrats, man. You made it to Worlds. It took a little bit longer than I'm sure you would have expected. But how you feeling off of that?
Man, too icy. Come on now, round 11? Come on, popping 2 feet? No, I mean, Maelstrom, they're good guys, all good guys. Played the game really well. We did not expect to go game 5, but hey, man, we iced up, got the W. That's all that matters.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you would fully deserve, especially you individually, my friend, because you had yourself a hell of a series to come in here and say too icy. But I gotta say, at 2-0 up, you don't think you could have, like, ended this like nearly an hour ago? Like, what the hell happened out there? What was going on?
I crapped the bed on control, man. I don't know what happened. Like yeah, no, they played really well. We just didn't expect them to do like pop off under control, and they rode that momentum over to game 4. And they of course pushed us up to round 11. So, but happy we're making Worlds.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, 100%. Like, you should be absolutely delighted. And of course, looking ahead to that, we've obviously got the 3 teams already decided for PACAF, the 3 teams decided now for USAFE, and all 6 that will be being on that road trip to Worlds from CONUS. You guys booking that last ticket, of course. But we've still got a little bit to settle here at CONUS, of course. First, you will march on to play Peterson Space Force Base. And yeah, I guess now what's the next goal? Because you've already achieved the 2 big ones, which was, you know, to play as you did in regionals and then get on through here. So, I mean, next up, how you feeling?
We're feeling pretty good. So we're going to try to do our best with seeding here, but we have a last minute sub out, right? 9 mil. If you're watching this, I love you. You're coming back to Worlds, baby. But we're coming to Worlds and we're taking it all. Mark my words.
All right.
All right. 9 mil is that good. 9 mil is that good.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, he was in chat. He was talking a lot of smack in chat, saying that, you know, it's unfortunate that if he was there, it would be a different story. But you have to give some respect to Yupli for what he brings to the team, because I will say, you did crap the bed in that map 3. I will agree with you 100%. So what's the conversation like going into tomorrow? What are you guys going to be talking about from tonight going into the tomorrow after all that happened?
We try to do a handshake deal with Peterson, knife only, hard point, and just hope for the best. Yupli played well though, man. Yupli did what he could. He was a last minute sub out, less than 12 hours. He was like, you know what, I got you. I haven't played the game in 3 months, but hey, if y'all need a fill in, I got you. So, W Yupli.
W Yupli, indeed. Well, my friend, I mean, congratulations. I'm loving the energy right now. I mean, it was a long series. It's been a long day for you and your team, but is there anybody that you'd like to shout out other than 9mm in chat?
For sure. You know, my mom, my family, my friends that are watching, the ones behind the screen supporting me. I love you guys all. You know, we did it for you. 9, we did it for you. You're coming to the Worlds, baby.
Hell yeah. We'll see how I'm hoping tomorrow when you upset Peterson.
Oh, yeah. Knife only, baby. Knife only.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right. You have a good one.
Thank you.
Take care, man.
Thank you.
Wow. I mean, hey, I would be down for a knife only. That would be super fun. That would be probably the coolest thing that we've seen this weekend. We've seen a lot of cool things, but I don't think that's going to happen, Andy, whatsoever. I think that it's going to be a tough match for Offit no matter which way, but I'm loving the attitude for them. And if he's sitting there and he's saying that 9 is that good for the team, give me the Worlds already.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's going to be absolutely incredible to see all these teams square up, because, I mean, we get it, you know, day 1 of the regional brackets, day 1 of CONUS bracket. It became a case a lot of the time of like, okay, 3-0's a lot on the board here. We're getting a lot of like gappings in terms of skill diff. But like, we start to see some of these games come up, and it's like, okay, we're getting game 5s, we're getting these bloodbaths, we're getting, even when it's 3-0s, these are 3 hotly contested matches, and now we get a game 5, round 11 to decide Worlds. I don't know if we're topping that this week. The only way we would is if we get the exact same thing to settle CONUS, because we just got treated to an absolute show. It's been cinema all damn week, and we aren't even done yet.
No, we're not done. In fact, we're nowhere close to being done just yet. We still got more to come on day 5 and a whole lot of prizing to come through from this one. But Andy, I think this is the biggest surprise that I've seen so far, because we all 3 of us had Malmstrom going through to that to the Worlds as that last remaining team. Offit come out here with a little bit of a surprise, and I think looking towards the bracket for what we have tomorrow on day 5, we can really dissect what has happened so far, because we really need to dive in with some of this. Well, here it is. Nellis, Langley, Aglin, Cannon, Peterson, and Offit. That is your top 6 from CONUS that will be going back to Patrick Space Force Base in August for Worlds. And our top 6 that is going to take the stage tomorrow to see who the best team at CONUS is, Andy.
Yeah, no, I mean, and the thing is as well, the games only get better from here. So if you've tuned in through the first 4 days, you'd be doing yourself a disservice to not tune in on the 5th and final day, considering the talent that we have stacked up ahead of us here, because all 6 of these teams have brought us plenty of highlight moments, plenty of heat. I'm already looking at like tomorrow's schedule, and I'm like, we are going to be treated. That Nellis Langley winners finals, what a blessing that one is going to be.
It is a blessing, and here's a look at our schedule for what you guys can expect, because we've had some games off stream in the past days. We'll know more tomorrow. Every single match is looking to be streamed, best of 5s all the way up to the grand finals, which is a best of 7, and it is a long road that it has been 5 days of action to crown a champion and 5 days of fun that I am happy that I've been a part of. Andy, talk to me about these games. You talked about Nellis and Langley. What about the Eglins? What about the Petersons? Maybe even Offit coming out. It's going to be a great day.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think for those first 2, I put this on Eglin and Peterson to come out and not be upset. But, you know, the teams on the other side, we know that Canada have plenty in terms of the slaying power when it comes to respawn. And Offit, well, they've just shown us what they look like when they try to be resilient. So you never know. But, yeah, it's got to be one of those. Then we start to set up Eglin against Peterson. And then there's Nellis and Langley and who they fall into. And all 4 of our teams then start to get really down to the wire of prizing, because, of course, we're handing that out to top 3. It's going to be an incredible day. I can't wait for it. It's already been 4 great ones. It just keeps on getting better here at CONUS.
It really does. And for all you lovely people at home, thank you for tuning in every single day. It's been a blast. Chat, it's electric every single time I'm in there with you guys. And I'm glad you're loving the show. But the show is not over. The show goes on tomorrow. Same time, same place. Have a great night, everyone.